Chapter 1: The Ritual. Late at night, I sat in an old van, staring at the screen alongside Scarface and Eyepatch Man. The minivan's body was old and worn, with patches of paint missing and rust stains scattered across its surface. The scar-faced man breathed heavily and suddenly cursed, "Damn it." He appeared restless, struggling to contain himself as he spoke in a deliberately measured tone. What the hell was this guy thinking? Aren't you afraid of facing unbearable consequences by conducting sacrificial rituals to commune with deities in the city area? I lightly bit my finger and spoke calmly. This is how those poor souls abandoned by the gods behave, struggling in desperation. The Eyepatch Man had a frail physique but exuded fierce energy. Speaking bluntly, should I go in and slaughter the whole lot of them? The scar-faced man shouted in panic, "No, don't! Stay calm!" He stepped past me and grabbed the man with the eye patch. Though agitated earlier, he now spoke with earnest persuasion. "The arbitration committee has repeatedly warned us against causing frequent bloodshed." The blindfolded man kept rummaging beneath his eye mask with his left hand and said impatiently, "I'll strangle them all, not a single drop of blood will spill." I slowly turned my head, my tone dripping with amusement. I wanted to see if they'd get a response. The drone footage shows the ritual is nearly complete. This is the final phase. Hearing this, both of them turned their gazes back to the screen. The Eyepatch Man was still digging around beneath his eye patch with his left hand, making strange noises. I asked expressionlessly, "What are you doing?" "My brain itches. I'm scratching it through this hole." "Ha, it's at the back, can't reach. I want to flip my brain inside out." The scar-faced giant said furiously, "What's the point of sticking two fingers in there? Can't you just shake your head like me?" With that, he suddenly twisted his neck, muttering, "Is it really that hard?" A crisp snap echoed as the scar-faced man broke his own spine, his body slumping limp against the seat. Meanwhile, the man with the eye patch, brain matter and blood oozing from his left hand, collapsed face-first onto the backrest in front of him. I pinched the bridge of my nose, sighed softly, and ignoring the two corpses, kept my eyes fixed on the screen. A high-altitude drone's camera clearly transmitted the scene inside the park. The groves and flower beds there had been flattened, with hundreds of people clad in retro robes gathered, surrounded by a ring of torches. At the center stood a strikingly beautiful woman with long hair. She gazed at the drone, raised her rust-covered mechanical right hand, and waved at someone behind her. Beneath their feet was carved an enormous array, its pattern so intricate that even a glance made one dizzy. The crowd around held white candles in both hands and knelt in unison, their expressions devout. Aside from the rustling of clothing, not a sound was made, as if they were performing a silent play. The woman at the center raised her arms high, her expression fanatical, her mouth continuously opening and closing as she muttered indistinct incantations. Witnessing this scene, my right hand instinctively moved toward my sunglasses frame, only to be swiftly pressed down by my left hand. The woman suddenly closed her mouth and drew a dagger from within her robe, while the surrounding people similarly produced daggers from their garments. They first cut their foreheads, then pressed bloodied fingers onto the magic circle, their faces contorted with intensity. A crimson mist suddenly rose in the park. Look, we've got a response." I excitedly slapped the eye-patched man. "Stop that." The eye-patched man sat up abruptly, carefully withdrawing his left hand. He seemed even thinner now as he complained, "If you keep slapping, my brain's going to get scrambled again. They should have let me go in there to slaughter them all. Now look, healing these wounds will require consuming other parts of my body. No amount of feeding can replenish this. I'll waste away to nothing at this rate." I responded dismissively, "With humanity's population sharply declining, the arbitration committee would never condone you killing normal people. As for your losses, perhaps hormone injections for rapid weight gain? My faith won't allow me to do this." The eyepatch man exclaimed while shaking off some white unidentified substance from his hand, then asked gravely, "Did the ritual succeed?" I pursed my lips and gestured, "See for yourself. The space between eyebrows leads to consciousness, the blood from there carries the strongest spiritual essence. Using this most spiritual blood for sacrifice, just a tiny amount can fulfill the spiritual requirements of blood ritual, and with minimal blood loss, the deity we commune with won't be too violent." I said in a strange voice, "This whole thing sounds like obvious nonsense, yet it actually worked?" The eyepatch man snorted coldly. Lucky for them they survived. His glance fell on the scar-faced giant, and he froze. "What's wrong with him?" I casually said, "Dead. We'll toss him overboard later." His divine gifts leaned heavily toward strength, while his mental resistance and recovery were weak. He got caught in the ritual's spillover energy, sacrificed himself, and is now deader than dead. The man with the eye patch said in astonishment, "There's something about this ritual, it's affecting us even through the screen." He clicked his tongue twice. This guy had a great physique. What a waste for those death cultists to get him. As I watched the blood mist stabilize on the screen, I leaned back and said, "Must have worked. Looks like we contacted some bloodthirsty deity. Today really opened my eyes. This trickster method is surprisingly low risk yet highly effective." The man with the blindfold leaned closer to the screen, puzzled. "Wait, something seems off, doesn't it?" "Ha!" I moved closer again and exclaimed in surprise, What's going on? Didn't the ritual succeed? On the screen, people within the magic circle collapsed one after another. This definitely wasn't them falling asleep. The ritual had clearly succeeded earlier, yet now this was happening. There's someone unharmed, he's getting up. Seeing this situation, the eye patch man reacted as if facing a mortal threat. After all, when rituals fail, there are usually no survivors. Someone surviving is more terrifying than everyone dying. Run first. I stroked my chin and calmly said, I'm a bit curious. Curious my ass. The eye patch nimbly leaped into the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and slammed the accelerator. You sacrificed fear? Yeah, my god doesn't accept eyeballs. Several cars suddenly emerged from the streets near the park, making it clear that we weren't the only ones keeping an eye on this place. Chapter 2, Sanctuary of Redemption. Fucking hell. I woke up groggily, propping myself up with my right hand as I looked around in confusion. I must have fallen asleep while binge reading novels late at night, but where the hell have they taken me at this hour? In the flickering firelight, white-robed figures lay sprawled across the ground, eyes closed with short knives in their hands. The thick stench of blood hung in the air. My face instantly drained of color. Were they all corpses? I scrambled to my feet and found myself moving agilely, unharmed. With fear gripping me, I looked around. The strange symbols, the eerie attire, the silent night, and dead bodies strewn everywhere. Was this a cult ritual site? A sharp pain shot through my head. I suddenly doubled over, clutching my forehead, horrified by the strange sensation beneath my hands. Was I holding a knife too? Before I could process anything, an excruciating headache overwhelmed me, my vision blacked out, and I collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, unconscious. It felt like a loud, chaotic gathering inside my mind, accompanied by a throbbing ache. My vision then shifted, thick crimson mist swirled before me. I instantly found myself standing atop a pure white platform, surrounded by the indistinct figures of hundreds of people prostrating before me, though their forms remained blurred. My head throbbed painfully. A clear female voice momentarily cut through the clamor. Oh God, you finally answered us. The buzzing noise promptly flooded my mind again. What the hell? As a youth raised under the red flag, I'd never had any interest in such mystical nonsense. God? Hiss, my head still feels like mush. Hundreds of voices were echoing in my mind, noisy and buzzing like a swarm of flies, throwing me into turmoil, and my head really hurt. Silence. A majestic voice rang out, and my mind instantly fell quiet. I took a deep breath. Without those chaotic sounds, my headache lessened considerably. Only then did I have the energy to consider my predicament. As this thought arose, my perspective abruptly shifted to a high vantage point, allowing me to survey this crimson mist-filled space from above. I sat upon the white stone chair carved with intricate patterns, perched atop a 9-tiered high platform. The platform was circular, entirely stone, pure white, and those hundreds of figures were kneeling toward the stone chair on the high platform, with not a single soul setting foot upon it. I remained dazed for several breaths, then forced myself to calm down. First, I examined myself. As soon as the thought arose, my perspective suddenly shifted to right before the stone chair. It was me. The face was mine, with that unremarkable handsomeness, only the clothing had changed. That white robe looked so out of place. Then my gaze swept past the 9-tiered platform and quickly shifted to the area below. Below the platform, a group of people lay prostrate with their foreheads touching the ground, motionless, all dressed in white robes and barefoot, just like me. Upon closer inspection, I concluded that these people had frozen solid. It seemed this crimson mist-filled space had fallen into complete stagnation after I switched to the God's Eye view. But why was the right hand of the woman at the very front mechanical in construction? And it's covered in rust. I swiftly passed by the others, noticing none had similar conditions, though some bore various old scars on their bodies, the kind that disfigure faces. Unfathomable. I'll leave her be for now. The current situation is that this group of people is kneeling before me, addressing me as a god. A strange thought crossed my mind. Am I that god? Beyond the area near the elevated platform, dense, viscous crimson fog, thick as solid matter, blocked any attempt to penetrate it with consciousness. I couldn't wait to uncover the truth. Since these people were kneeling before me, calling me a god, they'd likely answer any questions I asked, so I could simply pose my queries to them. How do I get back? My consciousness circled overhead a few times before plunging straight down into my body on the stone chair. True enough, the perspective shifted back, bringing a throbbing headache along with it. I raised my hand to gently massage my forehead and sighed quietly. If it's always going to be like this, I'm in for a world of suffering. Hearing this sigh, the crowd below the altar bowed their heads even lower. They dared not speculate, only pressing their foreheads to the ground with greater reverence. My gaze fell upon those beneath the altar. Considering my current status as a deity, I made sure to sound as casually indifferent as possible. Where is this place? The god is questioning. The crowd's gaze subtly shifted toward the striking woman who led them. She was the organizer, the planner, the leader of the ritual. Of course, she would answer. The woman trembled uncontrollably, her body pressed against the ground as she heard the divine inquiry. After the ritual concluded, they found themselves here, cloaked in crimson mist, only the indistinct figure seated atop the platform was visible, emanating an unfathomable aura of power. They stood as insignificant as ants before a giant. What other explanation could there be for such a sight, if not for divinity? This was a ritual to commune with the gods. In their panic, everyone prostrated themselves, pouring forth every possible praise to worship the deity before them. So this was undoubtedly the divine realm, but she certainly couldn't answer so plainly. The gods' questioning held deeper meaning, and there was no time for slow deliberation. One must not show disrespect to a deity, a reply had to be given swiftly. The woman's throat worked as she struggled to steady her trembling. Raising her voice as clearly as she could, she answered, "This is the place of salvation." I frowned. This answer explained nothing. Ha! An indescribable chuckle rang out, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. The woman closed her eyes, awaiting final judgment. The ritual had randomly connected with a deity, but it never mentioned offering their souls as tribute to the divine realm. Normally, after a successful ritual, the deity would bestow protection, and the followers, in the days to come, would need to revere, please, and make offerings to the god. But the current situation defied all expectations. No one had ever heard of a ritual forcibly pulling people into the divine realm. My gaze swept downward, the crimson mist obscuring my vision and making it hard to see clearly. Still, I could roughly discern the direction. The speaker was likely that woman with the mechanical right hand. Standing atop the high platform, I fell into deep thought. Aside from this strange space, the scene that greeted me upon waking earlier was bizarre, resembling some sinister cult ritual. Was it that magic circle that brought me here? Is this even Earth? Summoning a deity from another world went wrong and pulled me in instead? I couldn't bring myself to ask questions like, what's going on? Why am I a deity? Who are you people? Those kinds of questions. Now there's still a chance to act like a deity. If I ask something unbecoming of this identity, I'm not sure what I might face. I decided to play along, my gaze turning solemn. What is salvation? The woman only felt an indescribable pressure emanating from the high platform. Calming herself, she answered earnestly, to enter the divine realm, spared from all earthly sufferings, that is naturally the place of salvation. I tightened my grip on the stone chair's armrest. Charlatans were what I hated most in this life, always speaking in riddles. I looked around me. How could this white expanse shrouded in red mist possibly qualify as a divine realm? A place of salvation? Where were the towering, majestic mountains, the grand and magnificent temples? Where were the solemn and mysterious angels that should have been standing behind me, with faint echoes of Alleluia hymns in the air? Otherwise, this was just pathetic. The moment this thought crossed my mind, the red mist surged violently. Instantly, everything I had imagined manifested within the previously empty mist. All at once, we found ourselves atop a mountain range. I resided within an enormous temple, while the ground beneath them transformed into intricately carved floors etched with arcane patterns. The faint strains of sacred hymns reached our ears. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Behind me stood two angels attending, their 12 pairs of intricate wings faintly visible through the red mist. Unable to contain their excitement, the crowd chanted in unison, "Praise the God! Praise the Salvation Sanctuary!" Chapter 3, The Power of Blessing. To be honest, I'm utterly bewildered right now. Even though everyone is kneeling and calling me a god, I don't actually consider myself divine. This simply doesn't make sense. I don't feel any earth-shaking power within me, nor do I possess any knowledge beyond that of ordinary people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt so guilty as to fish for information. But now, this environment changes according to my thoughts. With a single thought, I attempt to manipulate the red mist in a small area. Indeed, within 3 to 5 meters in front of me, the red mist dissipates, leaving a perfectly clear space. It seems I have strong control over this place. Glancing sideways at the two angels, I moved the obstructing red mist away, only to feel a wave of disappointment. They were merely stone statues. For a moment, I nearly believed I truly had angels attending to me. Still, since I can command the red mist space to shift like this, I can at least ensure my own safety now. At this thought, I felt a slight easing in my heart. I looked down at the crowd chanting in unison below. Every time they spoke, my headache grew worse. Silence. The crowd fell quiet at once. My gaze swept over the lead woman as I casually inquired, "Your name?" The woman keenly detected the shift in my tone, sensing an emerging note of nonchalance. The deity acknowledged his response. The divine attitude had shifted, no longer concealing the grandeur of the celestial realm from the faithful. Moreover, he was even inquiring about his name. Her voice carried a slight excitement. Sin Chiyun. Perched on the high platform, I rested my chin in my hand, pondering how to phrase my next question. No matter how I framed it, every question felt inappropriate. Any inquiry seemed to undermine the divine majesty. After all, why would a deity need to ask about the state of this world? My brows knitted tightly. I couldn't even determine whether this god was an outsider or a native deity. Sin Chiyun remained prostrate on the ground. After asking her name, I sank into prolonged silence. She dared not think too much, fearful that her wandering thoughts might conjure up some blasphemous notions, and tried her best to empty her mind. I felt somewhat troubled, my gaze unconsciously sweeping across the high platform. An idea struck me, since direct questioning wasn't appropriate, I'd better get these people to take more action. I wasn't entirely sure how this red mist space worked. My guess was that my physical body hadn't actually entered, considering my knife hadn't come with me. Let's try a small experiment first. Back in the red mist space, aside from the high platform, there was nothing else. Damn, seems like I'd been taking too long. I instinctively sat up straighter, but kept in mind my divine identity. I absolutely mustn't show any panic. First, I let out a soft chuckle, then said with a smile, Sinchiyun, step forward. I couldn't rise myself to inspect the high platform. A deity ought to remain aloft. Moreover, my commands needed to be as vague as possible, to give the other party room for initiative. I just made a mistake by asking too directly, and meticulously opening with, "Where is this place?" was utterly foolish, boxing in all possible follow-up responses and forcing me to merely chase the answers they gave. Now it's different. Come forward, whether ascending 1 step or 9, it's all the same ascent. The deity's demand must be obeyed. This way, I'll gain the upper hand. I wonder if the altar will react. If that woman steps onto it and nothing happens, I'll have no choice but to ask her directly. Upon hearing the divine command, Sinchiyun slowly rose, keeping her head bowed, not daring to meet my gaze. She took a small breath and gradually moved to the foot of the towering altar. Each of its 9 tiers stood 2 meters high, and as she approached, a staircase extended naturally beneath her feet. Behind her, devotees lay prostrate across the ground. Only a few dared to lift their heads slightly to glance at her, the others didn't even dare to move. Sinchiyun lifted the hem of her robe and stepped barefoot onto the stairs. The surface wasn't cold against her soles, instead, it carried a strange warmth. My heart clenched tighter with each step she took toward the lowest level of the altar. Sinchiyun stepped barefoot onto the high platform. Before my eyes, a luminous screen suddenly appeared, and everyone in the crimson mist space froze instantly. One of 3 9th-tier divine blessings will be randomly selected for the faithful. Option 1, Blood and Flesh Magic. Option 2, Ritual Magic. Option 3, Elemental Magic. I slightly parted my lips. So after all this trouble of dragging so many people into this crimson mist space, this was the real purpose? Am I truly a god, chosen by believers? I glanced at the motionless crowd. They probably couldn't hear me right now. Explain the 3 types of magic. The light screen remained unchanged. So unresponsive, what a dumb system. Still, I didn't lose heart. After all, the selection was random. Knowing in advance wouldn't help me choose. Might as well experiment, and maybe gather some intel along the way. Why is everything magic related? Am I a god who wields magic? The god of magic? Some kind of spell-slinging deity? And yet, here I am, a god about to watch my followers gain magic powers while I'm left with nothing. Does that even make sense? Suppressing the strangeness in my heart, I drew. The 3 options transformed into a spinning roulette wheel, and the pointer finally landed on Flesh Magic, accompanied by a brief introduction. 9th level Flesh Magic, basic control over the body's superficial skin and flesh, enabling crude disguises or transformations. Capable of utilizing low-level spells such as flesh bombs. Can initially utilize the flesh and blood of other creatures to restore injuries sustained by one's own body, significantly enhancing physical attributes, with the most noticeable improvements being strength, speed, and reaction time. Sounds pretty disgusting. And judging by the description, it feels more like a superpower than magic. No incantations or knowledge-based elements involved. As soon as the extraction result appeared, the glowing screen vanished. Crimson mist surged toward Sinchiyun as if pouring some unknown power into her. I kept staring at this woman, eager to see what changes would occur. Moments later, the stagnant state within the red mist dissipated, and Sinchiyun's raised foot froze midair. At first, her face was blank with confusion, then filled with fear, before finally erupting into ecstatic joy upon realization. Her right hand throbbed as flesh and blood surged. The divine had bestowed its blessing upon her without demanding any offering in return. Such an extraordinarily benevolent and generous deity. Sinchiyun fell to her knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly, "Praise you, you are so magnificent." I had no mind to listen to her worship, my thoughts wholly consumed by shock. Right after Sinchiyun received the divine grace, I suddenly understood this 9th-tier flesh magic was now within my power too. Moreover, I could revoke the bestowed blessing from Sinchiyun any time. I look at my left hand, where fleshy spikes have erupted. So it seems this deity and believer are mutually enabling each other? But where did this flesh magic come from? I certainly didn't possess it. Could it be from the crimson mist space? Or, I recall the strange ritual sight I saw upon first waking, feeling slightly guilty. Did I steal believers from some god and usurp part of their power? Chapter 4, Proof. I can't help but glance at Sinchiyun again. If my guess is correct and I truly stole power from some deity after arriving, does that mean the bestowed power exceeds the 9th rank? Moreover, the headache is completely gone now. I wanted to try more experiments, perhaps having others ascend the platform, or letting Sinchiyun climb one more step. But just then, a prompt flashed before my eyes. Bestowal concluded. I froze. The bestowal had ended, then what? Sin Shiyun atop the platform and the multitude of prostrate worshippers below vanished in an instant. My gaze sharpened. If my previous speculation was correct, everyone's souls had entered the crimson mist space, so they must have returned now. But what about me? No way did I want to be left alone here. Remembering the God's eye view manipulation from before, I focused my thoughts, and the figure perched on the stone throne began to slowly dissipate. Just as I thought, the sensation of leaving the crimson mist space was bizarre, as if my body had been stretched into a thin, elongated strand. A rustling sound reached my ears, and I abruptly opened my eyes, propping myself up. The surrounding torches were still flickering, with hundreds of people wearing expressions of bewilderment. Weren't we in the divine realm? The god, have we received the deity's blessing? Some, overwhelmed, began fervently kowtowing toward the center of the ritual circle, imploring the god to take them back to the divine realm. I really can't understand what's so great about praying to return to a divine realm where even basic food and clothing are lacking. I looked around and noticed everyone was emitting faint red light that seemed to be slowly withdrawing back into their bodies. Is this some sign of establishing connection with the red mist dimension? Judging by everyone's reactions, it seems only I can see this red glow. The headache from earlier is completely gone now. The real problem is, I have no idea what identity I'm supposed to be assuming at this moment. Before I could think further, fragments of memories began flashing through my mind. In the Central Park, while everyone else was restless and suspicious, I sat there alone, dazed. The original owner of this body shares my name. I'm Meng Yi, a 23-year-old male from Jing'an City. Having lost divine protection, he was forced to participate in this ritual ceremony, hoping to regain the god's favor. In this chaotic world, those who lose divine protection mostly degenerate into nameless monsters someday, or are corrupted by evil deities, enduring a fate worse than death. In my view, the so-called righteous gods of this world seem rather dubious. Take the man before me, for example, wearing an eye patch over his left eye, gaunt and withered. His identity naturally surfaced in my mind, a divine favored. These individuals not only receive divine protection but also beseech power from the gods themselves. Yet power demands a price, differing for each. The cost this man paid seemed rather cheap, just his left eye. Generally speaking, the stronger the divine favored, the greater the price they pay. Suddenly, I understood why Sin Shiyun had just praised me as merciful and generous. She gained divine favor without paying any price at all. The man with the eye patch walked up to me as I sat dazed on the ground. Though his right eye was trained downward, he carefully monitored my movements with his peripheral vision. In a tone that didn't match his fierce demeanor, he cautiously asked, "Did you notice anything strange just now?" I slowly got to my feet, straining to remember who this person was, but nothing came to mind. Probably some official agent. The eye patch guy seemed to be avoiding me, taking 2 steps back while glancing downward and making a puzzled sound. I sensed his body tensing up. Wait, not saw, but sensed, through flesh magic. Looks like I'll have to answer. He's preparing to attack. I decided to be evasive and said to the person before me, "Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. The ritual should have succeeded. There's nothing wrong. Those who have lost divine protection have the right to perform new rituals to regain it. Actions even the arbitration committee acknowledges. The only issue is they shouldn't be held in urban areas, because failure could lead to severe consequences. But what does that have to do with me? I'm not the organizer. If there's a problem, they should go find that Sin Shiyun." I looked past the man before me and noticed that over a dozen unfamiliar figures had unknowingly appeared in the park, likely all government personnel. Indeed, with hundreds conducting rituals in the city center, the authorities were bound to monitor the situation. Yet, while no one else was being questioned, only this eye patch-wearing man had approached me. These agents appeared scattered but suddenly formed an encircling formation around me, all while feigning nonchalance. My face remained expressionless, but my heart pounded loudly. Was it because I had woken up alone earlier? The original host was just an ordinary person who didn't understand many things. I genuinely couldn't discern the reason for their actions. Apparently, me waking up alone earlier was a serious issue. The man with the blindfold didn't continue questioning. His body tensed even more, and sharp, ghastly white bone spikes extended from his fingertips, giving me a dangerous premonition. He was about to strike. I couldn't quite comprehend this, sending someone to verbally probe me, only to attack after 2 sentences? Holy shit! I quietly stepped barefoot on the short knife I'd just thrown to the ground, planning to use flesh magic to transport the blade into my hand, while my left hand subtly began forming a flesh bomb. I was even surprised at how remarkably calm I remained. At that moment, Sin Shiyun rushed over and shouted sharply, "Suo Mingcheng, the ritual has already succeeded, what are you doing?" Her face was livid as she positioned herself between the two of us, arms crossed as she sneered. Suo Mingcheng turned his single eye toward Sin Shiyun's face and grinned savagely. "You say the ritual succeeded, where's the proof?" The footage just transmitted by the drone was eerily strange. No one could tell for certain whether the ritual had succeeded. Standing at the back, I took the opportunity to glance around at the dozen or so figures who appeared to be official personnel. Most of them resembled Suo Mingcheng, but one stood out entirely. His body was hunched, leaning heavily on a cane while gasping repeatedly, with a sunglasses-wearing man carefully supporting him. Yet his face was strikingly youthful and handsome, a vibrant countenance bizarrely paired with a crumbling frame. This could only mean one thing: he was incredibly powerful. The greater the price a blessed one pays, the mightier the power they gain. Sin Shiyun had no intention of proving anything to Suo Mingcheng. With a radiant smile, she turned sideways to face the hunched yet handsome man. I'll naturally provide proof to the Arbiter. My heart quivered. I was well acquainted with the Arbiter's formidable reputation. Every fortress city had its own judgment bureau, responsible for purging heretic worshippers, mutated creatures, and disorderly gifted who disturbed the peace within the city walls. Arbiters held true authority within the judgment bureau. Jing'an City had 6 in total, and the figure before us was undoubtedly one of them. The stooped arbiter paid no heed to Sin Shiyun's words. Sin Shiyun didn't seem to mind. She extended her right arm, and I noticed her right hand was mechanically constructed and riddled with rust. She spoke bleakly. Before this, the deity abandoned me, and my divine grace was withdrawn. You all must know about this. After all, it's rare for one blessed by gods to be forsaken. Now, magistrate judgment, behold. As she spoke, flesh and blood surged like flowing water over her mechanical right hand, and her voice rose fervently. I have regained divine grace. The flesh gradually took shape, her right hand becoming pale and delicate, then suddenly clenched into a fist. The adjudicator's eyes abruptly blazed with light, sweeping over her right hand like searchlights. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and asked in a hoarse voice, then explain, why did everyone faint just now? Sin Shiyun curled into an exaggerated smile and answered in a strange, almost moaning tone, we entered the divine kingdom. We beheld salvation. The words seemed to signal hundreds of people around, who spoke in unison, we await salvation. The voices piled up in layers. Only I failed to keep pace, still pondering over her mechanical right hand. My dazed appearance drew the attention of everyone from the judgment division. The sunglasses-wearing man beside the judge asked curiously, Sir, what were you thinking just now? Sin Shiyun also turned to stare at me, her gaze full of inquiry. Suo Mingcheng already had his back slightly arched, ready to spring into action. I slightly raised my right hand, allowing my flesh to ripple, trying to sound utterly bewildered. I think, I've also received divine blessings. Sin Shiyun's gaze turned peculiar. She didn't recall anyone else ascending the high platform in the divine realm like she had. Of course I noticed, but there was nothing to be done now. I couldn't very well say I wasn't a believer, or that I was the deity myself. Other explanations? Wasn't the god above my head just myself? And I certainly didn't have any grand divine powers to lend me confidence. Damn it, I hate charlatans the most in this life. Who the hell can keep up when they suddenly pull this kind of stunt? In the eyes of others, the divine grace manifesting within me and Sin Shiyun appeared identical. Had the ritual actually succeeded? The gazes from the surrounding devotees felt increasingly unnerving. It made sense for Sin Shiyun to receive divine favor, but me? Completely unexpected. Feeling those scrutinizing stares, I cursed inwardly. Since when do gods explain themselves to you lot? I gave Sin Shiyun a puzzled look while rambling. I don't get it either. Just now when I saw you use that, I felt like I could do it too. Would you all like to try? Hundreds of followers immediately attempted after hearing me say this, though unsurprisingly nothing came of it. Sin Shiyun nodded subtly to herself. Mortals truly couldn't comprehend why the gods bestowed their blessings. Receiving divine favor didn't necessarily require ascending the platform. One should never presume to guess the god's will. She asked casually, your name? Mang Yi. She nodded and turned her attention away from me, addressing the judge instead. As you can see, the ritual was a tremendous success. These 324 normal humans have regained divine protection. She stretched her mechanical right hand before her eyes, flexing the 5 fingers repeatedly. Ever since losing the divine grace, her mechanical arm had become useless. Now, through fleshcraft magic, she seemed whole again. The man in sunglasses didn't let me off the hook. Ignoring Sin Shiyun's words, he pressed on, this. Mr. Meng Yi, care to explain why you were the only one awake beforehand? He stood beside the adjudicator, exuding confidence. From the drone footage earlier, the ritual had initially succeeded before failing. Everyone collapsed, yet I alone had staggered to my feet before crumpling back down. Sin Shiyun mentioned entering the divine realm. Her words aside, there was something deeply wrong with me. I fell silent. Should I keep pushing everything onto the deity's shoulders? Force an explanation? No. According to the original host's memories, if the sacrificial ritual fails, either everyone dies or everyone mutates. Even if someone gets corrupted by an evil god, the others would still die in bizarre ways. There would never be a case where only one person has issues while the rest remain normal. Right now, these hundreds of people and I are all tied to the same rope. If one person has problems, we all have problems. I raised my head, maintaining a confused expression. I don't know. I don't remember waking up. Sure enough, Sin Shiyun said angrily, Li Hao, what do you mean by this? Suspecting the ritual failed? Hundreds of lives are at stake here, think carefully before you speak. Li Hao adjusted his sunglasses and replied casually, I'm just verifying. He stared intently at me. You really don't remember? I could only shake my head. Su Mingqing smirked viciously, in matters like these, better to kill by mistake than let one escape. My heart sank, this was precisely the situation I feared most. To my relief, the hunchback arbiter barked sharply, in this day and age, every normal human is immeasurably precious. Check your bloodthirst. If I was suspect, then all several hundred people became suspect. The arbiter had to make his judgment carefully. This string of words clearly taxed his frail body. No sooner had he spoken than he started gasping for breath uncontrollably. The adjudicator hunched his body and looked up at Sin Shiyun. You exploited the arbitration committee's desire and tolerance for normal humans to conduct sacrificial rituals in Bastion City. You will face punishment for this. Sin Shiyun retorted discontentedly. If we had performed the ritual in the wasteland, those hundreds of people probably wouldn't have survived. What I did preserved hundreds of seeds for humanity. The adjudicator waved his hand with difficulty. The laws weren't written by me. Moreover, didn't you consider the consequences of failure when conducting rituals here? He sighed. Even if the ritual succeeded, we still lost an overseeing executor. Sin Shiyun's face darkened. She had thought that as long as the ritual succeeded, she wouldn't face punishment. As for failure, wouldn't failure have meant death already? But now it seemed punishment was unavoidable. She asked, what punishment will I face? Suo Mingcheng chuckled and interjected, that depends on the executioner. But judging from the divine grace you've received, you probably won't be left with scars. Sin Shiyun lowered her head in silence, fearing most those fanatics might torment her mind instead. The magistrate finally caught his breath and looked at me. So you're Meng Yi, correct? We need to make a final judgment. Before I could react, the judicator's eyes lit up again with radiance. Two beams of light shot toward me. My instinct was to dodge, but I forced myself to stand still. How could my movements possibly be faster than light? Moreover, with a dozen divine-blessed warriors watching intently nearby, any extra movement would surely provoke their immediate intervention. The one-eyed Suo Mingcheng remained coiled like a spring, ready to strike at any moment. I had no choice but to submit to the adjudicator's scanning. The adjudicator's two distinct gazes fell upon me, yet unlike his sweeping scrutiny of Sin Shiyun's right hand, these remained fixed. He stood frozen in place, his labored breathing abruptly ceasing. Li Hao, the sunglasses-wearing operative, was first to notice the abnormality. The moment the breath stopped, he immediately turned to look at the adjudicator. Are you all right? At this utterance, nearly a dozen sanctified nearby instantly shifted their attention toward us. The adjudicator now resembled a statue utterly motionless as twin trails of blood began seeping from his eyes. Plink, the blood droplet fell to the ground but didn't splatter. The limp crimson bead touched down without gathering any dust, rolling around the hunched figure of the arbiter like a ruby. Plink plink plink, a string of blood-red jewels pattered to the floor, each landing with a crisp, almost musical chime. The incessant dripping sound made my scalp prickle, though I couldn't detect anything wrong with myself. A peculiar sensation rose from my left side. My gaze snapped toward that direction instinctively. Suo Mingcheng stood there, his hostility palpable all along. Sure enough, Suo Mingcheng lunged at me. Bone blades sprouted from both his hands, while his single eye eerily tilted away, refusing to look at me. Sin Shiyun, who had been caught between the two, suddenly leapt backward. Uncertain of the situation, she hesitated to intervene hastily. The executioner's behavior horrified her beyond words, leaving her too terrified to interfere with any official actions. I hurled the flesh and blood bomb I'd been gathering in my hand straight at Suo Mingcheng. With a thunderous explosion, gore sprayed in all directions. Forcing my way is definitely not an opponent I can take on. Escape is the best strategy. Flesh magic can slightly alter my appearance. I just need to slip away under the cover of night. I've never felt this calm before. Right now, I can even analyze the situation clearly and make judgments. The flesh explosion can only buy me a momentary reprieve. I don't think my enemies will be killed so easily. There are still about 10 of them around. In the blink of an eye, using the recoil from the explosion, I leapt to the right. The dagger at my feet was conveyed through my flesh, traveling along the path from thigh to abdomen to arm, until it reached my right hand. Then I brandished the dagger, gouged out 2 chunks of flesh from my left arm, and flung them toward the spot where I'd just been standing. What alarmed me more was how unnaturally calm I felt. I could mutilate myself to cast flesh magic without so much as blinking. I began wondering if I should see a psychiatrist. For heaven's sake, I was just an ordinary college student. When I turned to observe the others, the unfolding scene made me freeze momentarily in disbelief. I was fully prepared for the Judgment Division to launch a full-scale attack against me, but except for 2 or 3 individuals, the rest were rapidly retreating from the area. They looked as if they regretted their parents hadn't given them extra legs for running. Seizing my moment of distraction, a black-clad figure in the distance, armed with twin pistols, opened fire on me decisively. The shooter seemed hesitant to look directly at me, resulting in poor accuracy. Only a few bullets found their mark, and they appeared to be aimed at my legs. The defensive properties of flesh magic proved highly effective against such mundane damage. Most bullets lodged themselves in my skin, incapable of penetrating further. But these bullets had special effects. Frost began creeping up my legs. I frowned, they were clearly targeting my mobility. Li Hao reached up to adjust his sunglasses but forcibly restrained himself. The adjudicator had shed bloody tears after just one glance at me. He definitely didn't dare look again now. When the explosion subsided, Suo Mingqing's torso was drenched in blood. The two bone blades had barely protected his vitals, and now he roared, "Li Hao, goddammit, make your move or I'm bailing too. I can't look. Useless." Suo Mingqing kept running while retracting the bone blade from his left hand, transforming it into a gruesome bony shield. Li Hao shouted a warning, "Watch out for the trap." Boom boom, the two chunks of flesh I had left behind exploded violently. "Did you gouge your own brain out?" Suo Mingqing, covered in dust and dirt, was sent flying by the explosion mixed with soil, while some flesh fragments pierced his skin, actively burrowing deeper into his body. "Pah!" He spat out the dirt in his mouth and used a bone blade to pry out the deepest burrowing strand of flesh. At this intensity, he doesn't seem like someone who just received divine grace, more like at least 8th tier strength. Li Hao couldn't even be bothered to argue with him. Even the Inquisitor had suffered a heavy loss and hadn't recovered yet. How could they possibly treat him as an ordinary gracebearer? That's right, I'd already moved beyond the range of the Inquisitor's gaze, and he still hadn't regained his senses. Instead, the bloody tears flowed even more profusely, nearly forming a small stream. The rubies encircling his body spun rapidly with a splashing sound. The conflict erupted too quickly, the surrounding believers hadn't even reacted, and Xin Chiyun stood dumbfounded. She had no mind to admire my brilliant coping skills now. The Arbiter's condition made her blood run cold. For a participant in the ritual to have inflicted such severe harm upon the Arbiter clearly indicated something had gone terribly wrong with the ceremony. If these 324 individuals were judged to be contaminated by the evil god, there was an overwhelming likelihood they would undergo the purification procedure. Yet the ritual had truly succeeded. She had even entered the divine realm and beheld the most benevolent deity. Evil deities are insatiable gods, 100 times more greedy than righteous ones. They devour everything, the blessings of virtuous gods, the flesh, blood, and souls of mortals, even worthless dirt. To evil deities, all are luxuries to be seized without hesitation. The god above the crimson mist absolutely could not be an evil one. The current situation left her utterly baffled. Right now, all I want is to escape this place as quickly as possible. Opponents were terrified by the Arbiter's state, and those few still fighting were hesitating. I didn't dare waste time. What if they snapped out of it? As for what the Arbiter witnessed, that could be considered later. Beneath my feet, two flesh springs emerged, propelling me faster toward the park's exit. This is the 6th Street Central Park in the outer district of Ding'an City, surrounded mostly by chaotic old buildings. If I can break through into those complex surroundings and slightly alter my appearance using flesh magic, there might still be hope to escape. Behind me, Suo Mingqing gives chase at full speed while gunfire erupts wildly. Thud, the sound of a cane striking the ground. Light suddenly blooms above the park, freezing everyone firmly in place, utterly immobilized. I couldn't even blink. The Arbiter's voice rings out, "All of you, cease." Chapter 7 Close Watch. The light seemed to take on a physical form. Mengyi felt like an insect trapped in amber, utterly unable to move. Before long, the restraining force on his body gradually faded, and his ability to move returned. He made no further attempts to escape. Against such binding power, flight was impossible. He turned his head toward the light source and saw a glaring eyeball floating midair in the park, its brilliance gradually dimming into itself. The Arbiter tilted his head slightly upward as the eyeball rolled back and embedded itself into his gaping, still bleeding left eye socket. The blood droplets that had been circling him on the ground now seemed summoned. They rose into the air, forming a thin crimson thread that wove its way back into his empty socket. He raised a hand to wipe his cheek, then stretched his bony fingers before his eyes, staring at the blood staining his palm with unreadable thoughts. The park beneath the night sky fell into a momentary silence. All eyes were fixed on the Arbiter, awaiting his final judgment. Those divine favored who had just fled the park now returned one by one after noticing the radiance here, standing by obediently. It seemed they hadn't actually deserted after all. Mengyi took a shallow breath, ready to attempt entering the realm above the crimson mist at the first sign of trouble. Surely they wouldn't chase him into the crimson mist space? The adjudicator seemed to have figured something out and turned to look at Mengyi. "What do you remember about the process of receiving divine grace?" His tone carried a questioning note rather than an interrogative one. Mengyi instantly decided to align himself with Xin Chiyun's statement. With so many people at the scene calling it the divine kingdom, he could say the same. Wasn't it just about piety? Can't I just believe in myself? He tried his best to appear fanatical. I must enter the divine realm, must witness salvation. As for divine grace, he needed to remain consistent with his earlier statement. The process of receiving divine grace, I truly don't quite understand. The adjudicator's bleeding eyes stared at him, this time not using the spotlight mode, appearing only to discern whether he was lying through his facial expression. Meng Yi's heart wavered with unease. The adjudicator's withered hand tightened around the cane and gave it a sudden thump. Thud. The voice echoed in everyone's hearts. After review by the Judgment Division, the ritual has been deemed a great success. These 324 individuals retain their human status. Sin Shiyun, report to the Penalty Division voluntarily. I don't want to waste manpower detaining you. The judge turned and walked away after speaking. His frail, withered frame moved with noticeable difficulty. Suo Mingcheng, covered in blood at this moment, exchanged a glance with Li Hao before falling silent, then turned to follow the adjudicator's footsteps. Meng Yi stood there at a loss. Could this really be such an anticlimax? He found himself struggling to adapt to these people's way of doing things. In his heart, he was screaming complaints. Shouldn't you arrest me as a potential suspect? Did you understand anything before leaving? I haven't figured anything out myself. As hundreds of believers began dispersing around them, Meng Yi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Why were these people so unnaturally calm? Also, he stared at the retreating figure of Sin Shiyun, unsure whether he should call out to her. Aren't we both followers of the same God? Shouldn't we bond and discuss how to carry out our work? Shouldn't we spread the name of our God and expand the faith of K? Oh, it seems he didn't give himself a name either. He looked around blankly as those people casually took the torches with them when leaving. Meng Yi gazed at the last solitary torch and steadied himself. Alright, let's go home first and sort out my thoughts slowly. He recalled the original body's address, Outer City, 6th District, number 102. Not particularly close, about 6 kilometers from here. Did she walk here barefoot all the way? Ah, right, Sin Shiyun had mentioned before the ritual that piety was required. He walked up to the last torch and pulled it from its holder. The lightless night held some danger. As for street lamps, Jing'an City had none. Barefoot, he strode into the pitch-black street. A dozen members of the Judgment Bureau had by now taken their seats in vehicles, beginning their journey back to headquarters. Apart from Li Hao's initial van, the other vehicles were all sorts of miscellaneous models. They varied in size, height, and bulkiness, but most were quite run down. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Hao curiously asked the arbiter, "What did you see just now?" The way Meng Yi woke up alone was highly suspicious, wasn't it? The adjudicator held his cane with eyes closed in repose, shaking his head slightly at Li Hao's inquiry, like one favored by the gods. Suo Mingcheng sat in the back row, having removed his clothes, with bone spurs extending from his fingertips as he slowly picked out the flesh and blood still lodged within his body. Hearing the words, he looked up in astonishment. God's chosen one? It is well known that every divinely blessed individual must pay a price to the deities. They are all broken beings, be it in body or mind. This is a twisted path, fraught with suffering. Yet the divinely favored are different. They are beloved by the gods, gaining power without paying any price, not even needing to please the deities. Their power grows steadily stronger over time. They are the fortunate ones, the chosen ones, forever under the gods' watchful gaze and divine protection. The adjudicator's voice carried a faint trace of envy. I saw upon him the grand temple atop the mountain peaks, where mighty deities were served by angels. Just one glance wounded me grievously. The arbitrator's tightly shut eyes once more brimmed with bloody tears. K is a true god. A false deity would have attempted to devour the bestowed power within me, and no infernal power could wound me with but a glance. The others show no signs of corruption either. A simple spiritual vision confirms they've all received divine protection, since Shiyun even obtained the power of godly grace. As for that Meng Yi, no sooner had he received the divine favor than his power nearly reached the 8th tier intensity. Very much like a god-touched one. At this point, his voice took on a note of excitement. If it's true, this would be an immense blessing. Another divine chosen has appeared among mankind. Suo Mingcheng shook his head silently and continued using the bone spike to pick out the flesh that had embedded itself deep within his body. This has nothing to do with him. He didn't believe humanity could be saved, even with one more divine blessed. This inquisitor before him worshipped a righteous deity of light, yet even his body had withered and shriveled to such a state. If even the righteous gods were like this, where was humanity's salvation? They were merely clinging to a thread of survival. The adjudicator lifted his sleeve to wipe away the streaks of blood trickling from the corner of his eye. I have a new assignment for both of you. Keep a close watch on Meng Yi. Su Mingcheng didn't even look up. Understood. To him, one job was the same as any other. Li Hao seemed puzzled. Why should we focus on a god's favored? Isn't letting them grow independently the best choice? The arbiter finally opened his eyes, which were now filled with crack-like patterns. From the footage you provided me, that ritual appears to have communicated with two deities. The adjudicator seemed somewhat uncertain, his tone tinged with doubt. At first, the appearance of blood mist indicated the ritual's success. This can be discerned based on past experience. Later everyone fainted, claiming to have entered the divine realm. I think, two deities may have manifested. Li Hao asked with keen interest, so the latter one truly took everyone to the divine realm? The adjudicator shook his head. I think it's impossible. They probably just took Manga inside. The others were immersed in the ritual and might have seen some projected illusions. A group of ordinary people who aren't even divine favored, entering the divine kingdom? How is that possible? He'd never even seen what the divine kingdom looks like himself. Light began seeping from the cracks in the adjudicator's eyeballs, as though some sort of repair was underway. He muttered, 2 deities. Regardless, we should keep a closer eye on them. Chapter 8. The Crutch of Limbs. Manga strode out of the park with a torch in hand, then abruptly halted his steps, his brows furrowing. If his eyes didn't deceive him, there was a person lying by the roadside. If this had happened before my transmigration, it wouldn't have been worth making a fuss about. But in this world, things were different. Danger could come from anyone, given that the deities people worshipped all had different preferences. Some delighted in deception, others reveled in lust, some were fond of violence, and others twisted flesh. Followers had to constantly please their gods and strictly adhere to their preferences. This was the only way to keep their divine protection. So, this world is filled with all sorts of strange people, liars, lunatics, masochists, sadists, psychopaths, morons, and the like. Especially at night, when all manner of demons and monsters come out to play. Someone lying by the roadside might stab him as he passes, or even slice him open. It's entirely possible. The urgent matter now is to go home and ponder over today's events. To avoid trouble, it's better to take a detour, just a few extra steps, nothing more. He turned with the torch in hand, his eyes narrowing sharply. A figure emerged leisurely from around the street corner. Mangi's expression remained blank as he silently assessed whether he could turn into the park without crossing paths with the other person, only to realize with resignation that their paths were destined to intersect. Those wandering late at night were mostly ill-intentioned, but there was no avoiding it now. On the bright side, the other party would probably be intimidated by his white robes and bare feet. Manga chuckled self-deprecatingly in his mind and calmly strode forward, torch in hand. The other party wasn't holding a torch. Could they have strong night vision? Before long, he could clearly see the other person's features. His robes were tattered, his face pallid with sunken eyes, the very picture of death itself. Leaning heavily on an unnaturally thick cane, he radiated such an eerie chill that one could feel it from meters away. All in all, he gave no impression of being among the living. As the two drew closer, Manga felt his heart skip a beat. The death-faced man's cane was unmistakably assembled from human limbs, the lower portion consisting of thigh-calf foot segments, while the upper part formed an arm-forearm-hand construction. Thud thud, the strange sound of a prosthetic limb tapping against the ground. This was a God-favored one, and the likelihood of mental instability was alarmingly high. Manga forced himself not to look directly, while a faint, unpleasant odor tickled his nostrils. The other party dragged out his voice with a strange tone, extending a finger toward the person lying on the ground as he asked, "Did you kill him?" Upon hearing this, Manga turned to look at the visitor. Yet the speaker was clearly not that dead-faced man at all. The palm of the peculiar limb-like cane bore a rosy mouth that now extended a long tongue, swaying as it emitted eerie sounds. Drops of saliva pattered onto the ground. What kind of monstrosity was this? Manga felt his scalp tighten, yet his face remained cold as he replied, "No." He seemed quite certain that person was already dead? Disciples of death? The customs in the fortress city are rather peculiar. When someone dies, there are no cemeteries nor cremations. People usually just toss the corpses onto the roadside. Naturally, the disciples of death will properly dispose of the bodies. They are obsessed with collecting, utilizing, and even manufacturing corpses. They are death's most humble servants. The dead-faced man raised his hand, and the corpse by the street swayed unsteadily as it rose and walked toward them. Hearing the commotion behind him, Manga glanced back. What a goddamn world. Not even death brings peace. Quite a fine body. The limb cane sighed admiringly, its words accompanied by the dead-faced man contorting his features into various exaggerated expressions. The muscles in his face were stiff, giving his expressions an odd, comical quality. Manga shook his head slowly before turning to continue on his way. Unexpectedly, the dead-faced man twisted his head to look at him, the mouth in his palm suddenly splitting into an exaggerated grin. Now, little murderer, don't be in such a hurry to leave." After saying this, his long tongue made a full circle around his mouth. Manga paused mid-step. Without betraying his emotions, he subtly maneuvered the dagger buried beneath flesh toward his right hand, then turned his head with a cold smile. At a time like this, showing fear wasn't an option, no matter how eerie this person seemed. The deathly pale face exhaled a chilling breath as the arm forming the upper part of the cane-like limb bent forward, bringing the mouth and its palm close to Manga's face while continuously opening and closing. "I just saw the Judgment Division's vehicle leaving. Their vehicles from the old era are quite distinctive." So, the mouth on the cane spoke mockingly. Right now, there shouldn't be any enforcers passing through nearby. Manga immediately swung the torch in his hand, smashing it viciously toward that grotesque mouth. Since things have come to this point, of course, it's better to strike first. Is this dead-faced bastard really attacking people just to collect corpses? How utterly reckless. Everyone was unable to gauge each other's strength. This world has too many lunatics. The corpse that had been lying on the roadside just moments ago now dashed toward them at breakneck speed, its head lolling. The figure abruptly leaped backward, its limbs contorting like twisted canes as it rasped, striking so swiftly and cleanly, yet you claim you didn't kill them. Manga remained silent with a cold expression, splitting off a slender strand of flesh to wrap around the torch before casually throwing it at the corpse, while his right hand drove the short dagger fiercely toward the dead face's chest. Cut the crap! The opponent retreated further and abruptly swung his cane, the long-mouthed hand at its tip suddenly grabbed for Mangi's wrist with an eerie, chilling aura. Quite nimble. Our god will surely be pleased to control a corpse puppet like you. Boom! The torch Manga had just thrown exploded abruptly. A flesh bomb. The corpse that had just charged forward was violently flung away by the blast. Witnessing this scene, the pale-faced man briefly showed a flicker of panic. Suddenly halting his cane, he blurted out, "8th rank? Are you seriously walking at night with a torch at tier 8? A divine bless like you, walking around with a torch in the middle of the night? Can't you see the road?" Deadface cursed inwardly. The current situation was completely different from what he'd anticipated. Manga paid no heed to his thoughts. Now that the opponent showed fear, it was time to press the advantage. A slender fleshy tentacle suddenly extended from his right hand, the boneless appendage wielding a dagger that swiftly arced toward the other's neck. The skeletal walking stick emitted an eerie cry as a layer of solid ice instantly encased the deathly pale neck. Misunderstanding. Clang. The dagger collided with the ice, producing a crisp metallic ring before the blade shattered upon impact. A fierce glint flashed through Mangi's eyes. He wasn't about to wait for his opponent to manipulate the corpse and flank him. The bloody flesh extending from his right hand suddenly swelled. Boom! An even more violent explosion erupted. The dead-faced man was violently flung backward. His limited area of solid ice couldn't protect his entire body. His chest erupted into a gaping wound where bone was visible. Visible to the naked eye, filamentous strands of flesh desperately burrowed into his body, their exposed tails thrashing wildly. Terror filled his eyes as frost crackled across his skin, forming a barrier against the invasive tendrils of flesh. The cane spewed words like a rapid-fire cannon from its mouth. "I'm a legally recognized normal human by the arbitration committee. Killing me would count as murder. What part of you is normal?" Manga wrenched this bizarre limb cane from the dead-faced man's grasp. Boom! With a scream, the cane exploded into splinters. Then he lowered his head to look at the corpse-like face. Chapter 9, The God of Screwing. Manga completely ignored the cane's earlier pleas for mercy and lunged forward without hesitation. His right hand transformed into a blade of flesh, stabbing fiercely toward the corpse-like face's chest. Where is the arbitration committee? Can anyone see it? Besides, how dare they block someone at night when they're this weak? The horror in the other party's eyes froze as the corpse that had just gotten up nearby collapsed with a loud thud. Manga slowly withdrew his hand. If he wasn't mistaken, his right hand had just absorbed part of the other person. A chilling dread crept into his heart. It actually automatically replenishes the consumption of flesh bombs? He initially thought his tolerance had inexplicably increased significantly, but now he still couldn't help feeling nauseated. Manga watched the crimson mist spreading from his own body, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The crimson mist seemed to extract something from the other party before retracting back into its own body. He had some suspicions in mind as he turned to look at the first corpse from earlier. This particular corpse remained completely unscathed by the flesh bomb's explosion, indicating remarkably high physical resilience. Most likely, this had been a blessed one during their lifetime. He slowly approached the corpse and examined it carefully, a burly man with scarred features, his neck bent at an unnatural angle that suggested it had been snapped. The red mist remained unusually quiet this time, not spreading outward. Must it be killed by my own hands to count? Manga glanced around. The deserted streets were utterly silent, which was perfectly normal. In the fortress city, few people ventured out at night. Yet despite acting in self-defense, he now found himself carefully surveying his surroundings like some deranged murderer. The explosion just now made quite a commotion. So exhausting. Time to head home. Hopefully I won't run into any more crazies this time? Manga walked barefoot across the uneven road surface, its potholed appearance betraying years of neglect. The torches had been damaged, so he could only trudge along the road by moonlight, constantly worrying about potential traps along the way. He had no way to predict what the madman in the city might do. Manga sighed softly and began sifting through the original body's memories of this world. Human civilization underwent a cataclysmic change 30 years ago. The world transformed overnight in ways beyond comprehension. Anyone could mutate, turning into twisted, amorphous monstrosities, or something that couldn't even be called a living creature. Not just humans, birds, beasts, flowers, trees, even lifeless objects like stones and sand began mutating one after another. These mutated entities didn't specifically target humans, they indiscriminately attacked whatever they could see. Yet for human civilization, this was equally unstoppable. Every attempted countermeasure failed, the human population plummeted, and civilization teetered on the brink of collapse. At this moment, some individuals stepped forward, claiming to have obtained divine protection, and began wantonly disseminating knowledge of various sacrificial rituals. In their desperation, humans who tried it clung to these rituals like drowning men grasping at the last straw, and promoted them widely. Even though these so-called protective deities appeared equally twisted and malevolent, humanity had no choice. 19 ultimate fortress cities were established as human civilization struggled desperately upon this accursed land. Mangi's expression flickered between gloom and uncertainty. Humanity in this world was barely clinging to survival, because the population had been steadily declining. From his inherited memories, the current population appeared far smaller than during his childhood, leaving many houses abandoned without owners. Surveying the dilapidated houses lining both sides of the road, he couldn't help but sigh under his breath. What kind of mess is this, throwing him into this world? On his way, Mangi encountered 2 or 3 ill-intentioned individuals whose gazes were as venomous as snakes and scorpions, and each of them had strangely sinister appearances. Perhaps it was Mangi's unyielding demeanor that made these people think twice. In the end, he returned safely to the foot of his apartment building. District 6, number 102. This is a slightly dilapidated 6-story residential building, with about 40 rooms on each floor. He lives in room 201 on the 2nd floor, immediately to the left at the top of the stairs. The building has the characteristic narrowness typical of the fortress city's early construction days. The staircase is barely wide enough for one person to comfortably ascend or descend. If 2 people happen to meet on the stairs, one would have to retreat to the landing to let the other pass. It seems the original occupant didn't have an easy life. Mangi arrived at the door and gave it a gentle push. His home didn't even have a proper lock. It's miserable enough. With the city's power shortages, one couldn't expect luxuries like electric lights here. Mangi groped under the floorboards to retrieve a key, then unlocked the wooden chest in the innermost part of the room to fish out a candle and light it. Even candles were considered luxuries. If it were before, he would never have brought himself to light it so carelessly. Mangi looked down at the lighter in his hand, which gave him a fleeting sense of civilization. The room wasn't large, only around 30 square meters. A bed, a wardrobe, a wooden chest, but surprisingly, it had its own private bathroom. This is thanks to the early planning of the Citadel City. To quote his original father's words, it stems from the inertia of human civilization. The initial construction of the Citadel City carried strong idealistic elements. Urban planners even included parks in their designs. Mangi carried a candle inside and was surprised to find that the bathroom was still functional. He immediately realized these measures were designed to prevent the spread of disease and plague. Moreover, many deities particularly favored such arrangements. We must prevent these deity worshippers from finding loopholes. That's why public health facilities in fortress cities have always been maintained. Whether any of them had peculiar hobbies remains unknown. Just thinking about it makes me sick. The room was extremely simple, with white walls that had long since turned yellow. He opened the wardrobe and glanced inside. It held only 2 simple outfits and a pair of shoes. Mangi lowered his head to look at the white robe he was wearing. Well then, he turned back to glance at the bed. No wonder there were no sheets. Should one lament the original owner's hardship, or praise his crafty resourcefulness? He opened the chest, which contained scattered bits of junk. Mangi rummaged through them half-heartedly. Including the one in his hand, there were 2 candles, 3 5-yuan bills, a small mirror, and 2 yellowed photographs. They were pictures of his parents. 2 photographs surviving from the old times. The photo showed a vibrant young couple, their faces radiating with happy smiles. Mangi held up 2 photos and glanced at them briefly. His current body's father had died in riots caused by cultists of an evil god, while his mother had mutated after losing divine protection. Even if ordinary people do their utmost to please the gods, they can easily lose divine favor when least expecting it, whimsical beings as they are. With a grim expression, Mangi placed the photos back and picked up a mirror instead, likely an item left behind by his current body's mother. As he held it up to his face, he marveled repeatedly at how 2 people from different worlds could look so strikingly alike. It's exactly the same. Mangi put down the mirror and looked around his home. No wonder the door didn't need a lock. The only thing of any value in the entire room was that 15 yuan. Truly nothing but bare walls. Not even a thermos or a drinking cup in sight. He frowned as he recalled that the original body had been working all day long, eating and drinking outside, usually only using the home for sleeping. And there were no days off all year. Holy shit! What kind of bullshit is this? His job was also quite simple. The city's defense system components required frequent replacement, and he was responsible for assembling those parts. Just working on the assembly line tightening screws. This is the daily life of most ordinary people in the fortress city. There are only 2 things in life. First, please the gods. Second, keep working non-stop. The city's defense system has been operating at full capacity. Simply maintaining this system requires enormous manpower and resources, yet the population keeps dwindling while the workload for existing staff keeps increasing. For modern humans, everything comes down to survival, and the gods favored are no exception. All divine blessed, except those serving in official departments like the Judgment Division, typically venture into the wilds to fight. Aberrations don't deliberately attack fortress cities, but some always wander nearby, appearing endlessly like tidal waves. Cities have a huge demand for materials dropped by these aberrations, used to construct defensive arrays, forge supernatural weapons, and more. Divine blessed can also choose not to go, focusing on mundane labor if they prefer. No one forces them, as long as they can endure the meager wages and their deity doesn't object. Gods love excitement. Manga doesn't seem to share this problem. His god is actually himself. The god of screwing bolts? Whatever, these are worries for tomorrow. The top priority now is to check out that crimson mist space. Did that crimson mist just absorb something earlier? Manga sat on the edge of the bed, gathering his thoughts. A red mist began to emanate from his body, gradually enveloping his entire form. Chapter 10, The Revered Name. Manga reappeared within the crimson mist space. There were changes in the space this time, and he received a prompt as soon as he entered. Obtained 1 portion of 9th tier blessing power. Options available: 1. Bestow divine grace, insufficient quota, current conversion rate, 1/3 9th tier. 2. Increase the upper limit of ordinary believers, can add 7 people. Note, the more believers, the higher the conversion rate. This 9th tier blessing power was likely seized from that dead believer. Manga stroked his chin as he examined the handwriting before him, being able to seize blessing power. This was essentially plundering the power of other deities. In principle, only evil gods would do such things. The bestowed power he gave Tsinchiyun was indeed not without origin. It seems he had truly seized the power of some deity before. It'd be best if no one else discovered this ability. However, aside from himself, others probably couldn't perceive the red mist, so there was no need to worry too much about people. What he wasn't sure about was whether the corresponding deity could sense it when the red mist stole the bestowed power. Unable to make a judgment, I could only quietly stay alert. Then came those 2 options. The descent of divine grace was easy to understand, but the latter option about insufficient quota, plundering the power of blessings, appeared to be a 3-in-1 deal. Manga shifted his gaze to the latter option. Conversion rate. The more believers, the higher the conversion rate. Does this mean that with enough believers in the future, the power seized can be converted 1-to-1? Manga has not yet made a choice. Firstly, the specific ratio still needs to be explored. Secondly, even if expanding the number of believers were chosen now, there's no one available anyway. He was just a novice god. How to reach believers, how to let believers reach me, none of this was known at all. It needs to be explored step by step. However, he quickly learned the answer to the latter question. Manga leaned back in his chair. The dome of the grand hall was embedded with scattered points of light, which even the crimson mist could not obscure. This was a new development. As his thoughts stirred, the stars above the dome fell, swirling around the stone chair atop the high platform. Various voices immediately echoed in Manga's ears. Oh God! Listening to the multitude of prayers, he smiled mockingly to himself. What kind of god was ever this weak? But this doesn't prevent him from using this crimson mist space. With continuous development, there will inevitably come a day when it lives up to its name. He glanced slightly at the surrounding stars, each corresponding to a believer. Through these stars, he could observe every move of his followers. Nearly all believers would devote themselves to prayer upon returning home, making it their foremost daily ritual. They prayed repeatedly, trembling with fear, hoping their deity would give clear guidance on how they might better align with the divine will. To act contrary to the god's preferences meant being cast aside by the deity at any moment, and yet, they knew nothing about this new god. Even through the stars, Manga could sense their helplessness and panic. The rooms these people found themselves in were mostly cramped and narrow, facing lit candles as they continuously kowed out and prayed. So that's what the candles were for. Recalling what he'd witnessed while walking the night road earlier, Manga raised an eyebrow. Earlier in the park, Tsinchiyun had said there were 324 people here. Excluding himself, that should leave 323 others. Manga gave it a quick glance, and the number 321 surfaced in his mind. Just walking a stretch of night road had cost him 2 followers. This world truly wasn't kind to ordinary people. Under these circumstances, he wouldn't even consider expanding his follower count. As it stood, he couldn't even maintain his current roster at full capacity. This 9th tier blessed power, he'd keep it in reserve for now. Manga's gaze swept across these stars. How should he deliver divine revelations to his devotees? Seeing his followers in such fearful unrest, he couldn't just leave them unattended. What if they all ended up converting to other deities? A slightly brighter star flashed before his eyes, and Manga focused his attention. It turned out to be Tsinchiyun's flicker. This woman had clearly begun her prayers the moment she returned home. In her spacious, well-lit room, a single candle flame trembled. She was once a divine blessed, seemingly living in far better conditions than ordinary people. The other person crossed their hands over their chest, closed their eyes, and bowed their head with utmost piety. O Divine One, how shall I extol your name? How shall I walk in your ways? Meng frowned. What should he do? He began to recall how he used to worship other deities. Those gods never delivered clear divine messages. When he received their blessings, he simply knew in his heart what to do to please them further. Now, these followers clearly lacked such internal guidance, leaving them naturally anxious and unsettled. Had they not witnessed the divine realm with their own eyes, or seen Qin Shiyun and himself as proof of divine favor, many followers would likely doubt the ritual's success. He's quite different from the deities of this world. Personally delivering divine revelations one by one? Wouldn't that undermine this deity's dignity? No, I must choose a spokesperson. Qin Shiyun was the most suitable candidate. Meng Yi reached out and touched the star that represented Qin Shiyun. How should the divine message be conveyed? Should he bring her over to speak? At the very bottom layer of the high platform, a figure suddenly appeared. Meng Yi stood frozen in shock. Qin Shiyun, on the other hand, was first astonished, then overwhelmed with joy. She had just been praying at home moments ago when suddenly she found herself back in the divine realm. The deity upon the high platform now floated amidst countless stars, appearing more inscrutable than ever, idly toying with the brightest one in his grasp. Qin Shiyun fell to her knees with a thud and kowtowed. Great God! A majestic voice sounded, raise your head. Trembling with fear, Qin Shiyun lifted her gaze upward. The stars encircling the deity now began to ascend, ultimately embedding themselves into the dome of the grand hall. The divine realm grew even more resplendent. Meng Yi leaned back on the stone chair, speaking in a measured tone. You wish to glorify my name? To walk my path? Qin Shiyun bowed in reverence. Meng Yi carefully recalled that the deities in this world didn't place much emphasis on divine names. They seemed remarkably casual about their holdover worshippers. There were no churches, no sacred texts. The gods apparently needed none of these, nor did they care about faith at all. Their followers could be abandoned without a second thought. But Meng Yi couldn't act this way. The number of his worshippers directly affected his conversion rate. The power of the gods blessed would also reflect back upon himself. So, they needed a grandiose name, an appropriate organizational structure, and a suitable path for believers to follow. Ha! Qin Shiyun devoutly bowed her head. Meng Yi surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing frantically. A divine name should not merely sound pleasant, but must signify substance. The Crimson Mist Divine Kingdom, combined with one's own actions of plundering the blessings of other deities. Plunder, slaughter. How about calling it the Crimson King? If it were about revolution, then the name Crimson might fit. Unfortunately, his powers leaned more toward plunder and slaughter. Scarlet wasn't just a color, it carried the weight of blood and peril. Wang Zhe symbolizes rule and might. This is more fitting than forcefully labeling oneself with titles like Lord of this or Ruler of that. Devotees call this place the Haven of Salvation that can be used directly. The eternal embodiment of the Haven of Salvation. But this is too flimsy. I can foresee myself gaining many powers in the future. So, God of Gods? Absolutely insane. The Almighty? This sounds promising. The omnipotent title has a certain flair, but again, it's just too exaggerated. The versatile trickster with myriad powers. Never declare outright the ability to plunder, disguise it beneath ever-changing authorities. Finally, Meng Yi made his decision. The Crimson King. The ever-changing one with myriad powers. The eternal incarnation of the place of redemption. He needed to figure out a special way to tell Qin Shiyun. Just the thought of sitting on that high platform and uttering those 3 sentences filled Meng Yi with a wave of embarrassment. Beneath the divine throne, Qin Shiyun seemed to sense something and prostrated herself on the ground, crying out in a piercing voice. We praise you, great Crimson King. You are the master of myriad powers, the ever-changing one, is the eternal incarnation of the place of salvation. Chapter 11 The Covenant. Meng Yi sat atop the high platform, feeling as though ants were crawling beneath his seat. So embarrassing. Qin Shiyun chanted incessantly. I shall extol the most benevolent and virtuous name of the Scarlet Divine. Prostrate before eternal salvation. Only your radiance can illuminate the path ahead for me. In her view, a deity who bestowed blessings without demanding tribute was truly worthy of such praise. This only made Meng Yi feel even more restless and uneasy. Fortunately, the other person was currently prostrate on the ground. Otherwise, if they looked up and saw her revered god in such a state, their faith might utterly collapse. Meng Yi kept psyching herself up. Stay calm, stay calm. She's just a simp, she's just a simp. It took great effort to restore that state of serene detachment within myself. Next was to have the other party walk their own path. Typically, a deity should have scriptures, a religion, a holy city, and such. But in the initial stages, let's keep everything simple for now. Moreover, such matters should be compiled by the believers. It would be quite strange for a divine being like him to speak of them directly. Meng Yi had a sudden thought. Before Qin Shiyun, the crimson mist churned and gradually transformed into several lines of text. She gazed at these words with reverent eyes, as if determined to engrave them deep into her soul. This was the covenant that Meng Yi had compiled, imitating a certain religion from his past life memories. 1. You shall have no other gods before me. 2. The lambs of God shall love and unite with one another. 3. To glorify my name is to walk in my path. He wasn't opposed to establishing something like the 10 Commandments, but such concepts didn't suit this world. The followers of other deities were unnaturally sinister, expecting his own devotees to show kindness to others would be like sending lambs straight to the slaughter. When facing life or death situations, would the believers of this world truly abide by his doctrines? The rigid, uncompromising kind. These 3 will suffice. As for any issues, there certainly aren't any. He can revoke his blessings or protection from any follower at will. In this world where divine protection is indispensable, it's essentially having power over life and death. Sin Shiyun's breathing grew heavy. We shall forever praise your name. Meng Yi's gaze rested upon her. A deity shouldn't give too many explicit commands. Mystique must be maintained. Though he wanted very much to assign her tasks, comforting the faithful, strengthening communication with himself, attempting to seize other blessings, and so on. But for now, he could only suppress his feelings and speak calmly. You may withdraw. The 3 tenets would be sufficient for her to practice. According to the divine style of this world, love among faithful devotees cannot be faked. No idea how proselytizing should be done, or where these followers of mine are supposed to come from. Sin Shiyun's figure gradually faded, vanishing within the crimson mist. Meng Yi rose to his feet and descended the altar step by step, standing where Sin Shiyun had just been before tilting his head to gaze upward. Above the dome, the stars shone brilliantly. Behind the divine throne, angels stood in attendance, hymns echoed, and the grand hall towered majestically. Meng Yi couldn't help but laugh dryly. His figure grew faint and, in the blink of an eye, he reappeared in his own cramped little room. Damn, this place really is tiny. Just returned from the towering divine realm, Meng Yi felt somewhat disoriented. First, get some sleep. Tomorrow, go to the factory to resign and settle the wages, otherwise, his entire savings would amount to just $15. Meng Yi had no intention of truly becoming a god who tightened screws, nor did he want to stay cooped up in this tiny room forever. For a god's favored, making money was relatively easy, it just depended on whether one was willing to take risks. I'll contact Sin Shiyun tomorrow to learn more about the Blessed Ones. Believers should show brotherly love, after all. Meng Yi glanced at the bare bed and reluctantly lay down fully clothed. Even working as a screw assembler wouldn't be this miserable, would it? Then his expression turned strange. The god the original body worship advocated asceticism, though who knows what ordinary people need to practice asceticism for. Anyway, he held himself to the standards of an ascetic, yet still got mercilessly abandoned by the deity for not being austere enough. Well then, one could say all that suffering was for nothing. At the crack of dawn the next day, Meng Yi rose and left the house, swapping his white robe for normal clothes from his wardrobe. It must be said, the original body had good reason to be abandoned. How could an ascetic like you not be dressed in rags? Moreover, Meng Yi took out 3 5-yuan bills. There was still money left. Is this for real? Meng Yi glanced around his nearly empty home and shook his head silently before pushing the door open and stepping out. Many of the neighbors were already awake, silently queuing in the narrow stairwell to make their way downstairs. No one exchanged words with each other. Meng Yi, with his wandering eyes, stood out as an anomaly. Everyone showed a guarded wariness toward him. The atmosphere was strangely oppressive, making Meng Yi sigh involuntarily. Looks like human civilization won't last much longer like this. Then as a god, losing his believers, how could he obtain the power of feedback? Moreover, the entire fortress city resembled a massive factory operating in 2 shifts. Lifeless. Boom. A thunderous boom rang out overhead. Meng Yi stood downstairs, lifting his gaze to the sky. The blue electromagnetic barrier materialized at this moment, revealing a twisted, grotesque creature floating in the sky. Like an invisible fluid, it shimmered with iridescent colors. Intricate patterns densely emerged midair, their lines abruptly transitioning from dull to radiant, followed by crackling lightning enveloping the amorphous fluid creature. Ruawar! A piercing scream rang out. The hurried passers-by paid no heed to it. Mutants wandering outside the fortress city were hardly uncommon. This is one of the most common types of mutants. The divinely favored call them soft-form creatures, troublesome to deal with and not worth much. A melodious female voice reached Meng Yi's ears. He turned to see it was Sin Shiyun. She wasn't wearing robes now, but rather a streamlined tracksuit, her dazzling face full of vitality. Noticing Meng Yi turn around, she solemnly declared, "The holy covenant of the god has descended. I know the sacred name of the god." Meng Yi, afraid the other might repeat those embarrassing words, hurriedly interrupted. "I know it too." Sin Shiyun wasn't surprised, after all. The other was also one blessed by the divine. Sin Shiyun got straight to the point. "We should organize the lambs of God and pass down his holy covenant." Meng Yi had a belly full of words stuck in his throat. He had so many questions. What exactly was the wilderness like? How should the God-favored act? How to make money? Yet the other's attitude made perfect sense. Pleasing the gods was the paramount concern. Even if they went to find last night's believers now, regardless of whether they were at work, as long as they stated their purpose, the supervisors wouldn't stop them from leaving their posts. Now the divine covenant has brought love and friendship among the believers once more, so Tsin Shiyun naturally came to him first. Who made him the favored one of the gods? Meng Yi could only ask, still at yesterday's park? Tsin Shiyun replied as if it were obvious, naturally, that's the sacred ground, the place where everyone enters the divine realm. She shoved a few sheets of paper toward Meng Yi. These contain information on half the believers. See you this afternoon. Meng Yi clutched the papers in his hand, watching as the other person turned to leave, her long ponytail swaying in a graceful arc. She seemed in high spirits, a stark contrast to the lifeless figures around her. Meng Yi turned back to look at his home. Should he bring along the robe? Otherwise when the time comes, my devotion might appear lacking. Chapter 12, Don't Take It Too Far. Meng Yi tucked the robe under his arm while holding several lists in his hand as he stepped into a breakfast diner. First, time to eat. It said the owner of this shop worships a deity who delights in fine food. If all gods were this simple, what a beautiful world this would be. The shop wasn't exactly empty, which reassured Meng Yi greatly, at least this wasn't some shady establishment. Of course, he still needed to watch out for certain individuals. The moment he entered, he noticed one patron biting his own finger and meticulously smearing blood across his utensils. A middle-aged woman was bustling about tending to customers when she noticed Meng Yi frozen at the entrance. Following his gaze, she merely shrugged without much concern. Young man, what would you like to eat? Don't worry, the kitchen has ceremonial magic set up. All ingredients and utensils have been purified. The diner smearing blood was discovered in the act but remained completely unashamed and utterly composed. A tribute to the gods. His righteous demeanor even made Meng Yi begin to question whether he was being oversensitive. Oh, ahem. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Switching to another place probably wouldn't make much difference. As for buying ingredients at the market to cook myself, Meng Yi couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get scammed to death, literally dead. Snapping back to reality, he glanced at the menu on the wall and blurted out, "This expensive?" $15 was only enough for him to eat a small basket of dumplings. So what was his income level? Exactly 2,000 a month. The auntie frowned. Where is it expensive? Don't talk nonsense, our head chef is blessed by the gods. Besides, the agricultural district in the city was hit by a plague last month, causing food shortages. Meng Yi couldn't be bothered to argue. What kind of rundown little shop would use produce from the agricultural district anyway? Isn't it all ripened by ritual magic? As for the god-touched becoming cooks, perfectly reasonable. Who knows what kind of temper their deity has? The aunt rolled her eyes. Just order something already. A basket of steamed buns. Meng Yi fished out all the money he had and handed it over. The woman gave him a once-over, then sneered, cheapskate. Though it was true a grown man only eating one basket of buns was pitiful, but auntie, which god do you worship? Meng Yi shook his head repeatedly, casually yet very cautiously selecting a table. He checked the chairs for hidden spikes, hooked barbs, inspected whether the table concealed any tricks. Even when the shopkeeper flung the buns his way, he pried them open first to inspect before eating. Even though a breakfast joint operating here should have basic safety assurances, Meng Yi dared not let his guard down. Damn, staying alive is exhausting. He stuffed the bun into his mouth fiercely. Unexpectedly delicious. Meng Yi wolfed it down in a few bites, rubbed his unchanged belly, and sighed softly. There probably wasn't a poorer blessed one than him. Hiss. Meng Yi shuddered. Last night, he didn't loot the corpses of either of the two gods' favored ones. Regret. Bang. Someone was slamming a table. Meng Yi turned his head toward the sound. Does your store have nothing at all? The middle-aged woman's face turned ashen. The person slamming the table grew flustered and anxious, their voice tinged with pleading. I'll pay extra. Meng Yi noticed thick, viscous liquid dripping incessantly from this person's body. He subtly kept his distance, careful not to catch anything contagious. This was no laughing matter. Is this about money? Have you lost your mind? Coming here just to eat seafood? The middle-aged woman finally snapped. Meng Yi actually started feeling sorry for the guy. Eating seafood in this era? What kind of dream is that? Who dares to play around in the ocean? That place is practically the stronghold of aberrations. Quite a few people cast sympathetic glances their way. His fate was predictable to everyone. It was only a matter of time before he lost the divine protection. It seemed like this was the desperate act of a pitiable soul, driven to reckless measures by the demands of deity. The viscous mucus dripping from his body increased even more. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. This person was a blessed one. No ordinary human could display such ability. The middle-aged woman turned her head decisively toward the kitchen and shouted, "Son, we've got troublemakers here." A gruff voice erupted from the kitchen, dripping with barely contained fury. Which bastard dares cause trouble? Don't they know this shop's been here for 7 or 8 years? The cook came charging out, cleaver in hand. The diners in the shop all lowered their heads, refusing to look. Meng Yi, coming here for the first time, had no prior experience. After merely glancing at the cook, he immediately bent over and vomited violently. Ugh, it's not his fault. The cook's body was covered in bumps and boils, and just from taking these few steps, several of them burst open. As for the hands, what a sight! Just thinking about this person using these hands to wrap dumplings. Meng Yi simply couldn't take it. The auntie turned around and shouted at Meng Yi in displeasure. What are you gagging about? You think that's why the dumplings taste good? Holy shit! Meng Yi was already regretting coming here for dinner. What a delicacy! Seeing Meng Yi vomiting violently beside them, several people suddenly brightened up and rushed over in competition. Don't you dare go too far. Meng Yi couldn't bear to watch the scene before him any longer. His mind reeled with shock. Was this the real reason so many people had gathered here? They were all here for the chef's unique attire, weren't they? His right arm suddenly transformed into a fleshy whip, scooping up these people and tossing them aside. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Cut that out in front of me. Meng Yi stumbled towards the door, while the cook shouted discontentedly after him. There's nothing wrong with you. Is this a matter of being sick or not? Meng Yi crouched at the restaurant entrance, retching uncontrollably. Several people followed him out, their eyes gleaming as they stared at him with undisguised anticipation. Don't go too far. He could handle crazy people, but he couldn't handle this. Seeing that Meng Yi ultimately didn't produce any new products, these people looked thoroughly disappointed. The man who had slammed the table earlier also wore an expression of disappointment, walking out with an air of complete dejection. Didn't vomit though, handled it much better than Meng Yi. Meng Yi stood up and waved at the guy. Hey, bro. The man turned around in surprise, and upon seeing it was Meng Yi the god touched, his eyes lit up. Can you find seafood? Can't, but hey bro, ever thought about converting faiths? Meng Yi wore an expression of solemnity. He was making an attempt at missionary work. As for whether such bluntness would pose a problem, no problem at all these days, when you could find all kinds of people? Besides, the deity worshipped by this person had such peculiar preferences it was bound not to attract many followers. Meng Yi wasn't worried about offending them. In this world, everyone believes in gods. To develop followers, one must either seek out those who have lost faith or steal believers from other gods. People lose faith every day, but these individuals all register with the Judgment Bureau. If he truly sought them out, he would expose himself to the authorities' scrutiny. As for stealing believers from other gods, is there a more suitable candidate to attempt this with than the one right before him? Outnumbered and overwhelmed. Might as well try whether switching faiths could seize divine blessings. The man frowned. He'd never heard of such a thing as faith switching before. Meng Yi cleared his throat, conquering his secret sense of shame, then spoke with theatrical mystery. Would you like to learn about our savior, the great Scarlet King? The man's expression instantly darkened. Get lost. What nonsense about converting faith, utterly unheard of. Probably some fraud god's follower. Meng Yi wasn't angered. Instead, he wore a look of serene conviction. Buddy, the god you're worshipping isn't a great choice. These days, where are you gonna find seafood offerings? You'll inevitably be abandoned sooner or later. Try it, would I force you? If you're not willing, you can leave. As these words left his mouth, even he himself felt like a swindler. However, with nothing to lose mentality, Meng Yi grinned and spoke up. Let's go check out the Central Park in the 6th District this afternoon. The other person avoided Meng Yi like he was the plague. Hey man, it's broad daylight, nothing to be afraid of. It's not like I'm asking you to go at night. Meng Yi made one last attempt. His departing footsteps quickened. Chapter 13, Do Not Insult the Deity. Mealtime was ruined, and Meng Yi wasn't about to demand the money back either, not that he lacked the nerve, but mainly because, gag, he suspected the chef from this breakfast diner could probably hold his own in a fight against most people. Better go hungry for now. No idea if that guy from earlier will actually show up at the park this afternoon. Turns out he's really not cut out for missionary work. Meng Yi took out the list and scanned through it. A few names happened to work at the same factory as him, might as well swing by to quit his job while he's at it. District 6 was the outermost sector of the outer city, where factories primarily manufactured basic components for the urban defense system. Meng Yi followed the morning crowd through the factory gates, as the roaring hum of machinery grew steadily more pronounced. It had a very rhythmic quality. Boom, boom, boom. The stamping workshop was deafening, forcing Meng Yi to dig at his ears. With a thought, he summoned flesh-plug earplugs, only then did the clamor become bearable. His gaze swept across the space until he spotted his target, the workshop supervisor, standing not far away. Both men had to lean in and shout directly into each other's ears to be heard. I quit. Effective immediately. Can I get my final paycheck? There was no reason for the other party to object in these times. Who would bother meddling in others' affairs? As for staffing issues, it would naturally be handled by those above. Just report the personnel shortage, and the workers' management department of the fortress city would take care of everything. The paperwork was swiftly completed without a single unnecessary word. Then, Mangi took the resignation form to the factory's finance office to settle his wages, and that was that. Simple, efficient, indifferent. This is the mainstream of our times. Yet, Mangi encountered unexpected obstruction in the finance department. Why do I need proof from my new employer just to resign? Mangi furrowed his brow as he looked at the plump man sitting behind the desk. The other man spoke with evident impatience. Recently, some very undesirable trends have emerged in Fortress City, things like lying flat. This is nothing but decadent hedonism. To prevent such tendencies from worsening and to eliminate the breeding of lazy freeloaders, the Workers' Management Bureau has decreed that workers must provide proof of employment from a new workplace before their wages can be settled upon resignation. This is also for. He crossed his legs, holding a teacup while shaking his head as he pinched a newspaper between his fingers. This patter of his seemed well rehearsed. Mangi was now full of confusion. When had the City Workers' Management Bureau established such a rule? How could he not know about it? And, when have I ever been in charge of paying salaries? The chubby middle-aged man noticed Mangi's lack of response, glanced up at him with a sidelong look, and somehow produced a pair of tweezers to pick up Mangi's resignation slip before snorting coldly. Mangi, follower of ascetic deities. He tossed aside the tweezers, picked up the resignation slip with his bare hand, and remarked, "Isn't this perfect? What do ascetics need money for? Couldn't even bother pretending anymore, huh?" Mangi glared coldly at the others in the office, but they all turned a blind eye. This was fairly normal behavior. Unless someone here had an exceptionally fair deity, but such people were rare. They usually ended up working in official Fortress City departments. Mangi reached out to take back his resignation form. If this person was going to make things difficult for him, he'd just try someone else. "Hey, what are you doing?" The burly man abruptly pulled his hand back. "Leave the form here with me, you go get the approval. Not to be rude, but what do you need money for with your faith? And just look at what you're wearing, it's downright disrespectful." Mangi forced out an ugly smile. "Say that again?" The chubby man slammed the table. "What kind of attitude is this? Go to hell." Mangi yanked the man out from behind the desk. He was just an ordinary person after all. With a thud, the man's body hit the wall before crashing painfully to the floor. Mangi planted his foot firmly on the man's back. "Can you handle it or not? Are you insane?" Though the portly man had taken a nasty tumble, he remained defiant. With great effort, he wiped the blood trickling from his nose where he'd smashed it against the ground and snarled viciously. "You think you're something special just because you've scraped together a bit of power through your ascetic practices? The police bureau loves putting cocky trash like you in their place." The others in the office barely batted an eye except for the colleague sitting beside the portly man, who instinctively flinched away slightly. The rest merely looked up, studying Mangi and his companion with mild curiosity. In this monotonous life, the fat man always brings them some amusement. One man appeared particularly excited, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. Clang! A short knife landed at Mangi's feet. "Kill him." A dark-skinned, lean woman rose from the desk farthest in, struggling to control her trembling figure brimming with agitation. "He's been lying all along, all that proof nonsense, just deliberately giving you a hard time. Kill him. Vent this foul anger properly." The fat man spat disdainfully. "You idiot, she's an ascetic believer. Your low-level instigation is utterly useless, such trash, absolute garbage. You'll surely be abandoned by your god sooner or later. Honestly, what are you even getting worked up about?" Mangi turned to examine the dark-skinned woman. Instead of engaging with the fat man, she gave Mangi an encouraging look. "Trash like this deserves to die. Asceticism, huh? Prison life is far more ascetic." Mangi's eyes suddenly lit up with profound interest. Few gulp. "Ha!" Someone holding a water cup said with satisfaction, "I think we should just give him some injuries, maybe cut off a few parts." The fat man seemed somewhat afraid of the latter and didn't dare retort, only letting out a cold snort. "Kid, if you don't want to go to jail, let go of me." "Let me tell you. Bro, I was wrong." "Brother, I'll pay you right away." No, I'll give you this month's wages too." The fat man watched as the bloody tendril dangling before him coiled around a dagger, and cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead. The dagger pressed against his neck as a mocking voice asked, "What god do you worship?" "The driver, Chaolan." "What kind of name is this?" Mangi pressed his foot harder. "Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding." The fat man was on the verge of tears. The God-blessed were different from ordinary people. He dared to torment regular folks, but he truly didn't have the guts to mess with a God-blessed. It was unlikely a God-blessed would kill him in public since the Judgment Bureau wouldn't allow it. But if the other party really wanted to carve off a few parts from his body, the worst punishment they'd face would be a minor fine. The other people in the office, seeing this scene, lowered their heads and turned their gaze inward, busying themselves with their own tasks once more. They didn't have the nerve to interfere in the affairs of a god's favored one. And who knew which god this particular favored worshipped? Some ascetic deity? Did he really look the part though? Mangi now extended long fleshy tentacles from his body, appearing utterly incompatible with any notion of ascetic practice. Tell me about your god, what does this name signify? The portly man tilted his head to glance at Mangi before cautiously responding. Chao means mockery, and Lan signifies storm. He spoke with unusual sincerity now. Big brother, I'm willing to compensate. Such a lame divine name. Mangi sneered, so you're saying this whole mess is actually your god's fault? In the office, the gazes of others instantly shifted toward them with concealed interest. The overweight man's expression turned extremely grave. Worship the deity. With a loud cry, he strained with all his might to turn over. Do not blaspheme the god. Chapter 14, Devout Enough. Mangi clapped his hands. The overweight man now lay unconscious with a bruised and swollen face. He turned to look at the others. Can we settle the wages now? Yes, of course. Mangi pointed at the pig's head he had thrown in the corner. His salary this month goes to me too. You all heard it, he offered to compensate me himself. These people naturally wouldn't object. Mangi looked at the 4,000 yuan finally handed to him and silently calculated in his heart. His monthly salary was 2,000, and since he hadn't worked a full month this time, at most he'd get 1,500, so even the fat man only earned 2,500 a month. Seems like office jobs don't pay much either, considering that even a basket of steamed buns wasn't enough to fill one's stomach and cost 15 bucks. This salary is really meager. At the thought of steamed buns, Mangi couldn't help but turn pale. Better just eat synthetic food then. At least it wasn't disgusting. Feeling his empty stomach, Mangi turned and walked away. The people in the office exchanged glances, and the man who had been comfortably sipping tea was the first to rise. Ha ha ha. He picked up the short knife Mangi had dropped, grinning oddly as he leaned over the unconscious fat man, murmuring softly. I just need some parts. No, wait, it's what that God-favored one just cut off. The police department doesn't meddle with God-favored, ha ha. 3 or 4 people stood up from their office chairs and gathered around. The dark-faced woman shrank in the corner, staring coldly at the scene, her thoughts impossible to discern. Mangi was already standing in front of the automated meal dispenser, where synthetic rations were distributed. This measure was deliberately implemented by the Bastion city authorities to eliminate any potential hazards from human interference. Through the tempered glass, one could see no fewer than 10 intricate magic arrays densely carved inside the dispenser, all connected to the city's entire defense facility power supply system. The synthetic rations were surprisingly affordable. 8 yuan was enough to fill him up, and moreover, drinking water was also drawn from here. No wonder there wasn't even a water glass in the house last night. Even if they supplied tap water, who would dare drink it? You'd have to be careful even using it to flush the toilet. Dangers lurked everywhere in life, Mangi thought with bitter amusement. The taste of synthetic rations wasn't great, this factory's craftsmanship just wasn't up to par. He cut off his train of thought before it could make him nauseous again. After hastily filling his stomach, Mangi unfolded the list in his hands. Over 100 people. The believers actually expect me, their god, to personally notify them about gatherings. How preposterous. Sigh. Mangi spent the entire morning rushing around non-stop, finally managing to notify everyone. Thankfully, the enhancement from flesh and blood magic improved his physical endurance, or he would have collapsed from exhaustion midway. This fortress of a city doesn't even have buses. Glancing up at the clock tower standing not far away, Mangi saw it was already noon. Too lazy to head home, he simply strode toward the park. Oh ho! Sin Shiyun had arrived long before and was now sitting cross-legged at the center of last night's ritual circle, completely absorbed in thumbing through a thick book. Mangi curiously leaned closer and asked, "What are you looking at?" Sin Shiyun looked up warily, only relaxing her guard when she recognized Mangi. Closing the book, she pointed at its title, Varieties of Religious Experience. She patted the spot beside her again, and Mangi noticed there was another stack. She smiled and began. These are what I found at the library this morning, from the old era. Flipping through the books, she introduced them. Summa Theologica, the Theogony, Metaphysics, Ancient Chronicles. Sin Shiyun's beautiful eyes sparkled. Our God is completely different from those false deities. He has a divine kingdom, angels, and holy temples, overflowing with benevolence and universal love, more aligned with the ancient descriptions of divinity. These so-called gods of today are more akin to evil spirits. Mangi stared in astonishment. So, professionally put, and now you've started disparaging other gods? Evil spirits? Well, according to normal theology, a god who devours the power of other deities would qualify as an evil god. This Sin Shiyun is truly devout. He spoke strangely. You didn't inform the believers? I did notify them. Just picked a couple of followers at random, gave them the list, then I went to borrow books from the library. Isn't that how you do it too? Mangi replied with an impassive face, of course. Shin Yun-san flipped through the book again, her voice brimming with delight. Luckily some false gods enjoy preserving knowledge. At first I thought we'd never find such books, who knew they'd be kept so meticulously intact. She pointed to the side and said, take a look too. Meng Yi maintained an expressionless face as he walked over and sat down beside her. He casually flipped open a copy of Summa Theologica. Pure gibberish. He resolutely closed it, deciding to inquire about something he could understand. By the way, Mistson, he asked, why did those judicature officials last night start off so suspicious of me but then end half-heartedly? Sin Shiyun replied without raising her head. Last night's ritual actually defied conventional logic. When our souls entered the divine realm, it appeared as failure in their eyes, so their suspicions were quite natural. How could the ignorant know the might of our God? She seemed to realize something, turning her head to glance at Meng Yi. But why would they be watching you first? Meng Yi gave a dry laugh. If I understood, I wouldn't be asking you. Sin Shiyun nodded without suspicion. The divine blessing was proof enough that Meng Yi was one of their own. She was just curious. The divine grace was bestowed upon me when I stepped onto the platform. When did you receive yours? Meng Yi frowned. Perhaps it was randomly granted. Hearing this, Sin Shiyun's chin lifted almost imperceptibly. That must be the case. She added soothingly, don't overthink it. That judge yesterday was a follower of the light. Since he used divine magic to examine you, it means there's nothing wrong with you. At this point, a faint smile curved at the corners of her lips. I think it must be because we just returned from the divine realm. He saw something he shouldn't have witnessed, and that caused his reaction. She seemed quite proud of her family deity's formidable power, yet, Meng Yi felt odd inside. Last night, clearly they looked at you first, saw you were fine, yet had such a reaction when they turned to me. Forget it, since she chose to ignore it, Meng Yi wouldn't poke at her sore spot either. As for those executors from the Judgment Bureau who fled at the critical moment, Meng Yi had pretty much guessed their reasons today. Given the terrifying reaction of the Arbiter, prioritizing self-preservation was natural. There were explanations for the three who stayed behind too. Li Hao, who stood closest to the Arbiter, likely stayed with the intention of protecting them. The one wearing the blindfold, Suo Mingsheng, was the first to approach me. His subsequent actions proved he had strong recovery abilities. He clearly had the confidence to strike. The last person kept their distance with a gun, slowing my movements without engaging in close combat. If the Arbiter hadn't woken up so quickly last night, given more time, they would have probed my limits. Those executors who left first would have undoubtedly turned back. So that implies, among the three who stayed last night, at least one must have had a way to contact the others. The Judgment Department operates with clear protocols. He remained intensely curious about how powerful the judges truly were. So, that judge last night, what was his name? Which tier of divine blessing does he belong to? Sin Shiyun showed mild exasperation at Meng Yi's interruption of her reading, snapping her book shut with a sharp clap. Don't know his real name, only his title, Dawn Judgment. 4th tier. To worship the false god of light and come this far is truly difficult. Meng Yi could understand this. In this world, believing in deities of justice, order, light, joy, and the like was the hardest path of all. And light. Recalling last night, the hunched, withered body of the Inquisitor paired with that young, handsome face, he sighed inwardly. This so-called light has serious problems indeed. Only. Meng Yi looked solemnly at Sin Shiyun and said, I think we should stop mentioning the term false god. If others hear it, it might cause unnecessary conflict. Sin Shiyun replied with pride, my god does not fear petty troublemakers. Meng Yi's face darkened. Your god is terrified. The god may not fear, but we shouldn't provoke enemies on their behalf, it would be disrespectful. Sin Shiyun nodded reluctantly. It was almost time, and believers began trickling in one after another. Chapter 15, This is what a mortgage is. Inside the 6th Street Central Park, a strange gathering was taking place. Hundreds of people gathered here, the lingering traces of last night's ritual array still visible. Sin Shiyun and Meng Yi stood at the center of the crowd, preparing to begin their sermon. It must be said, many of the flower beds and trees flattened in the park yesterday had already been restored by someone. One wonders which god's devotees acted with such efficiency. Did they even sleep? Since today didn't require drawing the ritual array, no one bothered to destroy the plants again. Sin Shiyun was now dressed in a well-tailored black suit dress, looking both elegant and glamorous. As for Meng Yi, he had just thrown on the same robe he wore the night before. Then he realized, nearly every believer who arrived at the park was dressed formally, making his current attire make him stand out as the odd one. Without paying him any mind, Sin Shiyun took the lead in guiding the faithful, having everyone follow her and reciting the praises word for word. Praise to you, the mighty Crimson King. You are the master of myriad powers, the ever-changing one, eternal embodiment of the realm of salvation. To be honest, standing here with these people, arms linked in a circle while chanting these words with feigned rapture gave Meng Yi an indescribably peculiar feeling. Then Sin Shiyun couldn't wait to proclaim the holy covenant of the god to everyone, repeatedly emphasizing that she had personally heard it in the divine realm. Her manner clearly showed wariness toward Meng Yi, another blessed one. While the god preached fraternity, competition wasn't forbidden. She sought to dominate and win more favor. Meng Yi naturally gave her full support, behaving like nothing but an echo. Oh yes yes yes. Yes, yes, yes. Right, right, right. Li Hao and Suo Mingcheng, sitting on the bench outside the park, exchanged puzzled glances as they observed the bizarre gathering inside. At dawn, the arbiter ordered the two of them to keep a close watch on Meng Yi, and of course, they wouldn't slack off. I'd been following Meng Yi since early this morning. As for now, in the park, hundreds of people were gathered together, intently listening to the woman speaking. There was no way anyone would notice the two of them. Besides, quite a few people around were also curiously eyeing what was happening inside, making the pair completely inconspicuous. What do you think they're doing? Some kind of ritual? Suo Mingcheng tilted his head in puzzlement. The injuries he sustained last night had completely healed by now, though he looked even thinner than before. He was currently clutching two unidentified greasy roasted meat skewers, devouring them simultaneously with bulging cheeks. Li Hao listened carefully, his expression growing increasingly strange. One Eye, what's the name of the deity you worship? The boneless king of featureless form, why? Li Hao adjusted the sunglasses on his nose bridge. Everyone's worshipped deities have singular names, but this god of theirs has quite a complex one. He took out paper and pen and carefully recorded these things. Suo Mingcheng was visibly displeased at this moment. I've shared mine, what about yours? Shut up. Li Hao was intently listening to this sacred covenant inside. When he heard the lambs of God should love one another, a complicated expression flickered across his face. These people are destined to be highly united. Suo Mingcheng opened another package of cake-like dessert at this moment, devouring it as swiftly as a whirlwind. How do you know they'll be united? Li Hao had no desire to engage with him, completely absorbed in scrutinizing the few lines of notes he'd recorded, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Su Mingcheng angrily slapped the stool, startling Li Hao. Damn it, I can't eat another bite. He stared at the mostly untouched pastry in his hand, his expression contorted. No matter how much I eat, I can't recover what I lost. Then he shoved the pastry toward Li Hao. You want this or not? Li Hao's cheek twitched a few times. Not eating. Suo Mingcheng withdrew his hand, took a deep breath, then stuffed the pastry straight down his throat with one gulp. I said, if you can't eat it, why force yourself? Suo Mingcheng's face turned red from choking. The gods forbid wasting food. Li Hao shook his head, shifting his focus to the park. This is where we first entered the Divine Kingdom, a sacred land bathed in the Lord's radiance. I propose. Qin Shiyun raised the thick book in her hand. In the name of the gods, we propose to the arbitration committee that we purchase this land and build a temple here. This was inspired by ancient texts I found. She began explaining the religions of antiquity, their operational models, organizational structures, and so on. Most followers knew nothing about such matters, and with Zhang Qiyun's divinely touched status reinforcing her words, naturally no one objected. Meng Yi inwardly rejoiced. He'd previously worried about how to establish this structure, never imagining Zhang Qiyun would grasp the concept so readily. Promising, he thought happily to himself that he must redouble his efforts in nurturing them. But then he began to feel troubled again. With followers displaying such initiative and creativity, shouldn't he, as a deity, give them some recognition? In the divine realm, however, the quota of grace power is insufficient, and even if gathered in full, it would only amount to the 9th rank. Bestowing another 9th rank power again would clearly be inappropriate. For now, Qin Shiyun has just received divine grace, so there's no urgent need. But what about later? He was desperate to learn how to quickly and extensively seize grace from other deities. Meng Yi had naturally considered the wilderness this. Qin Shiyun's words interrupted his thoughts. We should donate a sum of money as public funds, gradually accumulating until we have enough to purchase this land from the arbitration committee. Some onlookers at the park's periphery nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. This woman was impressive, she could fool so many people. Her god must be very pleased. Who knows which scammer god's follower this is? The believers were fervent with zeal, having witnessed the divine realm with their own eyes. Moreover, their god had not demanded they perform any bizarre or peculiar deeds. The sacred covenant was simply condensed into 3 straightforward tenets, the most crucial being fraternal love. This was so astonishingly normal that many people, upon hearing it, repeatedly sought confirmation from the 2 divine favored ones. Tears streamed down the faces of numerous attendees on the spot, as they found themselves unable to look back upon the myriad hardships of their former lives. Praise be to our Lord. Your mercy is etched in our hearts. You are salvation, the eternal Crimson King. Compared to this, mere money is insignificant. Moreover, in this sacred land where the divine kingdom is visible, no blessed one would dare, nor could it deceive them. Everyone enthusiastically donated money, with Qin Shiyun generously taking the lead by contributing 50,000 yuan. Meng Yi clutched the 3,992 yuan he had just received in his pocket and reluctantly donated 1,000. He kept mentally reassuring himself, money spent on himself shouldn't hurt, it shouldn't hurt. From now on, we'll donate once a month until we've gathered the full purchase amount. Qin Shiyun's words made him sigh involuntarily. This was a mortgage. How infuriating. No one actually objected to Meng Yi contributing such a small amount, Everyone knew he had just become a divine favorite and couldn't possibly have much money. Only, his moment in the spotlight was completely overshadowed by Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun watched everything unfold with flushed cheeks. It seemed the deity's favor would fall entirely upon her. She covertly glanced at Meng Yi, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. How unfortunate. Chapter 16. I might not be able to walk later. Praise our Lord. Hundreds of voices joined in unison to sing praises. Li Hao muttered to himself, why do the chosen ones have such a low presence? Suo Mingcheng let out a long belch, indifferent. That Meng Yi was so quick-witted when he fought me yesterday. Even if he's a chosen one, he's the hands-on type. As for Qin Shiyun, he sneered, she's always been the self-proclaimed clever type. Last time it was precisely because of this that she ended up being abandoned by the gods. Mark my words, she's heading the same way again soon. All this talk of covenants and sanctuaries? The god-favored haven't said anything, yet this grace-bound brat sure is putting on airs. He then dug out some thick, pitch-black drink from God knows where, stuck in a straw and began sipping slowly. Li Hao shot him a glance. Didn't you say you couldn't eat another bite just now? Nobody said I couldn't drink. Li Hao shook his head, reached up to take off his sunglasses, revealing eyes that were entirely white, no pupils in sight, a truly frightening sight. His gaze effortlessly bypassed the obstruction of hundreds of figures in the park, lightly settling on the thick books Qin Shiyun had tossed aside. Throughout this, nobody else noticed a thing, only Meng Yi seemed slightly puzzled as he glanced around. Theogony metaphysics. Su Mingqing seemed to be seeing Li Hao like this for the first time, leaning in to observe him closely. When Li Hao finally looked away, he was startled to find a large face pressed right up against his and reflexively swung his hand to swat it away. What the hell are you doing? Su Mingqing deftly dodged the slap and pointed at Li Hao's eyes, saying, I've seen this look on you before. Let me think, isn't your god called the all-seeing eye? Li Hao let out an annoyed snort. Suo Mingqing took a sip of his drink and chuckled slyly. No wonder you always wear sunglasses, afraid of seeing something you shouldn't, huh? Are those sunglasses engraved with isolation arrays, magic or divine spells? Li Hao put on his sunglasses and stood up. The formless Bone King isn't exactly a deity with insatiable curiosity, is he? You keep an eye on them here. I'm going to the library. No way. Suo Mingqing spat out his straw. Why are you going to the library? Dawn Judgment assigned us to watch Meng Yi. Li Hao responded coldly, if all we had to do was stare at them, what would they need me for? With those words, he left without looking back. Suo Mingcheng didn't really care either and continued watching the crowd in the park, thinking, how boring these people were. They'd actually organized everyone to introduce themselves and get acquainted. Listening to it all was enough to make him drowsy. Our Lord commands us to be kind. This isn't just lip service but requires action. Let's start by getting to know each other. Qin Shiyun was now full of enthusiasm, while Meng Yi, to be honest, he was also a bit sleepy. What idiot would enjoy such a boring team-building format? And yet these people were totally into it. Everyone seemed mildly excited and genuinely curious, as if this was some unprecedented experience. As everyone began, Qin Shiyun leaned close to Meng Yi's ear and whispered, I learned this method from the library too. With a hint of pride, she flipped open a book titled How to Build a Highly Cohesive Team. Meng Yi didn't know what expression to wear on his face. Much of the knowledge from the old era has turned to worthless paper, gathering dust, except for those peculiar fake gods, gods. Qin Shiyun looked radiant as she said, if you ask me, our Lord would surely love these, for the covenant calls us to love one another. Is solidarity not a form of love too? Meng Yi sighed inwardly. Rest assured, your god wouldn't like it. Yet, watching the hundreds of fervent believers bustling around, he had to admit these things served their purpose. It's just that the overall atmosphere felt a little off. The solemn religious atmosphere instantly became tainted. Absorbed in his thoughts, he perfunctorily responded to Qin Shiyun while focusing all his attention on observing his surroundings. Just now, he'd felt something strange, as if a gaze had swept past him. The more Meng Yi behaved like this, the more secretly pleased Qin Shiyun became. This so-called God's chosen one posed no threat to her whatsoever. No wonder the gods summoned her alone to the dais. Perhaps this was foreseen. Qin Shiyun gave Meng Yi a brief once-over. This man had handled himself remarkably well during last night's clash with the Judicature, clearly possessing formidable combat skills. He might be someone specially chosen by our Lord for combat duties. Sigh. Thug. Immediately, Qin Shiyun felt ashamed and silently repented in her heart. My lord, I have sinned. I shouldn't have secretly belittled my companions. I should always remember the sacred covenant. She sternly warned herself one last time in her heart. It's just a difference in division of labor. Absolutely no room for arrogance. Meng Yi was now glad that Qin Shiyun had stopped bothering him, allowing him to focus more intently on tracing the source of that strange sensation he'd just experienced. Soon, his gaze locked with Suo Mingqing's. The other man froze momentarily before raising his drink glass from afar, giving Meng Yi a slight acknowledging nod. It's that indestructible cockroach from yesterday. Meng Yi immediately recognized the person and patted Qin Shiyun, slightly lifting his chin to gesture in that direction. That person, Suo Mingcheng, is glaring at us. Is that going to be a problem? Sin Shiyun clearly knew these people well, so Mangi naturally sought her opinion. He was quite unfamiliar with the Judgment Division. She glanced up and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it. With so many of us gathered, the Judgment Division is bound to take notice." She turned with a smile. "I told you, even the Dawn Arbiter has reviewed it and found no issues." "Oh." Mangi nodded thoughtfully and said, "Could he be here to see you?" "Ha?" Mangi coughed dryly. "Don't you still have to go to the Punishment Division? Maybe he's here to monitor." He didn't utter the word execution, because he noticed Sin Shiyun's expression had suddenly turned extremely unpleasant. It seems she was very afraid of that punishment department. In the following time, both of them began to grow distracted. These few hundred believers were in high spirits, and it took great effort to finally conclude the team building. Summoning her energy, Sin Shiyun organized everyone for the final prayer. "Our Lord, the Crimson King, you are the eternal and undying salvation. May our loyalty become the radiant starlight upon your crown." Mangi was quite impressed by these poetic phrases, one said after another, were something he definitely couldn't have composed himself. Then Sin Shiyun announced that this fundraising had collected 183,400 yuan. This amount was certainly not enough to buy the park from the arbitration committee, but it was nonetheless a good start. Just the thought of having to go to the punishment division made her pull a slight face. The believers began to disperse reluctantly, while Mangi spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. That seafood-seeking fellow from this morning. It seems the previous missionary work has borne some fruit. Mangi could almost envision the day when he'd command multitudes of followers. This marks a rather promising start. He simply watched the other turn and leave, with no intention of stepping forward to understand further. He couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. Sigh, sigh. The two sighed almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances. "What's wrong with you?" "Ah." They spoke in unison again. Sin Shiyun tossed the money-filled box at Mangi in annoyance, while she herself picked up a thick stack of books. "Come with me to the punishment bureau." "Ha?" Mangi was still weighing the heft of his money when he heard her, leaving him utterly bewildered. Sin Shiyun gritted her teeth. "I'm afraid I might not even be able to walk later." Chapter 17 being followed. Mangi carried the money case. 180,000 yuan wasn't particularly heavy, but his curiosity was piqued by something else. "By the way, does Jing'an City have any banks?" Sin Shiyun turned to glance at him, looking slightly surprised. "You even know about banks? What is this thing that shouldn't be known?" Sin Shiyun shook her head. Ordinary people wouldn't have access. Banks are located in the inner district, mainly serving the blessed and the financial departments of various factories. Mangi thought about his monthly income of just 2,000 before. There really was no need to deposit it in the bank. In Fortress City, houses are all allocated by the Housing Administration Bureau. Buying or selling them is simply impossible. There aren't even cars here, so ordinary folks really have little use for saving money. He looked up at the sky above, though he couldn't see anything. Everyone knew there was an electromagnetic barrier there. The technology here should be quite advanced, but in daily life, it gave Mangi the feeling of being transported back to the last century before his crossing. Mangi responded casually, "I'm more interested in the old times that was truly living." Seeing Sin Shiyun's surprised expression, Mangi could only explain, "I heard it from my father. Just 30 years have passed since the old era, and quite a few people still remember those days." Sin Shiyun's eyes lit up. "Can I go see him? I'm fascinated by the old era." Even the thick stack of books in her arms couldn't conceal her bubbling excitement. "Nobody wants to talk about those times now." Mangi sighed softly. "He's gone." "Oh." Mangi didn't ask Sin Shiyun about her parents. He could guess without asking. The population from the old era had dwindled by over 80% during that great upheaval. For a moment, the two of them were silent. But then Mangi suddenly felt something. It seemed someone was following them. He frowned and took 2 quick steps forward. Sin Shiyun thought he was angry and hurried to explain. "I didn't mean to." Mangi seized the chance to turn around, pretending to speak to her. "It's fine." But his eyes darted backward instead. 3 people. Apart from that casually tagging along Suo Mingcheng, there were 2 others, their faces rugged with hostility, malice glaring unmistakably in their eyes. Moreover, they were highly alert, deftly dodging the glances Mangi cast their way. Mangi turned and walked shoulder to shoulder with Sin Shiyun, calmly remarking, "We're being followed. I told you, those Judgment Division enforcers." "Ha? Who is it?" "Suo Mingcheng." Sin Shiyun felt a moment of relief, only to hear Mangi add, "There were 2 others, clearly not associated with Suo Mingcheng. You were already a blessed one before. Given this situation, do you have any theories?" Sin Shiyun parted her lips. What theories could she possibly have? Was it their stash of money that caught attention, or did certain organizations take notice of their gathering? She used to be quite the law-abiding type too. Then she remembered Suo Mingcheng was also present and hesitantly added, "The tribunal's people are nearby, we shouldn't need to worry." Mangi shook his head inwardly. Relying on others in such matters wasn't in his nature. Will taking proactive action be judged by the judicature as disrupting the order of the fortress city? Without showing any reaction, he discreetly plucked off a chunk of flesh, lightly solidified it into a flesh bomb, threw it to the ground, and casually kicked some dust over to cover it. I'll test the waters later and leave some room for maneuver. With Suo Mingcheng present, if those two really resort to violence, I doubt he would just stand by and do nothing. Sin Shiyun took a small, sharp breath at the sight, asking softly, "Doesn't it hurt you?" "Of course it hurts." Meng Yi's attention was entirely focused behind him, replying absent-mindedly. "Then you." Sin Shiyun furrowed her brows. "You just tore away a chunk of flesh without even changing expression?" She marveled inwardly, these were truly the God-chosen warriors. Then she cautiously asked, "Were you really just an ordinary person before?" Meng Yi's expression shifted slightly. Something had been off about him since last night. When he first crossed over, he'd been terrified, but then he calmed down astonishingly fast, fighting with the Judgment Department and killing in the dead of night without showing any discomfort. The key is this flesh magic. He can cast spells through self-harm without batting an eye. Is this really him? He couldn't even bring himself to kill a chicken before. Was it the effect of the Crimson Mist space? Meng Yi hesitated. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's innate?" Sin Shiyun showed an approving expression. "I think so." Meng Yi had no time to ponder further. Silently calculating the distance to the figures behind him, he suddenly whipped his head around. Summing Chung stood not far from that flesh bomb, his expression complicated. He pointed at himself while looking at Meng Yi, his single eye filled with inquiry. Meng Yi's gaze swept past him as he surveyed the street. It was work hours, and only a scattering of people remained on the main road. Those two rough-faced men had already vanished without a trace. Su Mingcheng downed the remaining drink in one gulp and flung the cup to the ground with hatred. "Listen." A faint ferocity crept across his face as that savage demeanor returned to him. "Were you trying to ambush me?" Meng Yi wore an exasperated expression as he approached. The lump of flesh wriggled free from the dirt, sliding up his trousers to merge seamlessly with his body. "Didn't you just notice those two burly men with fierce faces?" Meng Yi pointed to where the two men had just dodged, "Right here, and here. Besides you, those two have been watching us the whole way." Suo Mingcheng shook his head in stunned disbelief. Sin Shiyun walked over slowly with a book in her arms, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "The people from the Judgment Division have really poor vigilance." Suo Mingcheng now unexpectedly began praising Meng Yi. "Not bad, kid. Your senses are quite sharp." "So you noticed?" Meng Yi hurriedly pressed further. "Do you recognize them? Who are they? Any guesses why they're following me?" Suo Mingcheng replied sheepishly, "I didn't notice anything." "Then what's the point of your compliment?" Meng Yi was completely confused by him. Suo Mingcheng then explained, "In this day and age, there are too many ill-intentioned people. If I had to stay constantly vigilant, I wouldn't have time for anything else. Generally speaking, as long as they haven't taken actual action, it's fine to ignore them." He dug out some nut-like snacks and tossed them into his mouth, chewing noisily before adding vaguely, "You've just finished your gathering. Whether it's the money in your hands or those few hundred people, plenty will be interested. Relax. As soon as they discover both of you are blessed by the gods, those people will naturally drop such ideas." Meng Yi's gaze swept across the street. In his heart, he didn't agree with these words. It wasn't that his five senses were sharper, rather, his intuition and inspiration were stronger. This feeling was hard to put into words, but he was certain those two people weren't just casually observing. Their attention was squarely fixed on him and Sin Shiyun. He turned to Sin Shiyun with a grave expression and asked, "Could it be someone you crossed paths with before?" Sin Shiyun shook her head decisively. "I've never wronged anyone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived those days after losing my divine gift." Thoughts churned wildly in Meng Yi's mind. If they weren't here for her, could they possibly be here for him? In other words, because of the Crimson King? Chapter 18, The God Dislikes Religion. Meng Yi could only heave a helpless sigh despite having countless questions. Those two had vanished in the blink of an eye without leaving the slightest trace. However, the more he thought about it, the more certain he became they had come specifically for the Crimson King. Neither Sin Shiyun nor he had any personal enemies. Meng Yi's brows furrowed tightly. Judging from the death-attuned 9th-rank grace-bearer they killed last night, the ratio of believers to 9th-rank grace powers was 7-1. With 324 believers already upon crossing over, by conversion that would mean at minimum 47 units of 9th-rank grace power. If these powers weren't inherent to the Crimson Mist space, but were instead stolen from the deity originally intended to be contacted during last night's ritual, it's impossible they wouldn't have noticed. Today's gathering was practically announcing their presence voluntarily. The Scarlet King's notorious name must have drawn their attention. Meng Yi was now on the verge of tears. His current understanding of the Crimson Mist domain's function was mostly speculative. How could he have been certain about any of it before? It wasn't until those two started following him today that he began making connections. Otherwise he would never have agreed to attend this afternoon's gathering. Could those two perhaps be devotees sent by the deity they'd originally attempted to contact during last night's ritual? Sin Shiyun watched his shifting expression with confusion. What's wrong with you? Ha! Mangi snapped back to reality. It's nothing. He nodded at Suo Mingcheng and turned to leave. The fact that the Division of Judgment officers had been following him was actually good news now. On the way there, Mangi kept his thoughts to himself, while Sin Shiyun grew visibly paler the closer they got to the Punishment Bureau. The Punishment Bureau was located at the junction between the inner and outer cities, precisely within the boundaries of District 6. The walk from the Central Park hadn't taken them long. Standing outside the Punishment Bureau building, Sin Shiyun took a deep breath. Her face now had a faint pallor, and her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. If I'm not out in half an hour, come in and get me. Mangi looked up to examine the place. Aside from the building being in relatively good repair and maintenance, it didn't appear much different from any other structure. Was there really a need to be so afraid? To avoid upsetting Sin Shiyun, he could only nod, taking the stack of books from her hands as he solemnly said, "Don't worry." Sin Shiyun dragged her heavy steps toward the entrance. The moment she drew near, several people instantly surged out, eager, enthusiastic, and clamoring to promote themselves to her. "Beautiful lady, here for punishment? Choose me as your executioner. I'm gentle, it won't hurt at all. Don't mind him, he's a pervert. Choose me, woman never troubles woman. Let me just say one thing, I'm not a god's favored." Sin Shiyun immediately chose the last person. Mangi watched this scene, feeling nothing but absurdity. Well, consider my horizons broadened. What he never expected was that the Punishment Division specifically targeted the gods favored for torture, yet among them actually existed those who weren't blessed by divine grace. Suo Mingcheng stood openly not far away, staring at him while continually stuffing various snacks into his mouth. Mangi picked up the box and the book together, then strode quickly towards Suo Mingcheng. He dropped them at his feet and asked bluntly, "I noticed Sin Shiyun looks terrified. Is the Punishment Division really that fearsome?" A strange glint flickered in Suo Mingcheng's single eye. This guy sure acted familiar, asking him questions on the way over, and now speaking without the slightest courtesy. "Are we that close? Do you know what god I worship? Do you think I'd harm you?" As for Mangi, his reasoning was simple. Since the other party had followed him here, there was no harm in asking. Besides, he had beaten the man bloody just last night and felt no fear towards him whatsoever. Suo Mingcheng spat out a piece of fruit peel and chuckled. "The Punishment Division isn't something you can describe as just powerful. Let's put it this way, you'd never know what kinds of freaks you might run into there." Mangi nodded with partial understanding. Considering what he'd witnessed that morning, he suddenly realized that if Suo Mingcheng labeled someone as a pervert, they must be truly extraordinary. But the executioner Sin Shiyun chose shouldn't be a problem, he quickly added. Fortunately, the executioner Sin Shiyun selected isn't a god's favored. Suo Mingcheng's expression turned strange. Not a god's favored? Then we're doomed. Ha! If the executioner isn't a god's favored, he'll often exert himself more during torture to please the gods and gain divine favor. This woman. I told you she was being clever in her own eyes, but actually quite foolish. Mangi could only silently pray for Sin Shiyun in his heart. This was awful. Would she really become paralyzed later? He then turned to look at Suo Mingcheng and asked curiously, "Why have you been following us all this time?" Of course, Suo Mingcheng wouldn't tell the truth and casually replied, "There were still many unresolved issues from last night. We need to stay alert." Mangi keenly noticed the word "we," hesitated for a moment, and considering Suo Mingcheng didn't seem particularly guarded, he decided to ask directly, "Who else is there besides you?" Suo Mingcheng looked stunned. "How did you know there was someone else? Did you notice them?" He immediately assumed a thoughtful expression and said, "Wait a second, that doesn't add up. If you knew him, you wouldn't be asking like this if you'd really noticed." Mangi was somewhat speechless. "So what's Li Hao up to?" "Impressive, kid." Suo Mingcheng wore an expression of admiration. Since he'd been caught, there was no point hiding anything. Did the Judgment Division really have to sneak around? He went to the library. I don't really know what he was up to. Library? Mangi hadn't expected this answer, his face filled with confusion. As for Li Hao, he's been gone for so long, there's no way he's still at the library. After borrowing the 2 books he had seen, he headed straight for the headquarters of the Judgment Department. Finding Dawn Judgment there, he solemnly recounted the discoveries he had made that afternoon. "So, this deity's title is quite unusual?" The room was exceptionally bright as Dawn Judgment lay on a bed, with a white-coated individual preparing to administer a blood transfusion beside him. Li Hao slightly stepped aside to give the white-coated doctor better access to hang the blood bag, nodding in response, "Yes, I've already documented it." The white-coated doctor inserted the needle into the emaciated back of the adjudicator's hand and advised, "From now on, try not to move around if you can help it. The death row inmates allocated to replenish your vitality are running dangerously low, use them sparingly." Dawn Judgment smiled and nodded. Even just looking at his radiant and handsome face, he still exuded considerable charm. After the man in the white coat took his leave, Li Hao retrieved the records he had compiled that afternoon and handed them to the adjudicator lying on the bed. Don Judgment took the paper with a hand devoid of syringe needles, carefully examining the lines of handwriting upon it. Li Hao looked quite perplexed on the side. Generally speaking, deities wouldn't have such convoluted names. Moreover, what they truly care about is whether their followers' actions align with their own preferences. He paused, then continued. Bestowing such a holy covenant is extremely peculiar behavior. Don Judgment stared at the last record of establishing the sanctuary and asked in a low voice, was this sanctuary's establishment also by divine instruction? Not at all, it was probably Qin Shi Yun's own idea. Oh, and Li Hao picked up 2 books he'd just placed on the table. I noticed the books Qin Shi Yun borrowed, so I checked them out from the library too. The Don Verdict's gaze shifted, theogony, metaphysics, the varieties of religious experience. His handsome, sunlit face twisted oddly as he muttered, religion. From what I know, ever since the new era arrived, every attempt to establish a religion has failed. His brow furrowed deeply as he growled, the gods hate religion. Chapter 19, the kindest god toward his followers. Don Judgment frowned at the thin sheet of paper in his hand and spoke. We can try analyzing some things from this god's name. As is widely known, divine names are always related to their authority and abilities of K. Li Hao nodded in agreement. That's what I thought too. And before coming here, I've already done a brief analysis. Don Judgment turned his gaze toward him and encouraged, let's hear it. Sure thing. Li Hao adjusted his sunglasses and spoke calmly. The Crimson King, crimson evokes bloody, dangerous symbolism, while king signifies rulership. This deity likely represents some form of violence and immense power. The Protean one with infinite dominions, does this refer to the unpredictable nature of authority and power? Or perhaps it implies adaptability and cunning? In any case, this possibility intrigues me. But, the eternal avatar of Salvation's choir, His Honor the Arbiter, this, I believe, holds far greater significance for us. Li Hao even leaned his body forward, pointing at the covenant recorded on the paper, and continued. The Lamb of God should love one another. I believe this deity, like those representing order, justice, and light, carries strong positive symbolism, redemption. Though I can't comprehend K's methods, I imagine they must be fundamentally different from those orthodox gods who simply revel in destruction, bloodshed, and distortion. He finally concluded. It appears this is a deity of redemption who favors violence and possesses cunning versatility. Don Verdict nodded slightly. I largely agree with your assessment, except for the final point. He cleared his throat twice. Divine names never lie, but redemption demands careful discernment. Salvation is redemption, yet obliterating all existence can also be redemption. Li Hao frowned and asked, but is there a sacred covenant? The adjudicator chuckled lightly. The covenant teaches K's followers to love one another, but it says nothing about loving all creation. In this regard, one can never be too cautious. Don Adjudicator stared at the final line. Praise my name with some puzzlement. This deity enjoys having its name proclaimed? Li Hao flipped through the book beside him and slowly shook his head. I believe this sentence means, to recruit more believers. Though inevitably, many will misinterpret it. Don Arbiter asked no more questions. Just from talking with Li Hao for this short while, his breathing had grown noticeably heavier. He finally advised, we still need to keep observing. If this deity truly is redemption, then K's divine chosen one will be extremely important for humanity. By the way, why isn't Suo Mingcheng with you? Li Hao took the paper from the arbiter's hand and replied, I had Suo Mingcheng keep watch over Meng Yi and Qin Shi Yun first. I came back alone. The adjudicator's expression changed sharply. You left Suo Mingcheng alone to monitor them? Li Hao was stunned. Is there a problem? He's not a rookie enforcer. Don Adjudicator suddenly found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He urged, hurry back. Suo Mingcheng has never been able to keep his mouth shut. Li Hao frantically gathered those books. Counting last night, this was only his second time partnering with Suo Mingcheng on a mission. How could he have known? When he finally arrived at the park entrance, he found the place long deserted. Helplessly, he had to take off his sunglasses and carefully follow the traces on the ground. Along the way, there were some interesting discoveries. Apart from Suo Mingcheng, 2 other individuals had also been following them, though they eventually diverted down different paths halfway. Unaware of the 2 strangers' capabilities, Li Hao had no intention of pursuing them alone. He resolved to first summon Suo Mingcheng before investigating the matter together. Only, he watched as Suo Mingcheng and Meng Yi squatted outside the Punishment Division building, their animated back-and-forth discussion making him feel a headache coming on. What kind of surveillance is this? Li Hao approached with a darkened face. What are you chatting about so merrily? Noticing his return, Suo Mingcheng grinned sheepishly. You know they had this thing called movies in the old days? He was just telling me about. His voice gradually trailed off as he spoke. Meng Yi, sensing the awkwardness, cleared his throat and said, just making small talk, not prying into any internal matters. Li Hao didn't press further but sighed and patted Suo Mingcheng's shoulder. Got something to deal with. What's wrong? Suo Mingcheng got up and followed him. Li Hao snorted coldly. Last night you were beaten to a bloody pulp. Seems you don't hold grudges. Suo Mingqing stiffened his neck stubbornly. That was just a sneak attack. That punk's at most 8th tier. As a 7th tier, handling him would be child's play. Is that the point here? Shaking his head inwardly, Li Hao could only get to business. When you came over, 2 others were tailing you. I noticed some clues. Come with me to check it out. Suo Mingqing waved his hand dismissively. Mang Yi just told me those 2 ran off fast, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nothing to worry about, right? Maybe they were after their pile of cash. Li Hao shot him an exasperated glance. Last night's ritual had such bizarre effects, even Dawn Judgment mentioned 2 deities might have appeared, yet he didn't find it strange at all. No wonder the Arbiter didn't trust him to work alone. Seems this guy's lasted so long purely thanks to his sheer resilience. The traces of those 2 people he was following disappeared after just a few steps. Li Hao's expression shifted as he turned to look at the ever-chatting Suo Mingqing and said, "Keep an eye on Mang Yi after we get back. I think someone will come looking for him tonight." Suo Mingqing's single eye lit up with excitement. A fight tonight? Li Hao nodded helplessly. Yeah, probably. By the time the 2 of them returned, Xin Shiyun had also come out from the punishment bureau. Seeing this, Mang Yi hurried forward. Thankfully, it seemed he could still walk. Then Xin Shiyun stared at him blankly before collapsing to the ground with a thud, completely motionless. What? Mang Yi opened his mouth. Were the effects this immediate? Hiding in the distance, Suo Mingqing gloated as he said to Li Hao, I told you this woman was pretending to be smart, choosing an executioner who wasn't a god's favored. Li Hao shot him a subtle yet disdainful glance. Mang Yi crouched down and patted Xin Shiyun's face. With her flesh and blood magic, there definitely wouldn't be any wounds left behind. But God only knew what kind of torment she'd endured to end up in this state after just half an hour. He draped Xin Shiyun's arm over his shoulder. Thankfully, she could still walk unconsciously. Returning to the box and books, he stripped off the long robe covering him and hastily bundled these items together. Then, with one arm supporting Xin Shiyun and the other clutching this makeshift parcel, he trudged along the uneven road, stumbling awkwardly towards his home. There was no help for it. Night was falling, and soon it would be completely dark. When the time comes and demons and monsters roam everywhere, it won't be a good idea for him to stay on the streets with deadweight Xin Shiyun in tow. Mang Yi sighed inwardly. Thankfully his physical endurance had improved tremendously, otherwise he wouldn't know how to make it back. What a godforsaken fortress city, without even a single bus. What was Xin Shiyun thinking, knowing full well she might collapse at any moment, yet choosing this exact time to visit the punishment bureau? Are you really so confident in the covenant? In that case, it actually makes sense. People in this world must strictly adhere to the demands of deities. Though, isn't he considered the kindest god toward his believers? Mang Yi supported Xin Shiyun's arm with his own, unable to suppress a deep sigh in his heart. Chapter 20, Night Attack. No matter how you look at it, walking down the street while supporting a beautiful woman who seems delirious is still quite eye-catching. Mang Yi collected countless meaningful gazes along the way. The good news was that these gazes remained merely gazes. The same goes for bad news. The average moral standard in this world is abysmally low. No one stopped him, not even to ask a simple question. You could have at least reported it to the police department. No, nothing at all. Not my problem, don't get involved is the most basic principle of ordinary people in this world. This made Mang Yi somewhat puzzled. If everyone behaved this way, what would be the foundation for the existence of an official organization like the Judgment Bureau? Without mutual trust between parties, collaboration would be impossible to achieve. By the time he reached his apartment building, night was about to fall. The streets had already grown dim, completely deserted, with only fine sand swirling in the gentle breeze. Mang Yi began to feel quite troubled. The hallway was narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass through. Right now, he was both carrying a bag and supporting Xin Shiyun. How was he supposed to manage this? Should he throw the money outside first, toss Xin Shiyun back into the room, and then come back down? But what if it gets stolen? The other way around wouldn't work either. With Xin Shiyun in this state, what if someone tried to harvest her kidneys? Mang Yi pondered briefly, then he carried the package in his left hand, gripping Xin Shiyun's ponytail with his right, dragging her stumbling up to the second floor. Pull the feet and knock the head. Pulling the hands is inconvenient, this would have to do. Worried about accidentally pulling out the other person's hair, he even extended a flap of flesh from his right hand to help hold it in place. No one knows what kind of punishment the penalty department uses that kept Xin Shiyun unconscious for so long. With a thud, he tossed her onto the bare board bed, her once perfectly tailored black skirt suit now dirty and crumpled. Mang Yi clapped his hands. Finally, everything was settled. In the past, having such a beautiful woman alone with him in this state of unconsciousness would have stirred impure thoughts, if not outright disgraceful actions. But Mang Yi had no mind for that now. If his guess this afternoon was correct, if those 2 people tracking him were indeed sent by the victim god from last night, then tonight would surely be anything but peaceful. There was still plenty to do. Taking advantage of the just fallen night, Mang Yi hurried downstairs and set up several flesh and blood traps from the first floor entrance all the way to his own door. This time, it wasn't just set up as a simple bomb. but rather included several minor delaying spells. He's becoming increasingly skilled at tearing out chunks of his own flesh. It seems this Crimson Mist realm has been subtly altering me without my notice. And at home too. Mangi lit the candles and hid a piece of flesh behind the window. Within the cramped 30 square meter room, he had strewn no fewer than 5 scattered chunks of flesh. This made him seem like he'd lost weight. Glancing at Sinchiyun, who remained dazed on the bed, Mangi stepped forward and patted the other's cheek. 2 people handling it together would be better than him facing it alone. Not waking up? With his right hand transforming into a flesh blade, Mangi viciously slashed the opponent's forearm, not daring to stab too deep, as 9th tier flesh magic shouldn't be able to heal profound wounds. Sinchiyun unconsciously let out a moan but still failed to wake. Good grief! Mangi went to fetch a handful of water from the bathroom and splashed it onto her face, yet there was still no sign of awakening. Helplessly, he had no choice but to move the bed inward, away from the window. After a moment's thought, he tucked Sinchiyun underneath it. Since you still won't wake up, then leave it to fate. If a fight breaks out later, I'll try not to drag you into it. Mangi sighed, stuffed the bundle into the wardrobe, blew out the candle, and lay down on the bed fully clothed, beginning to wait in silence. I better be wrong in my suspicions, otherwise, the days ahead won't be peaceful. He didn't know how much time had passed. Mangi was nearly asleep by now. Click! A faint noise suddenly made Mangi's eyes fly wide open. There! By the windowsill! He rolled over, squinting slightly. The darkness of night obscured clear vision, yet the faint swaying of the shadow representing the curtain could still be discerned in the moonlight filtering through the window. Was it just her imagination? A gentle breeze stirred, setting the shadows trembling slightly. Someone was coming, yet the disturbance they created went no further than this. Mangi's thoughts raced. His understanding of the divinely favored was limited. He couldn't be certain what abilities they might possess, whether they could turn invisible, pass through solid objects, or other such powers. Better safe than sorry. Boom! The window suddenly exploded, shards of glass flying in all directions, many of them striking Mangi and piercing his body. Mangi leapt to his feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous whip-like things suddenly lashed toward the bed from the window. By the moonlight, he could clearly see that many of the whips had been severed in the explosion, now writhing and twitching unnaturally across the floor. As he leaped up, a thunderous boom erupted from the doorway. A scorching fireball shattered through the door's barrier and surged violently into the room. Mangi wasn't directly facing the door. The fireball smashed into the wall with brutal force, leaving behind a deep, circular crater. A startled cry echoed from the next room. As the firelight flickered, Mangi could clearly see those writhing whips on the floor. They were actually bloody flesh tentacles. The unbroken tentacles coiled toward Mangi by the bed, while a chilling voice sounded from outside the window. Thief who stole my master's power. I discovered your flesh bomb this afternoon. Mangi sidestepped slightly. The opponent's tactics seemed remarkably similar to blood magic. Luckily there were traps prepared in advance. With a thought from him, 2 chunks of flesh in the room suddenly flung toward the window, where a figure was clinging to the frame, leaning in. One piece pierced the intruder's body, burrowing relentlessly toward the heart, while the other abruptly exploded with a bang. The figure at the window retaliated by hurling a flesh bomb of their own. 2 explosions occurred almost simultaneously, yet their force was clearly distinguishable. Mangi's flesh bomb had been prepared in advance, packing a stronger punch. The figure by the window was sent flying backward, accompanied by a muffled groan and a bewildered exclamation. 8th rank? What 8th or 9th rank? Mangi didn't dare pause for breath. Though the flesh tentacles before him retracted as his opponent flew away, there was still another person outside the door. At that moment, the person outside leaped into the room, hurling another fireball with a wave of his hand. But Mangi had left flesh and blood by the doorway in advance. The flesh pierced through the intruder's soles, crawling up his leg and forcing him to retreat in panic. My leg! Stop your damn ritual and help! It sounded like there was more than one person outside. Mangi nimbly ducked as the fireball came hurtling toward him. His combat abilities were terrifyingly strong now. His awareness and reflexes were practically those of a battle-hardened veteran. He managed to dodge, but the wardrobe behind him wasn't so lucky. The fireball blasted it apart, scattering the small cash box and several thick books across the floor, all of which promptly caught fire. Mangi let out a pained cry. My money! The bed was shattered by a dainty fist punching upward from below, followed by an equally pained cry. My books! Outside the window came a shrill scream. My hand! Suamingqing's voice drifted in from outside the window, thick with brutality. My spoils of war. Chapter 21. This is slander. Upon hearing Suamingqing's voice, Mangi was filled with astonishment. Since when did the Judgment Division pay such close attention to him? The thought flashed through his mind as he abruptly pulled Sinchiyun up and rushed toward the door, leaving only these words behind. Outside, attackers. The opponent can throw that fireball. Holding up in a cramped room waiting to get hit isn't a wise move. Even with 2 people outside the door, taking the initiative to attack is the only way. There's still spare flesh and blood outside. As long as he can confirm the enemy's positions, he can react accordingly. Besides, a piece of flesh had already attached itself to one of them earlier. A calm voice echoed through the hallway. This is Judgment Department business. Uninvolved parties stay in your rooms. Mangi instantly recognized the owner of that voice. It was Li Hao. He leapt toward the door, where two men in red robes stood frozen in place. One of them bore traces of Mangi's flesh, which had now crawled upward from the feet all the way to the waist. Li Hao had removed his sunglasses at some point. His entirely white eyeballs moved eerily left and right across his face, each locking onto one of the two men in the hallway. When his peripheral vision caught Mangi darting out, he panicked and hurriedly shut his eyes. What are you doing out here? He didn't possess the Dawn Inquisitor's capabilities. Actually seeing Meng Yi would likely mean death. Meng Yi was utterly bewildered. The two red-robed figures regained their mobility at this moment. One let out a strange cry as he conjured a ball of flame and slapped it against his own abdomen. The other person forcefully stomped his foot, and a brilliant luminous aura spread instantaneously from beneath his soul, filling the entire hallway. Meng Yi only felt his movements stiffen abruptly as all the flesh and blood he had previously arranged throughout the hallway severed its connection to him. Li Hao had already put on sunglasses and stepped forward with fists clenched to close the distance. As that radiant aura swept past him, a flicker of light seemed to gleam from his sleeve as well. Unlike Meng Yi, whose movements slowed, he appeared completely unaffected. Meng Yi could only sense the flesh and blood at the man's abdomen at this moment. With a single thought, he detonated it immediately. Boom! A shrill scream erupted from the other party, and the flames in their hand were instantly extinguished. Li Hao moved with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch towards the red-robed man whose waist and abdomen were now a bloody, gaping wound. In a fight like this, of course, you pick the easier target first. Since the other man wasn't injured, he could be dealt with later. With a sharp crack, the man arched his back, coughing up blood from his mouth. As for the other man, he was pulling a circular disc from his robe at this moment and fiercely smashing it onto the ground. Amidst crackling sounds, dazzling electric currents surged densely across the area. Everyone present, including him, was instantly paralyzed and unable to move. It turned out to be indiscriminate attacks. Meng Yi couldn't quite comprehend. Why would you paralyze everyone indiscriminately at a time like this? Shouldn't you be taking the opportunity to escape? Or is there another move in play? Li Hao's sleeve no longer flickered with light, as if it could only be used once. The person who had thrown the disc suddenly had his breast pocket explode under the stimulation of the electric flashes. He regained his mobility, immune to these electric flashes. Once free to move, he reached out and slapped his companion, a faint clear light swirling in his hand. Meng Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Paralyzed as he was, it would be bad news if the other party recovered and hurled a few fireballs his way. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out right behind his ear. The fireball-throwing man's head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Bang! The second shot was aimed at the other red-clad figure who dodged sideways, leaving the bullet to only graze his arm. The arm was instantly shattered. Standing at the room's entrance was Xin Qiyun. After this brief delay, Meng Yi and Li Hao regained their ability to move. One after another, they attacked, one with clenched fists, the other with a blade of flesh and blood, both charging toward the last red-robed figure, who was clutching his severed arm in agony. Meng Yi shouted, "Keep one alive." He had far too many questions to ask. The flesh blade slashed toward the remaining arm of the red-robed man. Not to mention him, Li Hao also had questions he wanted to ask these people. His thrown punches clearly avoided vital areas. The last man fell to the ground with a scream. Sua Mingqing's voice actually came from inside the house. He must have jumped in through the window. Damn it, there's only one person downstairs. Guess I was wrong. Xin Qiyun's face was still pale at this moment. Seeing that the crisis had passed, she turned and dove toward the books that were still burning. She slapped at the flames with both hands, muttering to herself, "My books, my books." Meng Yi's expression abruptly changed as he turned and shoved aside the obstructive Sua Mingqing blocking the doorway, lunging for the chest. Damn it! After a flurry of panic, fortunately the money was unharmed, only the box had caught fire. Yet Xin Qiyun held the charred book with a grim expression, worrying aloud. How am I supposed to explain this to the library? She turned to glare furiously at the still moaning figure in red, her teeth clenched in anger. Meng Yi spoke up from the side, "The arsonist, you already beat him to death." Xin Qiyun's expression finally softened slightly. "That gun of yours packs quite a punch." Meng Yi glanced at the silver-white revolver Xin Qiyun had tossed by her feet. Xin Qiyun picked up the gun and tucked it away somewhere on her person. "Modified it myself a while back." She shook her right hand, where flesh receded to reveal a rust-covered mechanical palm. The god I used to worship was called the Iron Creator." Meng Yi suddenly understood. Outside the door, Sua Mingqiang and Li Hao were already crouched before the last remaining red-robed individual, holding something resembling a flashlight as they began their interrogation. "Why are you targeting Meng Yi? Unless I'm mistaken, you should be followers of the Blood Sacrifice Lord." With a puzzled expression, Li Hao said, "I don't understand." Meng Yi stood behind them, silently committing the title Blood Origin Sacrifice Master to memory. The crimson-robed man's arms were already severed, now panting heavily as he glared at Meng Yi with a cold sneer. Thief! Oh, Li Hao glanced back at Meng Yi before turning to press further. I'd like to hear the details. If you cooperate, we won't send you to the punishment division. The red-robed man, even in his current state, paled at the mention of the punishment division. There's nothing to explain, just another false deity stealing power from our lord. He sneered relentlessly at Meng Yi. How pathetic that you worship such a vile god. Li Hao's expression turned grim. A false god. That's an extremely serious accusation. The most defining characteristic of an evil god is its ability to devour the powers of righteous deities. He spoke with stern severity. Think carefully before you answer. Yet 1,000 thoughts already raced through Meng Yi's mind. It seemed that when he crossed over, he had indeed seized the power of some god. The blood origin sacrificer, is it? Blood and flesh magic, quite similar to one of them over there. Random selection. This blood origin sacrificer, could they be a deity mastering 3 types of magic? I absolutely cannot bear the accusation of being charged by an evil deity. This is a title I must never accept. Otherwise, the faith of the Scarlet King would become as despised as a rat scurrying across the street. I can't let him keep spouting nonsense. Brushing past Li Hao, before the man could react, his right hand suddenly extended a slender tendril of flesh, piercing straight through the crimson-robed figure's eye. His words froze in his throat. Li Hao abruptly stood up. Meng Yi spoke through gritted teeth, his face cold. Do not blaspheme the god. Sun Shiyun stood by the door, nodding in agreement. Chapter 22 God says, Brotherhood. Suo Mingcheng raised his flashlight in surprise, illuminating Meng Yi's face. So decisive? Before Meng Yi could respond, Sun Shiyun folded her arms behind him and sneered, those who slander our lord deserve death. She nodded approvingly at Meng Yi. Well done. Li Hao glanced down at the already deceased man and read and said calmly, since the person is already dead, we'll take our leave now. Another anticlimactic resolution like this, Meng Yi's brows furrowed in displeasure. The Judgment Division's attitude toward him was truly peculiar. First, the adjudicator had let him off easily last night, and now today, Li Hao was dealing with the accusation of heresy with a similarly lenient stance, strict in words but gentle in action. What the hell is going on? Suo Mingcheng walked up with a creepy grin, bony blades extending from his hands. He crouched over the corpse and looked up at Meng Yi before asking, mind moving? Meng Yi took 2 steps back. What was he about to do? Suo Mingcheng's bone blade plunged toward the corpse's head, and then flesh and blood went flying. Meng Yi couldn't help but turn his head to look. Suo Mingcheng spoke with evident excitement. Just a little hobby, collecting trophies. He glanced back at Li Hao, shook his head, and sighed. What a pity the adjudicator's watching from above. Makes it awkward to harvest a colleague's skull. Li Hao, why don't you write me an authorization promising your skull to me after you die? Otherwise, wouldn't those death cultists get it for free once you're gone? Even someone usually stone-faced like Li Hao couldn't help but retort irritably, how about you sign me an authorization letter leaving me your eyeballs after you die? Suo Mingcheng kept working without pause, his tone utterly indifferent. Sure thing. Li Hao finally lost his temper. Get lost. I told you last night my god doesn't want eyeballs. Meng Yi curiously interjected. Then what does your god want? Li Hao didn't respond, walking downstairs with a cold expression. Suo Mingcheng held up a smooth skull, examining it carefully under the flashlight's beam, his face full of excitement. He glanced at the other corpse with its head blown apart, shaking his head with visible regret as he casually remarked, that guy's god asks for all sorts of peculiar things. At least he doesn't have fear now. Meng Yi voiced his doubt. Fear? Emotions like dread, terror, or fear, none of these were visible on him at all. At this point, Suo Mingcheng patted the pristine skull in his hand. My god doesn't want this either. Spoils of war are merely divine hobbies. He pointed to his eye patch and said, my god wants this. He seemed completely indifferent. Anyway, if I keep pleasing our god like this, I'll probably end up as a pile of bones in the end. He. Suo Mingcheng winked at Meng Yi with his remaining right eye. Guess which part of me has already turned to bone? Without waiting for Meng Yi's reply, he continued excitedly while collecting his spoils of war. By then, when people see me as a walking skeleton, they'll assume I'm some low-level undead summoned by a necromancer. Except, praise the boneless king. He casually pulled out a small cake, entirely indifferent to it being covered in blood, opened his mouth, reached in, shoved it down his throat, and stomped downstairs. There's still one more outside. Meng Yi stood silently amid the lingering light, gazing at the chaotic mess scattered across the floor. This is official godblast? He looked up at Sun Shiyun leaning against the doorframe. In the darkness, only her faint silhouette was visible by the dim moonlight filtering into the room. Puzzled, he asked, are all official godblessed like this? Equally confused by his question, Sun Shiyun countered, what do you mean? Meng Yi paused, then shook his head. By the way, what offerings does that steel creator of yours demand? Sun Shiyun sighed softly. K's followers will gradually transform themselves into machines. Meng Yi's first thought was, that didn't sound so bad, the flesh is weak, after all. Then he remembered the consequences Qin Shiyun suffered after being abandoned, her rust-covered mechanical right hand, clearly no longer functional. Qin Shiyun's expression grew solemn. Therefore, only our Lord can grant ultimate salvation. Meng Yi initially planned to casually echo the sentiment, but after a moment's thought, he solemnly declared, praise salvation, praise our Lord, the Crimson King. Now he could praise himself without blushing or losing his breath. He stepped over the mess on the floor and headed toward the room. Someone among the neighbors would gladly handle the corpses here, he wouldn't need to bother. In fact, he could even sense the gazes fixed on this spot from nearby rooms, hungry, greedy, barely restrained. Meng Yi decided to rephrase his question. Tell me, what was Suo Mingqing's purpose in joining the Judgment Department? He added, I was just an ordinary person before, so I don't know much about these things. What motivations do the Blessed Ones usually have for joining the Judgment Department? This time Qin Shiyun understood. She stepped aside to let Meng Yi enter the room, where he rummaged for candles and lit them. As she casually explained, Sam Mingqing probably wanted to legitimately obtain spoils of war where could be more suitable than the Judgment Division. No need to venture into the wilderness, yet still acquiring high-quality trophies. As for the others, their reasons vary. Take Dawn Judgment, for example, he believes in the light. Ultimately, the reasons for joining the Judgment Division are almost always related to the gods. Meng Yi held a lit candle, the flickering flames casting eerie shadows across his face, making his faint smile appear sinister in the darkness. His tone was rather peculiar. Hasn't anyone joined of their own free will? Qin Shiyun frowned, as if he'd asked another question she found difficult to comprehend. Of their own free will. Qin Shiyun chewed over these words, as though just realizing their meaning. Probably not. At least none that I know of. Meng Yi chuckled softly as he secured the candle onto the intact storage box. If even officials from organizations like the Judgment Department and Arbitration Committee were like this, how long could humanity hold out? However, judging by the outcome, those who worship deities of light, justice, and order could probably be described as exhausting all efforts for humanity's greater cause. Though they're still quite peculiar, admittedly. And in such circumstances, there probably wouldn't be many people like that. Just like the divine seeker he'd encountered in the morning who was searching for seafood in this era, where would anyone find seafood for him? Qin Shiyun crouched on the ground at that moment, hugging the few books to her chest with a pained expression. I barely had time to read them, she said. Meng Yi comforted him. We can just borrow it again. Easy for you to say, we might just end up getting blacklisted by the library. Qin Shiyun continued with a grimace, moreover, we have to pay a hefty compensation fee, and these are all books from the old era. Meng Yi shook his head as he poured the money from the charred box and began sorting it slowly. Look on the bright side, at least these donations survived unharmed, he said. Qin Shiyun was sulking in silence. Outside the door, faint rustling sounds began to emerge, signaling that the neighbors had started moving around. Peering out from the room revealed nothing clearly. Meng Yi could only pretend not to hear. Turning sideways to glance at Qin Shiyun, he spoke up. Why is the Judicature Department paying such close attention to us? Does that even make sense? Qin Shiyun slowly shook her head. I'm not sure either. And why would people from the Blood Origin Sacrifice sect be looking for us? Making baseless accusations against our Lord, those lunatics. Meng Yi paused in sorting the banknotes. This was hardly a baseless accusation. He glanced toward the door. There were likely plenty of people scavenging in the darkness outside. Forget it. Better not ask about these matters for now. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyun stood up and scanned the room, then curled her lip. Your place is way too small and shabby. Meng Yi's mouth twitched. Is this my fault? What does the house Meng Yi built have to do with me, Meng Yi? Then Qin Shiyun said generously, come on, let's stay at my place. Meng Yi turned around in surprise. God says, love one another. Qin Shiyun wore a solemn expression. We are brothers and sisters. Chapter 23, will this never end? Is the covenant of the gods this effective? Qin Shiyun naturally pointed at the empty window frame, the shattered wardrobe. Your place is wrecked. Come on, let's go to my house, it's much more spacious than this. Meng Yi had glimpsed her home through the stars before. It really was quite spacious, and there didn't seem to be any reason to refuse. Not just because this place was uninhabitable, but also to temporarily avoid the followers of the Blood Essence Sacrifice Master. They must have targeted this location. He quickly sorted the banknotes. The money box couldn't be used anymore. Digging the robe out from the rubble, he rolled it up haphazardly. Let's go. Qin Shiyun had already gathered those books as best she could and nodded with them clutched to her chest, stepping outside first. Standing at the doorway, Meng Yi turned back to survey the tiny room. After a moment's thought, he returned to open the storage box and took the photograph of his original body's parents with him. It's not right to take over someone else's body and then casually discard their final memento. That just wouldn't be proper. It also helps conceal my identity. After all, who would abandon something so personally significant? The silent night found the two walking side by side along the deserted street. The quiet walk grew awkward, so Meng Yi broke the silence. Do you live in the inner city? No. Sin Shiyun's pace wasn't slow, appearing to hold some unfavorable opinion of the inner city as she snorted coldly. The inner city isn't anything great either. This piqued Meng Yi's curiosity, prompting him to inquire with visible interest. I've heard most people in the inner city are God's favored, so the infrastructure is better there. Why do you say that? Sin Shiyun replied in a strange tone, God's favored are just a bunch of lunatics. She shook her head slightly. How peculiar. Meng Yi nodded. With mostly ordinary people in the outer city, he'd already seen quite a spectacle. How much more extraordinary must the inner city be, where those blessed by the gods gathered? Sin Shiyun then spoke up. But you should visit the inner city too. Sin Shiyun said earnestly. First, you'll need to report your status as God blessed to the Defense Department. Then you can receive free combat training there. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. Training? How does that sound a bit odd? Consider it a perk the city officials offer to newly ascended gods favored to training in combat, firearms, basic wilderness survival skills, that sort of thing. Sin Shiyun turned her head to look at him and praised. But I can see your combat skills are already quite impressive. Last night in the park, you pushed Suo Mingqing to that extent, and today you performed exceptionally well too. Have you received any formal training in this area before? Training? Does playing video games count? Meng Yi slowly shook his head. No, it's probably just natural talent. Deep down, however, he believed it was the influence of the Crimson Mist space that had comprehensively enhanced certain aspects of him. For instance, right now, he once again felt someone tailing them. Again? Meng Yi frowned. Had that blood essence sacrifice master sent more than just 3 people? Then faintly, Suo Mingqing's voice reached his ears, somewhat weak, as if saying, Don't stop me. He glanced at Sin Shiyun, who clearly hadn't noticed anything unusual. A realization dawned upon him. His 5 senses seemed significantly sharper than before. Learning it was the judgment division behind them, Meng Yi felt an immediate sense of relief. But as the saying goes, when will this ever end? Some distance behind them, Li Hao was struggling to hold on to Suo Mingqing. What do you mean driving me to that state? Suo Mingqing looked extremely displeased, with one arm clutching 2 pristine white skulls and the other hand gripping 2 pieces of dried meat, stubbornly pointing forward. Both men had strange devices attached to their ears, like extra-large, living ear coverings that continuously expanded and contracted. Sin Shiyun's words were mostly heard by Suo Mingqing, who was currently gritting his teeth in discontent. Given last night's situation, when we weren't even sure if Meng Yi had been corrupted by the evil god, I didn't dare let my eyes wander. Wasn't it perfectly reasonable for me to come out worse in the exchange? Li Hao said expressionlessly. Can you settle down for once? He'd made up his mind. He would apply to the adjudicator for a partner reassignment. Su Mingqing reluctantly withdrew his arm, took an angry bite of his snack, and turned to ask. Just now, Meng Yi suddenly killed someone that was clearly suspicious. Why didn't you intervene? Li Hao shook his head. That's for the Dawn Judgment to decide. We just need to report the facts. Su Mingqing glanced at the retreating figures of Meng Yi and the other man. Estimating they were out of earshot, he lowered his voice slightly. Do you think that king of theirs could actually be an evil god? Li Hao said impassively. Unlikely. Cultists of evil gods wouldn't be as rational as those two. Since when did you start worrying about this? I just find it strange, that's all. Suo Mingqing pondered thoughtfully. The Blood Origin Sacrificial Lord is no minor deity. Last night's ritual, we initially thought they were contacting some lesser god. But judging from tonight, it was clearly the Blood Origin Sacrificial Lord. If they were trying to contact K, the ritual manifestation shouldn't have been Crimson Mist. That's why I said. Su Mingqing declared with absolute certainty, the Blood Mist has devoured the Blood Yuan Sacrifice Master's power. The deity Meng Yi and the others worship is nothing but an evil god. Li Hao sighed. When did you become so clever? Su Mingqing, offended by the tone, retorted sharply, You've only known me for 2 days. How could you possibly understand me? Li Hao scoffed coldly, then explain why all those people collapsed unconscious behind us. Suo Mingqing's mind was racing. Li Hao sneered, Can't figure it out, can you? Then you explain it. Suo Mingqing sounded both frustrated and embarrassed. Li Hao glanced at Meng Yi and the other person ahead of them before speaking calmly. Dawn Judgment confirmed that last night's ritual involved the appearance of 2 deities. Blood Mist is one, likely the one who seized the power of the Blood Origin Sacrifice Lord. Afterwards, those people fell unconscious, and only one among them truly saw the Divine Kingdom. That makes sense now. He was just as confident. If Meng Yi and the others worshipped evil gods, wouldn't Dawn Judgment have noticed? He personally inspected them. Those 2 believe in evil gods, can they even maintain this state of sanity? Su Mingqing suddenly understood. Yet he remained puzzled. Then how do we explain Meng Yi's divine grace power? It looks remarkably similar to the Weaver mages under the Blood Origin Sacrificial Lord. Li Hao nodded slowly. You've hit the nail on the head. That's precisely the part I'm not entirely sure about either. Then he fixed his gaze on Meng Yi's retreating figure and murmured, Anyway, Mangi might be a divine favored one. We should be as cautious as possible when drawing conclusions about him. The Dawn Judgment ordered us to keep a close eye on him for this very reason. Otherwise, with all those suspicions last night, he should have been detained no matter what. Suo Mingcheng said with an indifferent expression. Even if he is a divine favored one, it wouldn't mean much. The best outcome would be the Supreme Arbitration Committee gaining one more member. He stuffed the last bit of meat into his mouth and shook his head with a sigh. Humankind is beyond saving. Might as well be like me. He patted the skull tucked under his arm. Worship the gods. In the end, I'll just become a skeleton, no longer human at all. He delivered his final verdict. That's how you live longer. Li Hao remained silent, simply staring at Meng Yi and Xin Shiyun walking ahead of him. As for Meng Yi, he had listened to every word of their conversation along the way, his mind filled with countless thoughts. God's favored one? A new title, and it sounded quite impressive. As for the weavers, to be precise, both he and Xin Shiyun could now be considered weavers as well. Most crucially, his divine identity, that of the Crimson King, actually seemed capable of being redeemed. We're here, Xin Shiyun suddenly announced, tilting her chin in indication. This is my place. Chapter 24, Attempt. Meng Yi looked up and surveyed the surroundings. This place felt familiar. It was one of the best residential buildings in the 6th district. The building number is 003. The so-called best was actually no different from the ordinary residential buildings in the neighborhood he'd known before crossing over. But compared to other residential houses, it was far superior. I actually don't understand. Logically speaking, with the continuous population decline, many houses should be vacant. Why doesn't the Housing Management Bureau distribute these empty homes? Meng Yi pointed at the residential building before them, his face full of confusion. Xin Shiyun had already stepped into the stairway. Hearing this, she turned back to look at him and said, because these buildings are crucial components of the fortress city's defensive array. Each building must have residents for the array to function properly. She sighed, I don't really understand the specifics, but the housing administration has one rule for allocating homes. They try to distribute people as evenly as possible. Anyway, this city is a giant fortress. So that's how it was. No wonder the residential buildings in the fortress city had never been demolished or newly constructed. Most were practically ancient relics. I'm surprised you know so much about this. Meng Yi looked at her with newfound respect. Xin Shiyun didn't turn her head. I used to work at the Housing Management Department. Meng Yi nodded and followed her into residential building number 003. The stairway here was much more spacious. As they groped their way in the dark to room 305 on the 3rd floor, Meng Yi noticed her door had a mechanical combination lock. While unlocking it, Xin Shiyun said, the code is 5874. This weighty trust. Meng Yi hesitated and said, can't I apply for a new room with the Housing Management Bureau? I'm now considered a blessed one. You can, Xin Shiyun pushed open the door, but you'll have to wait in line. She placed the book on the shelf by the entrance and clicked the light on. You could also buy a house in the inner city with money, no waiting for that. Meng Yi scanned the room as he stepped inside, noticing the living room was surprisingly minimalist. With curious eyes, he asked, residences in the inner city aren't assigned by the state? And no protective arrays? Wait, you even have electricity here. Xin Shiyun shook her head helplessly. You really do ask a lot of questions. But, she still explained, I only know that houses can be bought and sold within the inner city. As for things like inner city magical formations, I don't understand them. I'm just a small fry, my knowledge is limited. As for electricity, it wasn't really scarce in the old days, but later, she shrugged, you know how gods have strange tastes, electricity is such an unsafe thing. Meng Yi suddenly understood, so it wasn't really an electricity shortage. Come on. Xin Shiyun looked somewhat exasperated. That's just their official excuse to fool people. Think about it, factories in Fortress City's defense systems consume enormous amounts of power. How much could residential electricity usage account for? Was it really worth cutting back on that? Meng Yi flushed with embarrassment. He had genuinely believed the excuse about electricity shortages earlier. Xin Shiyun pointed toward the right side. That's the spare bedroom. You'll need to tidy up the things inside yourself, just make do for tonight. The water from the living room dispenser is safe to drink. There's a small purification array carved inside. And over there is. She briefly explained the layout of the apartment, then yawned and headed to the bathroom, adding, tidy up and get some rest early. I'll take you to the Inner City Defense Department tomorrow to report in. Meng Yi tossed the money-filled package onto the living room floor and turned into the secondary bedroom. Apparently Xin Shiyun had been using this space as a storage room. Scattered mechanical contraptions filled the area, likely collected or fabricated during her earlier days. As for the bed, neatly arranged upon it were quite a few books, just at a glance. Process Engineering, Fundamentals of Mechanical Manufacturing Technology. Somehow, Meng Yi wasn't the least bit surprised. He had no choice but to move these thick tomes down one pile after another, barely managing to clear a space for himself to sleep. Sin Shiyun came in and tossed him a quilt. "This'll do for now. Tomorrow we'll move all this stuff to the living room." After all the fuss and washing up, Meng Yi finally managed to lie down on the bed. At least tonight it wasn't just bare boards. There was even a mechanical clock here. He glanced sideways at it, already past 1 in the morning. But he couldn't sleep yet. He still remembered the conversation between Li Hao and Suo Mingcheng. Let's see if there's a way to whitewash the identity of the Crimson King. Since they suspect that their power bears a strong resemblance to that of the Weaver under the Blood Prime Sacrifice Lord's command, let's try to obtain the power of that death cultist from last night. If it works, then nothing simpler. The Crimson King, with infinite authorities, what could possibly be the problem? I just forgot to ask Sin Shiyun whether she knows about the Blessed Ones. Meng Yi listened carefully for any movement, figuring she might have gone to rest. It's fine, he thought, he could ask her tomorrow just the same. First, he'd go check the situation in the Crimson Mist space. Today he'd killed a Weaver. He wasn't sure what tier of divine favor they'd been, so he'd see if that would be enough to meet the quota for a reward draw. Snap! Meng Yi reached out and turned off the light, then concentrated his thoughts. On the high platform within the Crimson Mist space, Meng Yi's figure gradually materialized. This time brought an unexpected delight. Seized 2 portions of 9th tier blessing power. Seized 1 portion of 8th tier blessing power. Converted blessing share, 1 2/3 9th tier. Options. 1. Bestow 9th tier divine grace, remaining share thereafter, 2/3. 2. Expand followers, can expand by 35 people. Note, the more believers there are, the higher the conversion rate. Apart from the death cultist at the beginning, he only killed 1 person today. Where did the extra 1 come from? Could it be that Sin Shiyun, this believer, could also seize the power of blessings? It all seemed rather plausible. Plundering the power of other deities relied mainly on the Crimson Mist, and indeed, every one of his followers carried a wisp of that very mist within them. His followers must be quite useful then. Doesn't that mean if he gets enough powerful followers, he could just lie back and level up? And now we can basically confirm several points. 1 original 9th tier position can expand to include 7 additional follower slots. 3 9th grade blessings equate to 1 8th grade. The plundered blessings convert at a 3-to-1 ratio. Only, if one were to choose a believer to bestow blessings upon now, who should be chosen? In theory, he could give it to whomever he pleases, but absolutely must not do so. Is divine grace just given freely? Other deities require constant appeasement from their followers. Unlike them, he doesn't demand offerings like eyes or emotions from believers. Yet shouldn't there still be some pretext or reason for bestowing it? Only then will followers revere, and divine authority be firmly established. Otherwise wouldn't he become a philanthropist? But now he has no suitable new candidates at all. To put it bluntly, aside from Sin Shiyun, he doesn't even know any of the other believers. Apart from Sin Shiyun, what merits do the other believers even have? He just didn't know whether a single person could receive 2 9th tier blessings. Theoretically speaking, it should be feasible. Might as well try, he had nothing to lose anyway. At worst, he'd just have to summon Sin Shiyun for a ceremonial commendation before the deity. Meng Yi raised his head toward the vaulted ceiling, quickly locating the brightest star. With a thought, the star descended before him. Through its shimmering light, he could see Sin Shiyun already sleeping peacefully. This 24-hour omnipresent surveillance leaves no blind spots. Meng Yi reached out to touch the star as crimson mist surged across the highest platform tier. A human silhouette gradually took shape in the air. Sin Shiyun appeared slightly bewildered. Chapter 25, Staying up all night is truly agonizing. When Sin Shiyun finally grasped where she was, a shiver ran through her, jolting her fully awake from her drowsy, dreamlike state. My lord! She dropped to her knees in reverence. This time, there had been no ritual, no prayer, yet the god had still drawn her bodily into the divine realm. His divine might is unfathomable. Praise be to you. Seated on the elevated platform, Meng Yi's thoughts began to wander. If making followers level up each time required entering the divine realm, wouldn't that be too frequent? It didn't matter for now, but in the future when there were more blessed ones under his command, he couldn't possibly pull each of them in for upgrades individually. That would undermine the deity's sense of mystery. Mainly because I'm too weak. If I truly had the power of a deity, or if the 2 angels behind me were real, then I wouldn't need to worry about maintaining an air of mystery. Next time I'll try changing the method of upgrading believers. Besides, playing God is exhausting. The deity's majestic voice echoed through the grand hall. You have done very well. Sin Shiyun secretly rejoiced. It seemed the deity could perceive her every deed. Meng Yi, truly, my apologies. When it came to pleasing the gods, she undoubtedly reigned supreme. Little did Meng Yi know what schemes she harbored, as he was presently attempting to bestow his divine blessings. Sin Shiyun, crouched on the high platform, froze immediately. One of the following 3 types of 9th order divine blessings will be randomly granted to the believer. 1. Ritual magic. 2. Elemental magic. 3. Necromancy. Indeed, these options were structured based on the plundered divine blessings, and it turned out that a single person could indeed bear multiple ninth-tier divine blessings simultaneously. I wonder if I can specify a third option. Random extraction feels too unreliable. A prompt appeared before my eyes. Consume 1/3 quota to designate. Oh, Manhwa felt a surge of joy in his heart. Of course I'll specify the option. This time, there was no spinning roulette wheel, only the option necromancy remained, while all other words faded into obscurity. 9th level corpse manipulation. Can control corpses of various creatures. User may voluntarily undergo partial undead transformation, increasing damage resistance while reducing agility. Grants basic ice-based spellcasting abilities. Crimson mist surged violently towards Xin Shiyun. When she regained her mobility, she was overcome with ecstasy. The deity had bestowed a new gift of divine power. She never expected the god to be so generous. She only made a tiny, insignificant contribution that should have been expected anyway. Promoting the divine name and covenant that doesn't count as merit at all. Was it because of the sanctuary's suggestion? Does the god actually care about this? Xin Shiyun suppressed her tumultuous thoughts and bowed respectfully. Praise our Lord. Manhwa, now sensing the power surging from within himself, let out a light chuckle. You may leave. Xin Shiyun's figure faded and disappeared. Manhwa leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Next, I just need to find an opportunity to demonstrate my new abilities before Li Hao and the others, putting on a show of corpse animation that should initially clear me of suspicion regarding the evil god. The officials from the Judgment Department don't know I've killed a deceased believer before, nor do they possess the capability to investigate a weaver under the Blood Origin Sacrificial Lord. They're well aware of the Crimson King's innumerable divine titles and authorities. I should try my best to steer their attention in that direction. Later on, they will discover that all of the chosen ones under the Crimson King possess diverse and intricate abilities, completely dispelling any suspicions of being an evil god. Accusing my lord of being an evil god? Think carefully before you speak. In this position, Manhwa naturally noticed that most of the stars on the dome were flickering. What is this? His curiosity was instantly piqued, so he waved his hand to summon one, only to discover it was an image of a believer's prayer. Nothing particularly substantial, just lengthy, effusive praises of himself, all about gratitude and thanksgiving. Once he finished reviewing this section, the stars ceased flickering and reverted to live surveillance footage again. Manhwa stared at these nearly 300 incessantly twinkling stars, feeling a slight headache coming on. There can't possibly be all spam messages inside. What if there's something useful? Going through them one by one isn't practical either. Reading one believer's plea is like watching a 3-minute short video. 300 of them, and possibly 30,000 in the future. I need to figure out how to filter out ineffective prayers. First, let's see what common patterns these flickering stars share. The stars fell, leaving him no time to examine them one by one when he suddenly sensed someone approaching his physical body. With a shift of thought, he hastily returned from that place. Snap! The light in the secondary bedroom turned on. Manhwa, the god just summoned me. It was Xin Shiyun. Manhwa feigned the appearance of someone awoken from deep sleep, his gaze unfocused. Look! Xin Shiyun sat by the bed, stretched out her hand, and a chilling energy gathered before darting straight toward his forehead. What are you doing? Manhwa jumped in shock, feeling an icy chill spread across his forehead. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the mechanical clock on the table. Do you have any idea what time it is? Xin Shiyun looked puzzled. Aren't you surprised by my frost spell? Surprised my... Manhwa could only force his best impression of surprise, shock, and curiosity. Adopting a tone of sudden realization mixed with deeper confusion, he asked, "What's going on here? This acting, brilliant." Xin Shiyun smiled radiantly, trying to make her voice sound more restrained. The deity has summoned me and bestowed new gifts of grace. In her snow-white, delicate hand, she held a piece of ice. Her expression grew solemn. I believe the Divine One delights in seeing his holy temple erected among mortals. Manhwa looked utterly bewildered. This time it was genuine confusion. Xin Shiyun frowned and shot him a sidelong glance. How could someone be this dense? Then her brow smoothed. Better to have someone dim-witted. Simple minds meant no competition, just obediently serving as her enforcer. Think about it, why would the deity bestow divine grace upon me again? There was no response. She sighed and declared with certainty, because I proposed that we build a temple for the god. Manhwa nodded dumbly. His initial justification had been to commend her for spreading the divine name and sacred covenant, yet this woman's train of thought. Xin Shiyun continued, so we'll need to work even harder to earn money. We must buy 6th Street Central Park as soon as possible. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Manhwa opened his mouth in surprise. Who would have thought that even deities had to struggle with buying property? However, as someone blessed by the gods, he felt compelled to take a stance and immediately chimed in, "You're absolutely right." Then he suddenly noticed the current situation. Xin Shiyun was now wearing a light nightgown, casually running into his room and sitting on the edge of his bed. Manhwa spoke helplessly, "Shouldn't you go back to rest? Sin Shiyun seemed excited now. She turned barefoot and ran to the living room to bring in those half-burnt books. Let's figure out how to design the god's sanctuary. Meng Yi was utterly bewildered. Having a scantily clad beauty sharing a room with him late at night was certainly pleasant, but if she dragged him into deciphering celestial scriptures, that was an entirely different matter. The patterns carved on the main gate should imitate those from the divine realm. Look here, you must use paintings or carvings rich with intense symbolic meaning. I know a really good painter. Meng Yi forced himself to stay alert and glanced at the clock. 4 a.m. Sigh. What's wrong with you? Sin Shiyun lay on the bed, tilting her head to look at him. Meng Yi snapped back to attention. Oh, it's nothing. I was just marveling at your wildly imaginative concepts. No wonder you've received divine blessings twice in just 2 days. Sin Shiyun struggled to suppress a smile and gave a slight nod. We dedicate this to the gods. Meng Yi had no choice but to follow with a hasty nod. By the time daylight streamed in from outside, Sin Shiyun was glowing with energy, while Meng Yi could barely keep his eyes open from exhaustion. As if suddenly remembering something, Sin Shiyun said, "All right, we still have to go to the inner city today." Meng Yi felt helpless. Could he at least catch up on some sleep? Chapter 26, I wasn't spying. Sin Shiyun hummed a cheerful tune as she bustled about the kitchen. In her words, eating those synthetic rations was a soulless act. Feeling too awkward to just wait for the meal, Meng Yi also helped with the kitchen prep. Noticing she seemed in good spirits, he casually asked, "What's the deal with the punishment bureau? How could torture make you lose mobility?" Sin Shiyun's expression instantly darkened. It's not just about tormenting the body. The executioners also torture the mind. There are some specialized magic arrays inside. She seemed reluctant to elaborate. Meng Yi nodded, focusing on washing the vegetables. These things must be quite expensive. There are some druids in the agricultural district, a nickname Meng Yi just gave them, certain blessed ones who worship deities related to plants, farming, and similar domains. Remembering what Li Hao and the other had said yesterday, he turned his head to glance at Sin Shiyun, who was deftly chopping vegetables, and asked, "By the way, have you heard of God's Chosen?" Sin Shiyun shook her head. "No, where did you hear that? Sounds similar to the Blessed Ones. Definitely not the same." Meng Yi placed the washed vegetables aside, dried the water droplets from his hands, and frowned in deep thought. What was it that Suo Mingcheng had said again? If he truly was a God's Chosen, the best outcome would merely be having one more member added to the Supreme Arbitration Committee. That tone, merely? You must understand that the Supreme Arbitration Committee is currently the highest ruling body of humanity, where each member is said to be an immensely powerful divinely favored individuals capable of wiping out entire cities with their might. So it seems there must be something special about being divinely favored. Even the Judgment Bureau, merely suspecting that I might be one, has shown me some leniency. Meng Yi remained in a dazed, absent-minded state, mechanically continuing to prepare ingredients with idle hands. What do you think you're doing? Sin Shiyun shot him a displeased glance. Why are you being so careless with your movements? She pointed at the celery leaves Meng Yi had plucked off with visible heartache, saying, "These are edible, why are you throwing them away?" Meng Yi gave an awkward smile. He didn't know any better. Honestly, I don't get you. Out of the way. These things aren't cheap. Sin Shiyun unceremoniously shoved him out of the kitchen. Meng Yi could only lean against the kitchen doorway, idly watching the industrious Sin Shiyun busying herself. The morning sunlight spilled through the window onto both their faces, accompanied by the sizzling sounds as the aroma of stir-frying began to permeate the air. For a moment, Meng Yi had the illusion that he'd never crossed worlds at all. This was just an utterly ordinary morning, with the two of them working in the kitchen bathed in sunlight. Boom! A tremendous crash suddenly sounded outside the window, making both of them instinctively turn to look. Layers of blue ripples undulated in midair, revealing the electromagnetic barrier enveloping the city once more. Sin Shiyun shook her head. "All right, let's eat. After we finish, we'll head to the inner city. Might as well buy yourself some new clothes while we're at it." Meng Yi's current outfit, battered from last night's battle, was already in tatters. Discreetly, he fingered the 2,992 yuan still tucked on him. Buying clothes shouldn't be a problem. To be fair, Sin Shiyun's cooking skills were quite good. However, when Meng Yi learned from her that these 3 dishes in front of them cost about 500 bucks, he couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Those druids from the agricultural district sure make good money. Sin Shiyun said between bites. We need to work hard to earn money for the divine temple. Generally speaking, unless the blessed ones have something special. She gave examples, skills like medicine, farming, or even formations. Heck, if you're good at interrogation, there are positions tailored for that too. As for people like you and me, we either work as general laborers in factories or fight for survival in the wilderness. Meng Yi wasn't surprised. He had mentally prepared himself long ago. Curious, he asked, what's the wilderness actually like? Ordinary people keep a respectful distance from the wilderness unless it's time for a new sacrificial ritual. No one sets foot there. In Meng Yi's memory, he had also ventured into the wilderness before to commune with new deities, but those were near the city's outskirts, never going too far in. Sin Shiyun shook her head. I haven't been there either. Ha! This surprised Meng Yi. Weren't you once a chosen of the gods too? Sin Shiyun extended her chopsticks and pointed at the mechanical contraption in the corner of the living room. I used to be a mechanic, more of a support staff, you know? Meng Yi recalled the incredibly powerful revolver she'd wielded last night and suddenly understood. After finishing their meal and getting ready to leave, they spotted a beat-up minivan downstairs. This was Meng Yi's first time seeing a vehicle in this world. The interesting part was that ordinary commuters all around were deliberately keeping their distance from this minivan. Sin Shiyun furrowed her brows. People from the Judgment Division? Upon hearing this, Meng Yi moved closer to look and saw Hot Suo Mingcheng lying inside, snoring soundly. Recalling the intelligence she had overheard the previous night, it wasn't hard to guess this guy had been surveilling her. But this guy is quite unreliable. He reached out and knocked on the car window, torn between laughter and exasperation. Suo Mingcheng suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze meeting Meng Yi's through the car window. Meng Yi waved a greeting at him. Sin Shiyun knocked on the car window with a dark expression, waiting until Suo Mingcheng rolled down the glass before asking displeasedly, "What are you doing?" Su Mingcheng put on an innocent face. "Why are you being so presumptuous?" He reached over to the neighboring seat, grabbed a piece of pastry, and mumbled with his mouth full. "I wasn't keeping an eye on you, I was doing something else entirely." Meng Yi nearly couldn't suppress his laughter. Sin Shiyun was infuriated by his insincere response, scoffing coldly, "Our Lord is no malevolent deity. The Blood Origin sect's followers are spouting nonsense." Having spat those words, she turned and stormed off in a huff. Meng Yi gave Suo Mingcheng a nod before turning to follow in Sin Shiyun's footsteps. As for demonstrating their corpse animation ability to prove the Crimson King wasn't an evil god, now was decidedly not the time. Even if he wanted to prove his innocence, he wouldn't be this reckless. Too deliberate, not natural enough. Moreover, he strongly suspected showing it to Suo Mingcheng would be pointless, better to wait for Li Hao. Thinking this, he turned his head and asked Suo Mingcheng, "Where's Li Hao?" "Ha, gone back to see the judge. All about answering every question without fail. Looks like he went back to report last night's events." Meng Yi waved his hand. "We're heading to the inner city. You coming?" Suo Mingcheng stiffened his neck. "I already said I'm not here to watch you guys." After watching Meng Yi and the other person leave, he pulled out a brick-sized phone and fiddled with it for a long time before finally getting a signal. "Li Hao, they've gone into the inner city. Nothing suspicious found." "What? The signal's bad, the electromagnetic interference in the city is too strong." "Hello? Hello?" He tossed his phone aside, climbed into the driver's seat, muttering something under his breath as he started the engine. As he passed by Meng Yi and the other person, he even stuck his head out to say, "I'm heading back to the Judgment Division, not following you too." Meng Yi's eyes lit up. "Wait for us. What's wrong? Give us a ride since it's on your way." "Is that not allowed?" Meng Yi finally got into the van. Sitting inside, he glanced around and remarked, "This vehicle's seen better days, hasn't it?" "Yep, 30 years. Meng Yi exclaimed in surprise, "It still runs after 30 years? Suo Mingcheng replied impatiently, "Ask that former mechanic beside you." Sin Shiyun snorted coldly with a darkened expression. Soon, the group arrived at the inner city gates. Chapter 27, All Sorts of Strange Phenomena. The inner city walls towered 100 meters high, their thick bulk entirely constructed of reinforced concrete, reaching straight into the clouds. Meng Yi gazed out the car window at the walls, where intricate magical formations traced their surface, their lines occasionally flickering with shimmering light. This was the inner defensive perimeter designed during the fortress city's earliest construction phase. Its purpose was to provide humanity within the fortress city a final retreat should the outer defenses ever fall, allowing them to hold out until reinforcements arrived from other cities. Meng Yi was pessimistic about it. If that day ever came, rescue would be the last thing to expect. The three parted ways at the city gate, with Suo Mingcheng heading straight to the adjudication bureau without another word. After getting off the carriage, Meng Yi surveyed the inner city streets, much narrower than the outer city and noticeably more crowded. It was work hours now. Most in the outer city were common folk who had time to loiter on the streets. He quickly noticed the difference between people inside and outside the inner city. Here in the inner city, there were many people missing arms or legs, likely all being blessed ones. There were even a few battered cars driving down the streets. "Let's go. The defense bureau is directly opposite our current location, so we'll have to cross the inner city." Sin Shiyun motioned for him to follow and added, "We'll stop by a clothing store on the way to get you some new clothes." Meng Yi stepped forward with curious eyes, taking in his surroundings. These blessed ones truly opened his eyes to something extraordinary. Some looked like they'd been skinned alive, others had over a dozen eyes, some were as flat as if steamrolled, and some even had faces growing from their buttocks. Meng Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, I'll be damned." Sin Shiyun, seeing him like this, could only warn, "Don't look around randomly. Some people don't like being stared at." Before she even reminded him, Mangi had already noticed the person with the face on there but was glaring at him angrily. It felt like if he looked any longer, the other party would block his way and demand, "What are you looking at?" But he couldn't really be blamed. Mangi was genuinely curious if the person didn't even bother to pull up their pants. What exactly was the sight on the front side? Ah well, best not to stir up trouble. Mangi withdrew his gaze. The roads in the inner city were much smoother than those in the outer city, and he even spotted two young children, the first time he'd seen children in this world. It suddenly occurred to him that in this world, people under 16 were uniformly housed in boarding schools within the inner city. These schools contained magic arrays constructed at great human cost. It was said they also conducted grand annual rituals to beseech divine blessings for the children from a certain deity, effectively shielding them from the corrosive forces. So, had these two kids sneaked out to play? Soon, two children were caught by someone who looked like a teacher. Watching them protest and refuse to go back, Mangi couldn't help but sigh. How pitiful. Shin Young-sun, however, kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, her demeanor composed, until she stopped in front of a hat and clothing store. "The tailor here is quite skilled," she remarked. She emphasized the word tailor, indicating that the person was likely a Graceborn. Mangi instantly felt his wallet shriveled. Vegetables grown by the blessed were already expensive, let alone clothes stitched by them. There was no harm in looking around, though. He lifted the doorway's curtain and stepped inside. The shop was packed with all kinds of garments, though there weren't many customers. Mangi immediately spotted the tailor, a young man hard at work behind a table, his bare left arm sprouting scissors, needles, thread, measuring tapes, and the like. It sent a chill down his spine. "Ah, welcome to the finest hat and clothing shop in Jing'an City." A woman whose mouth took up half her face approached them. When her lips parted, it felt like a gust of wind had blown past. "Neither of you seems to need custom tailoring, so you can browse the ready-made items directly." She quickly noticed Mangi's tattered clothes. "Oh, so it's this gentleman who needs assistance, correct?" She tapped her hands lightly, and suddenly layers upon layers of men's clothing descended from the rooftop, staggered at varying heights. Mangi raised an eyebrow. Somehow this place gave him the feeling of stepping into a fantasy world. Big Mouth enthusiastically explained, "What style would our guest prefer? Something sexy and alluring?" There was a rustling sound as many clothes were put away, leaving behind only sexy and alluring menswear, enough to make one's eyes burn. Or, Sin Shiyun directly cut off the other person mid-sentence, "I need a full set, something that can self-clean and repair." "Oh, the basic model." Big Mouth seemed to have lost interest in the conversation. As she finished speaking, a rustling sound filled the air, and a pile of ordinary clothes tumbled down around them. Mangi casually picked out an outfit. "That'll be 4,888 yuan, please. Mangi's hand froze midair as he reached for his money. Buying clothes in the outer city had never cost him more than 48. Sin Shiyun certainly understood Mangi's previous income level and took the initiative to pay for him, which gave Mangi a subtle illusion of being pampered by a wealthy woman. He then scoffed inwardly. This was clearly an offering from a believer to a deity. Sin Shiyun turned back to look at him and said, "For the wilderness, this kind of clothing is essential. Surely you're not planning to bring several changes of clothes?" Mangi nodded, requested a fitting room to change, and found that the outfit could even adjust its size slightly, fitting him perfectly. With the added features of automatic cleaning and restoration, you could say 4,888 isn't really too outrageous. As Mangi was leaving, he couldn't help turning back to ask, "That's sexy?" Big Mouth grinned and chimed in, "It comes with multiple bonus effects, enhancing physical stamina, boosting desires, increasing attraction from the opposite sex, and more. Plus, it's customizable to your preferences." Her gaze swept over Sin Shiyun before she turned to pitch the offer. "This lovely lady, why not get a set for your gentleman companion?" Obviously, Big Mouth knew how to pitch to the paying customer. Mangi hurried out the door, feeling rather like he was fleeing in panic. But damn, spending other people's money felt amazing. Sin Shiyun walked out without batting an eye, utterly puzzled. "What are you running for?" Mangi forced a smile and said, "I'm in a hurry to attend the training." Sin Shiyun frowned but didn't press further, continuing to walk as she casually remarked, "When the Defense Department registers our information, they'll ask about the honorable name of the deity we worship. They'll also ask for the name of the pathway through which we received our bestowed powers." At this point, she halted mid-step. "What pathway are we considered? The deity has given no revelation." Mangi cleared his throat. "Since the deity hasn't revealed it, it means we must comprehend it ourselves. How could a god possibly forget?" Sin Shiyun nodded slowly. "That makes sense, then." Mangi said solemnly, "What do you think of the title apostle?" "Ha!" Mangi braced himself and improvised, "Our God is the ultimate salvation, and we are the apostles spreading this salvation." The real reason was that his bestowed power was destined to be diverse and chaotic, making it impossible to adopt highly specific names like spell weaver or machinist. Sin Shiyun pondered briefly and offered no objection. She also thought the name was quite fitting. More than just redemption. Chen Qian added, "Our Lord is also a symbol of great power." Mangi chimed in agreement repeatedly. When the two arrived at the entrance of the Defense Division building, Mangi asked curiously, "Do all God's favored come here to register? Is the government's control really this strong?" Sin Shiyun turned her head slightly, her demeanor somewhat evasive. "No, only those like us who need free training would come to register." Mengi's expression was odd. Putting aside the fact that he was so broke he had to mooch off freebies, the key issue was, he asked, "You haven't been trained before?" Sin Shiyun retorted angrily, "I never had to make money in the wilderness before." Mangi sighed. If she'd been more capable before, they wouldn't have had to come here now. Let's go in and take a look first. Chapter 28, Betraying Teammates? The public security headquarters building stood 6 stories tall. According to Sin Shiyun, only the first floor was open to the public, which also happened to be the most bustling area, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Meng-Yi and his companion arrived at the Divine Favor registration office, where only a solitary figure remained, sprawled across a chair with a newspaper draped over his face, snoring loudly. Meng-Yi gently knocked on the doorframe. The clerk inside jolted awake, fumbling to remove the newspaper from his face as he glanced toward the doorway. But the moment he recognized Meng-Yi and his companion, he slumped back into his chair with an irritated sigh. "Scram, scram, this is the Divine Favored registration office. Can't you read?" With that, he pulled the newspaper back over his face. "We're here to register." The man lowered his newspaper. "Ha!" His expression turned confused. "It seems there are rarely any gods favored coming here to register. How reliable is Sin Shiyun anyway?" Meng-Yi helplessly glanced at Sin Shiyun beside him, who now spoke with an air of studied nonchalance. "Well, let's register and pick up the free training certificate while we're at it." Only then did the registration clerk react. "How rare. In 2 years working here, this is the first time I've seen anyone come to register. Come in quick." He began to grow excited, darting around like a gust of wind, searching for quite a while before finally finding the form. Ahem, name. The clerk sat stiffly upright, and Meng-Yi could even detect a certain sacredness in his expression. "Sigh, your name is AI?" The clerk gave Meng-Yi a once-over. "Is that your real name?" Meng-Yi was growing increasingly skeptical and couldn't help but glance at Sin Shiyun. Sin Shiyun struggled to maintain her composed expression, never having imagined this was how it would be. She had secretly peeked into the book yesterday. How could the beginner's guide for the favored ones possibly lie? Meng-Yi proceeded with the registration process, his heart heavy with deep-seated distrust. "The Crimson King, a new god?" The clerk mumbled while filling out forms. Meng-Yi's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, "Excuse me, how many gods are there in total?" "Hard to say. New divine names keep appearing all the time, like yours is a new one," the clerk replied. Shrugging his shoulders, the clerk added, "My supervisor's supervisor once said many different divine names might ultimately point to the same deity." "Don't think I'm lying," he emphasized. "My boss's boss is a 5th-tier divine favor recipient." Meng-Yi nodded while silently scoffing in his heart. First they said no one had come in 2 years, then mentioned frequent additions of new divine names. This contradictory statement made their claims hard to believe. The clerk cheerfully filled out the forms, his earlier impatience after being disturbed from sleep having completely vanished. He stamped the documents, tore off the last copy, and handed it to them, saying, "Off you go. Free training is out the door, take a left, last room at the end." Meng-Yi noticed he was extending 2 hands toward him. No, wait, from the wrist protruded an additional hand at an angle. He had been too busy glaring at Sin Shiyun to notice it earlier. The key point was, the entire registration process had no verification step. Whatever he said, the clerk simply recorded it without question. This left him somewhat exasperated. He initially thought the registration process would be a rather solemn affair, where he could showcase his corpse animation ability, letting the Judgment Bureau catch wind of it to dispel any suspicions they might harbor. What a sloppy result. He hesitated for a moment before finally accepting it. Though it seemed unreliable, it was free, no reason not to go. Then he and Sin Shiyun headed out, walking in single file toward the innermost room. "Did you imagine it would be like this before coming here?" "No," Sin Shiyun replied dazedly. "The beginner's guide said this place was very strict." "Beginner's guide?" Meng-Yi looked at her in surprise. "What the hell is this?" Someone was behind him. Meng-Yi glanced back and saw the clerk from earlier. When he turned around, the other person awkwardly averted their gaze. He had a bad feeling about this. The innermost room, he glanced up and noticed there was no sign by the door. He knocked lightly, and inside, a clear, pleasant female voice responded, "Come in." Quite polite, he thought. Exchanging a look with Sin Shiyun, he gripped the handle with slightly more force and pushed the door open. Then he snapped the door shut with a sharp click. "Nothing else, just too thrilling." Sin Shiyun asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Meng-Yi didn't even have time to stop her as she swiftly pulled open the door and then with another click, closed it again. If I'm not mistaken, the interior was densely covered with spider webs, filled with spiders of all sizes that formed a half-meter thick carpet on the floor, undulating like water ripples. The door was pushed open from inside by a woman with a living, half-human-height spider embedded in her back. Her body was adorned with various small spiders, making her appear vividly multicolored. Her gaze instantly locked onto the piece of paper in Mengyi's hand, and with a swift motion, she snatched the registration form from him. Welcome, welcome. I'm the training officer, Zhu Hongyu. The voice was crisp and pleasant if one ignored the spiders crawling into her mouth as she spoke, and then overlooked her subsequent chewing motions. Her face alone was quite charming. Don't worry about these little darlings, she said, tilting her head and gesturing with a wave. They're very well behaved. Well behaved? The kind that crawls into your mouth? Moreover, when the other party turned sideways, Mengyi saw a plump spider still flailing its claws back to back with her. Unless he was mistaken, the two seemed to have grown together. Mengyi forced a faint smile. Miss Xu, I believe I don't require any training. He sidestepped a few colorful spiders at his feet. With earnest yet hurried emphasis, he added, I have extensive practical experience. Once, I even killed an 8th-tier divine favor recipient barehanded. Apologies for the interruption. As for Qin Shiyun, she had already let out a small cry of surprise and turned to flee with rapid pattering footsteps. Zhu Hongyu tilted her head to size him up. Oh, an inexpressible sense of grievance. No matter how aggrieved Mengyi felt, he didn't dare take another step inside. He turned and left with hurried strides. The clerk at the registration counter stood behind them, shaking his head with a sigh. Go ahead and try. I'd really love to see what happens when someone actually goes inside. Mengyi shot him a glare and quickly slipped away. Whoever wanted to try could go ahead, he certainly wasn't volunteering. Zhu Hongyu sighed. No students, as usual. Guess we're headed to the wilderness now. She waved at the clerk. Care to come in for a bit? No, I'm too busy with work. The clerk forced a dry laugh and hastily retreated from the spot. Mengyi finally managed to catch up to Qin Shiyun in front of him, seething with anger. The gods say, brotherly love, he spat out. How could you run so fast? Betray your teammates? Qin Shiyun turned around and apologized with utmost sincerity. I'm sorry. She then closed her eyes, pressed her palms together in prayer, and murmured, Oh God, I have sinned. Mengyi pressed a hand to his forehead in sheer exasperation. Afterwards, the two aimlessly wandered through the inner city streets until Mengyi couldn't contain his suggestion any longer. How about, we just go straight to the wilderness? Qin Shiyun shook her head. Definitely not possible. Let me check the books again. Check my ass. Mengyi couldn't help laughing. How about we consider asking around with others? Alright then, let's head to the tavern. A tavern? How retro. What, like the kind where those divinely blessed killers from the wilderness gather to drink and have fun? Mengyi said with a strange expression. Exactly. Qin Shiyun tilted her head. You're quite knowledgeable. Ha! Mengyi's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Then let's go ask there. Best if we find a place to train our combat skills first. Qin Shiyun nodded. Let's go to the outer city. There are plenty of taverns near all 4 city gates. Let's head to the southern gate. It's closer to the 6th district. She explained, I used to help people repair mechanical equipment over there, or make some small gadgets for sale. She appeared more confident. I know that place well. Mengyi was skeptical about this. Chapter 29, this will be interesting. Now, the two had to walk all the way from north of the inner city to south of the outer city. Even the straight-line distance was about 30 kilometers, and accounting for winding roads, it was likely close to 60 kilometers. This troubled Mengyi. If they walked, they wouldn't arrive until evening. Where could he find a ride this time? In the fortress city, public transportation holds little necessity. Ordinary citizens need only stay compliant and work diligently, with their daily commute rarely exceeding 10 kilometers. As for the gods favored, their need in this regard is also minimal. Jing'an City boasts such high population density that even including industrial zones, its diameter measures no more than 50 kilometers. For many of the gods favored, this distance hardly qualifies as far. As for how those two would get there, when Mengyi asked this question, Qin Shiyun waved her hand nonchalantly. We can rent a car. This turned out to be unexpectedly reasonable. Except that for a mere 50-kilometer journey, they ended up paying the driver 500 yuan. Mengyi's heart ached painfully as he paid the money. This beat-up old car, a relic from a bygone era, patched up time and again, offered zero riding comfort yet somehow commanded such an exorbitant fare. This distracted him so much that he didn't even notice their surroundings until Qin Shiyun announced they'd arrived, snapping him back to reality. The first thing that slipped out of his mouth was, where do these cars even get their fuel? Qin Shiyun shot him a sidelong glance. Biogas. He then pushed open the tavern door before him. Mengyi glanced back at his surroundings before entering. This place was somewhat distant from the city gate, littered with various disreputable entertainment venues that appeared dark and chaotic. Most were likely converted from residential houses, while the few newly built ones stood far from dwellings, as Fortress City strictly prohibited disrupting the overall layout of residential buildings. No wonder Qin Shiyun had mentioned taverns near the south gate, yet he couldn't recall anything matching the description, despite having passed through the southern gate once before. There's no way he would have come to this place before. As soon as Meng Yi stepped through the tavern door, he was nearly knocked off his feet by an overwhelming combination of bizarre odors. Though it was broad daylight outside, the interior was dim as dusk, filled with all manner of sensory assaults. Sung Chiyun shouted directly into his ear, "Stay close to me. This place is a mixed bag, keep your wits about you." Meng Yi shook his head helplessly, wondering once again whether this plan of hers could be trusted. If this didn't pan out, they'd have no choice but to venture blindly into the wilderness. People were gathered here and there for leisure, engaged in some recreational activities that left Meng Yi utterly astonished. Didn't they care about putting on a show in public? And over there, were they actually harming themselves? Bloody, frenzied, even downright nauseating. He tilted his head towards Sun Chiyun and asked, "Why is everyone gathered together? Don't they all have strong suspicions toward each other?" Sun Chiyun covered her nose, clearly disliking the smell in the area, and answered in a muffled voice, "Because the Blessed Ones rely on their own strength, and those gathered here already know each other. But no two people share a relationship like ours." That sounded incredibly ambiguous. However, Meng Yi also understood her meaning. These chosen ones, no matter how well they played together, could never truly be companions or friends. There was a fundamental lack of trust between them. They gathered only for entertainment, and when necessary, they wouldn't hesitate to stab each other in the back. The two walked up to the bar, where the bartender appeared completely normal, a sight that inexplicably made Meng Yi, having spent the whole day surrounded by grotesque figures, feel an instinctive liking for him. "What'll you have?" Sun Chiyun shook her head. "I'm here to ask for some information." The bartender sized them up upon hearing this, then turned and shouted toward the back of the bar, "Old Turtle, someone's looking for you." Meng Yi found the nickname strange. Old Turtle? But he quickly stopped wondering when an elderly man with a massive tumor protruding from his back emerged from the rear. He truly did resemble someone carrying a turtle shell. Meng Yi noticed the other person's left leg and right arm were missing, laboriously hobbling over with the aid of a crutch. "What news are you looking to inquire about?" Sun Chiyun got straight to the point. "Where can I receive some combat or firearms training? Also, how can I acquire basic wilderness survival knowledge?" Old Turtle chuckled darkly, extending 5 fingers, 5,000. Meng Yi frowned, so expensive. Was there nothing affordable in the blessed world? Sun Chiyun swiftly took out the money. The old bastard asked them to wait here before turning his back. Meng Yi couldn't understand it. He charges this much for basic information? Sun Chiyun's expression remained blank. "What else? Should I go ask others? Who would tell you anything?" She sighed. "That old bastard has someone powerful backing him, probably a divine blessing wielder with extremely rare abilities. Otherwise, how could he get his hands on so much information?" Meng Yi nodded. Given how peculiar interpersonal relationships were in this world, anyone who could run an intelligence operation must be extraordinary. Someone at the bar counter ordered a drink, and Meng Yi watched with sudden interest. The alcohol here. It was gushed into the glass from the bartender's mouth. As the man turned around, Meng Yi noticed a pipe sticking out of his rear, connected somewhere behind the counter. Artificial brewing? Meng Yi subtly averted his gaze. Whatever goodwill he just felt toward this normal bartender evaporated instantly. "I'm a disciple of Dionysus," the bartender said quietly while wiping a glass, having clearly noticed Meng Yi's stare. The patron who had just ordered his drink glanced casually at Meng Yi and his companion, took a sip from his glass, then suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. "Isn't that Sun Chiyun? I thought you looked familiar just now. Buying basic knowledge of the wilderness, did you finally succeed in communicating with a new deity?" He leaned in abruptly, the stench from his body assaulting Meng Yi's nostrils even through Sun Chiyun. What a pity, such a beautiful woman, what if she doesn't survive in the wilderness? Meng Yi frowned. The man was enormously fat, his chest glistening with grease, his face wearing a greasy, disgusting smile as he continued. "Honestly, you're quite good looking. If you can't become a mechanic, you could always be a pilot. Why risk your life in the wastelands?" Meng Yi glanced at Sun Chiyun. "Got beef with him?" Sun Chiyun's expression remained indifferent. "No, just a follower of Chaolan." Meng Yi thought of that unreasonable fat guy who had been giving him a hard time, and suddenly realized such people were destined to endlessly provoke others. Sun Chiyun said, "Followers of this god are notorious for bootlicking those above and kicking those below, always stirring up trouble. Just ignore him." The fat man drained his cup of wine in one gulp and sneered, "Stirring up trouble? No, no, no. I'm simply telling facts." Though he loved making trouble, he wasn't stupid. Sun Chiyun clearly had recently received divine favor and was never skilled in combat before. Why would he even bother to spare her a glance? As for Meng Yi beside him, he didn't give him a second thought either. These days, who doesn't fight alone? Surely no one would side with this bitch. He glanced at Meng Yi and chuckled. "Name's Wang Jian, in case you didn't know. This woman here." He pointed at Sun Chiyun, disrespected the gods, got abandoned by them, and now she's panicking like a stray dog begging everywhere. TSK, back then. Meng Yi suddenly reached out and pinched the other's fingers. "Ha!" With a crisp snap, he directly broke Wang Jian's finger. "Ah!" All eyes in the tavern turned toward them. This was going to be entertaining. Chapter 30, Free. Wang Jian was no saint either. Even as he let out a shriek, he hurled the wine cup in his left hand straight at Meng Yi's face, only for Qin Shiyun to slap it away with one swift motion. How could she just sit back and watch while others fought her battles for her? Wasn't she supposed to be God's favored one? The moment Meng Yi reached out, she'd already activated her corpse form. Now Qin Shiyun appeared ghastly pale, her entire body wreathed in chilling mist. The bartender spoke rapidly, "Break something and you'll pay for it." Bang! Meng Yi sent Wang Jian's bulky body flying with a kick. Keep him away from the bar. He certainly couldn't afford any damages. Then, he and Qin Shiyun closed in on both sides, hammering the fat man until he couldn't even lift his head. Under the dim light, someone whistled, "Nice move. Squeeze all the fat out of that fatty." Everyone cheered relentlessly, eager to enjoy the spectacle. "Fat Wang, why can't you even lift your head? Put some effort into it." Wang Jian's layers of fat weren't just for show, his resilience was remarkable. The real issue was his greasy blubber, which disgusted Meng Yi so much he hesitated to land his blows. Just hit him on the head. Clearly three God-blessed individuals, but now they're brawling like ordinary street thugs. Yet paradoxically, this only makes the crowd more intrigued. Fatty Wang actually got beaten by a rookie. What an embarrassment. Ha ha ha, I'll treat you to drinks if you win. There were also some strange words shouted at Qin Shiyun in between, incomprehensible phrases like sis, punch me and such. Wang Jian could only manage haphazard defense now, soon ending up bruised and battered. Amidst the continuous jeering sounds in his ears, he began to feel uneasy and fearful inside. The deity he worshipped, driver mocking wind, who enjoys mocking and teasing others, absolutely despises being mocked in turn, especially when it happens in such a public setting. He would earn the god's displeasure. A dark cloud of fear enveloped Wang Jian's heart, driving him to let out a frantic shout. His right hand suddenly plunged into his navel and yanked out a half-meter-long, exquisitely crafted curved blade, smeared with yellow grime. With a backhanded sweep, he slashed towards Meng Yi and his companion. The crimson blade burst into flames even before it completed its swing. Many eyes in the tavern lit up with anticipation. Is that bastard Wang actually in possession of such a treasure? At the very least an 8th-level transcendent weapon, these two are doomed. The flames were extremely effective against the living dead. As the blade wreathed in fire came slashing towards her, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but retreat several steps. Meng Yi snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. This blade didn't pose much of a threat to him. His right hand stretched out, simultaneously activating undead transformation as flesh magic surged. Layer upon layer of flesh piled up on his palm, boldly meeting the fiery blade head-on. Put! A sound like hacking through thick leather rang out, leaving Wang Jian's eyes filled with disbelief. His physique wasn't just for show, his strength stood out even among the lower-tier divine favored. With that kind of power, coupled with his extraordinary weapon, how could a newly ascended divine favored block it bare-handed? Even the instigating bystanders fell momentarily silent, the scene unfolding contrary to their expectations. Shouldn't Fatty Wang have cut him down instead? What surprised them wasn't just that. Meng Yi gripped the blade with his right hand, and from his palm came a crackling sound as frost began to form. The flames on the dagger were instantly suppressed by the spreading ice. The frost then crawled rapidly along the blade, startling Wang Jian so much that he immediately loosened his grip. Meng Yi kicked him away. Looking at Wang Jian, who had collapsed to the ground momentarily unable to rise, Meng Yi sneered and brandished the dagger that was now stuck to his hand. "This is my apology." At this moment, Qin Shiyun had just drawn her revolver, but seeing the scene, she silently holstered it again. She wasn't needed at all. Wang Jian clutched his stomach and struggled to raise his head. Are you a newly emerged one?" Meng Yi held the short knife in his hand, examining it with great interest. "What's the issue?" he asked. Wang Jian's greasy face flushed crimson. "Impossible," he exclaimed. "An 8th-tier extraordinary weapon being suppressed by a newly ascended 9th-tier blessed one? What a joke!" Wang Jian gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, his eyes swirling with hatred, fear, and confusion. Yet the mere thought of his current predicament made him desperate enough to fight tooth and nail. Not only might the god be displeased by his silence, but he'd also lost a transcendent weapon. This agony outweighed death itself. The tavern, moments ago alive with boisterous laughter and banter, now fell into dead silence. Numerous inscrutable glances slid toward Meng Yi. "Ah!" A scream suddenly came from the corner, causing everyone to turn their heads. A divine favored one was seen clutching his bleeding eyes, letting out agonizing shrieks before collapsing to the ground. After several convulsive struggles, he gradually fell silent forever. Everyone was shocked and uncertain. Many immediately lowered their heads in fearful hesitation, no longer daring to look at Meng Yi. Meng Yi seemed to have figured out the dagger's secret. With a deft flick, flames erupted violently along the blade. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, looking somewhat eerie in the firelight as he sighed softly. "Some things are better left unseen." The remaining gazes immediately turned away from him. The resentment in Wang Jian's eyes faded, replaced entirely by fear. Meng swung his blade once more, extinguishing the flames. He looked at Wang Jian and asked earnestly, "Consider this little trinket as compensation. Do you agree or not?" "No, no problem." Wang Jian was trembling with fear now, a far cry from his earlier arrogance. Sin Shiyun's expression was complicated. The God-touched one with bleeding eyes inexplicably reminded her of the dawn judgment from 2 nights ago. She seemed to have overlooked something earlier. There was one more thing she should have noticed, something about Meng Yi. What was it? Her brows furrowed as she began to ponder deeply. Meng Yi had gained something, and was in a rather good mood now. However, looking at the fallen divine favor recipient, he couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. "What are you gawking at for no reason?" Scanning his surroundings, he spoke in a haunting tone. "This person committed suicide, didn't he?" Everyone hastened to speak up. That's right. It was suicide, we can all testify to that. I know this guy, he's always been fed up with life." Meng Yi shook his head. These people were probably two-faced, but it didn't matter. Judging by the Arbiter Department's previous attitude, they likely wouldn't give him trouble. And his initial goal had been achieved, both necrotic animation and frost spells had been demonstrated. The Judicature's suspicions about the Crimson King shouldn't veer toward malevolent deities anymore. He turned to look at the bar counter. Old Turtle had returned long ago and was now keeping his head down, not daring to meet his gaze. As an intelligence operative, he had his own theories about what had just happened. Meng Yi said helplessly, "It's not that serious. As long as you don't use your special abilities to look at me, it's fine." The old tortoise gave a dry laugh, seeing no point in arguing with him, and handed over a booklet. This contains some basic information and precautions about the wilderness surrounding Jing'an City. As for combat and firearms training, the old turtle pointed his cane behind Meng Yi, saying oddly, "Just go find that person named Zhang Yao." Meng Yi turned to look, spotting a middle-aged man with a full beard sitting not far behind him. Upon hearing the old turtle's words, the man's cheek twitched slightly. Was this supposed to be training for combat and firearms for a newcomer? This didn't seem like it to him. Meng Yi probed, "What's the charge?" Zhang Yao forced an awkward smile. "No charge, supporting the Defense Department's work, how could we charge?" Inwardly cursing the old bastard bloody pulp for introducing such a troublesome client who'd dare ask for money. Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun exchanged a glance. "Not bad, this one's free too." Chapter 31 The Tavern of Reveling Spirits. Meng Yi and his companion approached with utmost courtesy, inquiring Zhang Yao about training procedures, to which the other party reciprocated with equal politeness. They were instructed to find him in room 117 of building 268 near the South Gate daily between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. At this, all parties were thoroughly pleased. Before leaving, Meng Yi suddenly remembered something. He turned back to look at Lao Wangba and tentatively asked, "Lao Wangba, do you know about the God's Chosen?" Lao Wangba's expression grew complicated as he nodded. "I know." Oh, this piqued Meng Yi's interest, and he hurriedly pressed further. "What is it, and how much does it cost?" "Free of charge." Zhang Yao knew how to read the room, much less someone as shrewd as him. The old turtle's wrinkle-covered face stretched into an unsightly smile as he spoke with deliberate obsequiousness. The God-favored are those cherished by the deity. They obtain divine blessings without paying any price, for the eyes of the god are ever upon the God-favored. Here he paused, stealing a covert glance at Meng Yi before continuing. Those favored by the gods are the chosen ones, destined for greatness in the future. It is said that within the Human Supreme Arbitration Committee, at least 3 members are God-favored ones. Meng Yi suddenly understood the reason for the arbiter's peculiar attitude toward him. The God-favored need not pay any price, meaning their mental and physical states remain perfectly normal. They are standard, textbook definition normal individuals. The part about being destined for greatness was quite easy to comprehend as well. Take the Dawn Judge, this 4th-tier divine favored one, as an example. To advance to the 3rd tier, he must first please the deity. After satisfying the deity, he must then consider whether his physical condition can bear the cost of further advancement. In the end, many divine favored ones perish, some from physical collapse, others from mental breakdown. And even the mightiest among them face one inevitable question. What happens when a deity abandons you? The blessed one is different. They will grow smoothly to the 1st rank with a sound mental state, and such individuals are sure to be highly favored by official organizations. Meng Yi pondered briefly, then nodded at Old Turtle and said, "Thank you. Since they're offering it for free, it's only right to say thanks." As for Sin Shiyun, she's now wondering, could she herself be a blessed one? Very likely. Without having to pay any price, she received divine favors one after another, even though she had done nothing to deserve them. Most importantly, she could frequently see the god. Lost in her wild thoughts, she failed to realize that the doubts about Meng Yi that had arisen in her heart moments earlier had quietly vanished by now. "What's wrong with you?" Meng Yi looked at her strangely. Why was she grinning like an idiot? Sin Shiyun wiped the smile off her face, her eyes wandering. "It's nothing. Let's go home first." She needed to return and keep researching how to construct the divine sanctuary. This was how she would repay such profound grace. Meng Yi shook his head, finding her utterly incomprehensible. Before leaving, Mangi glanced back at the tavern's name, Old Turtle Tavern. This name. Frowning, Mangi turned to Sinchiyun, whose lips kept curling into a smile, and asked, "Is Old Turtle the owner here?" Correct. Sinchiyun quickly walked ahead. "Come on, let's go. I need to get back to my books." Mangi's outstretched foot paused abruptly. "Reading again?" He haphazardly fastened the dagger at his waist and said helplessly, "There's no time. Your house is too far from here, and we still have to come back in the afternoon." "Hey, hold on, it'll take ages to make the round trip." Their departure instantly set the tavern abuzz. "Old Turtle, should we report the deaths to the judicature?" Someone nearby blurted out. "Are you out of your mind? Why the hell would you bring trouble on yourself? What's up with that kid? Couldn't even take a look at him?" Someone pointed at the deceased blessed one and explained, "This guy worshipped the all-seeing eye. What he saw was different from what we saw." Everyone tacitly ignored the few people sprawled on the ground feasting, though a handful still wore expressions of disgust. "No matter where you go, you'll run into these damn ghouls." Zhang Yao's eyes gleamed. He picked up his wine cup only to slam it back down hard, then asked in confusion, "Old bastard, was that kid earlier really a blessed one?" He had been standing close enough to hear every word of the pair's earlier conversation. The tavern fell silent again, with everyone except the ghouls staring at Old Tortoise, waiting for an explanation. Old Tortoise wrinkled his face hesitantly. "Hard to say. If they carried certain sacred artifacts, perhaps, but those two look like devotees of death." He yelled at the ghouls, "Hey, what do you think? Are they Death's followers? And damn it, just eat, don't smear blood everywhere like you're painting a wall." Someone lifted their blood-stained face and muttered, "They do resemble them, but there's no aura of death." Among those present was a black-robed figure with glowing green eyes, muttering, "Too lifelike, probably not one of our Lord's faithful." He stood and approached the ghouls, asking, "Finished eating?" Without waiting for their reply, he raised a hand, sending a sickly green mist into the corpse. A nearly transparent, dazed-looking spirit drifted up, devoid of intelligence. Someone in the tavern jeered, "Do a seance, old-timer." The black-robed man snorted coldly, "Scram. Channeling spirits?" Whether he contacted the all-seeing eye or that kid from earlier, he'd end up becoming fireworks on the spot. To be precise, he didn't dare channel anyone's spirit at all, only dared to manipulate soul fragments. The soul fragments vanished beneath his dark robes as he coldly resumed his seated position. Next, someone else stepped forward to retrieve the bones, while charming men and women openly requested a few of the thick thigh bones for themselves. Others kept teasing Wang Jian incessantly, making his expression grow increasingly unpleasant. Soon, everyone put the earlier incident behind them and resumed their revelry. Life is fleeting and unpredictable, who knows if they might end up like today's unlucky fellow, dying without ever understanding why. Fat Wang provoked someone and survived, while that poor bastard got killed with just a glance. His body and soul were completely divided up, leaving nothing behind. Those ghouls even licked the last drop of blood off the ground. The scene of such frenzied chaos made Li Hao, sitting in the corner, frown deeply. He pinched the bridge of his nose, then got up, walked out, turned a few corners, and arrived at the van. Suo Mingcheng was still fast asleep. Li Hao couldn't help but sigh, "Wake up, didn't you sleep enough last night?" Suo Mingcheng mumbled, "Couldn't sleep well in the car." When he opened his eyes, he quickly corrected himself, "I was seriously monitoring all night long." Li Hao snorted coldly, "Back to headquarters." What a headache. The Dawn Judgment hadn't approved his request to change partners. Su Mingcheng stuffed some cookies into his mouth and swiftly slipped into the driver's seat. "You won't let me tag along, so what new discoveries did you make on your own?" Li Hao got into the car expressionlessly, staring at him as he spoke. "Did you mention the matter of the gods chosen to Mengi?" "Nope." Su Mingcheng looked utterly innocent. Heaven knows he truly hadn't. He pressed further, "Did Mengi say he's a god's chosen?" Li Hao shook his head slowly. There was some conflict in the tavern. A fellow believer glanced at Mengi and dropped dead, without any abnormality, just an utterly ordinary death. Suo Mingcheng frowned. "What's the issue? Wasn't Dawn Judgment speculating he might be a god's chosen?" "You can't just gaze at such a person recklessly." "Exactly the problem. If that believer saw something forbidden and got corrupted, their death should have been bizarre and twisted, not so, uneventful." Li Hao's brow furrowed deeper. Moreover, Mengi just demonstrated abilities resembling corpse reanimation, or at least something very similar. Countless divine powers. Suo Mingcheng held a piece of bread between his teeth as he shifted gears and started the car, mumbling, "Could you make yourself clear?" Li Hao remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Suo Mingcheng had grown accustomed to it. He stepped on the accelerator and drove toward the inner city. Chapter 32, I fell for your nonsense. Of course, Mengi and Sinchiyun didn't go back. It was almost noon already. If they turned around now, the whole day would be wasted just making the trip back and forth. Besides, this area wasn't just home to entertainment venues, there were also several restaurants. As Sinchiyun put it, all 4 city gates in the outer districts had these kinds of entertainment zones catering to the blessed. Is the food here even edible? Mangi sat in the restaurant feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. The psychological shadow from that breakfast shop still hadn't faded. Of course, what's the matter? Sin Shiyun absent-mindedly flipped through the menu. It's just a bit expensive, she remarked. Choice paralysis is kicking in, you decide. She tossed the menu to Meng Yi with a careless gesture and added offhandedly, let me see that supernormal weapon. Meng Yi handed her the short knife from his waist and flipped through the menu himself. He had to admit, it was really expensive. He casually ordered 2 bowls of fried noodles and, after some consideration, added a serving of freshly grilled mushrooms. These alone cost 2,300 credits, instantly plunging him into utter poverty. If it weren't for seeing Sin Shiyun taking such extravagance for granted, he genuinely wouldn't have been willing to spend this much. A meal of synthetic rations only costs 8 credits. It seems being a blessed of the gods pays well. The menu was snatched away by a parrot flying around the shop. The waitstaff here consisted of 3 colorful parrots, not some strange humans, which made Meng Yi feel much more at ease. Sin Shiyun grasped the crimson short blade and, after fumbling with it for a while, discovered how to use it. With a thought and a light swing, flames erupted along the blade. Meng Yi asked curiously, how are these sorts of supernatural weapons made? I heard from the tavern folks that this is even an 8th tier supernatural weapon. Sin Shiyun waved her hand again, extinguishing the flames. Her eyes grew bright as she swung the blade back and forth, its surface flickering unevenly with sporadic fire. This is why the gods blessed venture into the wilderness, to obtain all sorts of bizarre materials, besides trading them with the Defense Department for currency. Sin Shiyun pointed at the blade and said, you can also track down craftsmen or machinists among the gods blessed to refine special transcendent weapons or armor, or seek out pharmacists to brew various enhancement potions. They have countless uses. The materials for ritual magic, array components, and some inherently useful oddities. She pulled out that silver revolver and handed it to Meng Yi, saying enthusiastically, my revolver here is also an extraordinary weapon. Conventional arms can hardly harm those blessed by the divine. This cost me a fortune to procure special materials for alloying before I forged the initial framework myself. I sought out a saint skilled in drawing magic arrays and had 3 small arrays carved, then hired someone to set up a ritual spell for, well, blessings. She continued to emphasize. The material itself is special, already incredibly powerful. Plus, it has arrays for breaking curses, boosting power, increasing firing speed, and blessings that improve accuracy. With her free hand, she mimed a gun and went pow headshot. Then in a boastful tone, she added, guess how much this baby costs? Meng Yi held the silver revolver in his hand, its smooth texture warm to the touch. The entire firearm was engraved with intricate pale gold patterns, appearing both understated and luxurious. Logically, wages in this world were quite low for ordinary people, so money ought to be quite valuable. Yet, the expenses of the chosen ones left him utterly baffled, forcing him to estimate as high as possible, 500,000? Sin Shiyun shook her head, more than that, 1.5 million. It took nearly all I had. Sin Shiyun sighed, this is also why I'm so poor, my donation to our Lord's sacred temple was only 50,000. You're broke and still taking me to such an expensive restaurant? Meng Yi couldn't help but complain inwardly. He'd assumed all God touched were high spenders, but after doing some quick mental math, a lunch here would cost about 600 plus meals worth with this pistol, just 7 or 8 months of food money if you ate 3 meals a day. That was practically Sin Shiyun's entire savings. Using common sense, she used to be a mechanist. Isn't that supposed to be a lucrative profession? Thought it was just daily spending, but turns out, it's quite extravagant, including that homemade breakfast of hers, which in a way is also quite luxurious. To indulge one's appetite with such splendor? Meng Yi couldn't hold back anymore and finally voiced this question. Sin Shiyun replied matter-of-factly, what's the point of hoarding money? Why be so frugal? Who knows when death might come? Of course we should live as comfortably as possible. They say the banks in Fortress City used to offer lending services, but now, she made a gesture, all gone, then sighed, the banks can't even collect on life loans. And it still makes perfect damn sense. Meng Yi shook his head and steered the conversation back. What's the name of this gun? Is it a 9th tier transcendent weapon? Hammer. Sin Shiyun waved her small hand with great gusto, smashed the enemy's head like a giant hammer. It's 9th tier, but not necessarily cheaper than this blade. Ranged weapons, you know. Meng Yi nodded and asked a question that caught Sin Shiyun off guard. Precision headshots, do all those mutated creatures in the wild even have heads? Ha! With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Meng Yi slid the hammer across the table to Sin Shiyun. What a shame! Grinding her teeth, Sin Shiyun swung the short blade angrily for a while until, no matter how much she tried, it stopped responding altogether. Only then did she reluctantly hand it back. Is there a name carved on this blade? Meng Yi examined it for a long while before shaking his head. Not only was there no name, there weren't any array patterns either, meaning it probably didn't have any blessings either. No wonder Sin Shiyun said this blade wasn't much more expensive than her pistol. A thought surfaced in his mind. Could he perhaps bestow blessings himself? He probably could. Sin Shiyun put away her gun and casually said, then give it a name. Let's call it Crimson Blade. Mangi didn't mind an 8th-tier transcendent weapon, and a short dagger at that. Maybe he could conceal it on his body. With the hilt included, it was only half a meter long. He measured it against himself. No, even half a meter was too long. It'd be hard to bury it under flesh and blood. Maybe he could consider forging some shorter daggers later. The two were about to study the booklet Old Turtle had given them when their ordered meals suddenly arrived. The serving method was quite peculiar. 2 parrot-sized parrots carried bowls of noodles from the kitchen, wobbling precariously through the air yet never spilling a drop. Upon landing on the table, the parrots plop flattened against the bottom of the bowls before their bodies liquefied and float upwards, boing, snapping back to their original forms. 2 parrots chattered noisily as they flapped their wings and flew away. Exhausted the hell out of me. Raise our wages. Raise our wages. Look at your worthless ambitions, ask for female parrots instead. You're so accomplished, rich enough to go to the bird market and buy yourself a bunch of female parrots, even male ones. Mangi picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. This stir-fried noodle dish was really good. The meat had an amazing texture. It tasted better than all the noodles he had eaten in his life combined. He started slurping the noodles down with his head buried in the bowl. Damn, it was so freaking delicious. Sin Shiyun, on the other hand, kept her manners somewhat elegant, though she ate just as quickly. The chef here is a real Cuisinier. How about it? Tastes wonderful, doesn't it? Mangi could only nod repeatedly. Before long, someone wearing a chef's hat came to their table carrying a plate. Freshly grilled mushrooms coming right up. Then he rolled up his left sleeve, and dense clusters of multicolored mushrooms, each as large as a fist, began growing on his arm. We only want the tips of the mushrooms. Holding a dinner knife in his right hand, he deftly sliced off a thin layer from the top of each mushroom, kindly explaining, the rest is highly poisonous and can't be eaten. After finishing the slicing, he swept his right hand down his left arm, cleanly severing the mushrooms at the base. A parrot that happened to fly by opened its beak, now swollen to the size of a washbasin, and swallowed them whole in one gulp. The parrot flapped its wings, spewing flames from its beak to roast the mushroom slices on the plate, the fiery tongues licking at the mushrooms and retreating in an instant. But when used for fire, it adds a unique flavor to the grilled mushrooms. The chef set down his knife, extending the 5 fingers of his right hand, each fingertip dotted with countless tiny holes like a lotus pod, and with graceful poise, he flicked his fingers, sprinkling various powders. Secret seasoning. The chef wore a smile on his face. Every day, I only consume various spices, which undergo intricate processes inside my body. Mangi could bear it no longer. He rushed out the door. Careless mistake. He shouldn't have trusted Sin Shiyun's nonsense. Now he couldn't even bring himself to speculate how that fried noodles he ate had been prepared. Holy shit. Chapter 33, The Cook growing beef on his body. Mangi decided, for the sake of his mental well-being, he'd stick to synthetic rations. Sin Shiyun tried to educate him that these dishes were harmless, healthy, and delicious, but he sternly refused. Synthetic rations, perfect. As he squatted outside the restaurant chewing the synthetic food he'd just bought, Sin Shiyun's expression grew complicated. These. She pointed at the food in Mangi's hands, choosing her words carefully. Agricultural land is scarce in fortress cities. Even with hydroponic cultivation added, it's still like trying to extinguish a bonfire with a cup of water, nowhere near enough to feed everyone in the city. Mangi didn't care. It's just factory-synthesized stuff accelerated by ritual magic, right? Much cleaner than what those cooks make. Sin Shiyun's voice wavered. Really? Do you believe that? The food in Mangi's hands suddenly lost its appeal. Could this world get any worse? Let's try to cook for ourselves from now on. Sin Shiyun was utterly puzzled. What difference does it make whether mushrooms grow in the ground or on people? And as for the blessed ones, unless they're those perverts who deliberately spread disease and plague, forget it. No idea where your obsession comes from anyway. Mangi gave an awkward chuckle. Theoretically speaking, it's perfectly clean. Practically speaking, well, it's clean too, like hell it is. As he turned back to speak with Sin Shiyun here, he could clearly see through the glass door how the restaurant chef was grilling meat for a certain customer. Real-time cutting, real-time serving. Though he flings flesh bombs and hides blades beneath his skin, he's still a normal person who absolutely couldn't stomach eating such things. Noticing Mangi's expression, Sin Shiyun turned around and explained exasperatedly, that's beef that grew out of the chef's body. Mum. Mangi let out an epiphanic exclamation. So that's what it was. Does eating pork liver require the butcher to slit its belly? He stood up, dusting off the dirt from his pants, no longer dwelling on it. Let's just go find that Zhangyao instead. Sin Shiyun shook her head but had no choice but to follow his steps. Room 117 in Building 268 was an indoor training facility converted by knocking down the walls between several adjacent apartments, where a few people were currently attending a class. Zhang Yao greeted Meng Yi and the other with great enthusiasm. For the blessed, combat capability isn't solely about martial skills, it encompasses various forms of knowledge and supplementary methods. Knowledge refers to understanding ritual magic and arrays. Though we lack the corresponding divine gifts to employ these methods directly, basic comprehension remains essential. Supplementary methods include consuming potions, ritual blessings, extraordinary weapons, artifacts, divine objects, and even technological creations. Zhang Yao smiled broadly as he led Meng Yi and the other person to the adjacent room 118. I'll provide both of you with the most premium service available. He emphasized, the most meticulous training personally guided by me, worth 100,000 yuan, and of course, it's completely free. This preferential treatment was naturally because Meng Yi might be a god's favored one. As for the price, was there even any real cost involved? That being said, if Meng Yi weren't potentially a god's favored one, Zhang Yao wouldn't have put in so much effort and would likely have brushed them off with perfunctory service. These days, even loans can't be collected, how can you expect to reclaim favors? Divinely favored are all capricious lunatics who blindly obey their god, but divinely blessed are normal people. A divinely blessed might actually help him someday because of such trivial kindness. Especially since he'd witnessed Meng Yi standing up for Xin Shiyun in the tavern. Zhang Yao gestured with his hand, room 118, an exclusive training room where no one will disturb us. Let's start from the basics, combat training. Meng Yi's spirits lifted. They began with unarmed combat, focusing on basic force application techniques and similar fundamentals. To him, these exercises felt effortless. Zhang Yaoduo was quite surprised and asked if he had received any corresponding training before. Upon receiving a negative answer, he could only attribute it to the special nature of the gods chosen. Xin Shiyun truly had no foundation in this, but the enhancement of a divine blessed's physical abilities is comprehensive. For her, these things were quickly learned. However, Meng Yi progressed from unarmed combat to basic proficiency with cold weapons like knives and swords in just one afternoon, while her progress was much slower. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Yao clapped his hands, signaling that was enough for the day. At this rate, Mr. Meng can complete all the training in 3 days at most. As for Mistson, it will probably take about a week. Zhang Yao grinned and said, of course, this speed isn't slow by any means. Xin Shiyun nodded silently. She had witnessed Meng Yi's combat capabilities firsthand and had no doubts about the disparity. Right now, she just wanted to return to studying those religious texts so she could finalize the various details of the sanctum more quickly. The physical endurance of the gods favored is truly remarkable. After an entire afternoon of intense training, the two of them barely broke a sweat. There was no need to rush on the way back, so they walked the entire distance. As dusk fell and the streets gradually emptied with people hurrying home, Meng Yi's thoughts drifted back to the weavers under the command of the Blood Rites Master. Those weavers last night must have come under divine orders. What puzzled him was why they sent 3 gods favored of the 8th or 9th rank. He asked Xin Shiyun, tell me, why were the weavers who came last night so weak? Of course, had it not been for Li Hao and the others' help, he might not have fared well last night. But the Blood Origin Sacrificial Lord is a true deity. The weavers under his command shouldn't have been so pathetic. At the very least, sending a 5th-ranked divine favored one would have handled them with ease. Xin Shiyun answered matter-of-factly, because the Blood Origin Sacrificial Lord delights in bloodshed and violence, he despises bullying the weak. Surprisingly reasonable. Even if the Blood Origin Sacrifice Lord suspects his power has been stolen by an evil god, his followers would maintain their consistent conduct, never bullying the weak or exploiting their strength against lesser beings. Yet Xin Shiyun found herself puzzled at this moment. Why would the weavers of law slander my lord as an evil god? Meng Yi wasn't even surprised by her delayed reaction. Then Xin Shiyun displayed the attitude befitting a fanatic believer, gnashing her teeth. Those blasphemers, those false god worshippers, they all deserve to die. Meng Yi blinked a few times and stayed silent. But there shouldn't be anything to worry about for now. Those 3 weavers died cleanly last night, and he himself had moved house afterward. The other weavers shouldn't be able to find him anytime soon. If they hadn't gathered in the park yesterday, I believe those weavers of spells would have found no targets at all. What a careless mistake. Ouch. An inhuman howl came from ahead. When this sound reached Meng Yi's ears, it allowed him to directly perceive a concentrated mix of various negative emotions: pain, hatred, sorrow, rage, creating an indescribably distorted and sinister sensation. This stirred something restless within him, an agitation he couldn't suppress. Xin Shiyun's face changed dramatically. Someone's mutation has gone out of control. Chapter 34, The Mutant. Mutant. No one could clearly explain the reason for their emergence. There had been conspiracy theories suggesting that the gods were the masterminds behind the appearance of mutants. Those tainted by evil gods and the deformed are entirely different matters. The deformed are utterly twisted and formless. As for those corrupted by evil gods, they're simply madmen. From the street ahead came sporadic screams of terror and agony. Ordinary people seemed to be under attack by the deformed. Meng Yi's first reaction was to retreat temporarily and take cover, having no prior experience dealing with aberrations. Though such bizarre things were commonplace in the wilderness, facing a lone abomination within the fortress city now seemed like the perfect chance to test my skills. But one must first observe the other party, figure things out. Sin Shiyun, however, drew the revolver hammer with a look of reverence, declaring, "My lord is salvation." He stepped forward instead of retreating. A god's fanatic fears nothing. Mangi swiftly drew the short blade at his waist, his face equally pious. "My lord is salvation." The Crimson King was the very symbol of salvation. Was this him digging his own grave? The anomalous individual must have been heading towards the pair. Mangi dashed out, made a slight turn, and caught sight of the creature. This was his first time seeing an anomalous being. The figure barely retained a humanoid shape, its flesh dripping like half-melted wax, currently engaged in merging with an ordinary person. Both simultaneously screamed in agony. If it were just bizarre in appearance, after witnessing various god-blessed individuals over the past 2 days, Mangi had seen enough to not be particularly shocked. Yet the creature emitted an inexplicable allure, stirring in him an impulse to embrace it and merge into one. Its howls carried indescribable emotional turbulence, unsettling Mangi's mind. Many ordinary people around were drawn toward the aberration, their faces twisted in struggle, wavering between resistance and delight as they slowly closed the distance. Since he had already decided to act, Mangi showed no hesitation. With lightning speed, he swiftly charged toward his opponent. Although Sin Shiyun led the charge, her speed couldn't match Mangi's and she now trailed several paces behind. Seeing Mangi closing in on the mutated entity, she decisively opened fire to provide cover. A deafening gunshot rang out, blasting the mutated creature's head into scattered fragments. Immediately after, the half-assimilated civilian let out a piercing scream, their necks suddenly elongated several dozen meters as their head whipped toward Sin Shiyun like a flail. Mangi's crimson blade swept down, its flaming edge effortlessly severing the grotesque, finger-thin neck. But the head continued its relentless trajectory. Bang! The second gunshot rang out. The sledgehammer had a locking effect, the head shattered into pieces 3 meters away from Sin Shiyun. The splattering blood was highly corrosive, hissing incessantly as it etched pits and craters into the ground. Losing its head seemed to have no significant impact on the mutated creature. Its upper body sprouted new eyes and a mouth, then spat a jet-black water arrow toward the charging Mangi. The angle and timing were absolutely impeccable. However, 2 fleshy springs suddenly sprouted beneath Mangi's feet, boosting his speed just enough to narrowly evade the attack. The gunshot rang out for the 3rd time. An awkward situation ensued. Without its head to aim at, Sin Shiyun's shot went wide. The bullet landed precisely on the ground right behind Mangi's heel, its tremendous force nearly knocking him off his feet. "Watch where you're shooting. I've never practiced. And you say that with such righteous indignation." Mangi gritted his teeth and swung his flaming dagger toward the mutated creature's eyes, but the monster offered no defense, allowing the blade to slash through both sockets with ease. After 2 soft pop sounds, a dozen new eyes sprouted across the abomination's body, almost as if daring him to continue. From its half-melted torso surged over a dozen bone spikes, whistling through the air as they stabbed toward Mangi's chest. With his left hand, Mangi hurled 2 chunks of flesh bombs in response, then temporarily zombified himself to withstand the onslaught of incoming bone projectiles. At the same time, he twisted his body as much as possible, his right arm swelling visibly larger with layers of layered flesh. Put! Numerous bone spikes stabbed into his thickened, enlarged right arm. The sheer impact force sent him flying backward uncontrollably. The 4th gunshot rang out. This time, Sin Shiyun had gotten much closer before firing, ensuring her shot didn't miss but instead struck the fusion point between the mutated creature and the ordinary human. With the gunshot, a massive gaping hole appeared at that spot. At the same instant, Mangi willed it. The flesh bomb he'd just thrown detonated immediately. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous explosions later, accompanied by flying chunks of gore, an indescribably piercing shriek erupted. Just as Mangi had gotten to his feet, a sharp pain lanced through his head, causing him to stagger unsteadily. Sin Shiyun's reaction was far more severe. Like a drunkard, she swayed and stumbled, her body splattered with the highly corrosive flesh of the mutated creature. Acidic smoke hissed from her skin as she groaned unintelligibly. The mutation's assimilation process with the ordinary human was disrupted. Swinging the remaining torso of its victim like a weapon, it hurled the mutilated corpse straight at Sin Shiyun. Mangi swiftly grabbed Sin Shiyun by the back of her neck and flung her behind him. Boom! The forceful impact sent flesh and blood flying from the mangled corpse. Damn it! Was this just an ordinary person turned into a mutated being? Forced to retreat temporarily, Mangi muttered, "This troublesome already? Not particularly tricky, right?" A somewhat familiar voice came from the other side of the street. "You need to find his weakness." Mangi didn't immediately recognize who it was, though he must have met them before. Sin Shiyun had now shaken off her earlier dizzy spell. Wiping away the 2 trails of blood beneath her nose, she called out to the opposite side. "Weakness? How do you discover weaknesses? Oh, I forgot you 2 are newly ordained blessed ones needing training." Mangi suddenly realized the person he was facing was Zhu Hongyu, that staff member from the Defense Department's Free Training Division. Several thick strands of spider silk coiled around the mutated creature's body. The highly corrosive blood had no effect on the silk, leaving the creature temporarily immobilized as it thrashed about in frantic, uneasy struggle. Use spiritual vision. Sin Shiyun suddenly understood. It sounded like she knew how to use this spiritual vision. Mang Yi turned his head to glare at her. Who knew how she used to be a divine grace in the past? She really was purely a support personnel. Did she not learn anything about combat at all? Sin Shiyun pointed at the aberrant creature and said to Mang Yi, the third rib on the left side of the chest, that should be the spot. Hearing this, Mang Yi immediately dashed toward the temporarily immobilized aberrant. Switching the dagger to his left hand, he used his gullified right arm enhanced with hemomancy for maximum resistance. Forming a blade-like palm strike, he brutally pierced the aberrant's chest, grasping firmly for that specific rib. At the same moment, a twisted strand of spider silk, tapered into a sharp point at its tip, simultaneously penetrated the aberrant's chest. With sinuous flexibility, it attempted to coil around that very same rib. However, Mang Yi was marginally faster. His arm's reflexes decisively outpaced the spider silk's reaction time. Mang Yi wrenched the rib free and instantly swung his arm. The bloodstains on it were highly corrosive. While leaping backward to evade the surging blood, acrid smoke began hissing from his arm. The aberrant creature's grotesque form collapsed with a squelch, resembling a mound of reddish-brown jelly wobbling back and forth. On the opposite side, Zhu Hongyu stood with her back to the pair. The engorged spider fused to her spine brandished its claws menacingly at Mang Yi, its chelicerae clicking with a sharp cack-cack sound. Then the spider folded its 8 long limbs, curled up with a crisp cracking sound, and contracted into Zhu Hongyu's body. It finally shrank beneath Zhu Hongyu's smooth and fair back, leaving only a gap about 3 fingers wide, through which the spider's multiple black eyes peered back and forth. Mang Yi stared in stunned disbelief. Zhu Hongyu gave a slight shake, pulling her half-shed outer garment up to cover this physiologically unsettling sight. She turned to look at Mang Yi and the other, her voice crisp and melodious as she spoke. Are you really not considering taking the training? I'll be very dedicated. Mang Yi, meanwhile, couldn't stop eyeing her slender figure. How could that possibly be hidden inside? A bizarre thought surfaced in his mind. Could that spider have replaced her internal organs? Chapter 35, a very normal-looking blessed one. Facing Zhu Hongyu's sincere invitation, Mang Yi truly couldn't bear to refuse. Yet the moment he recalled that half-meter-thick mass of living baby spiders, a chill ran down his spine. Sorry, we've already purchased courses from Zhongyao, 100,000, no, wait, 200,000 for 2 people. Please go harass their competitors instead. I see, he replied. An obvious look of disappointment flashed across Zhu Honyu's face as she reminded them, you've been scammed. Basic training never costs this much. It's free, not expensive. But you're quite nice indeed. Mang Yi suppressed the peculiar thought in his mind. At that moment, a battered pickup truck nimbly dodged the panicked crowd and sped swiftly toward them. After a grating screech of brakes, a man and a woman jumped down from it. We just got a warning from the city defense system, yet someone already took care of it before we even arrived. Not bad, these days. Busybody God-touched folks are rare. One of them, an efficient-looking woman with shoulder-length hair, squatted before the gelatinous mass left by the aberration and turned back with a smile, revealing perfectly aligned teeth. Thanks, I'm Zhang Xier. That one, she pointed at the burly man maintaining a guarded stance, is called Zhang Zhuanger. Zhang Zhuanger, despite remaining vigilant, managed to give a friendly nod toward the trio. Wow, they're normal people. Mang Yi had the illusion of meeting a kindred spirit and nearly shed tears of joy. Then Zhang Xier scooped up a handful of jelly and stuffed it into her mouth. Mang Yi couldn't help but turn his head away. Bleh, 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 it's disgusting. Zhang Xier waved her hand and said, process it according to protocol. Zhang Zhuanger turned back to fetch something resembling a vacuum cleaner from the vehicle, thoroughly sucking up the gelatinous mass and any remaining flesh nearby with great care. Mang Yi asked him curiously, what are you doing? Zhang Xier, who was fiddling with something unknown, looked up and said, don't ask him, he's a mute. Zhang Zhuanger nodded at Mang Yi with a grin, his half-protruding tongue visible between his parted lips. It seemed the deity wouldn't permit him to speak. Zhang Xier suddenly unfurled a square handkerchief embroidered with intricate patterns. As she shook it open, the cloth instantly solidified into a rigid square. Sin Shiyun whispered in Mang Yi's ear, portable formation disc. Zhang Xier shot a glance at the duo before following behind Zhang Zhuanger, cradling the formation disc that cast a shimmering blue glow. As they advanced, green mist continuously rose from the ground only to shatter in radiant light. Moving forward, she explained, the flesh of aberrants carries potent contamination. Though harmless to the God-touched, ordinary people can't tolerate even a trace. We're currently executing purification protocols. She sounded displeased. By the way, you 3, we've already introduced ourselves. Must you be so arrogant? Mang Yi flushed with embarrassment as the 3 promptly introduced themselves one by one. Oh, Zhu Hongyu. Zhang Xier turned back enthusiastically. I've heard of you, you kept. She gestured with a wave, this huge swarm of baby spiders, scaring off new divine favor recipients from joining novice training for 2 whole years, with 0 new registrations during that time. TSK, that bastard Zhang Yao got off easy. That's pure exaggeration, and here's the main reason, which divine blessed would voluntarily register with the authorities. Xu Hongyu nodded with a grimace, it's no use. With no students coming in, I'll probably have to head into the wilderness soon. When Zhang Xir saw the rib bone in Meng Yi's hand, she clicked her tongue in admiration. Not bad. Managing to obtain supernatural material within the city walls, it's like finding money on the ground. Sin Shiyun whispered in Meng Yi's ear as if giving a commentary. Usually, heteromorphic entities have only one useful part. It could be anything utterly bizarre and unpredictable. Meng Yi gazed at her with eyes as lifeless as ashes. So now you act like you know better? What was all that reckless charging about earlier? Without Sin Shiyun's explanation, he could already see that the aberration's weakness was in the same part as its material. It appeared that the mutated entities formed by ordinary city dwellers were the weakest kind, so much so that she called it easy pickings. At this thought, Meng Yi sighed inwardly. He and Sin Shiyun, well, let's just say they lacked experience. Zhang Xir tilted her head to look at Meng Yi and the others. She's with the Defense Department, a government official. And you too? Since when are the blessed so warm-hearted? Sin Shiyun slightly raised her chin. Because our Lord is the embodiment of salvation. Oh, Zhang Xir's eyes lit up. Don't tell me it's the Crimson King? Meng Yi was surprised. How did you know? Zhang Xir replied with a peculiar expression. Since this morning, people in many factories in the 6th district have been loudly promoting the name of the Scarlet King. They would stop anyone and ask, have you heard of the great savior, the artificer, the Scarlet King? Would you like to know more? The Judgment Department once suspected that the 6th district had unknowingly fostered worship of some dark deity. If not for Dawn Judgment intervening, everyone there would likely have been arrested. She suddenly looked like everything made sense. No wonder the Dawn's Judgment stopped us. This really is a benevolent deity with the symbol of salvation. But, does this god delight in proclaiming the name of K? Meng Yi was utterly bewildered. Was this the so-called promulgation method? Was that what he meant? This won't do. If this continues, the Crimson King's reputation will be ruined. Telling everyone they meet, friend, have you heard of salvation? How uncool is that? We must stop this immediately. Sin Shiyun's face was also grim. We'll gather the faithful again tomorrow. She absolutely wouldn't allow the deity's image to be tarnished. No god in this world would ever act like this. Zhang Xir didn't press further on this matter and continued cleansing the area. She seemed remarkably sociable and cheerful, completely unlike other divine favored ones. If you ignore her jelly-tasting behavior, she really gives off a completely normal vibe. Xu Hongyu was already preparing to leave at this point, making one final effort to persuade Meng Yi and his companion. Really not considering free training? I even helped you deal with that mutated creature. Meng Yi and his companion exchanged glances, then shook their heads in perfect unison. Ah, she left, brimming with disappointment. If one ignored those spiders, Xu Hongyu actually seemed quite normal. Enough. Zhang Xir tapped something on the array disk, and it transformed back into an ordinary handkerchief. She clapped her hands, done. Then she waved goodbye to Meng Yi with a smile. I see you when we get the chance. Bye-bye. Meng Yi waved back. 2 ordinary people died, one presumably turned into an aberration after losing divine protection, and the other was killed by this very aberration. Such was the aftermath of the incident. The passers-by around barely batted an eye, and even those saved by Meng Yi and the others didn't bother to utter a single word of thanks. Zhang Xir tugged Zhang Zhuan'er along as they headed back toward the battered pickup truck. Only when she turned, her long hair swaying, did Meng Yi notice the grotesque sight, a mouth, growing on the back of her neck. Zhang Xir reached out to brush aside her long hair, covering that mouth. Meng Yi began to wonder whether Zhang Xir even had a tongue. Had she been mouthing words all along? Meng Yi let out a soft sigh and helplessly rubbed his forehead. This damned world. The wounds that had just been corroded on Sin Shiyun's body gradually healed under the effects of flesh magic, including the clothes on both of them, which also returned to their original state. Meng Yi lowered his head to look and remarked, these clothes are quite impressive. This world isn't without its perks after all. Sin Shiyun reminded him, remember to feed it some meat when you take these clothes off at night, or next time it'll try to restore itself by eating you. Meng Yi suddenly turned his head. Why are you looking at me? Closet monsters need to eat too. Fine, this damned world. Those weavers of magic still dare call me an evil god? How shameless can they be? Meng Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Come on, let's go home first. He tucked both the rib and the dagger at his waist, then asked, by the way, what's up with that spiritual vision? It sounds like a skill that all divine favor recipients can use. A very simple technique. Sin Shiyun explained, after you return, sit quietly and empty your mind, focus your attention between your eyebrows, and try. She reached out and tapped between her eyebrows, try to see from here, using imagination as an aid when necessary. First, focus on your surroundings, preferably a simple object like a book. Then close your eyes and visualize that image while viewing it through your forehead until you truly see it. Just try a few more times. She nodded confidently. The Divine Blessed possess far stronger mental energy than ordinary people. With about a day or night of practice, you should grasp it. Once you've mastered it, you can activate spirit vision anytime, anywhere. Mangi suddenly spoke up. I've got it. What? Oh, I've activated spiritual vision. Mangi closed his eyes and pointed into the air. A blue barrier with multicolored streams of light moving along certain paths within it. Is this the fortress city's defensive formation? That's right. Sin Shiyun opened her mouth but hesitated. Had he mastered it this quickly? When Mangi lowered his head, waiting until the bright barrier disappeared from his vision, he discovered that thick, misty black-gray smoke was everywhere around them. His gaze turned to Sin Shiyun. A faint red mist and clear light enveloped her, keeping the dark gray smoke at bay. Can you see the red mist on yourself or me? What do you mean? It seems invisible to others. This crimson mist must be something only I can see. He gazed at the other people on the street. Each bore a faint, pure glow about them, keeping the ashen gray smoke at bay beyond their bodies. Black-gray smoke. So this is the cause of the distortion? Sin Shiyun nodded slightly. There's even more out in the wilderness. Chapter 36, Mutual Moral Blackmail. Tell me, where does all this black-gray smoke come from? Mangi opened his eyes and looked around. The evening sun cast long shadows of everyone on the street. I don't know, Sin Shiyun shook her head. Humans haven't figured it out in 30 years. Of course, Mangi didn't expect to get an answer from her. That question was more like thinking aloud. He smiled wryly to himself. Perhaps he'd consider such matters when he had thousands of followers and godlike majesty. For now, he needed to focus on what was before him. He drew the rib from his waist and examined it carefully. The pure white bone even carried a hint of sanctity. Sin Shiyun reminded him, look with spirit vision. Mangi switched perspectives, and now the bone in his hand emitted a brilliant glow. Sin Shiyun explained, just now, when I used spirit vision to observe that aberration, the colors on its body were highly unified with the surroundings, shades of black and gray, albeit much darker. But the glow from his chest was unmistakably visible at a glance, clear as day. Mangi nodded slowly and asked the question that concerned him most, is this material valuable? Sin Shiyun chuckled and shook her head, worthless. An ordinary person turned aberration, not even strong. The condensed material is just common grade. Nothing valuable about it. She made a quick estimate, at most, maybe 30,000 yuan. Mangi calculated silently, 30,000. Back when he was working at the factory, it would have taken him a year and a half of saving every penny without eating or drinking to earn that much. Pretty valuable, huh? Sin Shiyun continued, if this variant absorbs more of that black-gray smoke, meaning if it ingests more pollution, it would make this rib more condensed. That would make it even more valuable. If it swallows and assimilates more ordinary people, this rib would grow larger, which would also make it worth more. Mangi added, and if both happen, condensed and large at the same time. Sin Shiyun retorted sharply, no, condensation means concentration. Generally speaking, the smaller the size of supernatural materials, the better. There's some truth to that. Sin Shiyun extended her hand, fingers splayed wide. The more pollution an aberrant entity accumulates, the more its original energy, psyche, consciousness, all tangible and intangible normal aspects. Her fingers clenched into a fist, are gradually compressed into a single point, becoming smaller and smaller until, when it incorporates new ordinary people, the contaminated part gets diluted, requiring the above process to be repeated. That's why materials from newly emerged aberrants are practically worthless, especially since they haven't fused with any special energies like fire or water. Mangi's thoughts began to wander. So, contaminated aberrants attack normal people because of an instinctive desire to dilute this contamination? Sin Shiyun sighed, no one really knows. It's a reasonable deduction, but, even those previous assumptions were just conjectures with no real evidence. Mangi asked no further questions. As for special energy aberrations like fire and water, this was actually quite normal. The fortress cities had protective arrays, making it impossible for such inanimate objects to mutate, or rather, 30 years of accumulated pollution wasn't enough to corrupt them. But outside the fortress cities, forget about plants and trees, even rocks, flames, flowing water, mist, and even lightning could potentially mutate. Countless bizarre and unfathomable aberrations kept emerging incessantly. Not far away, another ripple of blue light appeared midair. Some aberrant creature had unknowingly collided with the fortress city's protective barrier again. This time, Mangi didn't bother looking up. What was there to make a fuss about? Pondering over this was less worthwhile than figuring out what to eat for dinner. Eat the synthetic rations. I have books to read tonight. For the sacred temple of God, I must make use of every moment. Sin Shiyun wore a solemn expression. Actually, your God doesn't care about this. Mangi clenched his teeth. No, you were just complaining about synthetic rations earlier. I don't care anyway. I'm just saying this because you're so particular. Mangi touched his belly. He hadn't eaten much at noon, and as for cooking for himself, sorry, he's a useless college student. Thus Mangi began with shameless spiritual coercion. Thus spoke the deity, show brotherly love. Ignoring Seng Chiyun's widened eyes, he continued, I'll tell God about your crimes during my evening prayers. Seng Chiyun retreated in defeat but made a suggestion that nearly made him faint. You read to me while I cook. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Plus, this way you'll actually learn something you always used to zone out while reading, she said with deep sincerity. Even if you're not good at studying, you should still put in the effort for our Lord's sake. Look at me. She straightened her back and raised her head. For our Lord, fear no battle. You're clearly dragging your Lord into the mud, and your Lord has been breaking his back for you. Already fought 2 battles in a single day. Mangi gritted his teeth, on the verge of outright refusal. Seng Chiyun, as if anticipating his refusal, curled her lips into a smile and said, the God commands kindness. She glanced at Mangi and emphasized, see, I've made concessions. It's only fair you meet me halfway. She clasped her hands together, honor the spirits. Excellent. Splendid. That rib nearly shattered under Mangi's crushing grip. Building 003, room 305. Mangi cradled a thick book, The Varieties of Religious Experience, though half-burned. Seng Chiyun claimed reading from the middle worked just as well. So one person bustled about in the kitchen, while another held a book and read aloud. Mangi let out a satisfied sigh after eating a proper meal, no easy feat. Meanwhile, Seng Chiyun began making plans for the next day. First thing tomorrow, head to the library to return books, sigh. She looked somewhat crestfallen. Mangi waved his hand grandly. Now that he possessed a rib worth 30,000, he spoke with the air of a wealthy man. Don't worry, it's just a fine. Pay it. We'll pay it until hell freezes over. Seng Chiyun shook her head. I can afford the fine, that's not what worries me. My concern is, she pointed to a stack of books in the corner and said, after burning so many, the librarian will make me copy them all. Unless you help me? Mangi lowered his head over his rice bowl, pretending not to hear. The God says, enough. He raised his hands in surrender. Brotherly love, my foot. Didn't you say we're gathering the believers tomorrow? Let them help. You could even pay them some compensation. Mangi said earnestly, this way not only can we enrich the believers' knowledge and broaden their horizons, but also relieve their financial pressure, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It sounded perfectly reasonable. Seng Chiyun's eyes lit up, this could actually work. Then tomorrow we'll go to the library first, assemble the believers at noon and explain that the deity's name shouldn't be spread so carelessly, then head to Zhang Yao's place in the afternoon for training. Judging by this, the day's schedule is packed tight. Mangi thought for a moment and said, tomorrow's gathering can't be held at the park. Why? Why else? Of course we can't deliver ourselves right under those weavers' noses again. Because, Mangi carefully weighed his words. I'm worried the weavers under the blood primogenitor won't let us off easily. We killed 3 of their men last night, and now that we're staying at your place, they should have temporarily lost our trail. If I go to the park tomorrow again, wouldn't that practically be like delivering myself right to their doorstep? What are you afraid of? Seng Chiyun scoffed coldly. That will be the sacred sanctuary of our Lord. Fanatics are truly exasperating. Mangi could only advise earnestly, it's not about fear, but there's no need to get into any dispute with them, it would delay our important business. Seng Chiyun frowned deeply. But we can't keep retreating forever. Of course not, Mangi assured her. The sacred temple of the god will surely stand there, how could we retreat forever? Seng Chiyun nodded reluctantly. Then let's go to 6th District Square. Then she clattered back to the master bedroom, rummaging for something, and moments later, here. Mangi reached out to catch it, it was a small, exquisite silver pocket watch. A little trinket I made while practicing my craft before. Take it, it'll make checking the time easier. Speaking of time, Mangi suddenly realized he hadn't even considered what year it was now. It should be. He carefully recalled the events. New calendar year 30, July 6th, so the time of his crossing must have been July 4th. Only 2 days had passed, yet his formerly mundane college life already seemed like a distant memory. He opened the pocket watch, mechanical, the kind that needed winding. Seng Chiyun walked over and took out another watch. Let's check the time. It's currently 21:16 in the evening. Alright, from now on, when we split up, we just need to agree on a meeting time. Mangi nodded and tucked the pocket watch into his coat. Later, he would go check out the Crimson Mist space again. He wondered, did that unlucky fellow who dropped dead after looking at him in the tavern during daytime count as being killed by his own hands? Is there any ability to plunder the blessing power from him in the Crimson Mist space? Chapter 37, The Unlucky One. After finishing the meal, Mangi firmly declined Seng Chiyun's request to study and research together. I must go pray to our Lord. Mangi's face was brimming with reverence. Seng Chiyun was immediately left speechless. Even though she knew deep down it was just his excuse to avoid studying, this particular reason left her utterly unable to refute it. Mangi happily scampered back to the spare bedroom, smoothly closing and locking the door in one fluid motion. No midnight interruptions to sweet dreams tonight. He casually tossed the rib bone and dagger hanging at his waist onto the bedside table. Great! Today I scored an extraordinary weapon worth over $1 million. Though I currently lack liquid assets, fixed assets are still assets. That fat guy might be annoying, but he truly gifted treasures. And he smoothly demonstrated both corpse transformation and frost manipulation in front of so many people. Why didn't Sin Shiyun voice any questions? Mangi had just touched the bed when he sprang back up. Careless of me. And, was this woman pretending not to understand? No, that's not right. Sin Shiyun had been acting strangely from the moment she encountered him, turning a blind eye to his obvious flaws and questionable behavior. How did he obtain his divine grace? Why did he wake up alone during the ritual? What did the Arbiter see in him? And this, the gift of reanimated corpse abilities. Hell, Sin Shiyun even treated him with excessive friendliness. Why didn't she show such friendliness to other believers? Mangi's jaw slowly dropped. Could the Crimson Mist dimension also be subtly influencing Sin Shiyun? Make others overlook the problems on themselves, and maximize their favorability? Mangi pushed the door open and stepped out, finding Sin Shiyun absorbed in reading a book on the living room sofa. Maggie paced back and forth. Sin Shiyun glanced at him lightly and asked casually, "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be praying? Done so soon?" "Ah, I'm fine." Mangi reached for a cup. "Want some water? It's quite hot, let me ice it for you." He emphasized the word ice. Thank you. Did you see how awesome I was today?" Flesh magic combined with zombification blocked multiple hits. He stressed the word zombification. Impressive." Sin Shiyun remained absorbed in her book, not even lifting her head. Was she really ignoring it? Mangi clicked his tongue inwardly. This Crimson Mist dimension was truly overbearing. "You say I now wield the blessings of two gods. What the hell do you want? Don't disturb me, or I'll give you the book, you can read it yourself." Got it, even the combined divine grace couldn't rouse her suspicions. Mangi chuckled. "Never mind, carry on." "What the hell?" Mangi then returned to the secondary bedroom, closing and locking the door once more. Whoosh. It seemed Sin Shiyun truly didn't harbor any suspicion toward him. Many things wouldn't need to be concealed in the future. Mangi sprawled across the bed in a starfish position and willed himself to visit the Crimson Mist space. One portion of 8th tier blessing power successfully seized. Optional. 1. Bestow divine grace of the 9th rank. Thereafter retains 1/3 share. 2. Expanding followers, expandable by 28 people. What an unexpected windfall. That nosy fool who couldn't keep his eyes to himself turned out to be an 8th tier blessed one after all. It's just not clear what special abilities he possesses that can only be seen during extraction. Previously, there was 1/3 portion of blessing power remaining, but now an 8th level can be converted into a full 9th level portion. With sufficient shares, a 9th level blessing can be bestowed once more. Here's the problem, there's no suitable candidate. No, that's not right. Why would he need so many 9th tier ones? He should keep them, save up a few 8th tier ones to let himself, to help Sin Shiyun level up. Having made up his mind, Mangi dismissed the light screen before him and then looked up at the flickering stars overhead. He would continue what he left unfinished last night, examining the common threads in these prayers. Mangi began skimming through these stars as if flipping through pages. He noticed that when these believers prayed, they all addressed him by his full honorific title. Could that be the reason? There weren't any other commonalities besides that. Perhaps, design an everyday prayer invocation, something simpler, preferably without connecting to the stars in the Crimson Mist realm. Otherwise, it's all just junk messages he has no desire to sift through. Tomorrow, guide Sin Shiyun to do this. Only by continuously accumulating merits for the followers will it be convenient for him to bestow his favors. Anyway, Sin Shiyun is enjoying herself in the process. There's one last matter. Mangi opened his spiritual vision within the Crimson Mist space, nothing but a hazy red expanse with no changes. TCH. Time to wrap up and sleep. A night without dreams. Early the next morning, Mangi was dragged out of bed by Sin Shiyun. Get up, don't you see what time it is? Mangi looked thoroughly annoyed. Had he gotten a single good night's sleep since transmigrating here? There's so much to do today. By the time the two finished preparing and left the house, it was already past 9 o'clock. Sin Shiyun said with exasperation. If there's a next time, I'll just leave you behind and handle things alone. That's wonderful. Mangi cleared his throat awkwardly. Well then, I'll go call someone. Sin Shiyun stared at his retreating back with evident displeasure. However, Mangi hadn't gone far before turning around and coming back. What's wrong? I forgot to feed the clothes, they seem hungry. Mangi rolled up his sleeve, revealing flesh that looked as if it had been gnawed by dogs, patchy and bald. I'll go back and feed them. They've already eaten their fill. Sin Shiyun said impassively, the clothes don't have a big appetite. Alright, Mangi wasn't bothered by this minor injury either and dismissed it with a wave of his hand before going to contact the devotees. This time he learned his lesson. He distributed the list to 3 devout followers to gather the crowd for him while he headed early to 6th District Square. Maybe he could catch a quick nap. Spinning his dagger idly in his right hand, Meng Yi walked down the road with restless boredom. Ha! He saw a familiar face, that poor fellow who was always searching for seafood. Meng Yi sheathed his knife at his waist and waved excitedly. That. He didn't know the other's name. The seafood guy. The stranger abruptly turned around. When he recognized Meng Yi, his expression shifted slightly, yet he didn't walk away. Meng Yi smiled and asked, "Big brother, I still don't know your name?" When preaching, it's important to speak sweetly, call someone big brother when you should. After all, they'll end up kneeling before you in the end. Li went away. The middle-aged man seemed stern by nature, but his expression was currently gloomy. He hesitated before asking, "You found the seafood?" Meng Yi shook his head. "No, I'm here to introduce you to our Lord, the Scarlet King." Li Wenwei's attitude was somewhat peculiar. Unlike his impatience from the day before yesterday, he gave a slight nod and said, "I've heard of his esteemed name." Meng Yi thought to himself, "Of course you have, I saw you in the park that afternoon." He discreetly activated his spiritual vision. The layer of faint light on Li Wenwei's body had grown very dim, making Meng Yi even begin to doubt whether he was still a divine favored. Meng Yi cautiously spoke, "If you want to try, you could attempt praying to our Lord. At the very least, Li Wenwei was a divine favored, he ought to be of some use. Certainly more reliable than Sin Shiyun." Meng Yi subtly glanced at the other man, the sticky liquid dripping from his feet had lessened significantly. He solemnly declared, "My Lord is salvation." Li Wenhui nodded with a somber expression. Given the current situation, his time was running short. Who could have imagined that his god would actually enjoy seafood? It was a perfectly ordinary preference, yet in this world it became the most abnormal fondness one could have. Including those so-called chefs at the restaurant, they had never handled seafood before and couldn't even attempt to cultivate any. Li Wenhui walked away dejectedly, his retreating figure radiating profound desolation. Meng Yi shook his head faintly to himself. He'd given the man a lifeline, now it was up to him whether he could seize it. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how could there possibly be a divine-blessed counterpart for a god who favored seafood. The way for an ordinary person to become a god's favorite is to please the deity until divine blessings descend. How did Li Wenwei please the gods when he was still an ordinary man? Interesting. Meng Yi set this matter aside for now and headed to the square first. Guide Sin Shiyun for a bit. Chapter 38, The Deviant and the Normal. Yesterday while praying, I wondered, does our Lord get disturbed by the prayers of devotees? Not at all. This displays our piety. Our Lord would be pleased. Is that so? But my Lord has to face numerous believers. How many prayers must he listen to every day? The might of a god is beyond your imagination. Sin Shiyun had just fetched another complete set of books from the library and was flipping through them absent-mindedly, casually brushing off Meng Yi's remark. Meng Yi was left speechless. The grievances of a god, you simply can't comprehend them. He decided to try a different approach. But I received divine revelation. The deity wouldn't expose him anyway, seemed like he could casually forge divine oracles from now on. Ahem, this one's genuinely from the gods. Sin Shiyun raised her head, closing the book on her lap with a solemn expression. What decree has our Lord imparted? As expected, she didn't harbor the slightest doubt. Meng Yi nodded. Our Lord dislikes meaningless disturbances from devotees, prefers tranquility. I think, perhaps we should have the followers change their prayer method, like, you read every day, why don't you suggest something? Sin Shiyun lowered her head and thought for a moment, then during daily prayers, let's simplify our Lord's revered name and just use salvation as reference. Agreed. You can announce it to the believers later. Afterwards, Meng Yi paid no further attention to her but instead patrolled back and forth around the square. He never saw either the Blood Yuan cult followers or Suo Mingcheng and his group again. The former might still be lying in wait at the park or near his home. As for the latter, had the Judicature relaxed their surveillance on him? By demonstrating both necrotic flesh transformation and frost-based spell abilities, he should have initially cleared himself of suspicion as a sinister god's follower, especially since the two of them had even played the role of enthusiastic divine favor practitioners yesterday evening. Meng Yi's gaze shifted to the center of the square, where 5 people, men and women, were connected front to back, in broad daylight. In any case, it was both visually and audibly unbearable. Hey young man, join us. In broad daylight, huh? With a faint smile curling his lips, Meng Yi walked toward them. The eyes of these interconnected men and women all lit up. Meng Yi had all his limbs intact and perfectly proportioned facial features, nothing strange about him at all. Such high quality made it impossible for them not to covet him. Boom! His flaming blade blazed as he said, we've got some business to attend to in the square shortly. Would you all mind stepping aside? Far from being frightened by this display, the men actually appeared even more excited. Brother, this knife looks pretty good. Brother looks pretty good too. One of the seductive women even reached her hand into the flames. After a sizzling sound, her light moan was accompanied by an expression of pure pleasure. Meng Yi expressionlessly sheathed the crimson blade, having forgotten to account for just how perverse this group could be. He kicked out, sending all 5 of them flying through the air together. Meng Yi was so furious he almost laughed. And they still won't separate? We are bound together by the sacred ritual. We will never be easily parted. Even after being kicked away, none of them showed the slightest displeasure. On the contrary, they looked utterly delighted, with some even volunteering to be kicked again, preferably with a knife, roasting them a few times first. Mangi didn't know what to do. In broad daylight, he couldn't possibly actually kill someone. But leaving them alone wasn't an option either. If they went ahead preaching divine edicts while behind them, that would be utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Sin Shiyun had slowly made her way over and also noticed this highly inappropriate scene. Big brother won't come, so big sister will? Bang! After a deafening gunshot, one of the men clutched his two severed left fingers and let out a piercing scream. Sin Shiyun began taking aim at the second man. Let's go, let's go. Getting beaten and being disabled are two different things. These people lay on the ground, wriggling rhythmically as they inched their way toward the edge of the square. Surprisingly, the sacred connection remained unbroken. Grab my severed finger for me, hee we can try something new later. Mangi kicked the scattered clothes toward those men. Take them all away. The man with severed fingers on his left hand was pressing the severed end against the ground, dragging it forward, leaving a trail of blood while grimacing in pain all the way. I'm very close to receiving divine grace. Mangi furrowed his brows. If someone was willing to go this far just to obtain divine grace, what would they do after actually receiving it? Sin Shiyun expressionlessly holstered her revolver. Next time something like this happens, as long as you don't kill them, crippling them is completely fine. The judiciary won't bother with such trivial matters, and the police bureau wouldn't dare interfere with affairs concerning the god-touched. Mangi pointed at those few individuals and asked them, worshippers of pleasure or procreation? I'm not entirely sure. Such perversions are relatively rare. Sin Shiyun pointed at someone who had somehow ended up sprawled on the ground, following the trail of blood just like playing snake, and scoffed coldly as she spoke. That's much more normal. She turned back to where she'd been sitting, picking up her book to continue reading, then suddenly asked as if remembering something, haven't you seen this before? Mangi chuckled awkwardly, I used to be a bit of a homebody. Sin Shiyun nodded, unfazed. Mangi let out a long sigh and looked around. This damned world, humanity had been so distorted by divine influence they no longer resembled people. Even if these people escaped the god's influence, could such ingrained obsessions ever truly vanish? Habits cultivated over so many years? He turned his head to glance at Sin Shiyun. Her bookish tendencies were likely a leftover imprint from the Iron Artificer, that so-called false god she often mentioned. By noon, after announcing the new divine decree to the followers and forbidding them from randomly proclaiming the deity's name, the two carried the stack of books back home first. Mangi pondered a question along the way. Do you think our Lord's followers might still retain some peculiar habits? In their past lives, deities always left deep imprints on them, ingrained to the core. Possibly. Sin Shiyun hugged her book and said in a low voice, if ordinary people lose the protection of the gods, even after they connect with a new deity through rituals, it's still easy for them to lose that protection again. Because over the past decade or more, their wholehearted devotion to the divine leaves many unconscious habits ingrained in them. She sighed, even when worshipping a new god, it's easy to unknowingly provoke its wrath. So, those who lose divine protection are, in everyone's eyes, basically already dead. Mangi nodded silently. The more so, the more devout everyone must be. But, angering the gods? Normal people have countless unconscious actions, surely gods aren't so easily provoked? What exactly do the gods detest? Do they despise what other gods favor? Sin Shiyun tightened her grip on the book in her arms. There is such a saying, the gods favor intense, striking emotions or preferences, and conversely, they despise equally fierce, pronounced tastes. Mangi nodded slowly. If he wanted to expand his followers, he could start with those who had broken their vows. The Crimson King cares not for such things. However, such individuals are usually registered with the Judgment Division, so there may be opportunities for cooperation with them on this matter in the future. Not now. He probably only has 7 or 8 vacant slots for believers left at the moment. Sin Shiyun took a deep breath. Thus, in our Lord's mercy, K is salvation. Mangi sighed inwardly. Compared to other deities, he truly was salvation. Even though those gods were righteous deities, while he was a heresiarch who plundered divine power. Praise the salvation. Sin Shiyun returned home and set down the stack of books, turning her head to say, you can take that rib with you, it's no use keeping it. Head to the south gate and exchange it with the Defense Bureau, or sell it to someone else if you prefer. Mangi took the rib into his hand. What's the difference? Of course. Sin Shiyun pulled out her pocket watch and glanced at it. We'll talk about it later, it's already 1 o'clock now. Hurry up, or we'll make Zhang Yao late for his training. Mangi tucked the rib into his waistband. An hour left, walking there won't make it in time, and you can't rent a vehicle in the outer city either. Run for it, Sin Shiyun said earnestly. Ha! Chapter 39. Whoa, so many caterpillars. For someone blessed with divine gifts, running 30 kilometers was a breeze. Mangi stood outside training room 118, taking a deep breath. So this is how gracewalkers usually get around. Sin Shiyun replied with an air of nonchalance, exactly. What about last time when we rented a car? We weren't familiar back then. I'd have felt bad making you run. So you got familiar after fighting together a few times? Mangi shook his head with a wry smile and pushed the door open to enter. Zhang Yao was already waiting inside. His eyes immediately caught the rib bone at Mangi's waist. Oh, transcendent material. Did you buy it? No, someone mutated in the city yesterday. I just happened to run into it. Zhang Yao gave it a quick glance inside. What a pity. It appears to be the lowest grade extraordinary material, hardly worth anything. Would you sell it? I have some formations here that require these basic materials for maintenance. Since the item wasn't worth much, Mangi didn't particularly care and casually tossed it over while asking, by the way, what's the difference between selling this stuff yourself or exchanging it at the Defense Department? Since Shiyun hadn't had time to explain earlier, now was the perfect opportunity to ask. Zhang Yao nodded, right, it saves the Defense Department the hassle. No need to bargain, they'll convert it into corresponding merit points for you. Merit points can be exchanged for money or other special items, supernatural weapons, potions, portable spell arrays, and so on. But, the truly good stuff still has to be found yourself. The Defense Department's offerings are all pretty ordinary. Zhang Yao weighed the rib in his hand and said, I won't cheat you, 40,000. This was higher than Sin Shiyun's estimate, so Mangi naturally had no objections. Next, Sin Shiyun went for combat training, while Mangi had already begun training with various firearms and their usage. This was even faster for him, he practically mastered it all in less than an hour. Zhang Yao was secretly astonished, was a god-favored one truly this formidable? Mangi wasn't entirely surprised by his rapid progress, with the existence of the Crimson Mist realm, it wasn't entirely unfathomable. Zhang Yao stroked his thick beard. Then let's proceed to the next phase, training in formations, ritual magic, and potions. Our knowledge in this area is limited, to be precise. Many divine blesseds only grasp the fundamentals. Our training will merely teach rudimentary identification skills, just a broad overview. In this area, Mangi's progress was much slower than in combat and firearms, it felt like listening to celestial scriptures. After an hour-long cultural class that left him fidgeting uneasily, Mangi had gained a rough understanding of these matters. Such knowledge of the mystical dimension was typically granted by deities to their chosen followers, and these individuals were hardly pious believers. Naturally, they had no intention of sharing. Despite years of effort by the authorities, only basic fundamentals had been roughly disseminated to the public. Formation arrays bear some similarity to ritual magic, to the extent that they're sometimes even considered interchangeable. Both derive their power from various supernatural materials. However, formation arrays are more rigid and fixed in nature, lasting considerably longer. The formation protecting the fortress city has been continuously active for 30 years and possesses relatively greater power. Ritual magic exhibits bizarre and diverse activation methods and effects. It might entail beseeching blessings, bestowing enhancements, or creating magical traps, among other things. Potions and enchanted weapons are even more straightforward to comprehend. The way to discern the strength or quality of these items is through spiritual vision. The more spirituality they contain, the better they are. The amount of spirituality can be faked, so the most straightforward method to judge is by observing their potency. So, while other things might be fine, potions are the worst when it comes to fakes, right? Mangi pondered thoughtfully. Zhang Yao chuckled dryly. Exactly. When buying potions, you can't rely on tasting them to gauge their effects. Some even use virus-laden slime to pass off as medicine. Cough well, that's spirituality for you. Zhang Yao shrugged. Not only good things have spirit. For example, this. Zhang Yao patted the beard on his chin, and the tuft of hair nimbly detached itself from his face. Only then did Mangi realize it wasn't a beard at all, but a writhing cluster of black caterpillars. And Zhang Yao had no chin at all, his gums were completely exposed to the air. Mangi instantly felt a sense of relief. This was more like it. He'd almost mistaken the guy for a normal person. A caterpillar rolled up a small test tube from under the table. Zhang Yao chuckled. Take a look with your spirit sight. Mangi shifted his perspective. The glow appeared bright, almost comforting in warmth. We rely solely on spiritual discernment to judge. It appears to be a relatively mild potion, possibly medicinal, exorcistic, or for blessings. In reality, the caterpillar stretched its head in to take a sip, then let out eerie squeals as it writhed and convulsed before quickly falling silent. Mangi raised an eyebrow, thinking, don't you value your beard anymore? This is poison, Zhang Yao declared as he pinched up the dead caterpillar, tossed it into his mouth, and began chewing noisily. Without the containment of lips, fragments kept falling from his teeth exposed to the air. Mangi hesitated. Aren't you afraid of poisoning? Zhang Yao pointed to his mouth, his teeth. My little darlings have already detoxified me. At that moment, another caterpillar crawled down from his head, followed by a slight tremor in his hair. The exposed, ghastly white patches of bone on his scalp were quickly filled in. After putting the potion back, the caterpillar crawled along Zhang Yao's arm to his chin, and he transformed back into the big man with a thick beard. This performance. Meng Yi asked curiously, do you know Zhu Hongyu? Are you two, fellow believers? Zhang Yao smiled and nodded, yes, we're both insect breeders under the mother of 10,000 worms. He pointed to his beard, these little darlings are our companions, and also our food. Praise the mother of insects. Companions equals food. Reasonable. Zhu Hongyu's spider had replaced her internal organs, so Zhang Yao's caterpillar must have replaced all the hair on his body. Meng Yi cast a discreet glance downward, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind, perhaps the caterpillar had replaced the little worm. Later, Zhang Yao continued educating him on how to roughly discern formations and such. In short, always stay vigilant. This damn world, there's no sincerity between people. That day, after the training session ended, Sin Shiyun brought Meng Yi to a market near the south gate. Behind that entertainment area, Sin Shiyun introduced. This is a specially designated area for convenience to conduct their own transactions. It's a mixed bag, just as many genuine treasures as there are scam items. First, I'll show you around to give you a sense of it. She sighed, we don't have any merits to exchange for items from the Defense Department, so we can only buy things here. Meng Yi was startled, then selling my rib to Zhang Yao was a terrible deal? Not really. Sin Shiyun waved her hand dismissively. If you took that to the Defense Division, you'd get at most 20,000 merit points, and the exchange rate between merit points and money is 1-to-1. Dang, that's harsh. The Defense Division swallows half of it? Sin Shiyun rolled her eyes. At most, you'd get 30,000 from anyone else. Zhang Yao paid a premium for it, and what you exchange with merit points at the Defense Division is safe. Pointing emphatically into the marketplace, she stressed, safety comes first. Meng Yi raised his eyes to survey the marketplace and nodded in approval. Indeed. Just one glance at this eerie scene made him reluctant to enter. Inside, there were no boisterous calls of merchants hawking their goods, both buyers and sellers alike cast uniformly sinister glances. Not a single one looked respectable. It looked like everyone was running a shady business together. Chapter 40, Your medicine isn't guaranteed to be genuine. Meng Yi took out his pocket watch and glanced at it 5:30 in the afternoon, yet the market showed no signs of thinning crowds. He asked, doesn't this place close at night? Sin Shiyun, walking ahead, replied, no. The blessed ones are different from ordinary people, they don't fear the night. Meng Yi was still afraid there were too many lunatics out at night. He quickened his pace to follow Sin Shiyun while scanning their surroundings. There were indeed a few permanent shops here, but far more stalls were set up like makeshift booths. No wonder there were so many scammers. Let's check out the potions first, Sin Shiyun said with composed calm. As for other stuff, too expensive. Can't afford them right now. Sin Shiyun let out a light sigh. Supernatural weapons and portable array discs easily cost millions. Only potions might be worth considering. Meng Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Do you know how to tell the real from the fake? I don't, but does not knowing mean we shouldn't buy? Anyway, we still have a few days before heading to the wilderness. Let's just browse casually for now. Meng Yi could only nod, though the chilling or venomous glances constantly directed their way from the vicinity left him feeling uneasy. When in Rome, he repeated to himself, trying his best to ignore those peculiar stares. Eventually, the two stopped at a vendor's stall. The vendor was a balding old man with nearly toothless gums, wearing glasses with lenses no larger than a fingernail. Pushing his glasses down slightly, he peered over the rims at Meng Yi and his companion, letting out a dry chuckle. Ha ha, you two have excellent taste. Meng Yi thought highly of this stall owner, as the man perfectly fit the image of an eccentric old tech geek. Though elderly, the stall owner was quite nimble-handed, swiftly arranging a neat row of potions before them, some red, others yellow. These are all formulas I learned from our god. I guarantee no one else in Jing'an City knows them. Listen, the other alchemists in town aren't fit to polish my shoes. This sounded like a con artist. Meng Yi snorted coldly and turned to leave, but Sin Shiyun suddenly asked, how much? Meng Yi turned back with a completely baffled expression. Is there some technique I don't understand? The old man extended 2 fingers. 9th level tiers cost 20,000 per dose, 8th level costs 50,000. Anything higher than that, I don't do. Sin Shiyun frowned in thought before saying, I want 3 types, 9th level potions for stamina recovery, strength enhancement, and speed boost. The old man swiftly swept away the potions in front of him until only 3 bottles remained, moving so fast that Meng Yi didn't even have time to react. These 3 formulas perfectly meet your requirements. Meng Yi glanced at them with spiritual vision. From a spiritual perspective alone, there were no issues, the quality was quite good, with an exceptionally mellow glow of spiritual energy. It's just that this old man's sales pitch. Alright, I'll take it. No? Meng Yi reached out to stop Sin Shiyun. Weren't you just browsing casually? If I come across something suitable, I should buy it. Meng Yi organized his words. I think none of these items are particularly good. The old man standing nearby spoke with a darkened expression. Kid, think carefully before you speak. Sin Shiyun blinked her eyes repeatedly. Meng Yi wore a helpless expression. He had just said he didn't understand, yet now they wanted to purchase something at a mere glance. He could only ask, have you ever bought potions before? Nothing. Have you learned how to tell the difference? No. Mangi looked up. I've studied this. Listen to me, don't buy it. Sin Shiyun cast a skeptical glance at him. Didn't you just start learning too? The old man was so furious he could feel his lungs about to explode. He slammed the table violently and roared, "You damn brat. If you're not buying, why stop others from buying? Are you deliberately making a fool of me?" Mangi only replied coldly, "Are you trying to force a transaction?" The old man looked Mangi up and down and said disdainfully, "You rookie, you don't understand anything yet you're blocking others." He also sneered at Sin Shiyun, "Two greenhorns, scram. If you don't want it, then I'm not selling." Could they be speaking the truth with such confidence? Mangi momentarily doubted himself, yet the pitch sounded exactly like a scammer's, and not even a sophisticated one at that. "Mind if I take a look?" A familiar voice suddenly cut in. Mangi turned to see Zhu Hongyu standing there. The old man snorted coldly at Mangi, then turned to Zhu Hongyu with a grin. "Sure thing, what kind are you looking for? Let's start with this one." Zhu Hongyu casually picked up a bottle. "What does this do?" "Agility booster." Zhu Hongyu nodded, unscrewed the cap, and a small spider crawled out from her sleeve to take a tentative sip. The old man's face changed. The little spider quickly grew silent in Zhu Hongyu's hand before she casually tossed it into her mouth. "This is fake, and," frowning, she tilted her head. "To think you'd even use poison, how ruthless." The old man stubbornly retorted, "That's because your puny bug-like constitution can't handle the potency of my medicine." Mangi snorted coldly at the sight. If Sin Shiyun managed to buy it, wouldn't that spell trouble? This guy not only faked it, but got people killed. He reached out to grab the other person, but Zhu Hongyu stopped him. "It's poisonous." The old man abruptly flipped over his stall table, sending all sorts of bottles and jars flying toward the group. Mangi and the others nimbly dodged, and the so-called potions shattered on the ground, releasing a plume of greenish smoke that rapidly spread. "Ha ha ha, even if the deal falls through, courtesy remains." "What's the meaning of this?" The old man's taunting voice rang out. "Is this a deal? It's clearly a death wish." Mangi dragged the stunned Sin Shiyun and swiftly retreated backward. That swirling smoke looked nothing but sinister. Zhu Hongyu dodged in a bizarre manner. With a tearing sound, the spider burst through the fabric on her back. Her entire body then arched backward in midair, her petite form curling into a protective ball as she landed, now being carried by that spider. 8 long limbs tapped the ground, clip-clopping as they sped far into the distance, moving much faster than Mangi and his companion. Zhu Hongyu then stretched her body, twisted her waist, flipping positions with the spider until she was carrying it on her back. A blanket of silk threads engulfed the old man. Lifted by Mangi, Sin Shiyun finally snapped into action, drawing her heavy hammer and firing a shot without hesitation. A headshot. The old man grotesquely merged into that billowing smoke, making the shot completely miss its mark. Even Zhu Hongyu's spider silk threads missed entirely. "Ha ha ha." The old man's withered laughter emanated from within the smoke. "I just wanted to sell some goods, why so much hostility?" The nearby stall owners had swiftly rolled up their mats and retreated to a safe distance to watch the drama unfold the moment the conflict began. They looked quite practiced at this. In this market, conflicts broke out frequently enough. Beep beep beep. Sharp whistles sounded in the distance. Sin Shiyun turned her head and said, "Those are security officers from the Defense Department managing the market. Don't attack yet." Mangi grinned, like hell they wouldn't strike back. The other side had just tried to sell them lethal poison, and now they were supposed to hold back? Besides, that shot you fired earlier was aimed straight for a headshot. Now you're telling us not to attack? You didn't seem to hold back either. With a swift motion, he drew his crimson blade. Wasn't this prey delivering itself to his doorstep? He'd been worrying about how hard it was to gather 8th tier blessing power. Chapter 41, Excitement is exactly what's needed. Otherwise, what right would one have to be a god's favored? Mangi slightly twisted the scarlet blade in his hand, and with a boom, flames erupted. This old man appears to have a vaporized body that can completely evade ordinary attacks, but that's impossible. A low-tier blessed wouldn't be so powerful, and besides, he's only defending without attacking. Clearly, there are limitations. Not far away, a constable was sprinting toward them while blowing his whistle. Mangi roared, "Finish this quickly." An approving voice came from somewhere unknown. "Hurry up, save me some of the corpse later. The constables are coming, move faster." "That old man isn't so tough." Hey, go for it, gun-wielding girl." The crowd was eager for drama, with someone even unfurling a portable ritual array with a flourish before shouting, "Opening bets. Who's gonna win?" "Get lost. 3 against 1, what's there to bet on?" "Bet they can kill the old man before the sheriff gets here." He tapped the ritual plate and pulled out a contract to show around. "Don't worry, it's been notarized, completely fair." Now everyone was interested. "What's the wager?" "Up to you." He slapped the array disc and declared, "I'll wager an eye they can't. TCH follow them. I've got a well-trained new toy bet on her." Others even dragged out a set of musical instruments from who knows where and started clanging away noisily. "Welcome to the new show. Not selling mystical materials anymore, now it's liquor. Who wants some? Over here. Give me the strongest drink you've got. The marketplace, which had been lifeless moments earlier with people eyeing each other warily, suddenly erupted into vibrant activity. No one knows how many people pulled out pistols and fired wildly into the air. Kill him. Hurry up. The sudden change in surroundings made Mangi stumble. God damn it. Forget it, let's handle the important business first. His entire body was now deathly gray, and he had no idea how much poison resistance his undead state offered. The flesh wriggled, sealing his nose, mouth, and ear canals shut, even covering his eyes with a thin membrane for protection. After completing all his defenses, Mangi lunged forward, determined to finish off the old man before the authorities arrived. The smoke carried a potent corrosive property, causing his entire body to emit sizzling sounds. Unable to see his surroundings clearly, he swung his crimson blade in a sweeping arc but hit nothing. Sin Shiyun stood outside the smoke, gun in hand, utterly at a loss, unsure whether to charge in or remain vigilant against the old man. Even the onlookers watching the spectacle grew anxious for her. Oh my, what are you doing outside? Charge in. Please, don't let me lose this one. Want to hire me? Flat rate of 500,000. Hey there, missy, wanna get acquainted? Sin Shiyun's interference left her increasingly unsure of what to do. As for Zhu Hongyu, she immediately gathered her spiders upon hearing the whistle. She had no desire to oppose the constables. The old man's voice came from somewhere unseen, chuckling, ha ha ha, the constables have arrived. Ah, why make trouble for mere merchants? Mangi snorted coldly, taking advantage of his difficulty speaking. With just one swing of his blade, he knew this approach wouldn't work and immediately changed tactics. The crimson glow of the blade extinguished as he flipped it around, decisively carving out several chunks of flesh and hurling them in all directions. Indiscriminate attack. Boom, boom. A muffled groan accompanied the explosions as the old man's shriveled body was sent flying out from the smoke. The crowd let out a collective "oh" sound. Old man, pull yourself together. Hey you, he's blown out, get out here quick, don't fucking get lost inside. Sin Shiyun, who had been hesitating outside the smoke, now locked onto her target and decisively fired the second shot. Though she didn't want to provoke the peacekeepers either, she'd never abandon her comrades, the Divine Command's fellowship. The old man was now covered in blood, with tiny flesh tendrils still wriggling and thrashing at his wounds. Bang! His head exploded, spraying brains and gore in all directions. In that moment, some rejoiced while others despaired. But the old man didn't die. After his headless body hit the ground, it scurried away with echoing footsteps, still somehow finding its direction as it charged straight toward the sheriff. Those who had prematurely celebrated now clutched their wrists in lament. That's cheating. Someone pressed a gun to his head and said, why don't you try doing it yourself? Fuck the code. I wasn't born yesterday. Neither hesitated, and soon they were wrestling fiercely. Seeing a new battleground erupt, the crowd grew even more enthused. Someone was panting heavily, overwhelmed with emotion. Anyone want to participate in the sacred connection ritual? Men or women, all are welcome. The number of sign-ups was overwhelming. Sin Shiyun tracked the headless body with her gun barrel. Without a head, how could she aim? She could only take a deep breath and try her best to steady her shot. The headless body ran while reaching out to pull 2 potion bottles from its side, ready to repeat the same trick. Hurry up, old man. Drag your feet any longer and we're dead. Why are the peacekeepers so damn slow? Useless bastards, always showing up after the fight's over, go eat shit. At that moment, Meng Yi charged forward like a raging bull, his entire body wreathed in blue smoke. Taking massive strides, he closed the distance before the enemy could throw the potions, delivering a devastating downward strike. Now we can speak. You dare trick me? A splattering sound. The headless body was split vertically in half. He hadn't even had time to throw the potion in his hand. Cheers and curses filled the air as beer bottles flew everywhere. A bet's a bet, pay up, pay code. In a year when even loans couldn't be recovered, who'd honor a gambling debt? What a joke! The fighting group continued to expand, growing rapidly from 2 spots to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Everywhere. Even the sacred ritual connection Meng Yi had previously failed to disrupt was now forcibly interrupted. Surveying the chaotic surroundings, he couldn't help but mutter, holy cow. Meng Yi ignored the white smoke continuously billowing from his body and the faint stinging sensation, lowering his head to examine the old man's corpse. Even without a head, it could still run. Don't tell me it wouldn't matter even if the body were split apart. The old man was dead beyond dead. Of course, there was a reason he could survive losing his head. Inside his outer body lay a shrunken, much smaller figure. Between the small body and the large shell, there were various crimson muscles and blood vessels connecting them. Meng Yi frowned, turning to Qin Shiyun to ask. With the clamor of voices now so loud, he had to shout, do you know which pathway this belongs to? I don't know. The pathways of the gods favored are bizarre and varied. No one can claim to know them all. Meng Yi nodded. The body inside this old man appeared much younger, dwarf-like, and limbless. Of course, being vertically split in half would definitely look like a bloody mess. Almost forgot to loot the corpse again. Meng Yi quickly crouched down to search the body, finding nothing but about 500 in loose change and 6 vials of medicine. TCH, what a pauper. Don't move, goddammit stop. Frantic shouts came from outside, sounding like a whole crowd. Run! Sin Shiyan grabbed Meng Yi's arm. The marshals are here. They hadn't made it 2 steps before a thunderous boom erupted. A deafening shout rang out, nobody fucking move. The crowd instantly fell silent, not for any other reason than the dozen or so heavily armed peacekeepers surrounding them, the dark muzzles of their weapons trained on the masses. Peacekeepers didn't mess around with mere guns like these common folk. Perfect. So many stubborn bastards. Take them all to the punishment bureau, let those freaks have their fun. Who's in charge? The crowd silently parted, revealing Meng Yi and his companion inside. Zhu Hongyu had somehow slipped away already. Meng Yi glanced up to see a one-armed security officer in black uniform, his hair streaked with white, standing before them with a face dark with anger. Meng Yi stood up with a grin, pointing at the bisected corpse. This was self-defense. He sold me poison first. In the bazaar, there is no concept of defense. All transactions are based on free will, and under no circumstances is violence permitted. The one-armed sheriff sneered and spoke coldly. If you drink yourself to death, that's your bad luck. But I won't tolerate brawls here, much less murder. The white smoke constantly emanating from Meng Yi's body finally ceased. Now clad in tattered clothes, the mottled corrosive wounds on his skin began to slowly heal. He scratched his slightly itchy cheek in exasperation, laughing incredulously. What kind of logic is this? Then he realized it too. Judging by the chaotic scenes around them moments ago, prohibiting all forms of fighting actually made perfect sense. Otherwise, how could this marketplace possibly stay in business? I won't argue with you. The one-armed sheriff's gaze turned dangerous. Are you coming quietly to accept your punishment, or will you resist arrest? Chapter 42. Could he actually be skilled? Meng Yi furrowed his brows. Go with these people? I can testify that the deceased struck first with intent to kill, but was simply outmatched and got killed in self-defense instead. The crowd turned toward the voice. Li Hao stood among them, though no one had noticed his arrival. A chill ran down Meng Yi's spine. Were the Arbiter Division's agents still tailing him? The one-armed peacekeeper seemed to know Li Hao, his eyes filled with confusion. Li Hao said leisurely, surely we can't just not fight back when being killed, right? Then he walked over to the one-armed sheriff and spoke quietly with him for a moment. So, would this count as, justifiable self-defense? The one-armed sheriff seemed unfamiliar with this legal term, stumbling over the words as he spoke. The crowd stirred with disbelief. This was unprecedented. Since when did security officers from the Defense Department understand what constituted self-defense? Meng Yi blinked rapidly. If they wanted to get technical, he had struck first. From within the crowd, a dissatisfied voice pointed at Meng Yi and shouted, I can testify he threw the first punch. What kind of bullshit self-defense is this? He's fine while I'm hurt? I won't accept this. I was just defending myself. The one-armed sheriff wouldn't listen to their excuses, issuing a cruel order with a sneer, kill anyone who resists arrest. The previously discontented crowd all shrunk their necks. Being taken to the punishment division wouldn't cost their lives, so why oppose the sheriff? It's not like it was their first time going there anyway. The one-armed sheriff waved his hand without another word, ordering his subordinates to escort the group away. Meng Yi still wanted to ask Li Hao what was going on, but the other man only left him with a retreating back, showing no intention to speak to him. He missed Suo Mingqing so much. A figure shrouded in a robe crept furtively toward Meng Yi and whispered, do you still want this corpse? Meng Yi repeatedly shook his head. Then I'll take it. The man stretched out his arm covered in black feathers towards the corpse. With this little interlude over, the market soon returned to its former state. However, those malicious glances had significantly diminished. Meng Yi looked around at the nonchalant crowd and couldn't help marveling. The lively scene from earlier seemed as if it had never existed. Well, let's go. He patted Sin Shiyun's shoulder. No one would dare to sell us fake medicine now. Sin Shiyun was now quite troubled. You're right about that, she said. What? Locks? Most of the time locks are useless. She sighed immediately after. Once I earn enough money, I'll hire someone to arrange a ritual spell and ask our Lord for a new blessing. To improve accuracy, she cheered up again. Meng Yi, however, was pondering, could he personally respond to the ritual? It should be possible. Sin Shiyun turned her head and asked, why did Li Hao help us out? Otherwise, we'd definitely have been dragged to the punishment department. As she spoke, she grew rather apprehensive. I absolutely never want to go there again. Meng Yi had doubts too. He had thought that by displaying his newfound blessing powers, he could clear the Crimson King of suspicion as an evil deity, but it seemed that wasn't the case yet? Or was I overthinking it? Was the tribunal not watching me for this reason? Was it because of my status as a divine favored? I'll ask Suo Mingqing about it when I see him next time. As for Li Hao, he doesn't seem like an easy person to talk to, though he doesn't seem to harbor any malice toward me at the moment. Meng Yi replied casually, probably because we helped deal with an aberrant creature before. Oh, let's go. The two continued searching for the potion stall, and soon Mangi noticed there were actual apothecary shops among the nearby fixed stores. Why don't we just buy from the shops? Because it's expensive, genuine, yes, but expensive. Sin Shiyun emphasized the word expensive twice, murmuring, we're almost out of money. She counted on her fingers, you've got 40,000, and after paying the library fine, I still have over 30,000 left. Mangi thought of that 180,000 house-buying money, but wisely chose not to mention it. Anyone with half a brain could see that Sin Shiyun, this fanatical believer, would absolutely refuse to touch money that belonged to the gods. If it's not necessary, better not stir up trouble. Sin Shiyun muttered to herself, that old man earlier was really selling them cheap. I wanted to buy some painkillers but held back. Mangi looked puzzled. Why would you need painkillers? Blood and flesh magic, just like yours. Sin Shiyun made a cutting gesture, either slicing or tearing, it's downright agonizing. Slowly gathering flesh and blood in your hands takes forever, she frowned, tilting her head. Doesn't it hurt you at all? Mangi's expression remained blank. It does. Yet he wasn't afraid. Nor could he understand why he wasn't after all, he'd just been an ordinary college student before crossing over. Mangi took out the 6 vials of potions he had looted from the corpse. Are these valuable? He asked. Poison is worthless, for those who don't carry divine favor can't wield it properly. Mangi tucked the thing away. If it wasn't valuable, then so be it, he could always use it as a projectile later. The two soon stumbled upon another potion stall. The vendor was a young man with messy, bird's nest-like hair and an exhausted expression, constantly yawning. Xu Hongyu was standing right in front of the stall. You were running pretty fast just now. Mangi greeted from a distance, but thanks for earlier, we'd never have noticed that old man trying to fool people with poison otherwise. Xu Hongyu stared at him wide-eyed. Huh? How come you didn't get arrested by the peacekeepers? Mangi answered without hesitation, because the magistrate deemed it self-defense. Xu Hongyu didn't believe it at all, but chose not to press further, nodding absent-mindedly. No need for thanks, I needed to buy potions anyway. To feed your little pet? No, I'm heading into the wilderness. Sin Shiyun asked in surprise, but don't you have a proper job? I got fired. Xu Hongyu sighed softly, because no one ever came for training, the higher-ups weren't happy. As she spoke, she shot a resentful glance at Mangi and his companion. The two were momentarily speechless. Ahem, well. Xu Hongyu waved her hand dismissively, forget it, it's not your fault. She pointed to the stall in front of them, this here is real. Mangi's eyes lit up as he turned to ask the vendor, how much for the painkiller potion? The young man yawned, looking listless, 30,000. Sin Shiyun blurted out, why don't you just rob me instead? Take it or leave it. Mangi asked Sin Shiyun, how much does it cost elsewhere? No more than 10,000. Mangi frowned and continued asking the stall owner, what about a 9th grade potion that boosts agility? 40,000. You goddamn. The young man didn't even bat an eye, instead pulling out an assortment of bottles, jars, and various cups. What's he doing? Prepare it on site, murmured Han Yuzhu. She raised a vial in her hand and said, you can buy it, his potions here are exceptionally potent. Mangi turned his head to look at the young man, could he truly be a master? Chapter 43, Where can you find a reliable person? Mangi now watched with great interest as the young man concocted the potion. After all, watching didn't cost a thing. The young man kept yawning, tears streaming down his face, his hands moving weakly without strength. After arranging those jars and bottles, I carefully turned around and opened the iron trunk behind me, consecutively retrieving 5 types of extraordinary materials from within. Mangi didn't recognize any of them. He turned to look at Sin Shiyun, but before he could open his mouth, she waved her hand and said, don't ask me, I don't understand either. Didn't you use transcendent materials when you worked as a machinist before? It's different. These are plant-based materials, and some should be special herbs produced in agricultural zones. Mangi nodded and stopped asking further. It seemed these specialized knowledge were closely guarded by the corresponding blessed ones. No, that's not right. He spoke up in astonishment, mixing it on site like this, aren't you afraid others will learn how? The young man yawned. Go ahead and learn it then. He first poured a pool of clear water into the beaker. He offered no explanation, and Mangi didn't understand, his spiritual vision showed no changes, so he simply treated it as ordinary water. Then add each of those 5 extraordinary materials one by one. Pluck 2 leaves from a branch and toss them in. Some kind of juice stored in a transparent vial, no need for a dropper, casually adds just a drop as if at random. 2 honeycomb-like stones? Rub them together to scrape off some powder and add it in. A desiccated insect corpse about the size of a fist, only its wings were taken, while the rest was casually tossed aside. Xu Hongyu swiftly caught it with quick reflexes, tucked it into her back, immediately followed by crunching sounds. The last material was a vine from some plant, from which he pinched off 2 pieces with his fingernails. When the final ingredient was thrown in, with a loud bang, the glass cup before them suddenly shattered, crackling like a small firework display. The young man let out a tch sound with his mouth, then pulled out another glass cup and began repeating the process. Meng Yi took a couple of steps back upon seeing this, as did Zhu Hongyu and Sin Chiyun on either side. The young man clicked his tongue, it won't fail a second time. Bang! This time was even more exaggerated, the shattered glass formed a plume of black smoke resembling a twisted human face, emitting a piercing shriek. Everyone nearby couldn't help covering their ears. Bottles and jars on the stall exploded one after another with loud bangs, while the shop behind lit up with defensive magic formations. Curses erupted from all directions as several bricks, worn-out shoes, and foul-smelling unidentified objects came flying toward them. The young man nimbly dodged before shouting angrily, "Which bastard did this? Be careful or I'll report you to the peacekeepers for spreading plague at the market." The young man then began to argue eloquently against a roomful of scholars. Meng Yi glanced sideways at Zhu Hongyu. "That potion in your hand, did he just brew it? No issues?" Zhu Hongyu looked dazed. "None at all. I can't help but feel his high prices are due to a high failure rate." Sin Chiyun nodded in agreement. "How about we go check somewhere else?" Zhu Hongyu looked at them both with a serious expression and said earnestly, "I'm not lying to you. My little darling just tasted it, and its potency is much stronger than ordinary 9th grade potions, almost at 8th grade level." She tilted her head slightly. "Aren't you preparing to head into the wilderness? Potions of this quality at such a low price are rarely found." Meng Yi and Sin Chiyun exchanged a glance. He didn't think the price was cheap, but since Zhu Hongyu had said so, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. "Let's take another look then." Meng Yi felt somewhat helpless. He had thought he would broaden his horizons, but instead found himself witnessing a farce. After finishing his lip service, the young man continued his preparations. This time, Meng Yi couldn't help but remark, "Don't you need measuring cups or pipettes?" "No need, my eyes are the ruler." The young man, no longer in his previous sluggish state, perked up and said, "I wasn't in good form earlier." Again! This time there was no explosion, just a final transformation into a blob of sticky dark purple mucus, clearly another failure. The young man's patience visibly wore thin. "I refuse to believe it." Meng Yi secretly scoffed. No wonder he wasn't afraid of others watching. With results like these, even if people saw, it wouldn't make a difference. The young man brought out yet another cup, this time plucking his own eyeball and tossing it directly into the vessel. "I refuse to believe I can't measure the dosage right." Meng Yi looked utterly stunned, thinking to himself, is this even possible? Aren't they afraid their eyeballs might get blown away with the fireworks? He couldn't resist leaning forward for a closer look. Fortunately, it was just an artificially constructed eyeball mechanism. This time, the young man's expression was extremely solemn, his dark sunken eyes fixed intently as he carefully added ingredients, even pausing occasionally to deliberate with utmost caution. This time, nothing went wrong. The liquid in the glass finally took on a bright, sky blue hue. Meng Yi hesitated and asked, "Is it over?" "Nothing." The mechanical eyeball autonomously extended 3 legs and crawled out of the glass, only to be grabbed by the young man and fitted into his eye socket. When Meng Yi looked at it, he couldn't distinguish it from a real eye. "There's one final step." As if to save face, the young man emphasized, "This is exactly why I wasn't afraid of letting you watch." He bit his finger and gently let a drop of blood fall into the glass. The sky blue potion seemed agitated by some unseen force, swirling like a whirlpool. Without divine grace, you cannot concoct any potion. At that moment, Meng Yi was carefully observing with spiritual sight. The multicolored lights of various spiritual essences inside the glass were rapidly merging along with the whirlpool. The essences finally fused as one. Meng Yi spoke in astonishment. So, ritual magic and formations, including forging supernatural weapons and such, without corresponding divine blessings, they simply can't be created, right? I don't know about other fields, but this is how it works for alchemists. The young man carefully poured the highly concentrated potion, which barely covered the bottom of the glass, into a vial and casually explained. Moreover, every pharmacist develops their own formula. Even with the same recipe, another pharmacist wouldn't be able to brew an identical potion. After handing the final product to Zhu Hongyu, he turned to look at Meng Yi. No longer adopting an indifferent take-it-or-leave-it attitude, the young man was now all smiles. "My potions are more potent compared to others." Meng Yi asked curiously, "Is it because of a better formula?" "No, it's because my blood is even more special. Praise the harmonizer of all spirits." The young man kept smiling. "Interested in buying? I can give you a 10% discount." Zhu Hongyu protested indignantly, "You didn't give me any discount earlier." The young man replied matter-of-factly, "That was then, this is now." "What kind of business practice is this? I'm a pharmacist, not a merchant." Zhu Hongyu was left speechless by his retort, her face puffed up with anger while cracking sounds came from behind her. Meng Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't you just say take it or leave it?" The young man hung his head dejectedly. "No way, I just failed 3 times in a row. The losses are too great, and the materials are so expensive. I need to at least break even. Big bro, I just want to recoup my costs, give me a chance." Meng Yi mentally equated this young man with Suo Mingqing, equally unreliable. "So, what's your name?" "Su Yung, Big brother wants to buy it? This time me. With a loud smack, Su Yuanji pressed the eyeball onto the table and declared resolutely, absolutely no mistakes. Chapter 44, Truly So Poor. Meng Yi glanced at the mechanical eyeball Su Yuanji had slapped on the table, hesitating before turning back. What do you say? Sin Shiyan asked blankly, didn't you just say to listen to you? Looks like you're quite obedient. Meng Yi had no choice but to double-check with Xu Hongyu. Was the medicine he made really that good? Though furious, Xu Hongyu didn't undermine Su Yuanji's skills, gnashing her teeth as she nodded, exceptionally good. Su Yuanji vigorously promoted himself, big brother, my craftsmanship is guaranteed. Painkillers, right? He pointed at the storefront behind him and began. Let me put it this way, the painkillers from that shop last for 1 hour at most, but mine last 4 hours, 4 times longer. As for the 9th grade agility potion, it's a secret formula. The effects are comparable to an 8th grade potion, but way cheaper. Premium quality comes at a price. Sin Shiyan gently tugged at Meng Yi's sleeve. Come on, who buys 4 hours worth of painkillers for combat? We can get those anywhere else. Meng Yi did some quick math, 2 potions at a 10% discount would cost 63,000, leaving just enough to scrape by for a single painkiller. He lowered his voice to ask, which 2 potions should we get then? The agility and spiritual recovery ones. Restore spirituality? This somewhat touched upon the blind spot in his knowledge. Exactly. Sin Shiyu nodded. If one's spirituality is exhausted, not only will they be unable to use supernatural abilities, but even normal actions become difficult to maintain. Meng Yi remained expressionless on the surface, but inwardly, waves of surprise surged. So, divine favor users consume spirituality when employing supernatural abilities? He seemed to be different. He hadn't felt any consumption at all. Alright, let's buy these 2 then. Seeing the 2 had made their decision, Su Yuanji deftly began a new round of preparations. His previously dejected demeanor had completely vanished. After wrestling with the thought, Meng Yi cautiously proposed to Sin Shiyun, should we temporarily borrow that 180,000 first and repay it after we earn? Absolutely not. Sin Shiyun was indignant, that was prepared for our Lord's sacred hall, how could we possibly use it? Her face flushed crimson as she glared at him furiously, this is blasphemy. This reaction was exactly as Meng Yi had anticipated, though he still wanted to make an effort to try. We're not. Sin Shiyun immediately cut him off before he could speak, sharply stating, revere the deity. But our Lord is merciful. Hearing this, Sin Shiyun's demeanor calmed, and she spoke in a solemn, earnest tone. Indeed, our Lord is merciful, but that does not justify our irreverence. Her expression turned solemn, our Lord may not mind slight offenses, nor even care whether we build a sanctum for K. K is a benevolent and generous savior. But as the first recipients of K's divine grace, we must always remember not to grow careless or disrespectful just because our Lord is magnanimous. Meng Yi was momentarily speechless. With such a heavy accusation thrown his way, what could he possibly do? This was ridiculously rigid. Unexpectedly, the other person crossed their fingers and bowed their head, saying, My Lord Crimson King, please forgive Meng Yi's insolence. She was still making excuses for Meng Yi. He was only trying to raise funds for your sacred temple. May your merciful self forgive his sins. Meng Yi asked strangely, what are you doing? Sin Shiyun ignored him and continued her prayer. Only after she finished did she say, I shall pray for our Lord's forgiveness on your behalf, for the divine teaches us compassion, and I cannot stand idly by. She frowned and said, you should pray too. It's my duty to guide the faithful of the Lord. Meng Yi opened his mouth but remained speechless. Faced with this situation, he had no good solution either. After all, he too was a believer of the Lord. It's fine, pray to yourself. Just treat it as talking to yourself. Meng Yi could only interlock his fingers and repeat Sin Shiyun's words with slight modifications, though his ears turned crimson throughout the process. Sin Shiyun was quite pleased with his reaction. This showed genuine shame in his heart, making him forgivable. Xu Hongyu and Su Yuanji watched them in silence, with Su Yuanji even pausing his potion mixing. After Meng Yi finished his prayer, Xu Hongyu asked softly, as if afraid of disturbing something, what are you guys doing? Her delicate face was full of curiosity. Is this your god's hobby? I'm a goddamn decent guy. Wait, no, a god. Meng Yi cleared his throat impatiently and retorted, this is our personal hobby, nothing to do with any deities. Though maybe that wasn't quite right either. Sin Shiyun was somewhat pleased with Meng Yi's earlier response, her mood not entirely ruined now, and felt inclined to clarify. No, we were simply seeking our Lord's forgiveness. Right. Her eyes lit up. Would you like to know more about our Lord? K is the merciful savior, reigning in the grand halls of the Crimson Divine Realm. Xu Hongyu and Su Yuanji shook their heads in unison. Meng Yi's face darkened. How is what you're saying any different from those believers? They preach in factories, you do it in markets? Sin Shiyun bowed her head slightly, guilt creeping in. I just wanted to spread the name of K, didn't I? Through actions, not words. Right, we must erect the divine temple as soon as possible. Listening to their utterly bewildering conversation, Su Yuanji's hands and feet moved with increasing nimbleness. Xu Hongyu quickly bid her farewell. This time, Su Yuanji encountered no mishaps and swiftly prepared 2 potions, even thoughtfully providing brief explanations. The green one is an agility potion, made from a blend of wind whisper grass extract and flea. The blue one is a spirit restoration tonic, combining spearmint and, at a 10% discount, that comes to 63,000 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Meng Yi and Xin Shiyun pooled their money to settle the bill. After they left, Su Yuanji reverted to his usual listless demeanor. As they walked, Meng Yi said, I still have 7,692 yuan on me. Is that enough to buy you painkillers? Xin Shiyun patted her pockets. I've got 600 left. That should cover it, right? Meng Yi nodded and asked expressionlessly, how much food do we have left at home? How many days will it last? 2 days. Should we switch to synthetic rations from now on? And we still need to set aside supplies for the wilderness, right? Meng Yi continued, although we haven't had wilderness survival training yet, we can make reasonable inferences. Essential rations, tent, backpack, lighting tools, and so on. Why does it feel like there's not enough money? How about, he glanced sideways, not buying painkillers? You'll just have to endure it when the time comes. Actually, 1 painkiller won't be much use anyway, can't expect to fight just once in the wilderness. Look at me, for our Lord, I fear no pain. Xin Shiyun's face instantly turned pale as she stammered, that could work. Her voice grew progressively softer. Meng Yi sighed, the 2 of them were truly pitifully poor. Do you know any way to make money? He asked. Xin Shiyun shook her head. Alright then. Meng Yi thought for a moment and decided to ask Zhang Yao tomorrow. Since they were as poor as church mice, there was no need to stroll around the marketplace, so they decided to head home first. No sooner had they stepped beyond the marketplace than they encountered Zhu Hongyu once more. Now Zhu Hongyu seemed rather awe-inspiring. In the street, a dense swarm of colorful little spiders surrounded her as they slowly advanced together. A vast sea of spiders surged forward with a rustling sound, creating quite a spectacular sight. Behind her, the giant spider waved its legs menacingly, appearing extremely excited. The street-clearing effect was remarkably effective. Many God-blessed individuals near the southern gate had also taken shelter far away by now. Meng Yi stared in astonishment, murmuring unconsciously, weren't these little darlings supposed to be in the inner city? A lively voice chimed in from beside him. Zhu Hongyu brought these little ones hurrying home early this morning. They were all waiting for her outside the market just now, scared quite a few ordinary folks half to death. Meng Yi turned his head and looked back. Zhang Xir greeted him with a giggle, we meet again. She then waved at Zhu Hongyu who was amid the sea of spiders again and shouted, hurry up, Zhang Zhuang and I can't hold on anymore. Zhu Hongyu nodded apologetically. Meng Yi asked curiously, Zhang Xir, where is she taking these spiders? Where else could she go? Got fired, going home I guess. Her home's nearby. Xin Shiyun marveled on the side, what lavish upkeep. Speaking of which, Meng Yi turned to Zhang Xir and asked, do you know how to make money? Then you've asked the right person. Chapter 45 The clothes are biting again. Zhang Xir certainly lived up to Meng Yi's description of her as someone who quickly makes herself at home. She gestured to Zhang Zhuanger behind her with a wave of her hand, saying, bring those wanted posters over here. Zhang Zhuanger silently opened the pickup truck door and handed over a stack of papers. Meng Yi gaped, how many is this? There must be hundreds of these, right? Then it dawned on him, and he asked in surprise, wanted posters? Bounty hunters? Zhang Xir nodded cheerfully. Well, if you're asking me, that's the only avenue I know. Otherwise. She frowned as she sized up Meng Yi, then whispered, a physically intact divine favored like you would be very popular at Red Romance. Meng Yi shook his head like a rattle drum. Blue Romance? Beast Romance? He was shocked. What the hell is Beast Romance? And besides, I look perfectly human. Ah, but the customer doesn't quite look human. Hey Zhang Xir nudged her chin toward Zhu Hongyu, like her spider-like style, or the tree romance of flowers and plants? The term tree romance crashed Meng Yi's brain into a blue screen. How was this impossible to comprehend? She then sidled over with a somewhat shifty-eyed look. Let me tell you something, doing romance work is actually pretty good, safe, and the pay's decent. Meng Yi cleared his throat to cut her off. I'd rather consider more legitimate options. Oh, Zhang Xir looked disappointed. I was planning to visit your shop later. Meng Yi momentarily struggled to find the proper expression to respond. Xin Shiyun and Zhang Zhuanger wore dazed expressions, equally unsure how to react to this conversation. Zhang Xir patted the thick stack of wanted notices in her hands. Here you'll find the combined wanted lists from all 19 fortress cities. Given the current difficulties with transportation and communication, the information may not be entirely up to date. She immediately waved her hand dismissively, no need to go through all of them, just check the ones likely to be around Jing'an City. Zhang Xir casually flipped through and took down the top few dozen sheets. Meng Yi took them and gave them a quick browse. Lu Xiaojie, 5th rank Divine Blessed, Beast Warrior Path. Bounty, 35 million. Ma Yong, 6th rank Divine Blessed, Machinist Path. 18 million. Li Hoyuan, 5th rank Divine Blessed, Path Unknown. Every one of them is extraordinary blood ritual killings or child's play for these types, and some have even helped aberrations infiltrate the city. Most of them were around the 5th or 6th rank, with a handful at the 7th rank. As for those at the 8th or 9th rank, Mangi certainly didn't spot any. Xin Qian now crowded in close to take a look as well, clicking her tongue in amazement. How on earth are we supposed to deal with this? Zhang Sierra burst into laughter upon hearing this. Who said anything about you dealing with them? Once you spot these individuals, you can report to the Judgment Division or Defense Division. If the information is verified and decisive results are achieved, you'll receive 1/10 of the bounty amount. Mangi asked puzzled, what counts as decisive results? That means simply discovering their whereabouts isn't enough. Only when authorities arrest or eliminate the targets based on your leads will you receive the reward. Zhang Xier giggled, so just keep notes, consider it like buying lottery tickets every day. Mengi's face darkened. If I wanted to buy lottery tickets, I might as well check out the one with the highest bounty. Impressive. Zhang Xier pulled out a wanted poster, this one 500 million bounty, a third-tier blessing bearer. Mengi cast a glance, Wu Tong, Pathway of the Naturalist, whose crime was the slaughter of nearly 100,000 people. He quietly committed the man's appearance to memory, just in case he hit the jackpot. Of course, staying realistic was important too, so he carefully committed details about those Class 7 wanted criminals to memory. If the opportunity arose and he happened to encounter them, he might attempt to go after these. 3 to 5 million in bounty money was decent enough. After seeing the 5 billion bounty, he started getting too big for his britches. But none of these bounties were easy pickings. Even the weakest Class 7 could overpower him teamed up with Xin Shiyun, let alone the fact these criminals were all exceptionally good at hiding. Money isn't easy to come by. Mangi was rather curious. Speaking of which, why don't you post these wanted notices? Keeping them hidden in the carriage. What's the point of even issuing them? Posting notices? That's the last thing we'd do. Zhang Xier pointed toward the city gates. If you go to the Defense Department's Merit Exchange Office, you'll find all these wanted notices there. Mangi suddenly realized that these wanted posters were meant for the divine favored ones, so posting them there was indeed more appropriate. Zhang Xier carefully stored away the wanted notices. Well, don't you think red romance would be easier? Mangi couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. She was still obsessing over that damn romance. No thanks, I'd rather take my chances in the wilderness. Zhang Xier nodded. Then best of luck to you. At this moment, Zhu Hongyu's spider swarm tide had also passed, and Zhang Xier swiftly pulled Zhang Zhuang'er aboard their vehicle. That's right. She stuck her head out the window and called, if you run into anyone you can't handle, you can ask us for help. We'll split the bounty with you. As the engine roared, Mengi's half-raised hand slowly dropped. He didn't even get the chance to ask them where exactly could they be found. Xin Shiyun whispered from the side, I've memorized all those dozens of people. What should we do? Search inside the inner city or outside in the outer city? Maybe. She hesitated for a moment. I could check some books out from the library to systematically learn how to track someone. I must say, this woman truly has an incredible memory. Mangi didn't even turn his head as he strode homeward, casually remarking, so are you going to make money in the wilderness, or become a bounty hunter? Should I prioritize reading theology books or focus on investigative techniques first? And, you're pretty strong in a fight? As for the opponent's combat power, chuckle. A worthless little brat who only knows how to shoot, and is utterly reliant on the locking mechanism of the giant hammer itself. Xin Shiyun followed him, hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Let's focus on our Lord's matters first. So you didn't consider your own combat capability at all? Mengi sighed and asked, didn't you have firearms training today? What are you ing for? Answer the question. The implies they've completed the training. Mengi paused mid-step and turned back with a peculiar expression. The results weren't obvious? Xin Shiyun nodded. The future looks promising. Mengi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. How much would it cost to hire someone to set up ritual magic? What's wrong? Get a new blessing for your revolver. Oh, this isn't too expensive, about 100,000 per try. Tisk. On his way home, Mangi kept scrutinizing passers-by, seeing everyone as wanted criminals, nearly sparking a watcha-lookin'-it style confrontation. Returning to Building 003, the night had deepened. Before going upstairs, Xin Shiyun pointed at the vending machine on the street. Should we get some synthetic rations? Forget it. Let's have a proper meal first. Xin Shiyun asked in confusion. We'll probably end up eating this in the wasteland anyway. Might as well get used to it early. Ugh. Maggie gritted his teeth. Fine, then. I'll just go for it. As long as I don't think too much about it, the synthetic rations aren't all that bad. From extravagance to frugality is always difficult. After hastily finishing his meal that evening, Mangi smoothly proceeded to close the door, lock up, and lie down on his bed in one fluid motion. Xin Shiyun had just picked up her books when she turned around to find him already gone. Crack! Mangi pushed the door open and stepped outside. Sin Shiyun was overjoyed. You want to read together? No. Mangi squirmed. This outfit is gnawing at me again. So itchy, is there any meat left at home? Sin Shiyun immediately buried her head in a sea of knowledge. Mangi asked expressionlessly, what happens if we don't feed it? I'll starve to death. Clothes that starve you to death, totally reasonable. Mangi gritted his teeth, went back inside, and locked the door behind him. It's so unbearably itchy, like a swarm of tiny ants crawling over my skin. Got it, I'll hide in the crimson mist space for now, and while I'm at it, might as well see what tier of divine blessed that old man was today. Whatever, let this outfit eat whatever it wants. Chapter 46, The Cultist of the Evil God. Within the crimson mist space, Mangi's figure gradually materialized. That old man was merely a 9th-ranked divine favor bearer. After converting his gift's power, there's now a total of 1 2/3 portions of 9th-ranked divine favor stored. Mangi let out a heavy sigh, uncertain when he'd gather enough 8th-ranked divine favor. Dismissing the notifications, he began sequentially selecting the constantly twinkling stars across the dome. These were all archived prayer recordings preserved from earlier. After this morning's notification, such nuisance messages shouldn't appear anymore. Mangi skimmed through the content hastily, barely spending a few seconds glancing at the beginning of each segment. None of it contained anything substantial. However, one glowing prayer dot stood out with different content. Mangi almost swiped past it out of habit. The scene showed a young man who appeared barely of age, his boyish face filled with unease. He knelt in the dim, cramped room, hands clasped, bowing his head before the candle. My lord, I beseech your supreme power to save lost lambs. You are redemption. What followed were the usual words of praise. If this were all, Mangi wouldn't have paid him any attention. But in this young man's room, a strange spiritual light was swirling. Mangi immediately straightened his posture. The light of spirituality couldn't emerge from nothing, it must either originate from extraordinary materials or be a special technique employed by other God-blessed individuals. Moreover, was this person praying for divine salvation? After the prayer scene within the star finished playing, it switched to his real-time surveillance feed, showing him currently working in the factory. Mangi spotted the anomaly through the star immediately. There was a faint spiritual glow enveloping the other person's brain, so subtle that he nearly missed it without careful observation. Moreover, he seemed preoccupied now, his face clouded with something heavy on his mind. Soon, his distraction led to a blunder, drawing sharp reprimands from his supervisor. Mangi also learned the other's name, Suchingsong. He kept this star by his side and continued flipping through the other prayer lights one by one, finishing them all in no time. I took another look at the star representing Suchingsong. It showed no change from before, and further observation seemed pointless. It wasn't as if I could watch him tighten screws all night. I'll observe more closely tomorrow during daylight hours, or perhaps go find him directly. Mangi exited the crimson mist space, noticing his clothes had returned to normal. He pushed the door open and asked, Do you know Suchingsong? Sin Shiyan looked up. I know, what about it? Wow, you actually know them? What a coincidence. Sin Shiyun said matter-of-factly, what coincidence. I remember every single believer of the god in my heart. Mangi felt a bit embarrassed, he couldn't remember any at all. Did you notice anything unusual about him? Sin Shiyun thought carefully, nothing particularly noteworthy, just an ordinary boy, somewhat introverted. Why do you ask? She eyed Mangi suspiciously. You don't seem like the type to remember believers' names. Why the sudden interest? Mangi shook his head, no reason, just asking casually. Let's wait and see what this is all about, he thought as he closed the door again, thoroughly angering Sin Shiyun. If you disturb my reading again, don't even think about sleeping tonight. The next morning was free of commitments. Around what he estimated to be the right time, Mangi returned to the crimson mist space to continue observing Suchingsong. This time, he made discoveries much quicker. In the cramped room, Suchingsong stood trembling before two men who exuded arrogance. Mangi, who was observing through the stars, furrowed his brows. These two were really audacious. You sought our Lord's protection before, and now you want to back out? One of them suddenly reached out and grabbed Suchingsong by the throat, lifting him off the ground. How dare you mock our Lord? Suchingsong's face flushed crimson as he struggled to speak. I can pay compensation. Oh, compensation? Ugh, cough, 20,000, saved, 2 years after I left school at 16, cough. Thud. Suchingsong half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, with snot and drool dripping everywhere. We care little for your petty coins. The brawny, wild-looking man squatted before Suchingsong. That crimson king of yours, we've never heard of a deity with such a ridiculously long name before. He said mockingly, this is the god that made you betray our Lord? If you dedicated those two divine blessed ones under K's command to our Lord instead. Suchingsong's face was full of disbelief. How could you possibly know our Lord's revered name and the divine blessed under K? Ha ha ha, a mere mortal like you could never comprehend our Lord's might. Another person sneered coldly. I know, weaklings like you fear losing divine protection the most, but don't worry, my Lord will grant you new shelter. Moreover, you could join us and receive divine grace. As he spoke these final words, his face twisted into a vicious expression, his emotions running high. Those so-called righteous gods are nothing compared to my lord's generosity. The man squatting in front of Su Chingsong gently patted his cheek. Just think it through clearly. We'll come again tomorrow. Hope you can find an excuse to lure those two blessed ones over. This is an ultimatum. Your last chance. Don't try anything clever. He pointed to his own head. I am inside here. Above the crimson mist, Manga reclined on the stone chair, the star representing Su Chingsong orbiting around his fingertips. The two burly men scornfully referred to other gods as false deities who claimed to be true gods. Two cultists of the evil god? Before becoming his own follower, had Su Chingsong attempted to seek protection from the evil god? Are these two targeting me now? Mangi's expression turned peculiar. Why would one evil deity trouble another? He withdrew from the crimson mist space and went straight to find Sin Shiyun. Do you know where Su Chingsong lives? Sin Shiyun was sprawled on the sofa reading a book, leisurely swinging her feet. Our Lord has granted me revelation. The Lamb of God has been seduced by heretical cultists who seek to turn the Lamb against his master. Sin Shiyun got up, drew her sledgehammer, checked the bullets, and declared, "Got it." Mangi raised an eyebrow. Such decisiveness? Of course, even with the strongest initiative, one still has to wait. Today was just about scouting the place. Setting traps would have to wait until the next day. Considering the strange spiritual glow in Su Chingsong's room, including inside his mind, Mangi had no intention of making any contact with him. Those cultists were clearly using that thing to keep watch. Building 435, 6th District. Sin Shiyun stood with Mangi downstairs at Su Chingsong's house, somewhat puzzled. Why don't we just go upstairs and tell him our purpose, to set his mind at ease? She said in a low voice, followers of evil gods are truly terrifying for ordinary people. I imagine he can hardly sleep by now. Mangi, meanwhile, was surveying the surrounding terrain, looking for suitable ambush positions. He shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this. Of course, it was because the cultists had means of surveillance. Yet, he couldn't speak the truth outright and had to approach it from a different angle. This could be considered a test. Our Lord is merciful, but we must also test the loyalty of our believers. If Su Chingsong chose to betray our Lord under the pressure of the cultists, he clenched his fingers, then he'd be eradicated along with the cultists. Sin Shiyun parted her lips slightly. The Lord says, love one another. Should we not do our utmost to save him? Leaving him in such a predicament as always. Mangi waved his hand to cut her off. He was the one who provoked the evil god first. Our Lord has given revelation, which means he has not abandoned him, and neither have I. He glanced at her and added, you've said it yourself before, our Lord is merciful, but that's no excuse for us to lower our standards. Sin Shiyun nodded silently. Mangi suddenly asked, does the Judgment Bureau offer any bounties for heretical god worshippers? Chapter 47, Don't Let Me Down. Confronted with Mangi's question, Sin Shiyun responded, I don't know. Mangi wasn't surprised, judging by her usual behavior, it was perfectly normal for her not to know. He turned his head to look around. He wasn't sure if Li Hao and the others were following him today. If only Suo Mingcheng were here, that guy was easier to deal with. But ever since he'd gotten that ride from Suo Mingcheng last time, he hadn't seen him again. There was no way he'd go set an ambush with just Sin Shiyun in tow. When dealing with cultists of an evil god, you definitely brought the authorities along. Then why not check out the Judgment Bureau? Or rather, where exactly does Zhang Xier usually hang out? Oh, I knew that. Mangi sighed inwardly, thinking how rare it was. There was finally something she actually knew. Sin Shiyun gestured vaguely toward the square with her hand. The Judgment Bureau has fixed patrol routes during the day. They should be passing through the square around this time. But I can't say for sure whether Zhang Xier would be the one on patrol today. She pulled out her pocket watch and glanced at it. Hurry, hurry. The two of them jogged all the way to the square. Fortunately, they weren't late. Mangi had just arrived when he spotted the pickup truck. He stood by the roadside waving frantically. Creak. Mangi couldn't help but grind his teeth. That braking sound was truly ear-piercing. Zhang Xier rolled down the car window in surprise. Well, don't tell me we just saw his wanted poster yesterday and found our target today. Or perhaps, he's had a change of heart? Mangi looked helpless. No, I was wondering if you'd be interested in hearing about cultists worshipping an evil god? Oh, Zhang Xier opened the rear car door. Get in and talk while we drive. I still have patrol duty. The two men squeezed into the backseat as Zhang Zhuanger stepped on the gas. The pickup truck was clearly ancient, but Mangi spotted one peculiar little gadget. Is that a drone? Zhang Xier nodded. Right. Didn't expect you to know about these things. She casually patted the drone. This thing isn't very practical. Its flight range and altitude are limited. Can't be helped. Jing'an City doesn't have any skilled mechanists. Mangi looked slightly curious. A city this size doesn't have capable mechanists? How come? Skilled mechanics all head to the city of machinery. Zhang Xier suddenly snapped back to attention, Hey, you completely derailed the conversation. Weren't you saying something about cultists of an evil god? What's going on? Meng Yi proceeded to explain the trouble Su Qingsong was facing, though of course he didn't mention anything about divine revelations, just that Su Qingsong had reached out to him for help. He leaned in and asked finally, does your judicature have any corresponding bounties for this? Yes, but not many. They're mostly targeting ordinary folks and you two newly blessed divines, probably just minor players around the 8th or 9th tier. Hardly worth much. Zhang Xier waved her hand dismissively, just 100,000, and only for groundbreaking results. Meng Yi felt somewhat disappointed, having thought they must have at least 5 or 600,000. Are you really going to split this 50-50 with me? How could I not? This is my job. Zhang Xier turned her head and grinned. Dealing with cultists of evil gods earns me extra bonuses. Meng Yi nodded. Fine then, let's act together tomorrow. Ha! Just as Zhang Xier turned her head back, she suddenly whipped around again. You're joining in too? What for? Whether you act or not, you'll still get the 100,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Even Zhang Zhuang'er, who was driving, couldn't help but glance sideways. Of course Meng Yi coveted the power of divine blessings. Sin Shiyun now spoke with pride. Our Lord teaches us to love our fellow believers. Meng Yi chimed in agreement. Indeed, all for our Lord. Oh, the whims of deities are ever strange, and Zhang Xier didn't ponder much further. I'd assumed the Crimson King only cared for fame and glory. She chuckled and said, then Zhang Zhuang'er and I won't call the others tomorrow, fewer people to split the bonus with. Meng Yi cleared his throat. Since we don't have to share with colleagues, how about giving us a bit? Zhang Xier slapped her own mouth in regret before finally sighing. Fine, you get half of half, which is still 100,000. Damn, so generous. Meng Yi blurted out. Wait, you're giving away 400,000 in bonuses just like that? Zhang Zhuang'er glanced sideways at Zhang Xier. Ah ha ha ha. After some discussion, they finally agreed to stake out building 435 early the next morning. Won't we ambush them in advance? Shouldn't we prepare any traps? No need. Zhang Xier confidently waved her hand. In broad daylight, there's absolutely no way we'll let them slip away. Meng Yi nodded, then remembered something. By the way, where can I find you in the future? It's not like we can just wait here at the square every day hoping to catch you, right? Hee. I live in Building 54, Unit 105 in District 6. Too bad you're not from the Judgment Department, otherwise we could just connect via cell phone. Zhang Xier waved her brick phone in her hand. Meng Yi was somewhat speechless. With that physique, it really shouldn't be called a mobile phone anymore. Sin Shiyun couldn't help asking Zhang Xier curiously at this moment, you don't live in the inner city? We're in charge of District 6, so of course it's more convenient for us to live here. Zhang Zhuang'er escorted Meng Yi and the other person near the south gate along his patrol route, after which they bid each other farewell. Sin Shiyun couldn't conceal her excitement as she got out of the car. We're rich now. Meng Yi poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Got the money in your hands already? Never mind that, let's go have a proper meal first. Despite having vowed to tighten their belts and settle for synthetic rations just yesterday, Sin Shiyun was now the first to make an extravagant decision, perfectly aligned with the typical spending habits of a favored one. Meng Yi glanced around with a troubled expression. Isn't there a proper restaurant here? One where the chef is a decent fellow. The chef is quite decent indeed. In the end, I had no choice but to settle into that same restaurant from last time. He caught a parrot and started rambling. I want normal vegetables, not meat grown from the chef's own body, nor anything from the chef. Before long, the same chef who grilled mushrooms last time stomped over angrily. Are you here to pick a fight? The parrot nearby chirped. Kill him. Kill him. Great. In the end, Meng Yi squatted alone outside the door, resentfully chewing on synthetic rations. He was considering whether to execute a chef and bless a proper one to cook exclusively for him. That afternoon, he went to Zhangyao for training as usual. By the day's end, Meng Yi's basic Blessed One training was complete, now they just had to wait for Sin Shiyun. Finally, Zhangyao instructed Meng Yi to come back on Sin Shiyun's final training day so he could brief both of them on wilderness survival precautions. So, I've got nothing to do for the next 3 days? After returning home, Meng Yi comfortably stretched out on the sofa and sighed. Finally get to rest properly for a couple of days. Sin Shiyun snorted coldly and continued burying herself in research materials without glancing up. Gazing at the sun that hadn't completely set outside the window, Meng Yi asked casually, do you think Su Qingsong might come looking for us? Sin Shiyun looked up, her expression blank. I don't know either. If he really comes, it most likely means he's chosen to betray them. Those two cultists probably tasked him with luring the two of them. Meng Yi asked curiously, under pressure from cultists, do many ordinary people forsake their own gods? Actually, quite a few, and most can hardly hold out. Sin Shiyun sighed, because ordinary people are mostly fearful of gods to begin with, and followers of evil gods only make them even more afraid. Besides, becoming a follower of an evil god can also resist contamination. It's not like you can't survive. Meng Yi nodded. By the way, does Su Qingsong know you live here? Of course, I told all the followers last time at the square. Were you spacing out and didn't hear me? Mangi gave a dry cough but didn't answer. He stood up and walked to the window. Through the glass, he could vaguely make out a figure downstairs. It was clearly Su Chingsong. Mangi sighed inwardly, you'd better not disappoint me. The Crimson King was different from other deities. He wouldn't make his followers cater to any twisted or perverse whims. Su Chingsong was hesitating and pacing downstairs. Chapter 48, the word death written on his forehead. Standing behind the window, Mangi stared at Su Chingsong downstairs. After activating his spiritual vision, he didn't detect that aura around the other's head. Couldn't notice it without the red mist? Those two cultists of the evil god have some tricks up their sleeves. The young man with a boyish face hesitated repeatedly before finally stepping up the stairs. Mengi's expression darkened. Were they trying to lure the two of them? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping echoed at the door. Sin Shiyan asked suspiciously, who? A trembling voice sounded from outside the door, Su Chingsong. Sin Shiyan turned to glance at Mangi and was startled to see his gloomy expression. Go open the door. Mangi clenched his fist secretly while Sin Shiyan pressed her lips together, ultimately saying nothing. Creak. Seeing Sin Shiyan standing behind the door, Su Chingsong nervously reached into his pocket and handed over a small package. This is, my offering to the Holy Church of our Lord, 20,364 yuan. Sin Shiyan's previously furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. She first glanced sideways at Mangi by the window before turning back to Su Chingsong with a bright smile and a cheerful tone. Our Lord will surely sense your devotion. Why are you standing outside? Come in and sit. Mangi's tense body suddenly relaxed. Good, his disciple hadn't disappointed him. But looking at this money, some in bills, some in coins, what did this kid plan to do by pulling out his entire savings? Su Chingsong shoved the bundle into Sin Shiyun's arms, speaking rapidly, No, it's getting late, I still have work to do. Goodbye, Sister Yun. He turned and clattered down the stairs as if someone were chasing him. Sin Shiyun didn't even get the chance to voice her words of persuasion. She turned back to look at Mangi, her chin slightly raised with an inexpressible sense of pride. Our Lord is merciful, and the faithful are not foolish. Why would they betray him so easily? Moreover, she declared proudly, our Lord has personally granted revelations. The God has not abandoned his believers. Yet Sin Shiyun couldn't help but wonder, why didn't he ask us for help? How should I know? Ask him yourself once this is over. Mangi exhaled lightly, praise salvation. Praise salvation. He walked into the secondary bedroom and entered the crimson mist space, where the star representing Su Chingsong flickered incessantly. He beckoned with a wave. It looked like morning. In the narrow room, Su Chingsong lit a candle, praying incessantly to the Savior in his heart. His body trembled slightly, betraying his unease. Mangi leaned back in the stone chair and spoke calmly. Don't worry, your God won't abandon their faithful. The street grew increasingly desolate in the sunset as Su Chingsong stumbled along, suddenly stopping wide-eyed to look around. He thought he'd just heard someone speak. It must be an illusion, probably due to his recent mental stress. Yet he inexplicably felt a sudden peace, the tension that had gripped him beginning to loosen. Without thinking, he interlaced his fingers and bowed his head slightly. Lord, save us. Su Chingsong turned 18 this year. He graduated from school 2 years ago, and he still vividly remembers the thrill and excitement he felt back then. Finally freed from the school perpetually shrouded beneath the protective formation. Yet the outside world proved far less idyllic than he had imagined. Swing shift factory drudgery, neighbors and co-workers eyeing each other with suspicion, classmates who'd severed all ties, and the first deity he successfully communicated with, the Blood Lord. This was a powerful, orthodox deity who reveled in bloodshed and violence, one who encouraged believers to fight endlessly in perpetual carnage. Su Chingsong's temperament wasn't suited for such a deity, but he had no choice. Whichever god the ritual connected with, that was the one he'd have to worship. Mortals have no right to choose. He mustered the courage to fight, to struggle, yet defeat was always his fate. In the end, the god abandoned him. He felt himself sliding deeper each day into the abyss of death. Consumed by terror, he began desperately searching for any possible shelter. It was at this moment that the cultists of the evil god deceived him. Fortunately, he had recently re-established communication with a deity just days before. K made no demands of him. Instead, K dispatched blessed agents from K's own ranks to help followers connect, teaching them to show brotherly love. He began meeting people, reminiscent of those few friends he'd made long ago during his childhood school days. The heretical cultists wouldn't let him go. First they sought to devour his flesh and soul, now they set their sights on the God's blessed ones. Su Chingsong stood praying with closed eyes on the empty street. O Lord, your faithful shall uphold your creed, the lambs of God must love one another. How could he possibly persecute the Lord's only two blessed ones? This is a God who treats believers as human beings. Praise redemption. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the short knife in his arms, prepared for the last ritual. He decided, tomorrow morning he would fight those two heretical believers to the death. so I won't be going to the factory tonight after all, I'll probably be dead by tomorrow. Taking a break, it's been 2 years since he last knew what rest felt like. As for the idea of seeking help from the two blessed ones, it had crossed his mind, but in the end, he gave up on it. This was his own mistake, something he shouldn't drag the two blessed ones into. Besides, those two evil god worshippers are probably very powerful. You made this mess, now face it. Su Qingsan laughed at himself mockingly. His 20,000 yuan was painstakingly saved from scrimping and saving, meant for buying a bigger house should he ever become a divine favor recipient one day. Among ordinary people, few fantasized like he did. Not bad for my lord, he quickens his steps, at least his temple will be grand indeed. This perfectly aligns with his pursuit of a house, it must be big. Mengyi stood upon the crimson mist-shrouded platform, gazing at the flicker of spiritual light within Su Qingsan's mind. So, those two cultists would most likely realize Su Qingsan's choice. And besides, this guy didn't go to the factory tonight, this route clearly leads home. Mengyi withdrew from the red mist and walked into the living room, where Xin Shiyun was organizing Su Qingsan's clump of money. Banks weren't accessible to ordinary people, and his 20-some thousand had both large and small bills. Let's head to Su Qingsan's apartment building right now. Didn't they say tomorrow? That kid didn't go to the factory, he went home instead. I suspect those two cultists have ways to find out about this. He won't be safe tonight. Xin Shiyun asked suspiciously, how do you know that? Mengyi was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly recovered and jerked his thumb toward the window. It's almost dark by now. What ghost of a factory would he still go to? And this pile of money, with all its odd amounts, clearly his entire life savings. This kid, offering his entire life savings to the Lord. Guess what he's planning to do? Those two cultists won't fail to notice, let's get out of here. Xin Shiyun swiftly stuffed the money into her bag. Should we contact Zhang Xir and the others? We definitely need to contact them. You go find those two, I'll head to Su Qingsan's place first. Great. Without delay, the two set off swiftly on their separate paths. Mengyi moved much faster than Su Qingsan, catching up to him in no time. Keeping his distance, he trailed quietly behind, using the cover of night to conceal his movements. Building 435 was quite a distance from Building 003. At Su Qingsan's current speed, Zhang Xir and the others should be able to catch up. This eased Mengyi's mind, it's better not to go solo if he could avoid it. He touched the crimson blade at his waist. Just two lowly cultists daring to scheme recklessly. They've practically written dead on their foreheads. Chapter 49, The Newly Blessed Saint. At the foot of Building 435 in District 6, Mengyi watched Su Qingsan ascend the stairs before cautiously surveying his surroundings. The area was a typical outer city residential zone. Building 435 had only one main entrance, and the slightly dilapidated street afforded a clear view to its end. If those two heretical cultists came calling, he reckoned he'd spot them the moment they appeared. Worried that the two might arrive while he was setting up the flesh trap, Mengyi could only hide in the shadows between two residential buildings, enduring the foul, unidentifiable stench as he waited patiently. He hoped Zhang Xir and the others wouldn't run headlong into those two when they arrived. After waiting for a while, Mengyi began to sense something was wrong. If those two cultists could surveil Su Qingsan remotely, they might have already been lying in wait at his home. Mengyi was startled. He casually pulled out two chunks of flesh and threw them before and behind himself. With a thought, he instantly ascended above the crimson mist. As expected, through the starlight, he could clearly see that Su Qingsan had been subdued by two cultists of the evil gods. Why can't you understand? Su Qingsan's forehead bulged with veins as he collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach and retching violently. A burly man before him already had that short knife in hand, still thinking of resisting? Flipping his wrist, he plunged the short knife into Su Qingsan's shoulder, twisting the handle continuously. Su Qingsan let out a brief muffled groan, then clenched his teeth tight. He had no intention of dying screaming and weeping pitifully. The brute grinned savagely. I saw you praying to your god. How ridiculous. Are there any gods in this world who care whether their believers live or die? You didn't want to lure those two blessed ones. Pity. He tapped Su Qingsan's temple and said, I told you, right here in you, I could see everything. Your god does not care for you, and the two blessed ones you sought to protect will soon share your fate. We shall offer new sacrifices to our master. Su Qingsan's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling as he muttered, My lord, save me. With a sudden burst of strength, he threw a punch at the burly man before him, only to have his fist effortlessly caught in the other's grip. Another man standing by the door spoke coldly, Don't crush it, keep the skin and bones as intact as possible. He pointed at the knife embedded in Su Qingsan's shoulder. Start peeling from there. Bang! Su Qingsan took another heavy punch to the stomach. The pain forced him to bend over, mouth agape, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down his face. This filled him with bitter frustration. He refused to die in such a ridiculous manner. Then let's start peeling from here. His shirt was violently torn off, revealing his emaciated frame. Damn it, I hate peeling this kind the most. Su Song muttered to himself, "My lord, the eternal symbol of salvation," wondering if he would go to the divine realm after death, that place of salvation located atop the mountain peaks. What? The burly man slightly lowered his head, then imitated Su Song's words with a mocking laugh. Will my lord save me? Ha ha ha, what a bizarre false god. This is my first time seeing such. Above the crimson mist, Mang Yi had just entered when he witnessed this scene. Withdrawing from the mist to intervene would be too late, and even if he could make it in time, those two cultists were closer to Su Song, they could effortlessly finish him off. Watching Su Song die was even harder for Mang Yi to bear. Hadn't he promised right here that he wouldn't abandon his believer? Even if the other hadn't heard it, could he really deceive himself? But could he pull Su Song up? It's useless, his body won't come along, only his soul remains. Can that even be considered alive? The best solution would be to let him save himself. Bestow grace upon him. Grant him the divine favor he needs to hold on until you arrive. Koan wants to bring Su Song up, but the shell he left behind will likely be destroyed by those two cultists. At this moment, the star representing Su Song, floating before Meng Yi's eyes, suddenly drifts to the topmost layer of the platform. One of the following three types of 9th-tier blessing powers will be randomly selected for the believer. First, Pupil Art. Chapter 2, Ritual Magic. Chapter 3, Elemental Magic. Meng Yi was overjoyed. Pressed for time, he didn't even stop to wonder why the divine grace power of the Poison Elder didn't appear among the options. Of these three choices, the first two lean more towards support roles or lacked strong offensive capabilities in direct combat. Choose the last one. There are still 1 2/3 9th-tier shares remaining, with an additional 1/3 share consumed for designation. 9th-tier Elemental Magic. Beginner level Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind elemental magic can be used. A relatively obvious enhancement to one's spiritual power, with a slight improvement in physical constitution. The crimson mist surged toward the star representing Su Song. Unable to continue observing, Mang Yi immediately withdrew from the crimson mist space. He needed to rush to save the man. Hope that kid doesn't die so easily. Mang Yi's feet stirred up wind, literally. In the room, a thin red line stretched from Su Song's shoulder to his arm. He. The two burly men wore expressions of exhilaration. I can feel it, our lord's delight. The knife-wielding ruffian extended his tongue to lick the blood beads from the blade, taking a deep breath. Praise the Shadow Sovereign. And Su Song's eyes bulged wide open. Boom! The knife-wielding thug was sent flying by a fireball the size of a wash basin, flames scattering across his chest. The sudden turn of events left both burly men utterly unprepared. Even the burly man who was sent flying by the fireball had no time to tend to the charred wound on his chest. You, a god's favored? Not. The face of the cultist, originally twisted with ferocity and madness, now bore an expression of utter incoherence. Su Song transformed into a divine favored one right before their eyes. As if greatly inspired, Su Song mustered all his strength to sincerely proclaim, "Praise salvation." The deity had answered his plea. It truly descended with K's mighty power to save him. Two fireballs simultaneously slammed into the followers of the evil god. Boom! Boom! The dumbstruck pair took the full brunt of the attack. Cough! Cough! Su Song's face flushed crimson as he swung his hands again. This time the two big men reacted, both fireballs whizzing past their targets. Their bodies eerily sank into the shadows of the corner, only half remaining visible above as the fireballs smashed into the wall above their heads, only managing to dent the wall. Then the two men leaped out from the shadows, snarling. It's even better that you're a blessed one. Our Lord will greatly savor such an offering. Su Song's breath came ragged, but now, he feared nothing. Praise our Lord. Two more fireballs shot forth, effortlessly dodged by the two burly men. Su Song staggered, his head spinning. Two burly men sneered. Kid, how much spiritual energy do you have left to waste? The shadow I left in his mind has disappeared. Interesting. A burly man suddenly leaped out from the shadows and lunged at Su Song. In panic, Su Song hastily formed a small rock shield before him, only for his opponent to shatter it with a single punch. The burly man wore a derisive sneer at the corner of his mouth. Freshly promoted rookie, your god making offerings to my lord? Su Song crashed into the wall and collapsed weakly to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to raise his head. Had he failed his god? The sharp sound of shattering glass came from the window. Mang Yi leaped inside, seeking death. Chapter 50. They are brainless. If not for the blazing firelight visible through the window, Mang Yi would never have located Su Song's precise residence. His approach somewhat resembled Su Song's, casually hurling fireballs with raised hands, yet his fireball spells clearly packed greater destructive force. Moreover, his endurance was superior. Flesh and blood bombs are limited by the issue of raw materials and can't be used for indiscriminate bombardment, while elemental magic has no such concerns. The two cultists of the evil god continuously dodged and weaved among the shadows in the corners of the room, beneath the bed, and behind the wardrobe. The cascading fireballs devoured all the furniture in the room, and in the blazing light, the two men had no shadows left to utilize, leaving them with nowhere to hide. Damn it! It's one of those two gods favored. Get out first, this place is too small. Damn it, this guy's got so much spiritual energy? He fired off 15 fireballs in one breath. 15. The two cultists of the evil god bolted out the door, extinguishing the flames on their bodies in the corridor. One of them ground his teeth and said, "I won't believe it." Manga didn't give chase. Instead, a fleshy whip extended from his body, wrapping around Suchingsong as they leaped through the window together. Only a fool would fight against two alone. Waiting for the righteous gang up. With the assistance of flesh magic and wind elemental magic, Manga and his companions safely landed from the 4th floor. He glanced around. Sin Shiyun and the others hadn't arrived yet. Though his head was spinning, Suchingsong exclaimed in surprise, "You came. Our Lord sent me. Praise our Lord." Having thought he was doomed to die, these successive twists of fate made it impossible for him to contain his excitement and fanaticism. It's foreseeable that Manga is about to gain another fanatical believer. Let's not talk about this now, let's deal with these two first. The two cultists of the evil god slid down the building's shadow all the way to the ground. Their gazes were icy as one of them spoke with a cold smirk. "Head two blessed ones, my master will be very pleased." Mangi's gaze swept over the two men. Judging by what had just transpired, their divine blessing abilities seemed to harness the power of shadows. Slowly drawing the crimson blade from his waist, he flicked his wrist to set the blade ablaze before turning to Suchingsong with instructions. "Create a ball of fire. Minimize the shadows around us as much as possible." Suchingsong nodded and reached out, trying to summon flames, but only managed to produce a couple of sparks and some black smoke. Manga turned back in surprise. "Huh?" Suchingsong's face flushed red as he kept trying, muttering in confusion, "I can't do it. My head is spinning now." The two burly men opposite him burst into uproarious laughter. "Spent all your spirit energy, haven't you? Ha ha ha." One person pointed at Manga and said, "You walked right into this yourself." Mangi's cheeks twitched. The potion meant to restore spiritual energy had no effect on him. At Sin Shiyun's place, they currently lacked any means to restore Suchingsong's combat capabilities either. This divine favor truly did nothing more than save this kid's life. He sighed and said to Suchingsong, "Don't wander too far from me later. Guess I'll have to keep an eye on this burden then. No god of mischief has ever stooped so low as me." Suchingsong clutched his head in utter bewilderment, muttering, "Has the deity revoked his bestowed blessings? He really doesn't get it." Manga knocked him flying with a backward slam. This kid, standing there dumbstruck while the enemy was charging at him. "The enemy already told you your spirit energy was depleted. What are you spacing out for?" Neither of his two chosen blessed ones seemed particularly reliable. With a clang, the crimson blade met the opponent's dagger, and Manga skillfully flung a fireball in the same motion. This thing was more effective than tearing flesh. It could also disperse shadows and restrict the enemy's movements. Under the cloak of night, the combat prowess of these two cultists had received a tremendous boost. Now it seemed shadows lurked everywhere. These two had their mobility maxed out completely. Fortunately, Manga had multiple abilities: necrotic transformation, elemental magic, plus flesh magic that made him impervious to ordinary physical injuries, allowing him to barely endure. Boom! Boom! Fireballs were being wildly hurled in every direction, yet he still found time to cast a stone armor spell on Suchingsong. "Damn it, is spiritual energy free here?" The opponent looked utterly incredulous. Neither of them could maintain shadow form continuously, only using it at critical moments, yet this guy before them. "Don't rush, he probably drank some kind of potion. Just wear him down slowly. I'm worried the Judicia officers might patrol this way. Kill that useless one first." With those few words, the two made their decision to kill Suchingsong first. Now Manga found himself struggling to hold his ground, as protecting others was the hardest task of all. Ha ha ha, why bother shielding this good for nothing? How strange. In this era, there are still divine blessed individuals who'd help others. Rare indeed. Suchingsong was currently enduring excruciating inner torment. Unable to wield the God-given power properly, he knew he'd become nothing but a burden to Manga. This was what he had been fearing all along. This was also why he refused to seek help. He was afraid of bringing harm to others. "Just leave me alone," Suchingsong shouted at Manga. "It's all my fault." Manga frowned. He couldn't do anything about these two cultists, but they couldn't do anything about him either. Why was Suchingsong making such a fuss? He ignored the guy. Total rookie. The two cultists moved like phantoms. "Let's see how long you can last fighting two at once." Bang! A gunshot rang out. "I'd like to see how you two plan to take on four." Manga turned his head towards the voice. Sin Shiyun and the others had finally arrived, much later than he'd expected. "What took you so long?" Zhang Xier giggled sheepishly. "Sorry, I was wandering around outside earlier. These two had to search for me for a while." Sin Shiyun's shot missed as expected. The target's head dissolved into a shadowy mist the moment the bullet made contact. Seeing three reinforcements arrive, the two cultists exchanged glances, their eyes abruptly turning crimson. Meng warned, be careful. These two can shadow step. Don't let them escape. Zhang Xier dashed forward at incredible speed. Followers of the Dark Lord Zacian do not flee. Almost as soon as her words fell, the two let out a bizarre shriek, tilting their heads back. Their bodies abruptly swelled in size, their eyes turning completely crimson, with faint tendrils of black mist emanating from their forms. See, at times like this, their first instinct is to surrender body and soul to the evil god, throwing away their minds. As Zhang Xier and Zhang Zhuang'er ran, they began holding hands. Then, like magnets drawn together, their backs slapped against each other with a sharp sound, merging into one. One side was Zhang Xier, the other Zhang Zhuang'er. Not 4 arms and 4 legs. Still 2 arms and 2 legs. Like a person, but fused together as if with another face growing from the back of the head. Then Zhang Zhuang'er reached out his arm, its joints bending the wrong way, fingers moving unnaturally, pushed aside the long hair covering its face, and spoke. One for you two, one for us too. The voice was deep and mellow. His other hand, controlled by Zhang Xier, pulled out a dagger and gripped it firmly. 2 arms, one in front and one behind, or rather, both technically in front, forming a 180-degree angle. Meng suddenly remembered the mouth on Zhang Xier's back of the head and Zhang Zhuang'er's severed tongue. Zhang Xier might have been lip-syncing. Were these two sharing one tongue? Now back to back, was it Zhang Zhuang'er using the tongue? Meng shook his head to dismiss the thought. Now was not the time to dwell on this. The feet of those two cultists had already transformed into shadows, masses of darkness that could disregard the influence of torchlight. However, the way these two drooling figures lunged forward, they really didn't seem to have much intelligence. Chapter 51, We Shall Finally Become One. Zhang Shizhuang intercepted one of the cultists midway, while naturally, the other was left for Meng and his companion to handle. The cultist's current state granted him a significant boost in power. His legs had transformed into shadows, allowing him to evade attacks by merging with the darkness and strike from unpredictable angles. As the enemy threw a punch, Meng countered with a fireball, but the cultist sank half his body into the shadows, dodging the fireball while simultaneously lowering his attack angle abruptly. The punch landed solidly on Meng's stomach, forcing a cough from his lips. Even after turning into a living corpse, the stomach remained the softest part of his body. Meng, puzzled, shouted at Zhang Zhuang'er, I thought they were supposed to be brainless? Zhang Zhuang'er warned him, their condition heightens combat instincts. The combat style of him and Zhang Xier merging together was somewhat peculiar. The superposition of their physical attributes created a synergy where 1 + 1 exceeded 2. The cultists of the evil god they faced couldn't gain any advantage in either strength or reflexes. They could only rely on the mobility granted by their shadow merging ability to circle around them endlessly. This was a choice made by combat instinct, attempting to attack from behind. Except, Zhang Shizhuang'er no longer cared about front or back at all. Control of his body shifted seamlessly, and both his arms and legs could move freely in any direction. The cultist of the evil god was being overwhelmed by the two of them. Bang! Xin Shiyun fired her gun again. The cultist facing Meng had his head transformed into shadow once more, then abandoned Meng and lunged toward Xin Shiyun. This was entirely expected. Such an ability to evade fatal injuries must consume an enormous amount of spiritual energy, or perhaps it came with other limitations. Moreover, instinct would naturally drive him to prioritize eliminating the ranged gunner first. The burly man wielded a short knife, swiftly gliding toward Xin Shiyun through the shadows while making guttural sounds. Meng quickly gave chase. Bang! Facing yet another gunshot, the burly man nimbly ducked low, having noticed the tiny movement in Xin Shiyun's hand before she even fired. He had already prepared his evasion. The burly man approached Xin Shiyun when suddenly his shadow elongated as he raised his body, swinging a dagger toward her neck. Boom! Xin Shiyun had already prepared a flesh and blood bomb in advance. Relying on the defense provided by her corpse transformation, she detonated it point blank. A gunman suddenly employing such an attack method completely caught the big man off guard. Both were sent flying by the explosion. Bracing herself despite the pain, Xin Shiyun raised her hand. Bang! At such close range, of course, there was no way to miss. Although it didn't hit the head, the bullet blasted a huge hole in the other's abdomen. Seeing this, Meng cheered in delight. Nice shot. Xin Shiyun, after the training, you've improved quite quickly. Meng swept his crimson blade horizontally with the momentum, cleanly beheading the burly man who had been sent flying into the air by the explosion. Xin Shiyun fell to the ground, her chest a mangled mess of flesh. Fortunately, her zombification meant it was only superficial wounds, her internal organs remained unharmed, and her body was already rapidly healing. Meng glanced at her. You alright? No worries. Meng had no time for explanations as he turned and rushed toward Zhang Shizhuang'er's location. He had to seize the kill quickly. His personal share of Ninth Order resources had dwindled to just 1/3. Now, whether inside or outside the Crimson Mist, he was utterly destitute. Meanwhile, Su Qingsong stood frozen in speechless astonishment. The remaining cultist of the evil god, already being overpowered by Zhang Shizhuang'er, stood no chance once Meng joined the fray. The dagger in Zhang Shizhuanger's hand must have been a supernatural weapon as well. It could blink back and forth between his hands. A single dagger functioning as two perfectly suited for their dual soul in one body condition. It could also be thrown as a projectile before blinking back, making it exceptionally versatile. The last cultist of the evil god, after a futile struggle, was pierced through the heart by Meng Yi's crimson blade when an opening presented itself. Headshot successful. Zhang Shizhuanger clearly didn't care about credit for the kill, and even Zhang Zhuanger sincerely expressed gratitude. Only then did Meng Yi notice that after their fusion, their hands consisted entirely of palms with no backs, and their feet lacked heels. Their shared bodies similarly had no front or back. One side bore Zhang Shir's face while the other displayed Zhang Zhuanger's. Then the two began to separate, stepping forward side by side while strands continuously stretched between their backs. Finally able to speak, I was suffocating from holding it in. The moment they separated, Zhang Shir immediately started shouting. She waved at Sun Qian enthusiastically, "Great job!" Meng Yi's gaze shifted back and forth between the two of them until he couldn't restrain himself any longer and asked, "Do you share the same tongue?" "Ha!" Zhang Shir exclaimed in amazement, "You found out." As she said this, her mouth wasn't moving at all. She reached up and rubbed the back of her head. "The two of us will gradually share two eyes, share two hands, 2 feet, until finally, we share one body. That was the last matter. We've agreed that from now on, we'll each take one of these things. Maybe next time you see me, I'll have just one arm, one leg, one eye and one ear." Meng Yi visualized her hopping around on one leg like a golden rooster, unsure how to react, and momentarily fell silent. Zhang Shir, however, seemed utterly unfazed by this. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Praise the twin deities." She patted Meng Yi on the shoulder, "Just don't freak out when the time comes." Zhang Zhuanger grinned at him with his tongueless mouth. Sun Qian had long recovered, standing aside hesitant to speak, finally letting out a faint sigh. Su Qingsong said bluntly, "That would be too cruel." Zhang Shir looked puzzled. "What's cruel about it? Isn't that how it works for everyone? The gods always take some things and bestow others. Our Lord doesn't. K doesn't take anything." Su Qingsong declared solemnly, "All devotees of our Lord remain perfectly normal people." Zhang Shir clearly didn't believe it and casually replied, "Oh, I've heard of it, the Crimson King." Su Qingsong nodded and wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Meng Yi. "Enough, no more idle talk. Zhang Shir, when will you give us the 200,000? Zhang Shir replied, "Tomorrow afternoon. I still need to bring these two bodies back to the Judgment Bureau for identification." "Zhang Zhuanger, go get the car." Meng Yi looked around. Their group had caused such a commotion in the residential area that it was impossible to know how many people were observing them from the shadows. Upon hearing Zhang Shir would be taking the bodies away, the hidden gazes surrounding them took on a disappointed tone. "Almost forgot to loot the bodies." Meng Yi quickly walked up to the two corpses. Zhang Shir looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" "Checking if there's anything good." "Oh, you scared me. I thought you were going to tamper with the evidence. This is our proof for getting paid." "Tamper with evidence? What do you take me for, some kind of ghoul?" Meng Yi shot her an irritated glare. He then stood up expressionlessly. These two were dirt poor, not even a single coin to their name. Su Qingsong approached with a cheerful expression at this moment, and fearful that he might say something inappropriate, Meng Yi hurriedly silenced him. "If there's anything to discuss, wait until later." He then turned his gaze to Zhang Shir, asking, "What was the deal with those two just now? Were they mentally and physically devoted to some evil god?" Zhang Shir pointed at the corpse on the ground, now swollen to nearly twice the size of a normal person, and explained, "The evil gods crave to devour the power of righteous gods. When faced with divine blessed ones like us, their followers can't suppress the urge to hunt and kill. Just like what happened earlier, those two clearly stood no chance against us, yet they wouldn't flee. This impulse makes them abandon all caution, allowing the evil god's power to directly erode their reason. Ordinary time evil god worshippers may seem normal, but they're all potential lunatics with strong self-destructive tendencies." Meng Yi glanced at her. Truth be told, he thought Zhang Shir wasn't exactly normal either. On the other hand, how many normal people could there really be in this world? Zhang Zhuanger quickly drove the pickup truck parked at the intersection over, and the two of them swiftly tossed the corpse into the truck bed. After getting in the vehicle, Zhang Shir waved her hand and said, "I'll give you the money tomorrow afternoon." Chapter 52, Laughing Heartily. Meng Yi watched the battered pickup truck disappear into the distance, when a thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Would Zhang Shir and the others dare to embezzle the money? After all, this was a world where even life loans went unrecovered. Probably not. Unable to restrain himself, he voiced his concern aloud. "Don't worry, definitely not." Sun Shiyun gave her guarantee. The Judgment Department still has its fundamental credibility. After answering Meng Yi's question, her eyes were filled with bewilderment. "You obtained another divine blessing?" Meng Yi had never been able to throw fireballs before. At this moment, Su Qingsong, who had been clutching his dizzy head, spoke weakly, "Can I talk now?" Meng Yi decided not to answer Sun Shiyun's question. Based on past experience, she would quickly overlook any issues about herself. Mangi looked at Su Chingsong. Go ahead. Su Chingsong's face lit up with excitement. Did our Lord really send you here? I seem to have received divine grace. Look. He strained to produce a few more sparks, but the dizziness worsened, causing him to stumble. Su Chingsong's vision darkened as he struggled to steady himself. How did our Lord? Mangi kept nodding absent-mindedly at the guy, whose spirit was soaring from the fact that he'd been saved by a god. He studied the other's still youthful face and sighed inwardly, what a rookie. I can't let this guy keep yammering on. Mangi patted him on the shoulder. Enough. Our Lord has bestowed his favor upon you for your loyalty. This is both a reward and an act of mercy. Praise salvation. Mangi was somewhat surprised. Sin Shiyun had mentioned before that once spiritual energy was exhausted, it could even make it difficult for a person to maintain normal movement. Yet, this guy seemed totally fine. At this moment, Sin Shiyun recalled her previous doubts. She looked at Su Chingsong and asked, since you were being threatened by the cultists, why didn't you ask us for help? Mangi sighed inwardly, just as expected. Once he changed the subject, Sin Shiyun would turn a blind eye to the suspicious details about him. In the dim light of the night, Su Chingsong's expression wasn't clear, but his voice carried an unmistakable seriousness. The gods teach us kindness. I cannot burden the blessed one of our Lord. Mangi interrupted him, if you run into any problems in the future, just ask for help when you need it. And why would you think you'd be a burden to us? Because cultists of evil gods are all powerful and terrifying. This was the stereotype Su Chingsong had been taught since childhood. Mangi scoffed, yet they're dead. He then looked at the other person and said solemnly, we have more experience than you, no more than you do. Look, we can even leverage the power of the Judgment Division. Speaking of which, he had only possessed extraordinary powers for 5 days, yet he could already boast about his abundant experience so openly in front of Su Chingsong. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Anyway, don't try to handle things based on assumptions. Su Chingsong flushed red, then nodded vigorously. Understood. I'll make sure to consult you both more often from now on. That's enough. Mangi waved his hand dismissively. Since the matter is settled, we'll take our leave first. Sin Shiyun tugged at him and whispered, Su Chingsong donated all the money. Upon hearing this, Mangi fumbled around his body for a moment. Oh, right. He handed Su Chingsong a stack of cash, about 1 or 2,000 yuan, saying, take this for now. Also, come find us tomorrow morning. This rookie needed some proper training. Excluding himself, he only had 2 divine-blessed followers under his command. Couldn't let this guy remain useless forever. Su Chingsong still wanted to decline, but Mangi's comradely insistence left him speechless. The man had literally entrusted his entire savings to him for home purchases. How could he begrudge spending 1,000 or 2 to help him out in an emergency? With a face full of gratitude, Su Chingsong watched as Mangi and his companion walked away. Then he turned toward home. In the past, those furtive glances from the surroundings would have terrified him, but now, he is a god's favored one. Hiss. He clutched his head, dizziness overwhelming him. The earlier excitement had masked it, but now his vision was darkening at the edges. Su Chingsong groped his way upstairs in the dark while holding his head, collapsing onto the floor the moment he reached home. He surveyed the room he had lived in for 2 years. Fortunately, there wasn't much furniture in the house. The recently ignited flames found nothing left to burn, leaving only a few small flickers remaining. The floor was littered with broken glass, dented and yellowed walls, ashes from burnt furniture, and a door that had been smashed open. Complete chaos. But he began to laugh, first a low, stifled chuckle, then an unrestrained outburst of mirth. Ha 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 ha. His laughter spilled through the hollow window frames into the night sky, echoed down the empty hallway past vacant doorways, brimming with uncontainable joy. Praise salvation. He clasped his fingers together and lowered his head, beginning to pray to his god. Under the night sky, Sin Shiyun's footsteps were light and quick, seeming somewhat elated. Our Lord has gained another blessed one, how wonderful. Mangi's face twisted with a strange expression. Only now did it occur to him that Sin Shiyun hadn't mentioned anything about friendship earlier before dragging Su Chingsong off to her home. So, his believers held a particularly unique attitude toward him? And it was that kind of unconscious preferential treatment. Maybe Su Chingsong was like that too. Sin Shiyun turned her head and said, by the way, could we take Su Chingsong with us when we go to the wilderness in a few days? Many hands make light work. Mangi's face darkened. Absolutely not. This kid's still at deadweight level, definitely can't bring him along. Both of us are going to the wilderness for the first time, we'd bring someone else? That kid. Mangi searched for words, just barely an adult. True enough. I told him to come see us tomorrow morning, then we can explain the basics about the blessed to him. At this point, Mangi paused in his steps, hesitating slightly. Say, since Xu Huanyu left her job, could we have Su Chingsong take advantage of attend the free training instead? Sin Shiyun's eyes lit up. Right. I was just thinking about whether we should lend him 100,000 tomorrow so he could attend Zhang Yao's training first. Now there's a free option. Meng nearly blacked out upon hearing these words. How generous of you, and you actually believe Zhang Yao when he says his training is worth 100,000? Then he suddenly realized something when Sun Qian discussed money with Su Qingsong. She always framed it as a loan, yet with him, she never used that term. Except when it came to gods, they practically shared everything without distinction. Sun Qiyun sounded guilty. Then how much is it really worth? It's worth 1 million. Meng Yi shot back irritably. He decided to inquire about the free training course tomorrow to verify its legitimacy. Su Qingsong was his devout follower, and he couldn't let him get scammed just to save a few bucks. When the two returned home, Meng Yi checked the time. It was already 11 p.m. To his surprise, Sun Qiyun still had the energy to read. Meng Yi yawned. Time to sleep. Sun Qiyun began to fidget nervously. What's wrong with you? This outfit is starting to bite me. I'll buy some meat tomorrow. Meng Yi grinned broadly. His clothes had miraculously survived the day unscathed. He swiftly entered and bolted the door. He was going to the Red Mist to tally today's gains. Chapter 53, You Are Heaven-Sent Savior. As soon as Meng Yi entered the Red Mist space, he received a prompt. Successfully seized 2 8th rank blessing powers. Those two devotees of the Shadow Sovereign were indeed troublesome. They turned out to be 2 8th tier divine blessed. He can even plunder the power of evil gods. Meng Yi couldn't help but smile as he sat on the stone chair. It wasn't really surprising, and besides, tonight had been quite fruitful. Now he could convert 2 1/3 9th tier shares. All he needed was to seize 2 more 9th tier divine blessings, and he could elevate another 8th tier divine blessed. He waved away the prompt before his eyes, only to discover stars twinkling above the dome. It was a thank you letter from that kid Su Qingsong. Meng Yi quickly finished reading it and was about to exit, but upon a casual glance, he noticed stars shimmering beneath the platform as well. Even the crimson mist couldn't obscure them. With a casual gesture, the star flew up from below to hover before his eyes. This was Li Wenwei's moment of prayer. The pitiful devout one who had desperately sought seafood offerings. Kneeling before a single candle, he ceaselessly chanted the Crimson King's holy name, pleading for divine protection. He repeated it 3 times, and then the prayer scene ended, shifting back to the live feed. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. The stars above the dome belonged to his believers, while those beneath the high platform, did they represent non-believers like Li Wenwei who prayed to him? Moreover, the Crimson Mist realm was quite overbearing. It established a connection after just a single prayer from the other party, and this was a real-time surveillance type at that. Meng Yi observed curiously through the stars. Li Wenwei must have been utterly forsaken by the gods. Activating his spiritual sight for a glance, he confirmed it. The corruption had already begun its initial erosion of the man. It's just, Li Wenwei's home decoration is truly bizarre. The house resembles a swimming pool, filled with deep water. All sorts of furniture either underwent waterproof treatment or were placed in elevated positions. Had he not followed Li Wenwei swimming through this 3-bedroom apartment, Meng Yi would have genuinely believed he was in an actual swimming pool. The water reaches about 3 meters deep, with another 2 to 3 meters of airspace above the surface. Clearly this was an intentionally modified living space. Li Wenwei was holding his breath underwater, bubbles continuously escaping from the corners of his mouth as he reached out to pull out the drain plugs one by one. He then surfaced and climbed onto the dry floor. The dry floor area was only about 20 to 30 square meters, furnished with wardrobes, sofas, and other furniture unsuitable for underwater placement. Standing on the floor, Li Wenwei began peeling off his clothes one by one. Meng Yi's gaze froze. His feet were webbed, and from his chest to his knees, he was covered in fish scales. On his abdomen were 4 pairs of organs resembling gills. Considering he still had to hold his breath underwater, it was clear these gills had lost their original function. The scales covering his body now looked dull, sickly pale and patchy with bald spots. Li Wenwei's face contorted as he knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. All his efforts had failed. He'd even believed the nonsense spouted by that fellow he'd met earlier, resorting to prayers to some so-called Crimson King. Soon regaining his composure, he stood up with teeth clenched, his words half-muttering, half-directed at some unknown presence. The gods have abandoned me, then I too shall abandon K. He reached out and gripped the prepared fish scale knife placed nearby, and began scraping off the scales on his body. The grating sound of scraping echoed. Soon he became covered in blood. Li Wenwei's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his jaw. It was as if he couldn't feel the pain, or perhaps he harbored some deep-seated hatred toward his own flesh. Push harder, push harder. Drip by drip, blood poured into the continuously lowering water level of the pool, quickly dispersing into a thin mist of blood that soon became invisible to the naked eye. Meng Yi began to feel uncomfortable atop the crimson mist and instinctively turned his head away. Li Wenwei persisted relentlessly, before long forcing out a few inhuman, eerie noises from his throat. You turned me into this monstrous form, then casually cast me aside. Where the hell am I supposed to find seafood? Where? With a swift motion, he slashed between his own webbed toes, separating the membrane. I won't accept this monstrous form anymore. I'm human. I am human. God damn it, I'm human. Above the crimson mist, Mangi leaned back in his chair. This was the first time he'd personally witnessed a blessed one abandoned by their god. Tragic. He couldn't help but think of Sun Qian from back then, her right hand nothing but useless scrap metal. What if Shu Hanyu were abandoned by the god? What about Zhang Xie? Even the strongest gracebearer he had ever seen, the hunched dawn arbiter of the fourth tier, what would happen if he too were cast aside by the god? Those with minor bodily mutations could still manage, but Mangi couldn't fathom the fate of those chefs who cultivated ingredients within their own flesh if divine grace were stripped from them. The entire human world is drinking poison to quench its thirst. Mangi cast a pitiful glance at Li Wenwei. Since he was begging for protection, why not grant him his wish? A wisp of crimson mist separated and, passing through this celestial body, silently merged into Li Wenwei's being. Current number of believers, 322/329. Mangi froze. A new prompt had appeared. His previous follower count was 321. With the addition of Li Wenwei, it became 322. The 329 displayed must represent his current follower capacity. This crimson mist realm was so rigid, it gave no hints whatsoever beforehand, only providing new prompts when corresponding changes occurred. The star representing Li Wenwei began to rise, soon hanging at the apex of the dome. Above the crimson mist, Mangi's figure began to fade. It was late, time to sleep. Li Wenwei's raised fishtail blade abruptly halted mid-air. He felt something gazing upon him, like a wisp of sight descending from an indescribable, infinite height, profound, vast, brimming with compassion. Then, a flash of enlightenment stirred within him. A great being had blessed him. Had his prayer actually worked? It was just a desperate attempt in his dire straits, yet it truly worked. That young man he met earlier hadn't deceived him after all. Li Wenwei's scaled knife fell with a thud onto the floor, but he remained oblivious to the sound. No, really? No sacrificial ritual needed? Just prayer? Moreover, the god had heard his prayers and benevolently cast his gaze upon him, without any twisted or sinister additional demands. He began sinking into bewilderment. Then he snapped back to awareness with a start, ignoring the blood dripping from his body, and tremblingly rummaged through the cabinet to pull out a candle. He needed to devoutly offer another prayer to this benevolent deity. After lighting the candle and kneeling on the ground, he suddenly remembered his current wretched appearance. Covered in blood like a crimson specter, Li Wenwei plunged into the pool with a splash, gritted his teeth through the pain for a quick rinse, then clambered back out. He opened the wardrobe, selected his most solemn set of clothes, and draped them over himself before kneeling once more before that candle. Amidst the rhythm of water droplets falling, his voice rose resoundingly. Praise be to you, the mighty Crimson King. You are the emblem of eternal salvation, the divine savior bestowed by heaven. Chapter 54, A Sacred City for the God. Early the next morning, Sun Qian kept clamoring about going to the market. Her main goal, of course, was to buy some meat to feed the clothes. As for the market, it was only located in the inner city. With vegetables and meat costing hundreds of yuan per purchase, only the gods favored could afford them. Ordinary people from the outer city typically survived on synthetic rations. Mangi was also curious about the place, but he had other matters to attend to. He called out to Sun Qian just as she was about to leave. Wait for Su Qingsong. He'll be here soon. You can take him along and teach him some basic common sense while you're at it. Sun Qian turned back curiously. What about you? I have some other matters to attend to. Mangi briskly stepped past her through the door. Oh, and don't rush to take Su Qingsong to register at the Defense Department. Wait until afternoon. I'll go ask Old Tortoise for some information first. Before Sun Qian could respond, Mangi clattered down the stairs in haste. Not only was he inquiring about the free training, but he also had some new thoughts about Li Wenwei. As an evil god himself, having only two blessed ones under his command, one of whom was quite incompetent, was hardly fitting, was it? Li Wenwei was no spring chicken, and the time he had spent as a blessed one couldn't have been short. His experience and insight made Mangi covetous. He planned to first gather some information about this man's past at the tavern before deciding whether to promote him. A divine favor seeker after seafood shouldn't be able to stay inconspicuous. Soon, Mangi found himself standing before the Old Turtle Tavern. Pushing the door open with familiar ease, he straightforwardly stated his purpose to the barkeep. The tavern remained as smoky and chaotic as ever. The bartender asked him to wait. Old Turtle hadn't arrived yet. Left with no choice but to wait, Mangi had no interest in the tavern's drinks either. He could only pass time by idly surveying his surroundings. He saw a familiar face, Suo Mingcheng. The guy was chugging from a giant wine cup, probably not here to keep an eye on him. Mangi hadn't seen him since hitching a ride together 2 days ago. Just as some questions arose in Mangi's mind, he immediately stepped in front of the drinking Suo Mingcheng. Suo Mingcheng was tilting his head back for another swig when he sensed someone approaching. His lone eye swiveled, and upon recognizing Mangi, he slammed the giant cup down with a thud, spraying wine everywhere with a splutter. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Cough, cough, why are you here? Seeing his reaction, Mangi smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth as he pulled out the chair and casually sat across from him before countering. Is it odd for me to be here? More importantly, why aren't you working but drinking here instead? Suo Mingqing's face twisted in frustration. Ever since giving Mangi a ride last time, he'd been endlessly lectured by Li Hao, who then proceeded to apply, yet again, to the Dawn Judgment Corps to change partners. Though he didn't get switched out, he was still stripped of his duty to monitor Mangi. Good riddance. But running into Mangi at the tavern made him curse his bad luck aloud, making it seem like he was secretly continuing his surveillance. Couldn't he just steer clear? No surprise, you play. He pushed the glass towards Mangi. Drink up. I've got things to do, so I'll take off first. Mangi was taken aback. What's gotten into this guy today? He was never one to hold back his words before. No, can't let him leave just like that. Mangi grabbed hold of Suo Mingqiang, who had just stood up. Don't go, let's. The tactile sensation made him frown as his gaze swept towards Suo Mingqiang's left arm. The sleeve hung limp, feeling stiff to the touch, and the guy was even wearing a black leather glove, something he'd never done before. Giving it a slight squeeze, he hesitated before asking, your arm? Suo Mingqiang narrowed his single eye and grinned. I leveled up. Pulling off the glove, he revealed a bony, skeletal hand to Mangi. This time, our lord took the flesh from my left arm. Now, this arm of mine is incredibly strong. He clenched his fist, faint dark golden patterns tracing across the exposed white bone. Mangi nodded silently. So you're now 6th rank? He'd previously heard the man claim to be 7th rank. Once the conversation started, Suo Mingqiang was in no hurry to leave. He sat back down, retrieving his wine cup for a sip before continuing. 6th tier. If we fight again this time, you're definitely no match for me. He was still thinking about Xin Shiyun's words. Mangi chuckled playfully and asked, so who's stronger now, you or Li Hao? He's nothing. Suo Mingqiang let out a long drunken hiccup. All he's got is a big mouth. When it comes to actually doing something, I can't even watch. Oh, Mangi wore an expression of sudden realization. Since Li Hao had been mentioned, it was natural to casually inquire about him. If Li Hao were here, you wouldn't dare speak about him like that. I'd say the same even if he were present. Suo Mingqiang cleared his throat. Besides, he went to find the Dawn Judgment this morning. He's not with you. A sinking feeling settled in Mangi's chest. The Judgment Division was indeed still keeping an eye on him. I wonder what on earth Li Hao was thinking. Hasn't he cleared himself of suspicion of being a cultist yet? Then why did he help me out at the market? Just then, the bartender approached and whispered into Mangi's ear, the old turtle is here. He turned sideways to look at the bar counter, where the old turtle was nodding at him with his cane. Mangi waved at Suo Mingqiang. Take your time drinking, I've got things to do. Go on then, off you go. He walked up to the bar, feeling the mere 3,000 in his pocket. Originally there'd been 4, but he'd left 1,000 with Xin Shiyun that morning, so he wasn't feeling particularly confident now. Do you know someone called Li Wenwei? Old Tortoise nodded. Yeah, you want me to fill you in? How much does it cost? Information from someone destined to lose their status as a god's favorite isn't worth much anyway. The old geezer might as well use it to curry favor with a divine chosen. Divine chosen generally advance rapidly, and unlike the god's favored who are all ungrateful wretches, as long as this client is kept happy, there'll be plenty to earn in the future. Nothing important, it's free. Hearing it was free, Mangi's hanging heart settled back down. Old Turtle didn't even need to look up any files, the information flowed right off his tongue. Li Wenwei is a devout follower of the sea god. Exact initiation path unknown, probably bestowed with 7th tier divine gifts, with manifestations including. Mangi lightly tapped the bar to interrupt. What I want to know is this person's personality. Considering how profoundly divine favor recipients are influenced by their deities, he added, for example, what preferences Li Wenwei's god has. Oh, it enjoys damp, sweltering environments because it constantly drips sticky fluid year-round, so, Old Turtle grinned wryly. It's often mistaken for a follower of the plague source and isn't well regarded. The god himself is somewhat sensitive and paranoid. His methods tend to be sneaky and sinister, but when it comes to action, he's certainly not hesitant. Mangi nodded. Li Wenwei seemed to perfectly meet his requirements, a former 7th tier divine favor possessor, so experience wasn't even a question. As for being sensitive and suspicious by nature, that wasn't a problem either. At first, I just wanted to acquire a few more subordinates, but now. Mangi glanced at Suo Mingqiang, who was still drinking, and wondered should he plant a few of his own people in the Judgment Division, finally seize control of the authorities, whether covertly or overtly? A god should not just have a temple. Generally speaking, there should also be a holy city. He decided to have Li Wenwei maintain direct contact with him from now on. The man's sensitive and suspicious temperament made him perfectly suited to be an undercover agent in the Judgment Bureau. Moreover, perhaps Li Wenwei could be disguised as a follower of another god. Mangi thought back to his current reserves of divine grace and casually asked Old Tortoise, that guy who died from staring in the tavern last time, which pathway was he from? Chapter 55, A Believer's Wild Imagination. Since Meng Yi wanted to plant his own person in the Judgment Bureau, he must avoid bestowing upon Li Wenwei any blessing powers that had already been exposed in Li Hao's sight. It would also be best not to choose the paths of either the evil gods or that poison-using old man. Such unorthodox methods would hardly be favored by the Judgment Bureau. The path of that unfortunate tavern fellow might be worth considering. The old turtle replied, under the eye of omniscience, the path of the truthbreaker. Sounds promising. Then the old turtle pointed at his own eyes. The blessed of this path rely mainly on these for their powers. Meng Yi naturally thought of Li Hao, that guy's eyes were quite extraordinary. Then this cannot be bestowed upon Li Wenwei. He wasn't entirely sure about the interaction patterns between believers of so-called righteous gods. Having Li Wenwei pretend to be a follower of the all-seeing eye could easily be detected by Li Hao. Forget it, there's no need to rush. Bestowing anything upon Li Wenwei would have to wait until after his return from the wilderness anyway. The priority now is to elevate an 8th-tier divine blessed as quickly as possible. Everything else can wait. He asked again about Li Wenwei's address. This time it wasn't free. That old bastard demanded 3,000. Meng Yi grudgingly paid up. There was no skimping on this. He couldn't let Li Wenwei appear in front of Qin Shiyun and the others, and he had to make contact privately while Li Hao was still away. And just like that, he was instantly reduced to abject poverty. Residential area in the inner city, Building 46, Unit 1, Apartment 501. Meng Yi turned to leave, but one last thing occurred to him. By the way, old turtle whined, how effective is the Defense Department's free training? Not great. If there's a choice, you're better off finding someone like Zhang Yao. The old bastard chuckled. If the Defense Bureau really cared about this, they wouldn't have let someone like Zhu Hongyu oversee the training room for so long. Looks like Su Qingsong won't be able to save that money after all. Having learned what he wanted, Meng Yi didn't linger. The dingy bar had unbearable light and noise pollution. Stepping outside, he cast a wind elemental spell to enhance his speed as he raced toward the inner city. Along the way, he frequently looked back, took detours and winding paths, thoroughly scouting his surroundings at every opportunity. It seems Suo Mingcheng was right. Li Hao didn't follow him today. After the battle of wits and courage with the air, Meng Yi came downstairs to Li Wenwei's house near noon. The inner city residential district differed from the outer city's compactness and narrowness. The buildings here were more spaciously arranged, and even at a glance, one could see that most had undergone renovations to varying degrees. Like barren caves, like forests entwined with vines, bubbling with strange smoke, oozing thick, viscous liquids. The most interesting residence was on the rooftop, resembling a living creature covered with fur and flesh, basking in the sun while snoring. No wonder Qin Shiyun didn't want to live here. Even if given the choice, Meng Yi wouldn't pick this place either. Building 46 appeared much more normal, without any bizarre modifications, likely part of conscious urban planning that grouped similar housing types together. As Meng Yi stepped into the hallway, he no longer felt the cramped confinement from before. Instead, it was spacious, bright, and unexpectedly intriguing. The first floor greeted each step with an ouch. Stepping on it felt like treading on living creatures, and when encountering the irritable ones, they'd wobble violently trying to shake him off. The second floor was perfectly normal, while the third consisted of ice-covered steps, the entire stairway radiating in bone-chilling cold. On the fourth floor, the moment Meng Yi stepped on it, he instantly found himself at the very top without even realizing it, as if teleported. One had to admit, this world could be quite fantastical and amusing at times. This hallway couldn't have been part of the original urban planning. The residents here must have modified it like this. The residential buildings in the inner city are divided into units, and the fifth floor only has two doors facing each other. Meng Yi raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door of Unit 501 on the left side. The door was pulled open just a crack, revealing Li Wenwei's wary eyes peering through the gap before suddenly swinging wide open. His face was beaming with joy, carrying a strong scent of medicine on him. It's you! Why are you here? How did you know where to find me? Meng Yi smiled warmly. Our Lord guided me. Having once experienced the gaze of that great being, Li Wenwei couldn't possibly doubt him. Moreover, having previously heard the sacred covenant of the god in the park, he now welcomed Meng Yi inside with overflowing delight. He said with slight apology, I'm still tidying up the house. He pointed downward. This area used to be all water, salted water at that. Meng Yi followed his gesture. The water here had already been drained, and Li Wenwei was renovating the space to make it habitable. Later I plan to convert this into 2 floors, and maybe unseal those blocked doors on the 4th floor too. I've actually merged the 4th and 5th floors together here. He said with a hint of longing, I want to remodel it to look just like my childhood home. Meng Yi turned his head to look at him. Your childhood? Then it dawned on him, given Li Wenwei's age, he had lived through the old era. Li Wenwei nodded, a nostalgic expression on his face. Right, but I was only 8 back then, so many details are fuzzy. I remember my dad had a study filled with books he barely touched, along with 2 computers. Do you know what computers are? Li Wenwei didn't wait for Meng Yi's response and continued. One of them is for me. My mom really hates us two gaming together. I also need to set up a study. And he started rambling non-stop. The dramatic ups and downs of life were too thrilling, and the Crimson King being so merciful left him completely relaxed both physically and mentally. After meeting Meng Yi, his guide, he couldn't contain the urge to pour his heart out any longer. Besides, didn't the god say to be fraternal? Facing Meng Yi, his usual wariness towards strangers simply couldn't surface. Meng Yi listened quietly as the middle-aged man grew increasingly excited, gesticulating so wildly by the end that his clothing began staining with fresh blood. He remained utterly unaware. Only when exhausted from speaking did Li Wenwei slump onto the sofa, his tone suddenly bleak. Ah, if only my parents hadn't died so young. He looked up at Meng Yi. Forgive my manners, I've been talking to myself this whole time and haven't properly thanked you yet. Meng Yi shook his head. No thanks needed. My lord is redemption. Praise redemption. By the way, what did you want to see me about? Meng Yi's expression turned solemn. Our lord requires someone to infiltrate the judgment division. Li Wenwei slowly rose from the sofa. But, I'm not a blessed one now. You will be, if you're devout, you will be. I'm just asking whether you're willing to accept this mission? Meng Yi paused momentarily before continuing. You must conceal your identity. In public, you cannot proclaim yourself a believer of our Lord, and in the future, you can only maintain contact with me alone. Li Wenwei hesitated, words caught in his throat. Seeing this, Meng Yi sighed. You don't wish to? Not. Li Wenwei looked perplexed. I want to address fellow believers as brothers and sisters in the Lord, but if this is the case, can I never call myself a believer of my Lord? Of course not. Meng Yi made his promise in a tone brimming with sacred grandeur. You will surely return to the embrace of the Lord. Moreover, our Lord is salvation itself. There's no need to fear being asked to do anything evil. We walk upon the sacred path. Redemption. Li Wenwei chewed on these two words, his eyes lighting up as he nodded emphatically. I accept. Seeing the expression on the other's face, Meng Yi froze momentarily, unsure where his imagination had wandered off to. Chapter 56 Planting a Secret Agent. In any case, it's good that Li Wenwei agreed. Meng Yi organized his words and said, I'll probably be heading into the wilderness for some time. If you become a blessed during this period, do your best to join the tribunal division. Remember to disguise yourself as a follower of another god. Focus especially on these aspects. First, the attitude of the judicature toward our Lord. Second, investigate the official stance of the authorities and the arbitration committee regarding religion. You know, our Lord may establish a holy temple. Third, keep an eye on the situation with the blood sacrifice master. Fourth, gather as much information as possible about the cultists of the evil god. Li Wenwei took a deep breath. He had actually heard the sermon in the park before. Since they were to establish a sacred temple for the god, the first two tasks were to be expected, but as for the latter two, still, he understood that some questions were better left unasked. At this moment, he gave a solemn nod. I'll remember. By the way, Meng Yi asked, will it be difficult to disguise oneself as a believer of other deities? Would fellow believers be able to detect the deception? Li Wenwei's expression turned peculiar. No matter how inappropriate the question might be, he couldn't help but speak up. Will the divine grace of our Lord be the same as other gods? What he thought was his disguise, inventing a new divine name. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Meng Yi wore an enigmatic smile on his face. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me whether it'll be discovered or not. Li Wenwei pondered for a moment before speaking. Generally speaking, there's no need to worry about it unless the deity issues some oracle, though such occurrences are quite rare. During other times, fellow believers don't engage in any additional communications regarding the deity. In this regard, orthodox god worshippers aren't as united as those cultists of evil gods. Meng Yi couldn't help but sigh. This truly was reversing the natural order of things. Well then, this makes things much easier. I'll just need to pick a suitable pathway to bestow upon Li Wenwei later. Does the Judgment Division have any specific requirements for the pathways of Divine Grace recipients who join? Li Wenwei found it increasingly strange. Why did these words give him the peculiar sensation that multiple choices might be possible? They prefer relatively normal blessed ones, the kind who embody light, order, and all that. They'd welcome those with open arms. Meng Yi nodded. He wasn't the least bit worried that Li Wenwei might notice the flaws or inconsistencies in his words. Judging by Xin Qiyun's reaction, all his irrationalities would gradually become justified or outright ignored in the eyes of the believers. Besides, his control over the followers was still rock solid. Meng Yi was about to take his leave when he remembered his earlier question. After some consideration, he said, you were desperately searching for seafood before. It's strange to me. If the deity has such an impossible preference, how did you become one of its blessed? Li Wenwei's mood darkened. At first, the sea god only loved the ocean. Environments like seawater can be artificially created. But about half a month ago, it developed new preferences. He looked at Meng Yi with vacant eyes. I don't understand why either. Can God's preferences change? Meng Yi, utterly confused, could only take his leave from Li Wenwei for now. Walking down the street, he finally exhaled deeply in relief. Judging by Li Hao's relentless surveillance, the Judgment Department's stance toward the Crimson King remained ambiguous. This feeling of being completely in the dark was terrible. Something had to change. Moreover, Qin Shiyun had been wishfully preparing to purchase land and build a temple, but he had no idea how the Jing'an Arbitration Committee would react to it. There was still so much more to consider. In the future, once the Crimson King's faith was openly established, how would the other true gods respond? Meng Yi was completely clueless about all this. So, planting a mole within the Judgment Division, such a formidable official institution, would be greatly beneficial for him, the evil god. He hurried home with light steps, where Qin Shiyun and Su Qingsong were waiting to have dinner with him. Seeing Meng Yi push the door open, Qin Shiyun pointed at Su Qingsong and asked, "Well, should we have him register at the Defense Division?" "No need, let's go find Zhang Yao instead. That old bastard said the Defense Department's training division isn't very reliable." Meng Yi sat down at the dining table, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, such a feast today?" Qin Shiyun said seriously. "This is to celebrate the emergence of the god's third blessed one." Su Qingsong's face flushed crimson as he simply grinned foolishly. After the group had finished their meal, a knock sounded at the door. Meng Yi and Qin Shiyun couldn't help but exchange glances. It must be Zhang Xie arriving. Sure enough, upon opening the door, they were greeted by Zhang Xie's beaming face, always radiating her characteristic sunny disposition. Her nose twitched slightly as she couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." Then she leaned in for a closer look. "Just finished eating? Missed it by that much? Should have come a bit earlier." She turned her head to look behind her. "Zhang Zhuanger, if you dawdle like this next time, we're not waiting for you." Zhang Zhuanger chuckled behind them but didn't speak. Enough. Meng Yi had been eagerly awaiting the 200,000 like counting stars and waiting for the moon. "If you're hungry, go eat the leftovers, just give me the money first." Zhang Xie pouted and flung a package at him angrily. "Next time you come to my place, I'll treat you to leftovers too." "Alright, the money's delivered. Bye-bye." Zhang Xie waved her hand. "You can come to us again for such matters in the future." She pulled out the dagger and blew on it lightly. Zhang Xizhuang's work is absolutely reliable. With a click, Meng Yi shut the door. Money matters most. Outside, a loud bang echoed against the door. Meng Yi opened the package to find stacks of money neatly divided into 20 piles. It was all clear at a glance. After a brief contemplation, he decided to split the money equally with Qin Shiyun. Although he could take advantage of the high favorability boost from his believers to blur the accounting, Meng Yi felt it would be better to keep things clear. Will his followers keep increasing in the future while he deals with them all so vaguely? They don't discuss such matters with him, but believers still settle accounts among themselves. Take Qin Shiyun lending to Su Qingsong, for instance. When it came to future relationships between followers, Meng Yi felt there was no need for him to plant this landmine himself. When he handed the 100,000 yuan to Qin Shiyun, she looked somewhat perplexed. "It's better to have everything calculated clearly." Meng Yi chuckled lightly. "Even brothers keep separate accounts." Qin Shiyun opened her mouth to speak. "But I contributed less than you, and you gave me both those potions. Consider it thanks for all the help you've given me recently. Besides, you never itemized all these clothes and things before." Meng Yi waved his hand. "Let's split this money evenly for now, we can sort out the details later. Let's go." He stuffed the money into his pocket, head to the south gate, look for Zhang Yao. Su Qingsong hesitated before asking, "Zhang Yao, that trainer you mentioned?" Qin Shiyun had told him quite a bit that morning. What is it?" Su Qingsong looked somewhat embarrassed. "I don't have any money right now, probably can't afford the training fees." Qin Shiyun had anticipated this and immediately offered assurance. "I'll lend you the money first, just remember to pay me back later." Meng Yi had already compromised. It's only fitting that this money should come from her pocket. "But, say no more. The god teaches us to help one another." Su Qingsong nodded vigorously. It felt wonderful to have someone help him. The three went out together, heading for the south gate of the outer city. On the way, Meng Yi couldn't help but sigh. If possible in the future, he must get a car. Running everywhere every day was strange enough. In the training room, Zhang Yao glanced at Su Qingsong and quoted his price, 100,000. Of course, he had left room for bargaining. Giving things away for free was only acceptable once. After that, normal fees should apply. Su Qingsong's expression changed abruptly. As someone who had just become a chosen of the gods, his spending habits hadn't yet shifted from those of an ordinary person. Meng Yi grabbed Qin Shiyun's hand as she reached for her money and said bluntly, "Be reasonable." Even Zhu Hongyu had said 100,000 was too expensive. Zhang Yao cleared his throat. So this was how a divine favorite haggled, quite unique indeed. 40, 30,000. Zhang Yao observed Meng Yi's expression before finally sighing with a bitter smile. That's truly the lowest possible. A 9th grade potion from the market costs about the same price. Meng Yi finally released Qin Shiyun. Zhang Yao took the money with a complicated expression. what's your relationship? Since when do blessed ones pay for other blessed ones? That's unheard of. Sin Shiyun said matter-of-factly, we're brothers and sisters. Zhang Yao looked left and right, they didn't resemble each other at all. Chapter 57 The Mood Killer. While Sin Shiyun and Su Qingsong obediently attended their classes, Mang Yi wandered alone to the marketplace, determined to procure some agility-enhancing potions for himself. He had no need for spirit restoration potions, with his flesh magic, ordinary physical harm held little threat for him. Truth be told, potions to increase strength or stamina would provide negligible improvement to his current capabilities. Agility potions are indeed the best. When you encounter danger in the wilderness, they make escape much easier. Let's go find that kid from last time. What was his name again? Su Yung. Mang Yi immediately strode forward, adopting an unapproachable expression. In a shady place like the Chosen's market where all sorts of dubious characters gathered, this kind of defensive demeanor worked best. He spotted Su Yung soon enough, looking just as sleep-deprived as ever. Who knows what that guy gets up to at night? Not sure if he'd grant me a 10% discount this time, but it's worth a try, no harm in asking. I'll take 1 bottle of agility potion. Mang Yi pulled out the 36,000 yuan he'd prepared in advance, remembering the promised discount. Su Yung yawned and shot Mang Yi a withering look. Did he really think he was that stupid? 40,000, he snapped irritably. But you said you'd give me 10% off? Things were different before, now they're different. I didn't lose money today, he said, shaking his head. Finally, he added, take it or leave it. That sounds so familiar. These are life-saving tools for escaping, can't cut corners here. Mang Yi gritted his teeth and pulled out another 4,000. Money really doesn't last long. Only then did Su Yung lazily take the money and begin preparing the mixture on the spot. By the way, aside from these common remedies, do you have any special secret techniques? Last time, he mentioned that every pharmacist develops their own formulas through experimentation, which implies everyone has their own special skills. Mang Yi was quite curious about this. Considering the customer had paid, Su Yung decided to answer the question. Indeed I do. Su Yung pulled out 2 vials from his pocket. One was silver white with specks of golden light sprinkled within, truly beautiful. Drink this and you'll shimmer like a lantern, dazzling in all colors of the rainbow. 10 grand, and you'll be the most eye-catching spectacle in the tavern. This one, he pointed to another bottle. The moment Mang Yi laid eyes on it, he felt it resembled sewage from a stinking ditch. This one's special. Drink it and you'll grow a pair of wings. One-time offer, 50 grand. Mang Yi's eyes lit up. Wings? What a tremendous advantage it would be to be able to fly. But this price, only 50,000? He couldn't help blurting out, so cheap? How long can it fly for? Su Yung waved his hand dismissively. It can't fly. Can't even fly and you're selling it for 50 grand? But it's fun, he said with absolute certainty. The devotees of the Lord of Revelry love it. Mang Yi racked his brains but couldn't figure out how one could possibly play with wings, and could only marvel at the creativity of the god-touched. And if something purely for entertainment costs this much, it seems the price of amusement never drops, no matter where you go. Soon enough, Su Yung handed the potion to Mang Yi, this time without any mishaps. All set, he said. Then he instantly reverted to that perpetually drowsy expression of his. What a guy. Mang Yi shook his head inwardly while fingering the remaining 70,000 in his pocket. Barely enough to buy 2 more bottles, and he still needed funds for other supplies. How to make some quick cash. His hand accidentally brushed against the crimson blade at his waist, and he felt a sudden urge to sell it. Actually, that might not be such a bad idea. Mang Yi gripped the hilt while pondering. Among 8th-tier supernatural weapons, this blade was fairly ordinary, with nothing particularly remarkable except for its durable material and a single special effect of flame transformation. But now he could wield elemental magic. The extraordinary effect of this short blade overlaps with his current abilities. If only this blade could be replaced with something else. For instance, 2 smaller, razor-sharp daggers that could be embedded beneath his flesh. No additional effects needed, just sheer durability would suffice. Any special flame or frost properties could be imbued by him personally. Or equip a slightly longer blade for him, it would be far more effective than this half-meter short dagger. An extra inch of length means an extra inch of advantage, as the saying goes. For ranged attacks, there was Sin Shiyun's giant hammer, so he didn't have to worry about being betrayed by his teammates. With utterly reliable teammates, he could temporarily neglect ranged combat methods and consider rounding out his weaknesses when funds allowed later. It barely even counts as a weakness. Elemental magic doesn't lack long-range options either. The more Mang Yi thought about it, the more convinced he became. Selling the Crimson Blade would provide him with ample funds. He could purchase new weapons, restock on potions, and so on, which would significantly boost both his combat effectiveness and his staying power in battle. He simply couldn't gauge the true value of such an extraordinary weapon, lacking the corresponding experience, and could only wait for Sin Shiyun to finish her training. He didn't trust anyone else. Mang Yi turned back and walked to the training room door, beginning the tedious wait for Sin Shiyun's class to end. This girl's progress was truly slow. After today, he'd still have to wait 2 more days for her. Doing the math, they wouldn't be able to head for the wilderness until 3 days later. No, make that 4. Who knows what the wilderness looks like? As soon as Qin Shiyun and the other two emerged after finishing, Mang Yi leaped to his feet. Let's go to the market, he said. Qin Shiyun wasn't surprised at all. She called Su Qingsong over, and together they headed toward the market. What? You're planning to sell Qirun? Hearing Mang Yi's plan, Qin Shiyun was somewhat surprised. Think carefully. Extraordinary weapons with additional effects are extremely rare. Selling it would be easy, but acquiring another one would be difficult. Mang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Qin Shiyun wasn't particularly sharp about combat and could only assess these things from a purely monetary perspective. He briefly explained his reasoning, then asked, if I wanted to sell this, how much do you think it'd be worth? Qin Shiyun frowned and thought. An 8th-tier supernatural weapon with special effects, melee combat type, probably could fetch about 1.3 to 1.6 million. Su Qingsong, listening nearby, secretly gasped in astonishment. He'd only saved up 20,000 after 2 whole years working at the factory. Mang Yi nodded. Alright, let's sell it for 2.5 million. Qin Shiyun made a puzzled sound. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Given her numb senses towards money, Mang Yi could have doubled the price and she wouldn't have blinked an eye. We're selling it at this price. Then Mang Yi thought of a question. How am I supposed to sell this thing? Just find an empty stall. Does this cost nothing? Free. Great. Hearing it's free immediately got Mang Yi excited. The Defense Department actually does something useful for once. Finding an empty stall wasn't difficult, and soon Mang Yi stood behind one, starting to feel at a loss. Now what? Place the knife there and wait for someone to come ask. Mang Yi did as instructed. But after a long wait, no one came to inquire. Hey, Mang Yi couldn't bear waiting any longer. He looked skeptically at Qin Shiyun. Is this really how it's done? Qin Shiyun snapped back irritably. Yeah, I used to work here as a mechanic. Mang Yi had no choice but to keep waiting. Then he noticed Su Qingsong standing nearby, his face full of curiosity as he kept glancing around. Got it. He walked over and nudged the other man with his elbow, whispering a few words in his ear. Su Qingsong blinked rapidly, his face flushing crimson as he summoned up the courage and began to shout. Hey there, take a look over here. Ahem, that thing. The voice gradually faded. Mang Yi said with exasperation, you'll never amount to anything like this. Cough. 8th-tier extraordinary weapon for sale, broken bones included. Su Qingsong shouted loudly with his eyes closed and neck stiffened. A little flick of the wrist, flames come roaring. All around, various gazes instantly focused on them. The originally crowded but quiet and desolate market suddenly had its atmosphere shattered by this outburst. Chapter 58, the scene got wildly wow. Seems no matter where you sell things, you've gotta pitch them well. Just plopping a knife straight on the stall won't attract many lookers. Except what got attracted wasn't just people looking at knives. Many showed keen interest in Su Qingsong himself. 2 alluring women eyed the young, innocent-looking lad with obvious craving, sidling up to him with fragrant breath. Little brother so adorable. Oh, still a virgin. Who knows how she could tell? One of the women reached out directly, touching him with vague disappointment. So skinny though. This made Su Qingsong even more flustered, stammering and unable to utter a single coherent word. The woman extended her tongue, split into a dozen slender strands, and glided it with uncanny flexibility across his face. Let me fatten you up, little brother? Her tone dripped with seduction. Qin Shiyun's expression turned icy as she reached for her gun, only for Mang Yi to restrain her with a hand. Let the kid toughen up a bit. I can't bear to look at this. We're just getting started and the kid's already like this? What happens when he faces someone truly formidable? Will he just surrender outright? Mang Yi was genuinely exasperated by his subordinate's incompetence. Just keep an eye on him, he ordered. Make sure no one takes him away, that's all. He pointed a warning finger at the 2 women. Keep your tongues and hands to yourselves, or else, oh, is this your toy? The 2 women exchanged amused glances, giggling incessantly. So we shouldn't touch this little cutie, just tease them? Brother, you're so playful. Holy shit. Mang Yi froze. Did I just accidentally create a new game for them? That was clearly a warning tone I used just now, right? Your thought processes? Was he not menacing enough? Qin Shiyun whispered, the devotees of the Lord of Ecstasy are the most unhinged type among those blessed by gods. After hesitating, she added, they even enjoy visiting the punishment division. Mang Yi felt somewhat helpless. These 2 women were probably here to pick a fight, with the express purpose of getting the constables to arrest them. The reason they targeted Su Qingsong was simple, who told him to make such a spectacle of himself. The pair quickly began their performance right then and there, strictly following Mang Yi's rules by not laying a finger on Su Qingsong, merely teasing him from a distance. To them, this was an amusing game. Su Qingsong couldn't help but retreat step by step as the 2 relentlessly advanced, emitting all sorts of obscene sounds and making every manner of lewd gestures. Now the blade blessed who had been focused on the swords had their attention completely diverted. They gathered around, jeering and whistling. Su Song cast a pleading look toward Meng Yi, his pitiful and helpless expression making Meng Yi feel a little guilty. Sin Shiyan couldn't help but scold him. You wouldn't listen when I told you to seriously sell the swords. Why did you let him shout nonsense like that? You could have just driven those two away earlier, but instead, you wanted to exercise Su Song? Meng Yi was utterly speechless. Fine, he'd clearly underestimated these people again. In just a short while, the place had become as lively as last time. Some were drinking, others brawling, and more kept joining the fray. This is wild. Absolutely wild. Those damned Defense Department peacekeepers can go to hell. If they dare interfere with me later, I'll smash their heads in. Woohoo! Give me a baby, make me a baby. Are you fucking crazy? Get out. Hey, what the fuck? With a whoosh, the pleasure cultist, who had been reveling with closed eyes, erupted in fury. His tongue abruptly stretched dozens of meters long, twisting like a tentacle before lashing backward to pierce the man who'd just spoken. It seems even the followers of the joyous Desire Lord have things they dislike. Blood was spilled, and now the crowd grew even more frenzied. Damn it! Meng Yi tightened his grip on the knife he had meant to sell. This was trouble. Last time, Li Hao had intervened, but there was no guarantee of that now. The shrill sound of police whistles pierced the air. He and Sin Shiyun exchanged glances. Time to run. What were they waiting for? Su Song stood there dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him. The shift from erotic to bloody had happened far too quickly. Now it was another free-for-all brawl, accompanied by clanging music coming from who knows where. The scene was absolutely explosive, utterly insane. Especially that hulking man with several bloody holes in his torso who still refused to retreat, muttering endlessly, "Bear me a child, bear me a child." The bewitching woman just stretched out her tongue like a tentacle, battling fiercely with the burly man from top to bottom. Their expressions were impossible to decipher, somewhere between ecstasy and agony. This was too close to him, far too close. Su Song's mind suffered an indescribable devastation. He had just turned 18. It wasn't until Meng Yi pulled him that he snapped back to reality. Run unless you want to go to the punishment division. Oh. Su Song responded dazedly. Except, it seemed impossible to escape. There were too many people, and what's worse, the three of them were right at the absolute center of this carnival-like chaos. Unless they fought their way out. That way, Meng Yi could start considering how to begin his life as a fugitive. Sin Shiyun grew anxious. She had deep-seated psychological trauma regarding the punishment division. That's not right. Meng Yi suddenly realized, why are we running? Did we even do anything wrong? He spread his hands wide. Nope. Sin Shiyun began calming down too. Now that you mention it, does the Defense Department prohibit hawking and soliciting in the market? No. Then problem solved. Meng Yi said leisurely, enjoy the show. He even remembered to pat Su Song's shoulder, who was standing there dumbfounded. Quite an eye-opener, huh? These blessed ones are all messed up. Sin Shiyun gave him a discreet glare. Ahem, there are very few blessed ones as normal as us, so, praise our Lord. Praise our Lord. Su Song nodded blankly, unable to fathom the thought of ending up like these people. The one-armed sheriff swiftly suppressed the unrest here. When he asked who had started it, everyone looked at Su Song. After all, he was the one who had been shouting. Ha, take him away. Wait, Meng Yi stepped forward. He didn't do anything, just shouted a couple times about selling swords. Ask the others if you don't believe me. The one-armed sheriff glared. Why is it always you? Don't think you can stir up trouble in my territory just because you've got the Judgment Division backing you. Meng Yi raised his hand. Ask the others first, then see if I'm telling the truth. The one-armed sheriff shifted his gaze to the others. Is that so? The kneeling divine-favored individuals exchanged uneasy glances. I think so. He seemed to be trying to sell a knife or something. Yeah, he yelled a couple of times, something like, don't miss out while passing by. That's right, absolutely, those two jerks provoked him first. You bitch. Then the woman was muffled by another woman. Yes, we started the fight. The two of them beamed with delight simultaneously. Yes, exactly, we were the ones who started it. Watching these two devotees of the Lords of Joyful Desire, the one-armed peacekeeper's cheek twitched. Sending them to the punishment bureau, wouldn't that be rewarding them instead? A burly man riddled with bloody holes in his upper body observed the situation carefully and cautiously asked, Peacekeeper, are you unsure how to punish these two? You have an idea? The burly man pointed at the two women and said, make them bear me a child. The two women immediately glared at him in fury. Go to hell. The one-armed sheriff nearly laughed in disbelief and waved his hand, take them all away. After everyone in the group had been taken away, he turned to look at Meng Yi. My name is Wang Guowei. You want to sell supernatural weapons, right? Let me see. Chapter 59, Bank Account. Wang Guowei, what a retro name. But after glimpsing the man's graying hair, Meng Yi figured it wasn't entirely unreasonable. He once thought this Wang Guowei might try to throw his weight around, but unexpectedly, after seeing the crimson blade, the man simply started haggling with him quite normally. 2.5 million? Why don't you just rob me? Wait, are you trying to insult me, kid? What's your name? Mang E. 2.5 million doesn't sound pleasant. Let me give you a discount, 2.49 million. Ha, what kind of discount is that? Sin Shiyun quickly calculated in her head and spoke up with utmost seriousness, 996 at a discount. Question mark. Wang Guowei's eyes widened as he picked up the crimson blade and swung it a few times, making fair and reasonable assessments. This blade, its only extraordinary feature is the rare material used to forge it. Beyond that, it has nothing particularly remarkable, lacking any array enhancements or blessings. After purchasing it, I'd still need to spend extra to commission those two processes. I'm genuinely interested, not lowballing here, how about? He frowned and pondered for a moment, 1,400,000. Mang Yi glanced at Sin Shiyun. Could it be that the price she had suggested earlier was actually quite reasonable? Mang Yi made a final effort, 1.7 million. Wang Guowei chuckled, kid, last time I didn't arrest you, this time I haven't given you a hard time either. You should know your limits, 1.5 million. This was already quite close to the upper limit suggested by Sin Shiyun. Mang Yi finally nodded in agreement. Wang Guowei had a point, he hadn't given Mang Yi much trouble during either of the two transactions. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep haggling further. Primarily, this guy seemed to be a rare, normal person, and Mang Yi was quite willing to establish a good relationship with him. You must be at least grade 8, right? Why are you buying this weapon? My daughter's birthday is coming soon. What a truly unexpected answer. Mang Yi almost blurted out the incredibly rude remark, you actually have a daughter? He'd assumed everyone in this world was a solitary soul without family. He genuinely had no idea how to ask. Both Sin Shiyun and Su Qingson looked at Wang Guowei with astonishment. Quite a few people make that face when they find out I have a daughter. Mang Yi inwardly scoffed. What shocks me is that you actually acknowledge your daughter. Wang Guowei wasn't fazed by their reactions. Stroking his graying hair, his eyes brimmed with nostalgic reminiscence. My daughter was born in the old era. No wonder, his daughter must be at least 30 years old. It's just that she spent her childhood and adolescence in schools within the inner city, and wasn't very close to me, her father. Mang Yi fell silent for a moment. It was easy to imagine that this father, transitioning from the old era, had always harbored deep longing for his daughter. When his daughter was still babbling her first words, they might have been an utterly ordinary family of the old times. This might be the most important spiritual pillar for him when facing this absurd world. Mang Yi could only force out a faint smile. Wish her a happy birthday for me. Wang Guowei nodded in surprise, thank you. He thought someone like Mang Yi, a young divine beneficiary born in the new era, wouldn't understand his actions. After all, things like family or kinship are rare these days. Never expected they'd still bless their daughter. This gave Wang Guowei a slight favorable impression of Mang Yi. He calmed himself before asking, alright, if there are no issues, I'll transfer the money to your bank account. Come with me. He pointed at the neighboring storefront. We can use their online transaction network. Mang Yi was stunned. Bank account? And an online transaction network. Wang Guowei retorted, what else? Should I be carrying over $1 million around the streets? I don't have an account. All the goodwill he'd just formed for this young man vanished instantly. Selling such precious supernatural weapons without preparing a bank account, wasn't this pure mockery? His face darkened. You don't even have an account, yet you're selling such expensive things? Mang Yi quickly replied, yes, I do. He turned to Sin Shiyun and asked, you must have a bank account, right? Sin Shiyun turned her head away. The account was closed, back when I lost my status as God's beloved. Mang Yi blinked and glanced at the one-armed constable before tentatively suggesting, how about, we meet tomorrow? Wang Guowei's chest rose and fell slightly as he asked in a stifled voice, are you making fun of me? No, not at all, came the lengthy explanation. After agreeing to meet the other party the next day, Mang Yi walked home with a look of helplessness on his face. You should have told me about this earlier. I forget. Sin Shiyun said impassively, besides, you didn't ask anyway. Is this a matter of asking or not asking? Su Qingsong parted ways with the two along the way. After arranging to meet Sin Shiyun the next afternoon, he walked alone toward his home, his heart filled with boundless reflections. Today had truly opened his eyes to wonders beyond belief. Mang Yi glanced at Su Qingsong's retreating figure and curiously asked Sin Shiyun, the bank knew you were no longer a blessed one and closed your account? Not exactly, Sin Shiyun explained. The bank account and password function is one unified system, authenticated by each blessed one's spiritual essence. When I'm no longer a gracebearer, I can't manipulate spirituality, which naturally means my account can't be opened. It's practically the same as having it deactivated. Even though I become a gracebearer again now, the source of divine grace is different, so the spirituality differs greatly from before. My old account can't be opened. Upon hearing this, Mang Yi asked with a tinge of heartache, how much did you have in your previous account? Over 800,000. Mang Yi inhaled sharply through his teeth. There's really no way to take it out? That's 800,000. There's no way. Sin Shiyun was also frustrated. To prevent the endless fraudulent methods of God-blessed individuals, the bank went to great lengths to develop this ritual magic for detecting spiritual signatures. Blood, passwords, appearance, fingerprints, voice. Some are easy to forge, some are easy to deceive, and some, divine blessed, simply don't possess such things. Thus, spirituality is unique, unforgeable yet inherent in everyone, absolutely foolproof for withdrawing money from the account. Safe and reliable. It sounded perfectly reasonable. But Meng Yi truly felt the pinch. His bitter melon face said it all. Sin Shiyun gave him a strange look. Why are you so concerned about my money? Of course, money is money, no matter what, Meng Yi retorted irritably. Besides, that might have been my rent money. The two of them strolled leisurely back home. Early the next morning, before Meng Yi could wake naturally, he was startled awake by loud, urgent knocks at his door. Still half asleep, he mumbled, "What do you want?" "To the bank." Squinting sideways at the clock, he felt a surge of irritation. This woman, always wide awake whenever she needed something, then proceeded to ruin his sleep too. After finishing the meal, Meng Yi stood downstairs yawning tiredly, feeling as if Su Yuanji had possessed him. "Is the bank located in the inner city?" Sin Shiyun replied energetically, "Let's go." Meng Yi patted his cheeks to wake himself up. He was quite curious about this damn place's bank. Who knows what sinister form it takes. Chapter 60, The Abstract Banking Spirit. Though Meng Yi had been to the inner city 2 or 3 times already and could generally navigate without gawking, today he was startled the moment he passed through the city gates. A giant, a literal giant, standing approximately 20 meters tall with a massive frame, wore thick iron armor over vital areas like its chest. Every step it took sent tremors through the ground. Its muscles bulged beneath bluish-gray skin as it hefted an enormous battle axe, radiating overwhelming intimidation. Moreover, it appeared perfectly intact, no missing limbs or other visible deformities. Meng Yi gaped in awe. Such a colossal creature created completely different impressions when viewed up close versus from a distance. What pathway is this? Sin Shiyun's expression was complicated. The path of the giant. It's a pity. The chosen ones of this path have serious issues, they suffer from low intelligence, and the condition worsens the higher they ascend. Moreover, they have a taste for human flesh. Meng Yi was shocked and blurted out, "Then what about this one?" Sin Shiyun waved her hand and explained, "That's a giant controlled by the Arbiter, goes by the name Heart Prison Arbiter. He's a psionicist." Meng Yi noticed that a man with an extremely bizarre head-to-body ratio was perched on the giant's shoulder. His stature was like that of a dwarf, but his bald head was disproportionately large. Meng Yi even wondered if his neck could support it. Rarely do I see someone on the giant pathway like this. Meng Yi watched as the giant rumbled away into the distance, then turned and asked, "Wiped out by humans?" Sin Shiyun shot him a glance. "You really should read more. What exactly were you doing at school?" Like the giants and the Plaguebringer, though they are all righteous gods, their followers fare no better than those of the dark deities. The followers of the Plaguebearer are fine, they can disguise and hide, but the giants have nowhere to conceal themselves. Combined with their cannibalistic tendencies, humanity would never tolerate them. A strange thought flashed through Meng Yi's mind. If he seized the giant's power and bestowed it to his followers, would they become fools? It seems that giving it to Su Qingsong is a good choice. Cough. After this interlude, the two continued on their way to the bank. Meng Yi couldn't help but sigh. The chosen ones in this world were already mad enough as it was, yet there actually existed such an inherently treacherous path. Those ordinary folks who believe in such a god are truly unfortunate. His thoughts wandered, and he casually remarked, so ordinary believers of the giant, or low-tier divine favor recipients, would disguise themselves as ghouls, huh? Sin Shiyun shot him an exasperated look. They're not called ghouls, the proper term is devourer. Keep shouting like that and you'll catch a beating. The two of them stepped into the bank lobby. The bank occupied a considerable area. As the sole financial institution in Jing'an City, its security measures appeared remarkably stringent. In Sin Shiyun's words, it was designated as a priority protection target by the Defense Department. Moreover, the bank gave Meng Yi the eerie feeling that it was alive. Not the kind of living that the naked eye perceives writhing, but an intuitive sense of the spiritual. After verifying with Sin Shiyun, he received a positive answer. Multiple arrays and ritual magics have been secretly set up here, spiritually activating the entire bank to some extent and granting this spiritual entity various permissions. Meng Yi blurted out, "The tower spirit, obviously." Sin Shiyun's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she praised, "That summary of yours is quite fascinating." That summary is truly fascinating. The identical words echoed in both their ears as Sin Shiyun's face fell. Meng Yi looked puzzled. What's going on? He glanced around. Who's speaking? It's me. The bank floor bulged upward into a human face, rising like liquid before stopping right in front of Meng Yi, practically face to face with him, its mouth continuously opening and closing. Based on your terminology, you should call me the bank spirit. Meng Yi couldn't help but take a step back, carefully examining this face, hazy and indistinct without any distinguishing features. utterly unrecognizable in appearance. Sin Shiyun whispered in his ear, "This guy is really annoying. I seem to have heard some unrealistic slander." "Ah, I know you. You're in my memory bank." The fluid supporting this face extended tiny arms. "You're that unlucky fellow with 800,000 stuck in your account." Sin Shiyun's face darkened. Mangi asked curiously, "Since you knew she had 800,000, why didn't you take it out for her? Do you take me for an idiot?" Whoosh, the bank spirit instantly sank into the ground, then abruptly surged up beneath Mangi's feet, pressing face to face with him again. "If I don't give her this money, wouldn't it just become mine?" Mangi took a few steps back, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You're not even pretending anymore, are you?" The bank spirit suddenly pressed face to face against him again. "Anyway, she's closed her account. Procedurally speaking, it really can't be withdrawn." Mangi retreated several more steps until he was nearly out the door, feeling irritated. "Why are you sticking so close to me? This is showing customer intimacy." The bank spirit pressed closer again, "Especially since you're a new customer who hasn't opened an account yet, which means your account is virgin." As it spoke, it even showed a hint of human-like teasing and playful expression, particularly emphasizing the word rookie. Mangi couldn't help feeling this damn bank spirit had some serious issues. Is this some kind of banking XP system or something? Sin Shiyun walked over to Mangi's side and advised, "Don't bother with it, I told you it's annoying." The bank spirit shot Sin Shiyun a disdainful glance and sneered, "A withered flower coming to close her account." Mangi was utterly shocked. Ignoring it, Sin Shiyun tugged Mangi toward the counter. That's when Mangi saw them, countless bank spirit faces, hovering beside customers, lurking behind staff members. A lone entity, the voice of a single spirit converged into a buzzing hum throughout the bank, creating an astonishingly lively scene all by itself. This was far more bustling than any divine favor bazaar. Before arriving, Mangi thought this would be where the divine favored would broaden his horizons. Never did he expect to be utterly stunned by a mere bank spirit instead. Its face pressed close to Mangi's again. "Who knows if the account you'll open will be pretty? Oh, do you have lots of money? Also, don't trust the staff's promotions." Chattering away, Mangi had quickly grasped the way to get along with this bank haunt. Just like the majority of people in the bank, ignoring it was the key. "Hello, I'd like to open an account." Following the staff's guidance, Mangi completed the account opening. He had been wearing earplugs the whole time and only took them off when he approached the counter. The account opening process wasn't complicated, just registering his spiritual signature. As the ritual patterns covering the entire bank lit up, the account was officially established. "Ah, what a beauty," the bank spirit murmured in rapture. Mangi glared furiously. Damn it, he felt his bank account had been soiled. What a peculiar sense of humiliation. When Sin Shiyun opened a new account, the bank spirit sneered contemptuously. Mangi and his companion practically fled from the bank. After exiting, Mangi clicked his tongue in amazement. Where did that thing learn such behavior? In the early days when banks were first established, their staff were a mixed bag. There were even quite a few divine-blessed individuals, unlike the screened ordinary people we see today. Sin Shiyun's face darkened. That guy picks up bad habits quickly, but never learns any good ones. Can't be helped. We can't just erase the expensive banking formations and rituals that were carefully constructed. This will have to do. Mangi shook his head. Never mind that. First, I'm going to the market to find Wang Guowei. I also need to pick out some suitable weapons for myself. Chapter 61, The Big Purchase. Wang Guowei, as the security officer of the Divine Favorers Market, was still quite easy to find. Except that Mangi discussed it with him and took 150,000 in cash from him, transferring the remaining 1.35 million to his own account. During the transfer process, Mangi also encountered that annoying bank spirit again, and the two endured its incessant chatter to complete the transfer quickly. So the online network you mentioned refers to the magical formation network spread throughout the entire fortress city? What else do you expect? Mangi smiled self-deprecatingly. I thought it was the internet kind. At the time, he actually found it quite reasonable after all. This world did have its technological foundations. He'd even seen drones before. Wang Guowei truly viewed him with newfound respect. I wouldn't have expected you to know this. New era divine favored aren't supposed to recognize such things. Ignoring Sin Shiyun's disdainful gaze, Mangi said with complete seriousness, I enjoy reading. Under Wang Guowei's approving gaze, the two took their leave and headed toward the market. As they walked, Mangi asked, what are you planning to buy? Sin Shiyun waved the thin booklet in her hand, the wilderness guide Old Turtle had given them. I skimmed through this booklet last night. We'll need to save at least 20,000 for daily supplies, tents, dry rations, drinking water, and the like. Aside from these, I also plan to buy 2 bottles of painkillers, which leaves me with 40,000. Another bottle of supplementary potion should just about do it. It seems she had done her homework in advance. Mangi nodded and said, no rush yet. Help me find a suitable weapon first. He briefly explained his requirements, and the two began searching through the market. Is it really this difficult? Meng Yi felt rather weary after nearly scouring the entire market without finding a suitable supernatural weapon. It's perfectly normal, these things aren't so easily encountered unless you commission a custom piece. Sin Shiyun pondered for a moment. Should we check the other 3 city gates? However, Meng Yi found his gaze drawn to a nearby stall. There lay an oddly shaped flexible sword, soft enough to coil up like a rope. He stepped forward. May I give it a try? The stall owner was a woman with an icy demeanor, who nodded indifferently in response. Meng Yi lifted the sword in his hand, about 1.5 meters long, 2 fingers wide, entirely made of some unknown material, silver in color with dark red patterns. What's this? As if guessing his question, the stall owner spoke flatly. It was forged from the bones of a mutated creature from the wasteland. Tier 9, engraved with the sharpness rune array, provides self-repairing effects. Requires the consumption of corresponding tier aberrant or blessed bones as material. Meng Yi brandished the sword a few times in his hand. The weapon could shift between hardness and softness according to his will. Sin Shiyun flung a bullet towards him, only for it to be effortlessly sliced in half. How much? 1.2 million. Too high. Meng Yi chuckled lightly. Aside from its sharpness, the other 2 effects of this sword might as well not exist. Flexing the blade into a whip-like sword, he asked, can you imagine which divine favored would ever use a soft sword? He didn't know how to wield it either, he simply noticed its pliability made it easy to conceal on his person, allowing for unexpected attacks when facing enemies. Just picture it, charging barehanded at an opponent who lets their guard down, only to suddenly get impaled by a 1.5 meter long blade appearing out of nowhere. As for repairing the damage, Meng Yi shook his head. Only victory brings restoration. Defeat renders everything meaningless. This effect is utterly useless. The stall owner fell silent, secretly agreeing with the assessment. Meng Yi added, besides, the base price of a 9th tier extraordinary weapon is generally around 500,000. Even with this sharpness enhancement, it shouldn't exceed 600,000 at most. Though astonished by Meng Yi's aggressive bargaining tactics, Sin Shiyun nodded in agreement. Exactly right. She felt a twinge of guilt in her eyes. The sword was easily worth 900,000. So, steeling herself, she could only muster a hesitant "that's right." The stall owner snorted coldly and didn't answer. Meng Yi rummaged through his clothes upon seeing this, pulling out 6 bottles of unidentified poison he had acquired earlier from looting corpses. I only have this much money left, at most a few bottles of my signature poison, the kind that kills with a single drop of blood. It can also be thrown as a projectile, creating a wide area of toxic smoke to block visibility and hinder enemies, roughly. Meng Yi frowned, waving his hand with eyes closed. Let's just say 200 grand. Sin Shiyun remained expressionless. The stall owner's cheek twitched. After glancing at the 6 bottles of poison before him and sweeping another look at Meng Yi, he finally spoke, 800,000. Meng Yi nodded. This plus the 600,000 makes just the right amount. The other person stared at him coldly. Cough, okay, 800,000, Meng Yi said as he prepared to stash away these poisons. The stall owner lightly tapped the table, including these. Finally, Meng Yi completed the transaction with the other party, leaving him with 550,000 in his account and 220,000 in cash. The flexible sword was indeed excellent. Though only 9th tier, it suited him perfectly, concealed beneath the flesh of his right arm with the hilt resting near his chest. It caused a slight discomfort when he moved, but Meng Yi paid it no mind, believing he would grow accustomed to it over time. With a flick of his right wrist, the blade tore through flesh, sliding from his forearm into his palm. A soft hum later, the sword's edge gleamed with unmistakable sharpness. Nice, nice. Can this sword be upgraded? Sin Shiyun watched this scene with envious eyes. Yes, as long as you have money and materials, though usually nobody does it this way. With that kind of money, you might as well buy a new one. Meng Yi nodded, admiring the sword fondly without wanting to put it down. He still had about 700,000 left in his total fortune, so funds were ample now, and he didn't have to scrimp and save when buying potions. Let's go find Su Yuanji. Sin Shiyun wasn't keen on the idea. His potions are all very expensive, and I don't have much money left. I do, Meng Yi sheathed his sword. Besides, his potions work better. He walked ahead without giving her a chance to argue, leaving Sin Shiyun no choice but to reluctantly follow. Meng Yi stood before Su Yuanji's desk and lightly tapped the surface. The guy was practically dozing off. Ha! 1 bottle of agility potion. 40,000. 1 more bottle. 1 more bottle. Su Yuanji started making mistakes. 1 more. Su Yuanji looked at the exploded debris scattered across the floor and began scratching his head incessantly. Meng Yi sneered. Want me to help you recover your losses? Ha ha ha. Big bro, you're so kind. 15% discount. Big bro, come on now, we're old friends. How about a 10% discount? Make it 15% off. Su Yuanji was on the verge of tears. His prices were already steep, so he barely got any customers as it was. This was really going to be hard to bounce back from. 85% off it is? Later, Meng splurged 340,000 to purchase 10 bottles of various colored potions, and his wealth dwindled to 270,000. Including the previous ones, he now had a total of 4 agility potions, 3 spirit recovery potions, 2 strength potions, 2 healing potions, and 3 accuracy enhancing potions. He handed Sin Shiyun the potion to restore spiritual energy and enhance accuracy. "You owe me 200,000 now." For a teammate as utterly dependable as this, maintaining her combat effectiveness is absolutely essential. Sin Shiyun nodded with a complicated expression. "Now we have a lot more leeway, no need to scrimp on daily necessities anymore. This will affect combat effectiveness." As for Su Yuanji, sitting there calculating away, he threw his head back with a long sigh once again. He'd messed up several times today, making all his efforts for nothing. Meng Yi waved his hand dismissively. "It's about time. Let's grab a meal first. We'll talk after you finish your afternoon training session." Chapter 62 The Spider's Right Hand. In the afternoon, after Sin Shiyun and Su Qingsong finished their training, Meng Yi and the others continued to purchase all the necessary tools and daily supplies, everything of the highest quality. Holding onto money wouldn't boost his combat power anyway, so Meng Yi didn't save a single cent. At the same time, Sin Shiyun's debt ballooned to a staggering 250,000. Finally, the two of them each carried a large bundle back home. "Tomorrow afternoon, let's go visit Zhang Yao together to get a general idea of the wilderness situation. The morning after, we'll set off for the wilds." The next day, Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun found Zhang Yao right on time. After letting Su Qingsong practice on his own, Zhang Yao, stroking the black caterpillar-like tuft on his chin, took a seat opposite Meng Yi and the other person. "The wilderness is fraught with danger for us humans. Be aware that danger lurks not only in the endless hordes of aberrations from the wilderness, but also from other God-blessed individuals. So, the most important rule is, never trust anything that moves in the wilderness." Next, Zhang Yao provided a relatively detailed introduction to the general terrain within several dozen kilometers around Jing'an City, along with precautions one should take when navigating the area. Meng Yi noticed that there was no information about aberrant entities in it. Regarding this, Zhang Yao gave the following explanation. "Alien forms are shapeless, formless, possess no territory, observe no hierarchical relationships. They are chaotic, disordered, distorted, whimsical. There are only basic category divisions such as plants, animals, liquids. As for names, don't even think about them." Meng Yi nodded, focusing on memorizing the other parts. At 5 in the afternoon, the three of them finished class together. On the way back, Su Qingsong repeatedly hesitated as if wanting to say something. "Just say what's on your mind." Meng Yi shot him a glance. This kid couldn't hide anything to save his life. Su Qingsong gritted his teeth. "You're preparing to go to the wilderness without me?" He explained. "In a few more days, these training sessions of mine should be coming to an end." Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun exchanged glances. There was simply no way they could tell Su Qingsong the whole truth. Instead, they opted for a different approach and said, "This is a decision we reached after careful deliberation. If all three of us leave, not a single one of the Lord's blessed would remain in the city. What if something happens to the other believers?" He decided to give Su Qingsong something to do, lest the lad start getting any foolish ideas. "While we're away, it will be your duty to watch over the other faithful and provide them assistance when necessary." Su Qingsong looked skeptical. "Don't you dislike me? How could that be? We each have our own roles," Meng Yi said with a straight face, almost convincing himself with his own words. "By the way, the funds raised for the Holy Cathedral are still at my place. You should take custody of them for now." He patted the other person's shoulder. "You actually have quite a few responsibilities yourself. Tomorrow, go open a bank account and deposit this money. Oh, and if those heretical cultists keep harassing you, you can go ask Zhang Xir and the others for help." Su Qingsong nodded in silence and followed the two homeward. After a long pause, he suddenly blurted out, "I'll work hard." His youthful face bore an expression that seemed to solemnly pledge, "God bestowed his grace upon me for my devotion. I won't slack for even a moment. I'll strive to be worthy of this gift. Praise the salvation." Meng Yi smiled warmly as he looked at him. "I believe in you. No, our Lord believes in you. Otherwise, why would he bestow his blessings upon you?" Sin Shiyun nodded in agreement. "You must trust our Lord's judgment." Su Qingsong's emotion surged within him as he silently vowed never to fail the deity. "Remember the title of our path," Meng Yi spoke up. "Apostles, those who carry out the divine will." After returning home, Su Qingsong left with over 200,000 yuan of the house-buying money. Sin Shiyun took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Meng Yi. "Are you afraid of going to the wilderness tomorrow?" Meng Yi shook his head. "Not scared at all," he said. He truly didn't feel the slightest fear, brave beyond what you'd expect from a college student. He retorted, "Surely you're not afraid?" "A little bit." Then Sin Shiyun immediately perked up again. "But the thought that this is for our Lord makes all my fear disappear. The holy temple of the Lord shall stand tall." Meng Yi didn't care as much about the temple as the other person did. Compared to that, he was more curious about the wilderness. He casually echoed, "Praise the salvation." In the evening, Mangi visited the red mist space to check. The believers had no additional prayers. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. In the morning, the two of them had breakfast, then shouldered their bags and headed towards the south gate. Sin Shiyun said, "We'll go to the south gate merit exchange first. Only when a certain number of blessed ones have gathered to leave the city will the Defense Bureau open the gates." The Defense Corps maintained guard posts at all 4 city gates, yet these locations had colloquially come to be known as merit exchange stations since they doubled as places where the god-touched redeemed their merits. Soon, Mangi caught sight of the so-called defense base and the towering city walls that guarded the fortress city of Dingen. The gray-brown walls stood towering like they connected heaven and earth, solid, oppressive. Etched upon them were intricate magic formations, with occasional flashes of blue lightning streaking through. At the city gate, roughly 200 people had gathered, their faces etched with panic and unease. The sight instantly stirred Mangi's memories. Those were ordinary people heading into the wilderness to perform rituals and commune with the gods. Those who succeeded could naturally return, but those who failed died beyond the city walls. He couldn't help but glance sideways at Sin Shiyun. This woman had truly been audacious back then, daring to lead others in performing the ritual within the city. "Let's go check out the exchange office," he said. The exchange office, also known as the defense base, was nestled right against the city wall, adjacent to the main gate. Only the outermost area permitted entry for the blessed, while further inside was strictly off-limits. The moment one stepped through the exchange office's entrance, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Inside, everything was brightly lit and brimming with modern flair. More than a dozen screens hung mid-air, scrolling through information on various wanted criminals, a far cry from the posted notices Meng Yi had originally imagined. There are also some new changes in the wilderness around Jing'an City. For example, powerful mutated entities exist in certain areas. Most of the screens display information about redeemable items and the merit points required for exchange. Many people wave their hands beneath these screens, triggering a blue holographic projection that shows more detailed information and allows touch-based interaction. The most eye-catching item above was an utterly ferocious, armored vehicle. Ignoring the lengthy descriptions and complex technical specifications about defenses against most physical attacks below 5th tier, engraved arrays, and weapon loadouts, Meng Yi noticed one particular detail. Expertly crafted by a 5th tier machinist from the City of Machinery. This reminded him of something Zhang Xier had once said: the most skilled machinists are mostly in the City of Machinery. Sin Xian had originally been a mechanist, and recalling this, Meng Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, "So, what's the deal with the City of Machinery?" Sin Xian let out an almost imperceptible sigh. It was once the place she had yearned for most in her heart. It was originally called Tian City, but later, followers of the Iron Craftsman deity, along with devotees of gods like the God of Wisdom and the God of Artisans, gathered there. They believed that only technology could save humanity's fate. It was a city of steel, where technological power was extraordinarily advanced. Sin Shiyun remarked with emotion, "From what I know, most of that city's leaders were researchers from the old era." Meng Yi's eyes lit up. It seemed humanity wasn't completely lying down waiting for death. While drinking poison to quench thirst, they were still struggling to save themselves. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. This wasn't a completely hopeless world. There were still people who hadn't given up, who kept striving. That's right. That's right. So, he pressed further. Besides the City of Steel, are there any other similar cities? Sin Shiyun shook her head blankly. "I don't really know about this. Didn't you love reading books?" "I don't read just any book, you know." A crisp voice sounded nearby, "And there's the city renamed New Beginning, and the City of Purity." Meng Yi followed the voice and saw Zhu Honyu nodding at him with a calm expression. What a coincidence. But the other person's current appearance. Zhu Hongyu's right hand had been replaced by a spider, deep crimson in color. Noticing Meng Yi's gaze, she slightly raised her hand and tilted her head, saying, "My right hand now has 8 fingers, very nimble." Crack! The deep crimson spider-like right hand, its 8 elongated limbs closing together. Chapter 63. 2 Groups of Madmen. Just as Meng Yi and his companion made meticulous preparations to venture into the wilderness, Li Hao knocked on the door of Dawn Verdict's room. "Come in." Li Hao pushed the door open and entered. The emaciated figure of Dawn Verdict still lay on the bed, but what differed now was the presence of a short, bald man floating before the bed, a man with an extremely disproportionate head-to-body ratio. Li Hao slightly bowed his head and said, "Greetings to Heart Prison Verdict." "Mum." A gentle voice echoed within his mind as the Heart Prison Arbiter communicated with him telepathically. "Dawn Arbiter told me about a suspected divine beneficiary appearing, named Meng Yi. You're responsible for monitoring him?" "Yes." Li Hao's expression remained calm. "Meng Yi went to the wilderness today. As an executor of the Judgment Division, he wouldn't venture into the wilderness himself, and keeping watch over someone out there was highly impractical." Dawn Verdict perked up at this. Going out into the wilderness further confirmed Meng Yi's normalcy, as cultists of evil gods would never willingly venture into the wildlands. There were no prey for them there. He then instructed, Tell us everything you've discovered recently, along with your conjectures. Li Hao adjusted the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and began recounting his findings. Meng Yi worships a deity known as the Crimson King, whose specific title and possible symbols are noted here. He presented a report that was mysteriously brought before the judges of Heart Prison by an unseen force. Li Hao paused briefly before continuing. On July 4th, Meng Yi and a woman named Sin Shiyun became blessed ones, both demonstrating proficiency in flesh and blood magic. July 5th, Weaver under the Blood Origin cult master attacks Meng Yi, calling the Crimson King an evil deity and explicitly stating that his flesh magic was stolen from the Blood Origin cult master. July 6th, Meng Yi displays abilities resembling living corpse transformation and frost magic, while Sin Shiyun manifests signs of living corpse transformation. July 8th, Meng Yi demonstrates elemental magic. On the same day, the Crimson King gains a new blessed one named Su Qingsong, who also wields elemental magic, a trait strikingly similar to the Weaver's. July 12th, Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun prepare to venture into the wilderness. The two adjudicators listened quietly, waiting until the report flew back into Li Hao's pocket on its own, before the voice of the Heart Prison adjudicator echoed in his mind. What is Meng Yi's mental state like? Extremely normal, so much so that it feels abnormal for being too normal. What about Sin Shiyun and Su Qingsong? Perfectly normal, except for Sin Shiyun's lingering divine-influenced hobbies, Li Hao explained. She used to be a mechanic. After a pause, he added hesitantly, I also took some time to observe ordinary devotees of the Crimson King. Aside from residual effects, they developed no new sinister hobbies, just an extraordinary fondness for singing praises of salvation. Compared to followers of other deities, these people are all remarkably ordinary. The Heart Prison arbitrator turned to look at Li Hao. His forehead appeared as transparent as glass, inside which tangled rays of chaotic light were intertwined. State your assessment. Li Hao first recounted how Meng Yi dealt with the aberrations and cultists of the evil god, then carefully framed his words. I believe the Crimson King is a newly ascended benevolent deity. The Heart Prison arbitrator's voice echoed in his mind with unmistakable amusement. Even if K might have seized the power of the blood sacrifice lord, and possibly even the power of death, that would be the mark of an evil god. It's just a possibility, and moreover, even if that's true, K should still be a righteous god, Li Hao continued thoughtfully. The behavior of Meng Yi and the others is proof enough of this. I suggest we take the initiative to promote K's revered title of Lord of 10,000 Powers. Very well, you may leave first. Li Hao immediately took his leave and departed. The Arbiter of Heart's Prison then turned to the Arbiter of Dawn and asked, what do you think? The Arbiter of Dawn let out a heavy sigh. What can I think? Given humanity's current plight, encountering such a deity should be considered fortunate. Even if K will one day plunder the power of light, K is still a righteous god. He coughed and said, after all, the light has never stopped scorching my body, yet this Crimson King demands nothing of his followers whatsoever. At our level, one should understand by now, the gods care neither for human survival nor faith. They care only whether their believers can amuse them. As high-tier divine favored, they understood this more clearly than ordinary people or lower-tier favored. They collect offerings, but not reverence. Dawn Judicator curled his lips into a smile. Garbage god of light. The Heart's Prison Arbiter burst into laughter. That damn mainframe bastard. The Dawn Arbiter leaned against the headboard. So what if this Crimson King might be an evil god? As long as K's blessed ones don't go on killing sprees, we'll treat K as a righteous god. Besides, all of this god's blessed are still very weak. Just have Li Hao keep a casual eye on them to see what exactly K's redemption entails. The two arbiters' attitude aligned perfectly with Li Hao's possibilities be damned. If it brings no harm to humanity, then it's a righteous god. As if the so-called righteous gods are truly righteous. As for Meng Yi and the others, they're still weak, right now. They only require minimal attention. Dawn Judgment then asked, about your recent trip, what did Newborn City have to say? No progress to speak of. I think they've gone even crazier. The New Humanity project keeps failing. Some even want to combine humans with aberrations to produce offspring. They'd do anything to create uncontaminated humans. They're really testing my limits. The Judgment of Heart's Prison kept shaking his head, the exaggerated wobbling of his massive skull atop his slender neck appearing rather comical. The Judgment of Dawn sighed heavily. Their urgency is understandable. Take Jing'an City for example. Over the past 30 years, the population has plummeted from 10 million to the current 4 million. Other cities probably aren't faring much better. Sigh, what about the Pure City then? Truth be told, he was anxious too, any reasonable person would be. Otherwise, why tolerate the followers of the Crimson King? The Judicator of Heart's Prison said irritably at this point. The Pure City seeks to dedicate the entire city to the goddess of nature. It is now fiercely rejecting other believers, and internal conflict seems inevitable. Those nature walkers proclaim that the path forward lies in transforming humans into the chosen of different deities, dividing them into distinct races, and ushering in a new era. They say that gods may not care for humans, but they will care for their chosen people. Two groups of lunatics. Personally, I think Iron City is still somewhat normal. Dawn Judgment closed his eyes and shook his head. Though Iron City claims to rely on technology, isn't it ultimately dependent on deities too? But is relying on deities any solution? The more I think about it, the more hopeless it seems. Where exactly does humanity's future lie? Dawn Judgment coughed repeatedly, his handsome sunlit face clouded with worry. He then turned to the Heart's Prison Arbiter and hesitantly asked, "How do I get the feeling you've advanced? That impressive?" The Heart's Prison Arbiter sounded surprised. When did followers of the light become so perceptive? During their conversation, deep in his heart, the Heart's Prison Arbiter dispelled the psychic illusion he had cast upon himself. His body dissipated. All that remained was a gleaming human head, half a person's height, bald and smooth. If the third rank is already like this, I dare not imagine what advancing to the second rank would be like. Tell me, am I still human? Dawn Adjudicator looked at his remaining head, a fleeting look of confusion flashing through his eyes before he comforted him. Look on the bright side, by advancing to the third tier, you can join the arbitration committee of Jing'an City, the fifth arbiter's seat. The judgment of Heart's Prison didn't seem to care much. Alright, it took 2 days after returning for you to wake up. Can your body still hold up? Not bad. Last time, I directly gazed upon the divine kingdom of that Crimson King and suffered some injuries. It sounded like the judgment of Dawn hadn't been having an easy time these past few days. The Heart Prison Arbiter concealed his form with mental illusions once more and asked, "Should we report this Crimson King and case divine chosen to the city's arbitration committee?" Better not. Those followers of order are rather stubborn. I fear the Grand Arbiter might be too rigid in his thinking and insist on labeling the Crimson King as an evil deity. The Heart Prison Arbiter chuckled lightly. I thought as much. As Li Hao said, we should subtly propagate that the Crimson King is a deity of versatile powers. Anyway, Dawn Judgment's voice drifted softly. Who counts as an evil god is for us to decide. Heart Prison Judgment spoke up. This Li Hao shows great promise, worth nurturing. Is he a follower of the all-seeing eye? Yes, in the end, he will lose all emotion. That sounds like a good thing. The only thing retained will be an insatiable curiosity. That would be disastrous. Chapter 64, The Wilderness. At the southern gate of Jing'an City, within the Defense Department's Merit Exchange Office, Meng Yi and his companion listened quietly to Zhu Hongyu's educational briefing. Meng Yi's expression darkened considerably. So, the city of Newborn is conducting forbidden research? Zhu Hongyu corrected him, procreation. Research, that's the kind of thing the Iron City would do. Meng Yi took a deep breath. Is Pure City systematically carrying out xenophobic massacres? Zhu Hongyu corrected him again. It's purification. And it's just a possibility for now. The Human Supreme Arbitration Committee above is keeping pressure on them. Meng Yi lowered his head in silence. He had once rejoiced at humanity's self-preservation, but reality had struck him hard. He looked up, unwilling to concede, and asked, "Don't humans have more normal attempts?" Zhu Hongyu was utterly perplexed. What's not normal about it? The blatant confidence in her counter-question left Meng Yi at a loss for an answer. Indeed, in this world, such self-preservation efforts were completely normal. Sin Shiyun suddenly spoke up, "Our Lord shall deliver us." Meng Yi turned to glance at her. Sin Shiyun wore an expression of solemn reverence as she declared, "Our Lord is the Savior." This gave Meng Yi a headache. Originally, he'd just casually made up that divine title by echoing the believer's words. Clap clap clap. Someone at the front gates began clapping vigorously, drawing everyone's attention. The numbers are about right now. We can open the city gates. Same as always, form a team of 3 before heading out. Meng Yi looked utterly confused. Why do we need to team up? He asked. Zhu Hongyu explained. Because the mortality rate of the blessed in the wilderness is very high, the authorities want them to form teams to increase their chances of survival. This. Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun exchanged glances. They still had to team up? Zhang Yao hadn't mentioned this. Were they supposed to wait for Su Qingsong? Someone poked Meng Yi from behind. Hey man, want to team up? Meng Yi turned around, confused. So casual just like that? He asked. Do we know each other? What kind of bullshit question is that? Can't we team up without knowing each other? The guy gave him a disdainful glance, shook his head, and walked away. Meng Yi frowned, feeling something was somehow off. Zhu Hongyu sighed. Do you think the authorities would go into the wilderness to check if you formed a team? Gathering together to head out, no one cares what you do in the wild. As for teaming up, many God-blessed individuals do it, otherwise surviving in the wilderness would be impossible, even resting. But then again, within these teams, everyone sees each other as expendable pawns to be sacrificed. Meng Yi suddenly realized, damn it, he'd been trying to understand this fucked up world with normal logic all along. Zhu Hongyu spoke calmly. Want to team up? Meng Yi nodded. Sure. He and Sin Shiyun slung their packs over their shoulders, ready to head toward the city gates. My little darlings can help carry your bags. Turning around, they saw Zhu Hongyu lightly beckon. 2 spiders half a person's height came scuttling over to her side. They're the ones carrying my luggage. Mangi studied the human-sized spiders. These enlarged versions looked absolutely terrifying, anything but cute. Including their legs, these creatures were actually larger than most grown men. But if I don't have to carry my own backpack, that's great. Mangi placed his bag on it and praised, "What an adorable little thing." At these words, Zhu Hongyu's expression, which had been indifferent, finally showed some change. Her eyes curved into crescents, clearly pleased by the compliment. The trio and their two spider companions followed the crowd toward the city gates. The Defense Department staff didn't seem especially concerned about their unusual party, only giving them a casual inquiry. Inside the towering city gates stood a group of divine blessed ones along with about 200 ordinary people. Many ordinary people were trembling with fear, while some of the gods favored couldn't resist teasing. "Wu Yu won't be coming back. He, I'll follow you. Maybe I can pick up some pieces left from your bodies." Hissing without the city's protective formation, you'll mutate the moment you step outside. This made those who were afraid even more unbearable. Humph! A young man in a defensive division uniform sneered at the group of rowdy blessed ones. This time it was me who protected them as they went out to perform the ritual. "Anyone trying to pick up scraps?" He pointed a finger. "I'll kill you the moment we step outside." The chosen Divine Grace's recipient changed expression upon recognizing the other party, then squeezed through the crowd and headed straight back into the city. Apparently he knew that young man, and that warning about killing anyone who stepped outside wasn't an empty threat. Mangi muttered damn under his breath as Zhu Hongyu whispered, "That guy's named Yang, a 7th-tier beast-form warrior with a notorious temper. Could tell that much." Plus when Yang reached out earlier, his arm was all furry. A resonant voice came from somewhere. "No aberrations near the city gates." Squeak! With the grating sound of turning gears, the city gates slowly lowered. This scene felt quite antiquated. Though called a city gate, it was actually a massive stone slab fitting seamlessly into the wall. The group stepped out of the city. "By the way, you seem to know quite a lot," remarked Mangi inside the gate tunnel, tilting his head to assess the wall's thickness while casually chatting with Zhu Hongyu. "Having been at the Defense Department for 2 years, with nothing to do all day, naturally I've learned a lot. This wall is roughly 15 meters thick." Mangi withdrew his gaze and noticed Sun Chiyun already had her gun in hand by this point. "This guy." Mangi patted her shoulder. "Don't be nervous." "Not at all." "Then why are you taking out your gun?" Zhu Hongyu chuckled. "First time?" Sun Chiyun put the gun away and nodded. "Yeah, seems like it's your first time going into the wilderness too, right? Aren't you nervous?" "No, I have a companion." Zhu Hongyu patted the spider following her, and the little darling affectionately nuzzled her. "It's just." Mangi watched her use her right hand, times right spider, to pat the large spider, feeling a strong sense of dissonance in his heart. Moreover, Mangi stared at the half-human height spider, inwardly grumbling, "What are you nuzzling for? Don't you know you're also food?" He glanced at Zhu Hongyu's bag. No wonder she didn't bring much, she didn't need to pack rations. He just wondered where the little spider was hiding. A group of people quickly passed through the city gate tunnel. Mangi suddenly had a question. "Then what if we want to come back?" "Wait outside the city. The gates will open when people exit the city." Before him appeared a group of God's favored ones waiting outside, some severely injured, others in high spirits. Zhu Hongyu added, "Generally speaking, those blessed by the divine beneath the city gates are forbidden from attacking each other. If you're ever injured in the future, just try to stay outside the city gates." Mangi raised an eyebrow. "Generally? There are always lunatics." As the group followed the crowd out of the city gates, Zhu Hongyu gave a slight nod. "Well then, we part ways here." She didn't need to team up with others. Her little darling would be her most reliable companion in the wilderness. Mangi turned to look back. The outer surface of the towering city wall was covered with dark gun barrels, dense electric fences, terrifying spikes, and flickering formations shimmering with spiritual light. Utterly horrifying. And the wilderness beyond. A world shrouded in gray dust, the blackened earth lay devastated and desolate, devoid of even a trace of green. Several people pulled out cloth masks they'd prepared in advance to cover their noses and mouths. Mangi couldn't suppress 2 coughing fits. "Alright, we part ways here." Zhu Hongyu had wanted to team up with him, but he wasn't particularly willing. No matter how normal this woman might appear, it was still just an appearance. He really wasn't sure if this guy would pull some crazy stunt at a critical moment by going along together. He retrieved the package from the other guy's little darling and waved goodbye to Zhu Hongyu. "Let's go." Mangi looked up at the sky, a monotonous gray expanse. According to Zhang Yao, there shouldn't be many mutated beings within 10 kilometers of the city gates. "We need to walk farther out." He beckoned Sun Chiyun along. "We won't go too far from the city walls today." Chapter 65 Rain of Eyeballs. Disgusting. Even with a face covering, yellow sand kept finding its way into Mengi's mouth. He couldn't help shaking his head. This environment is absolutely brutal. The two of them had barely traveled a few kilometers beyond the city walls when the outline of Gingan City vanished from sight. In this world, a significant portion of the vegetation beyond urban areas has become aberrant entities, and the airborne dust is exceptionally severe. There's no avoiding it, the pollution intensity outside the city is far worse than within. Opening spiritual vision reveals the stark difference. If urban pollution resembles mist, the outdoors is akin to water. Do you think there might be any lost divine favored ones wandering about? Zhang Qiyun turned to look behind them at this remark and couldn't help clicking her tongue. That shouldn't be possible. Didn't Zhang Yao say the wasteland doesn't have dust storms this heavy every day? She pulled out a small, compass-like device and fiddled with it briefly. The directional indicators crafted by the artificers are quite precise, she remarked. No matter how she adjusted it, the needle always pointed toward Jing'an City. Meng Yi nodded. We'll move forward with our backs to Jing'an City. Their progress was slow, as vigilance was constantly required in the wilderness. They frequently activated their spirit vision to scan the surroundings. However, even though Meng Yi possessed nearly boundless spiritual energy, he couldn't maintain spirit vision indefinitely. This will increase his mental burden and make him exhausted. One can imagine how difficult it must be for those lone blessed ones traveling through the wilderness. No wonder the authorities encourage blessed ones to form teams. There really are so few aberrations nearby. After walking quite a distance with no discoveries, Meng Yi couldn't help but voice his thoughts. It's perfectly normal. Not only do gods favored venture beyond the city, but the defense division also regularly sweeps the surrounding areas as part of their duties. However, Sin Shiyun tightened her grip on the pistol she'd unknowingly drawn, were no match for the defense division. Naturally. After all, the defense division operates on a military model. How could these favored ones possibly compare? Meng Yi glanced at Sin Shiyun, who was growing tense again, and reassured her. Don't be nervous, there shouldn't be any high-level mutants nearby. With both of us together, there's not much pressure. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look back the way they'd come. Something was moving there. He raised his hand to signal Sin Shiyun to be quiet, then gently set down the bundle he'd been carrying all along. To guard against accidents, he had never carried it on his back. Sin Shiyun's gun muzzle was trained on the shadow in the floating dust. As the shadow drew nearer, Meng Yi finally saw clearly, it was a lone blessed one, who must have just left the city like them. A glance with spiritual vision confirmed it, a blessed one, no issues whatsoever. The newcomer froze at the sight of Meng Yi and his companion on guard, then grinned widely. Had there not been that faint tremor beneath his feet, the smile might have seemed somewhat genuine. Sin Shiyun might not have noticed, but Meng Yi's senses were exceptionally sharp. Without hesitation, he barked out the order, open fire. The entire figure charged toward the newcomer with lightning speed, simultaneously hurling several fireballs along the way. With a bang from a gunshot, the newcomer's head exploded into fragments, just as the fireball struck its body, instantly erupting into a blazing human-shaped bonfire on the spot. Sin Shiyun's face lit up with delight, but Meng Yi remained on high alert, his feet still trembling from the unrelenting vibrations beneath them. The so-called god's bless now crackled and burned fiercely, revealing itself to be wooden through and through, clearly nothing more than a disguised decoy. With a deafening roar, clouds of dust and gravel filled the air, obscuring vision. Only the silhouette of something long and whip-like could be seen hurtling toward him, as thick as a barrel. With a sharp hiss, the flexible sword appeared in Meng Yi's right hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade stiffened and was swiftly engulfed in flames. Corpse transformation. He didn't retreat but instead charged forward to meet the whip, swinging his sword horizontally with his right hand. He clearly saw what it was, some kind of plant vine. A vine? No, that's not right. The rumbling vibrations beneath his feet hadn't ceased, these were roots. Meng Yi swung his sword horizontally across the towering root, the blade embedding 3 inches deep into wood, yet failing to sever it. Simultaneously, a muffled, mournful sound rose from the depths beneath. Boom! With nimble reflexes, Meng Yi withdrew his sword and dodged, his wind magic enhancement allowing him to effortlessly evade the lashing strike from the dozen-meter-tall root. Damn it! Meng Yi cursed inwardly. Plant-based aberrations in the wilderness were the most troublesome. Not only was its size unusually large, but its vital points were typically hidden underground. In his current state, he had no means to threaten such a mutated creature's weak spots. Moreover, this aberration. Get out of the way, he shouted at Sin Shiyun. Whoosh! Over a dozen thick roots erupted skyward from the ground, rising from below as if an enormous hand had emerged from the earth, then abruptly clenched shut. First time leaving the city and I run into such a powerful mutated creature. Meng Yi estimated this plant aberration had at least 6-tier strength. He had swung his sword with full force just to cut through the skin of one root, didn't even draw blood. What kind of fight even was this? Time to think of an escape plan. Sin Shiyun's face turned pale as she fired several shots at one of the roots. She shouted at Meng Yi, run, now. Having reliable teammates was expected, but goddammit, where the hell were they supposed to run now? The surroundings were filled with the creature's limbs, there was literally nowhere to hide. The only solution now was to see if a continuous barrage of fireballs could blast an opening. But suddenly, all these roots froze in place. The howling wind overhead came to an abrupt stop. Meng Yi stood with a bottle of agility potion in one hand and a freshly conjured fireball in the other, frozen in indecision about whether to throw it or not. Did I just get controlled? He looked up in confusion. This plant, the tips of its soaring roots were densely covered with eyes of varying sizes. Dozens of roots bore hundreds of staring eyes. The whites of these eyes visibly began filling with blood, abruptly turning a crimson red. As if witnessing something unbelievable, the eyes started dilating, growing wider and wider, ever wider. The greenish-brown eyelids encasing the eyeballs strained desperately to open, tearing open hysterically. Mangi could practically feel them exerting force, exerting all their might, a life-or-death intensity of effort. The eyelids stretched backward until they flipped inside out, stretching until the eyeballs gradually protruded outward. Sin Shiyun stared dumbfounded with her revolver raised, inexplicably reminded of the Dawn Judgment in the park. Come to think of it, wasn't it also vision problems with Dawn Judgment back then? Pop 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 pop. An endless popping sound echoed above their heads, the sound of eyeballs leaving their sockets. Pop pop pop. Thud. Splat. A rain of eyeballs began to fall from above their heads. Those eyeballs came with a disgusting, viscous, red and green mucus that sent chills down Mangi's spine and made Sin Shiyun gasp in horror. Those eyeballs fell onto the ground, gurgling and spinning wildly. Their gazes uniformly turned towards Mangi. Then they paused in perfect unison before exploding into a mess of red and white splatter. Chapter 66, The War Between Flesh and Moss. The motionless roots above Mangi and his companion began to weep green sap from their sockets, mingled with streaks of crimson red. Pitter-patter. A light drizzle of bluish-red rain fell, carrying the freshness of early spring showers yet laced with a faint metallic scent of blood. The dust-covered ground erupted with patches of moss as viridescent life spread across this 100-square-meter pocket of land. Vibrant vitality flourished. Woo-ee. The dull sounds beneath their feet transformed into unbearably shrill screams of agony. Dozens of thick, barrel-sized roots slowly retracted into the ground, moving sluggishly at first, then faster and faster, before finally whooshing back beneath the earth. Tremors pulsed through the ground as the nameless mutated plants below, severely wounded, fled in panicked retreat. Sin Shiyun swallowed hard, hesitantly looking at Mangi. What happened? She asked. She had genuinely thought she was about to die moments ago. Perhaps our Lord granted us protection? Sin Shiyun's expression was dazed, her mind in turmoil. Was it really true? Mangi began slapping at his body as the moss spread rapidly across the ground, already creeping up his pant legs. Stop spacing out, let's get out of here. Sin Shiyun snapped back to awareness with a start. The two of them grabbed their bundles covered in red-white substances and moss, hastily moving away from the spot. Moss began sprouting uncontrollably across their bodies. The crimson-tinged rainwater that had just fallen also left numerous stains upon them. The two ran out of the place, tossing the package aside. Sin Shiyun's hair began turning a vibrant shade of green. What the hell is this thing? Mangi let flames sweep across his entire body, and the moss covering him swiftly withered and dissipated. But Sin Shiyun wasn't so easy to deal with. She frantically patted her body and head as emerald green particles showered down around her. The fallen green fragments began showing signs of spreading across the floor. Mangi burned them all with a fire spell before turning to Sin Shiyun. She was practically turning into a green person by then. The exposed skin of the other person was stimulated by the moss, sprouting fine tendrils of flesh that began to autonomously devour. Mangi watched with scalp-prickling horror. Are you controlling the flesh? No, they're moving on their own. Sin Shiyun couldn't help but reach up to touch her hair. On her face and hands, flesh gradually melted away, engaging in a tug-of-war with the moss. This was a brutal war between flesh and moss. Mangi frowned and said, "Hold your breath, I'll burn away that moss for you." He hesitated for a moment, or maybe drink some painkiller? Where would Sin Shiyun care about such things now? Hurry up. A ball of fire engulfed Sin Shiyun from head to toe. At first she could endure it, but after a while, she couldn't help crying out in pain. Sin Shiyun possessed flesh and blood magic. Aside from becoming more slender, no scars were left on her body. Her clothes could automatically repair themselves, so there was no issue there. Except, she had turned completely bald, and lost her eyebrows too. Having consumed her flesh, she also looked very. Mangi stared at the other person, his face expressionless. A layer of frost seemed to congeal at the corners of his lips. Sin Shiyun's hands trembled slightly. She touched her own head, just above her eyes, and after waiting a while, and once he'd grown accustomed to the other's current appearance, Mangi finally offered comfort. Alright, still alive is good. Let me fix you up first. He left Sin Shiyun alone for now and turned to deal with those two packages of theirs. Yet after turning around, he simply couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Their packages were largely unharmed. After all, the premium-priced wilderness survival gear they'd purchased included waterproof, fireproof capabilities and proper sealing as basic requirements. After cleaning the moss off the package, Mangi pulled out a vacuum-sealed pack of meat, a supplement for blood and flesh magic. In the wilderness, the flesh of mutated beings was heavily contaminated. To avoid mutating oneself, one had to replenish with clean flesh. He tossed the chunk of meat to Sin Shiyun, who quickly regained her plumpness. Now, her bald head looked much more pleasing to the eye. The two of them turned their gazes toward the moss-covered ground not far away. There were splatters of red and white matter from exploded eyeballs, rich in nutrients, and the moss quickly became dense and abundant. They grew numerous small hands ranging from a few centimeters to several dozen centimeters in length, groping about in the air and on the ground. From a distance, it resembled a disorderly lawn swaying in the wind. Meng was puzzled. The plants mutated this quickly? No, they originally fell off the contaminated entities themselves, so they're inherently highly polluted. Sin Shiyun's emotions stabilized as she wrapped a scarf around her own head. Meng activated his spiritual vision to inspect it. This moss didn't have any condensed weak points, meaning there was no so-called supernatural material to harvest. He pointed toward the mossy patch and asked, "Do those count as contaminated entities?" "It doesn't count." Sin Shiyun shook her head. "I don't even know what to call it." Meng picked up a stone and tossed it inside. Those tiny hands scrambled frantically to grab it. "Do you think the wilderness in the future might be completely covered with plants like these?" He turned his head to glance at Sin Shiyun. That mutated plant creature earlier seemed more like a living thing, while these moss patches still feel more plant-like. Sin Shiyun didn't agree with his view and retorted, "But they're alive too. Look at those hands. It's different. They're not aberrations. They're just simple, contaminated animated plants." Meng gave a strange laugh. "Are there any forests in the wasteland?" Sin Shiyun said blankly, "I don't know." Meng fell silent for a moment, then turned to pick up his bundle. "Let's go." Without any concrete evidence, he simply felt in his heart that a forest existed, one strikingly similar to this moss-covered terrain. This was what normal vegetation looked like in this world. Of course, it was merely speculation. Sin Shiyun followed him, her expression contemplative along the way. "What's wrong with you?" "I was thinking about what just happened." "Oh," Meng was caught off guard. How come she hadn't brushed aside the earlier strangeness this time? "My reaction just now was wrong." Sin Shiyun stopped in her tracks. "I should have decisively put distance between us. I'm ranged attack." "Nope." She pondered briefly. "I should keep moving." Whether it's melee or ranged attacks, standing dumbly in one spot is the stupidest thing. Meng sighed, realizing she was referring to this. "Not bad, you're improving." "Do I speak wrong?" "It's not wrong. You should adapt to the circumstances and be flexible. Don't constrain yourself." Meng felt somewhat helpless. This woman tended to box herself in. Besides, both of her bestowed abilities leaned toward close combat. In the end, he could only say, "Anyway, you'll understand eventually." "How do you know all this?" Meng froze. "How do I know? How should I know?" Sin Shiyun glanced at him. "So divinely chosen warriors are born skilled? Then what does that make me? Am I truly one of the gods favored?" People say the gods favored are exceptionally powerful, but she'd never felt extraordinary. Could her strength manifest in some other way? Sin Shiyun couldn't quite figure it out. Well, never mind, she'd better focus on figuring out her own fighting style. Meng swung the package onto his shoulder like a crossbody bag. If he couldn't understand something, he'd just stop thinking about it. After all, he hadn't fully comprehended the red mist space either. This wilderness was truly no easy place to survive. Whoever claimed areas near cities were safer, he'd punch them in the face. Their first battle ended in humiliation. Sin Shiyun got her hair shaved off, and they hadn't even gotten a proper look at what their opponents actually looked like. Will this trip turn a profit? The two continued walking forward. Chapter 67, Split in Two. At noon, Meng and his companion took a brief rest. They sipped sparingly from the drinking water they'd brought from the city. In the wilderness, water was extremely hard to come by. As for the water condensed by elemental magic, Meng wasn't sure if it was safe to drink. He estimated the distance they'd covered by foot and glanced at Sin Shiyun, who kept touching her eyebrow bone intermittently. "We've gone about 10 kilometers. Now we're not continuing outward, but," he gestured with his hand, moving in an arc around Jing'an City. Naturally, Sin Shiyun didn't object. The two began to change direction. Apart from the first higher-level subterranean plant aberration they encountered, they made no other discoveries for quite some time. Sin Shiyun sighed, "So close to the city, and we haven't even seen a single divine blessed. Perfectly normal others would surely venture deeper into the wilderness, not like us. Perhaps, we should go deeper too?" Meng stopped and turned around. "What? You're not nervous anymore?" "Nervousness won't help anyway." After what just happened, Sin Shiyun's mindset had shifted somewhat. There really aren't many mutated creatures this close to the city. Moreover, I suspect that the mutated creatures near the city are all highly concealment types like that plant we just encountered. Under those circumstances, we might as well go further out. Meng pulled out his pocket watch to check the time, just past 3 in the afternoon, still early before nightfall. "Fine by me." Not long after changing direction, the two of them made a discovery. An aberrant creature resembling a severely dehydrated canine was gnawing at the corpse of a divine favored one. When Meng and his companion spotted it, viciously digging into the abdomen. The creature was acutely sensitive. Though initially turned away from the two, it whirled around sharply at their approach, its jaws still clamped stubbornly onto the corpse, unwilling to release its grip. Its eyes were sunken and milky white from extreme dehydration, while its brown-furred body, large as a calf, appeared gaunt and shriveled. However, Mangi fixed his gaze on its abdomen, where there was a half-meter-long wound. It seemed the deceased god-touched one hadn't gone down without a fight. Blood mixed with chunks of flesh was oozing from the wound on its abdomen and splattering onto the ground. Its hind leg stepped onto it, sprouting a new mouth that greedily licked, swallowing, spilling out from the wound, in an endless cycle. A simple way to gauge the strength of animal-type aberrations is by their size. While not absolute, it generally holds true. The two of them should be able to handle this one in front of them without much trouble. Mangi took a glance with his psychic vision. The opponent's weakness was concentrated on its left ear. Sin Shiyun slowly drew her gun. "We should be able to take it down." This statement seemed to give some kind of signal to the opponent. The canine altered entity suddenly pounced towards them with a whoosh. Yet its mouth still clenched onto that corpse, while the hind leg's maw, greedy for flesh and blood, decisively wrested itself free from the body. Amidst the pile of minced meat and bloodstains, a dog's mouth stubbornly remained in place, chewing endlessly. Chen Shiyun fired a shot this time without hesitation and swiftly followed Meng forward. Firearms often proved ineffective. The target merely tilted its head, letting the bullet graze past, leaving only a shallow scorching scratch. "I must get myself a melee weapon next time." After casting a wind-based acceleration buff on both of them, Mangi reached out and summoned. The corpse in the dog's jaws suddenly opened its eyes. Corpse manipulation. The puppet corpse raised its hand towards the canine mutant's left ear, its weak spot where the supernatural material had coalesced. The canine aberration let out a low, guttural growl from its throat. As it sprinted, its head whipped violently side to side, making the corpse puppet in its maw flail like a ragged doll. Mangi and his companion flanked it from both sides. Suddenly, jagged earth spikes erupted continuously across the path ahead of the L-Dog. The earth elemental magic forced the L-Dog to leap nimbly into the air. Mid-jump, it released the corpse puppet from its jaws and snapped its fangs toward Mangi instead. To its predatory mind, the bulkier prey simply meant more meat. Mangi swung his fist to meet the opponent, and with a whoosh, a fireball flew out from his knuckles, slamming directly into the opponent's face before exploding into a blaze of flames. Sin Shiyan stepped closer and fired, each gunshot ringing out 3 times in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. With a whimper, the L-Dog let out a soft cry. Then it charged through the flames, its side rupturing open with gaping craters. Not a single drop of blood spilled, only stiff, pale gray necrotic flesh peeling outward. It rushed towards Mangi, its mouth beginning to widen to a full 180 degrees. With a tearing sound, Mangi opened his clenched right fist. A flexible sword shot straight from his palm, piercing through the dog's mouth and out the back of its skull. Gripping the sword in his right hand, he prepared to split the creature vertically in two. The blade possessed a razor-sharp effect. This should do the trick. Unexpectedly, a new dog head suddenly sprouted from the chest of the L-Dog, bursting through its ribcage to bite at Mangi's wrist. Bang! A headshot. This time, the new dog head was entirely focused on Mangi and didn't dodge the bullet. The shot blasted open a hole in its new head, throwing it off its intended trajectory and causing its surefire bite to completely miss. Mangi had initially intended to activate his zombie transformation to endure the attack, but seeing this, he abandoned the idea. Instead, he stuck to his original plan, gripping his sword and slicing downward in one fluid motion. His coordination with Sin Shiyun became somewhat more seamless. The dog was split in two from head to tail. Only the front part of its skull remained partially connected. Yet it wasn't dead. Just like the mutated creature seen in the city, they had only one vital spot. No matter how severely injured elsewhere, it wouldn't be fatal. From between the split chest and belly of this canine mutant, a pile of shriveled organs spilled out with a clatter. Upon hitting the ground, these organs either grew mouths, limbs, eyes, or tails, each attacking Mangi and his companion in their own twisted ways. One could only say, thankfully the thing was dried out. At least it lacked the slimy, revolting sensation that could have made it worse. Mangi continuously flung fireballs to clear out these minor pests, while Sin Shiyan charged after the splitting L-Dog with her revolver in hand. It was fleeing. The L-Dog's body, split in two, swayed unsteadily as it struggled to adapt to this new form of existence, its separated halves failing to coordinate properly. However, upon sensing Sin Shiyun's pursuit, its right half exerted force with a crisp snap, completely splitting the creature into two distinct entities. The left half of its vital area propelled itself away using its two legs in a bouncing motion, absurdly comical yet surprisingly not slow. Meanwhile, the right half, bearing its newly grown, partially shattered head protruding from its chest, swiftly turned to confront Sin Shiyun. The abrupt movement sent its ashen, withered half-brain clattering to the ground. The left half's brain also tumbled loose mid-bounce. It clearly didn't care. Such a burden. Bam bam. After 2 gunshots emptied the magazine, Sin Shiyun began transforming herself into a revenant and lunged forward. She needed to hold back this half while leaving the other half to Mang Yi. Mang Yi soared forward in pursuit after dealing with those little gadgets. Chapter 68 What a team! The second mutated creature encountered in the wilderness was successfully subdued by Mang Yi and his companion after a narrow escape. When Mang Yi's sword sliced off the left ear of this canine-like mutated beast, its right half riddled with bullet holes and entangled with Sin Shiyun crumbled into a pile of shredded flesh. The half-dog's mouth that kept chewing in place slowly lost its movement. What is this thing? Mang Yi examined the ear in his hand, then turned to look at Sin Shiyun. Can you estimate its value? It looks like either an 8th or 9th tier material. For specifics, we'd need to return to the city. The Merit Exchange Office has specialized identification arrays. Sin Shiyun reloaded the revolver's bullets while casually remarking, alternatively, we could buy a corresponding portable array disc, though the gadget comes at a hefty price. Mang Yi nodded and carefully wrapped the material in linen before placing it in the inner layer of his pack. He casually covered the fresh bloodstains with dirt while he was at it. Now neither of them needed to carry their own packs, they had laborers for that. A new corpse puppet. There were 2 more bottles of potions and the corpse's clothes, unknown varieties, so he pocketed them first. As for money, forget about it, who carries cash when leaving the city? Mang Yi found it strange, he hadn't spotted the other party's pack. Only, this guy had a gaping hole torn in his abdomen, making for a gruesome sight, and the stench of blood could easily attract aberrant creatures. Ignoring Sin Shiyun's odd look, Mang Yi first condensed over a dozen flesh bombs and stuffed them into the corpse puppet's belly, then covered its wounds with dirt and froze them over. The corpse puppet megabomb is finished. Reluctant to deplete his own reserves of flesh and blood brought from the city, he replenished the materials for the flesh bomb entirely from the corpse puppets. This made Mang Yi sigh inwardly. Had he finally begun to integrate into this world? At this moment, Sin Shiyun seemed quite excited. I've figured out how to fight now. She waved the revolver in her hand. From now on, I'll provide long-range attacks, disrupt enemies, and engage in close combat when necessary. I'll be your support. And, seeing me with a gun might make the opposition misjudge the situation, just like those Shadow Sovereign devotees last time. Mang Yi hung the package on the corpse puppet. The thing couldn't bend over easily right now, then turned back and said, then you can commission some special bullets later. He remembered the gunman in the park, with additional effects like paralysis, slowing, freezing, scorching, and so on. Sin Shiyun sighed, I'd like to as well, but unfortunately, it's a bit pricey. Meanwhile, Mang Yi's thoughts wandered ahead. With more divine-blessed followers under his command in the future, there'd be mechanics, potion masters, formation masters, and so on. The Scarlet King's retinue would lack nothing. Expensive? At that time, everything would come at friendship prices. That's enough. Mang Yi glanced at the time. It's getting late. Let's head back first. The wilderness is even more dangerous at night. We'll rest within the safer perimeter tonight and continue exploring outward tomorrow. Sin Shiyun interrupted him. Someone's coming. Mang Yi followed her gestured direction and saw 2 figures gradually emerging from the dusty haze. The arrivals dropped their bundles with a thud. Mang Yi's eyebrows rose. 3 bundles? Before me stood a man and a woman, but the man drew more attention. His body was emaciated as if dehydrated, barefoot, wearing only a tattered cloth wrapped around his waist, entwined with barbed, rusted wire that dug deep into his scarred flesh from head to toe. This guy looked very much like a follower of that ascetic god I once believed in. What was the name again? Mang Yi searched his memory. Yes, the Lord of Thorns and Withered Flesh. This must be an ascetic monk. The other person wore a sorrowful expression, their gaze sweeping over Sin Shiyun's gun before scrutinizing the corpse puppet carefully. Then, tilting their head toward the woman beside them, they spoke, making Mang Yi's entire body stiffen with shock. Master. A death sect follower, likely a 9th tier necromancer. As for the other one, it's unclear, but most likely a long-range gunner. Master? This forced Mang Yi to study the woman closely. She was draped in a crimson robe, with every exposed patch of skin riddled with scars. The woman extended her right hand from within the robe and delivered a sharp whip crack to the ascetic monk. By the holy agony, blind I am not. Her right hand had vanished, replaced by a skeletal whip, each segmented bone bristling with spines. The ascetic monk didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow. Harder. Whoosh thwack. Mang Yi raised an eyebrow. These were the followers of the Thorn Wither Lord, and devotees of the Lady of Pain. Ascetic monks and... this combination is really compatible. One uses suffering to temper oneself, while another brings pain to oneself or others. Beneath the woman's eyes were several bloody scratches, marks she had carved into her own flesh. Because while she was whipping the fellow ascetics, she simultaneously used the sharp nails on her other hand to slash her own cheeks. I can feel your pain. Ah. She was clearly the one flogging the other, yet wounds appeared simultaneously on her own body as well, accompanied by the tearing sound of the crimson robe being ripped apart. I shed tears of blood for you. Her voice grew shrill as her nails dug deep from the corners of her eyes, tearing open flesh until it looked like genuine tears of blood. Praise the pain. Drip, drip. Oil-like blood trickled down the ascetic's body. His face was eerily calm. His power had gained a certain degree of enhancement through suffering. Mangi couldn't remain calm at all. What is it, you two? He cursed them vehemently in his heart. Are you both insane? What the hell are you doing? Giving me a paid performance? And what's with all this bloody mess? What kind of act is this supposed to be? Aren't you afraid of attracting mutants with the smell? With a sharp sound, the woman slashed her cheek and pointed at the ghoul with her bloodied finger. Oh devotees of death, that is our comrade. Comrade? Mangi twisted his head to glance at the ghoul. Tough break for your comrade. The other party continued gloomily. My companion died tragically, yet you desecrate his corpse. She abruptly changed tack. We might overlook this matter, but... Her whip lashed faster and faster through the air, and unlike the ascetic's serenity, her voice was laden with anguish. But the transcendent materials he obtained at the cost of his life, you should return them to me. Sin Shiyun raised her hand and fired a shot without hesitation. In your dreams. Mangi couldn't help but pause in surprise. This woman could be quite decisive at times. Excellent, 2 free gifts of divine power delivered right to their doorstep. The bullet was intercepted by iron wires that flew from the ascetic's body. The tremendous force caused the crisscrossing wires to bend inward, sending a shower of sparks flying. Mangi charged forward with his corpse puppet in tow. Since they had mistaken him for a devout follower of death, he'd give them quite the surprise later. The other party seemed deeply knowledgeable about death's blessed ones, judging this as a 9th-rank entity solely from the corpse puppet. However, the fact they sought excuses rather than attacking directly indicated they weren't overwhelmingly powerful either. What a perfect delivery of divine blessing. After firing a shot, Sin Shiyun transformed into a living corpse and charged toward the enemy. She wondered why wasn't Mangi using fireballs. Then she heard the woman opposite shriek, 2 living corpses, 2 necromancers. Understanding dawned on Sin Shiyun's mind. The 2 of them could perfectly disguise themselves. The long whip and iron wires swept toward the 2 of them in unison, covered in thick, black, viscous blood, utterly revolting. Bang! Bang! Sin Shiyun tried to force their opponent to switch to defense. Mangi hid behind the corpse puppet, sneering inwardly. Just wait, he'd give them both a massive explosion. He looked towards Sin Shiyun and shouted, stop. He didn't want her to get caught up in this. Sin Shiyun complied, halting in her tracks before raising her gun and firing several shots, each bullet aimed squarely at their opponents' heads. The 2 men had no choice but to acknowledge such a direct threat. For a moment, the 2 men scrambled frantically to block the incoming bullets. At the same time, howls erupted from the side. Mangi, hiding behind a corpse puppet, glanced sideways and cursed under his breath. These 2 lunatics just spilled a lot of blood. Sure enough, it attracted the aberrant creatures. 3 of them, no less, 3 amorphous blobs half a man's height, rolling and gurgling toward us. Mangi shoved the corpse puppet with a fierce push. Never mind that, let's hit those 2 with something big first. Chapter 69, The Night of the God of Justice. Faced with the zombie puppet pushed toward him by Mangi, the ascetic showed no trace of fear. After all, a puppet is just a corpse, and a 9th-tier necromancer's corpse manipulation techniques don't enhance its abilities. Not to mention that this particular zombie was severely damaged, its abdomen patched together with frozen dirt. The barbed wire net on his body flexibly wrapped around the corpse puppet, tightening, as he prepared to dismember this former companion. Seeing this, the disciple of the Lady of Pain brandished her bone whip, deciding to intercept the 3 uninvited mutated creatures first. Sin Shiyun made the same choice. She swiftly reloaded while downing a potion to enhance her accuracy. After all, none of the 3 fleshy masses had heads. Then she raised her gun and fired 3 quick shots at the mutated creatures. Boom! The corpse puppet bomb exploded. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. The ascetic was blasted away, his torso riddled with wounds. The Lady of Pain's disciple was caught off guard too. She was sent flying sideways past Mangi. Tendrils of flesh and blood desperately burrowed into their bodies from the wounds. Both wore expressions of utter disbelief. The Weaver? Just who are you? A barrage of fireballs began raining down upon them. The roaring flames scattered in all directions. This only excited the 3 mutated creatures even more. The flesh globules had already reacted when Sin Shiyun fired her gun. Spreading out like flowing water, they whooshed toward the 3 closest individuals. Mangi, the ascetic monk, and that devout follower of the Lady of Agony. Humph. Facing the charging flesh stall, Mangi thrust his hidden blade through the gaps in his own flesh. The creature's weak point lay precisely at the center of its mass. Or perhaps, for this shape-shifting aberration, the vital spot could shift freely within its body. The sudden blade struck true, piercing the aberration as flames erupted with a sizzling crackle, like meat on a grill. The aberration let out an alien shriek, extruding 4 or 5 tentacles from its body to lash at Mangi. Zombie resilience, tough it out. Then, flip it up / attack. Reward it with another fireball. Sin Shiyun fired 3 shots in succession while dashing toward this spot. The unfortunate aberrant had picked the strongest opponent in the area, and was being attacked by 2 divine favorites simultaneously at that. Its tentacle whip only managed to bruise Mangi's shoulder, yet as it was blasted away by the fireball, Mangi seized its tentacle in retaliation, then swung and smashed it with full force, the spiked protrusions crashing down from above. 3 strikes back and forth. The flesh blob splattered into a pulpy mess across the ground. Then Mangi turned toward the 2 divine blessed still grappling with the remaining flesh sphere. This gift delivered straight to our doorstep mustn't be wasted on those aberrations. Besides, these are 2 fresh corpse puppet bombs. Sin Shiyun's bullets ran dry again. She was still fumbling with reloading when Mangi grabbed his longsword and charged towards the 2 fallen fighters. They were struggling with the mutations that had pounced on them. The ascetic's iron wires coiled around the aberrant creature while simultaneously delving into his own flesh, as he attempted to extract the tendrils burrowing into his body. A follower of the Lady of Pain cried out in alarm, pleading, "Help me! Get lost! Don't bother me, useless woman!" he roared. With a swift motion, the ascetic hurled the aberrant creature away with his iron wires. Survival was paramount now. From the corner of his eye, he'd already caught sight of Mangi's approaching figure. He leapt to his feet, only for his head to soar skyward. Why so fast? On his flying head, both eyes were filled with disbelief. Mangi's right hand extended a strand of elongated flesh, entwined around the sword hilt. With a swing of his sword from several paces away, he severed the opponent's head. The ascetic clenched a small circular throwing disc in his hand, his trump card, and used before death. The Lady of Pain's devout hadn't even risen. She appeared far weaker than the ascetic. And this one could be called a master? Mangi suppressed the bizarre thoughts that had no place in battle, withdrawing his longsword only to thrust it straight through his opponent's throat. The 2 remaining fleshy orbs upon seeing this, rolled away with unbelievable speed, fleeing like the wind. The fleshy orb that slipped away from the Lady of Pain's disciple even extended a tentacle as it escaped, tearing off an entire patch of the disciple's facial skin. It pressed the piece of skin against its plump, spherical body. It grew a vividly lifelike face that wept bloody tears. Ah! As it fled, it emitted a piercing shriek. This made Mangi and Sin Shiyan instinctively cover their ears with their hands, causing both to halt their steps. The 2 mutated creatures swiftly fled the area. This rotund mutated entity, now sporting a human face, stuck its tongue out at Mangi and his companion. BRRRRRRRRRRL. That expression on the face of the Mistress of Pain's devotee. Mangi took a deep breath. After it, with a casual gesture, he transformed the 2 corpses into undead puppets. After issuing them orders to clean up the battlefield, he strode off in pursuit of those 2 grotesque flesh globes. Mangi used wind magic to slightly speed up himself and his companion. After hesitating a moment, he ultimately downed a bottle of agility potion in one gulp. 2 materials are definitely more valuable than a single potion. His speed suddenly surged ahead. The distance between us and those 2 aberrations is closing. The humanoid flesh-growing facial features displayed a human-like expression of astonishment. It kept opening its mouth. Ah! Sin Shiyun covered her ears. Mangi remained expressionless, his ear canals were already clogged with flesh and blood. The mutated creature's eyes widened wildly. Ah! This time even Sin Shiyun remained completely unaffected. Mangi snorted coldly, "Keep screaming!" The long-faced mutated creature suddenly extended its tentacle, grabbed its companion, and flung it toward Mangi with a whoosh. This forced Mangi to stop and deal with the betrayed mutated creature first. With Sin Shiyun's assistance, the 2 quickly disposed of it. Without stopping to collect materials, Mangi continued the pursuit. The delay was minimal anyway, the opponent's speed paled in comparison to his own. The face of the mutated creature, now panic-stricken, was already within arm's reach. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. A spear composed entirely of golden light impaled the mutated creature, pinning it violently to the ground. Its body burst apart with a soft pop. With a loud thump, the surrounding ground abruptly collapsed within a radius of dozens of meters. Yet astonishingly, not even a wisp of dust was stirred. A burly figure clad in a gray robe, carrying an absurdly oversized greatsword across his back, appeared before the 2 men with the weary air of long travel. He was somewhat older, his sharply defined face bearing a resolute expression. Mangi and his companion momentarily struggled to steady themselves, then assumed defensive postures as if facing a formidable foe. This entrance suggested the newcomer possessed extraordinary strength. The burly man gave Mangi and his partner a brief once-over before bending down to pick up the materials at his feet. In that face, he extended both items toward Mangi. "Sorry, these should belong to you." Mangi was startled. There were actually divine blessed ones like this? But, the materials matched, the face didn't. The stranger introduced himself. "My name is Luan Shan, I'm a knight." The highly alert Sin Shiyun relaxed upon hearing this and whispered to Mangi, "It's the cult of the god of justice, the believers of the god of fairness and righteousness." Though not entirely convinced, Mangi also felt slightly reassured upon hearing the deity's name. Sin Shiyun then continued, "But, I've never seen a living knight before, they don't survive long in this world." Mangi immediately tensed up and began condensing his flesh and blood bomb. The newcomer seemed to have heard Qin Shiyun's words. After casting her a glance, he tore open his clothing at the chest. Where his heart should have been was just a ghastly, gaping wound, utterly empty. Because I threw my heart away. Chapter 70, You Should Learn About Our Lord. Mangi was stunned speechless by this perfectly reasonable scene. To survive in this world, a knight who believes in fairness and justice truly has no choice but to discard their conscience. He cleared his throat and pointed towards Jing'an City. Jing'an City should be about another dozen kilometers ahead. Upon hearing this, the rigid lines of Luanshan's face began to soften. Praise be to justice. He stepped forward and extended his hand, offering 2 objects to Meng Yi. Thank you, he said, nodding briefly toward Qin Shiyan as he spoke. With a sharp smack, Meng Yi flung the face onto the ground. This, The other party lowered their head slightly. My apologies, I thought it was one of your companions. Very polite. Meng Yi weighed the extraordinary material in his hand, smooth like a glass bead. He looked up at the other man helplessly. Luan Shan's towering figure loomed over him like a wall. Are you from another city? He was very interested in this. Luan Shan extended his enormous palm, as broad as a cattail leaf fan. Meng Yi froze momentarily before realizing what was happening, then hurriedly stretched out his own hand for the handshake. This is so bizarre. We're in the wilderness, and why not a knight's salute? I come from Hong'an City. It seemed they might not have heard of it, so Luan Shan added, that is, the city of purity. Meanwhile, a flicker of pain crossed his face. Justice has vanished from Hong'an City, and the followers of the nature goddess have begun expelling others. Meng Yi and Qin Shiyun exchanged glances before Qiyun couldn't help but speak up. But, doesn't the Supreme Arbitration Committee intervene? Luan Shan released his grip and said solemnly, because of the Supreme Council's existence, we were merely chased away. Behind him, a large crowd slowly approached, roughly 200 to 300 people at a glance. Meng Yi's eyes widened. This is ordinary people. He obviously saw it. If so many people were all divinely blessed, chaos would have broken out long ago. Luan Shan turned to face the hundreds behind him, his voice somber. At the very beginning, we set out with over 1,000 people. Meng Yi stared at Luan Shan in disbelief. You led them all by yourself? No, fairness guided us. Luan Shan extended his hand in a sweeping gesture. I have 5 companions left. 5 comrades remain. When he spoke of companions, his voice brimmed with pride. Only 5 remain. Meng Yi inquired, are they all devout believers of justice? No, there's an ascetic, a mechanist, an herbalist, a light chaser, and a nature walker. Luan Shan turned his head and emphasized, not all natural walkers are crazy. A small drone buzzed as it flew down from midair, and Luan Shan nodded at it. Then the crowd began to approach the spot. Meng Yi and his companions squinted at the group of people, no elderly, young, or sick among them, but quite a few with disabilities. Their faces were numb with exhaustion, dust-covered and disheveled, couldn't begin to describe their state, completely drained, barely clinging to their last ounce of strength. Meng Yi gazed blankly at Luan Shan. But, you don't have a heart, do you? Could a heartless knight really go this far? Justice guides me. Meng Yi was taken aback. Was this an attempt to curry favor with justice through rationality? It seems that a knight without a heart is still a knight, and only a divinely blessed arbiter of justice could rally such a group. Even the light itself might fail to do so. Regrettably, divine warriors like knights have nearly vanished, just as Qin Shiyan described. There's never been a living knight to be seen. Luan Shan spoke somewhat awkwardly. Could I borrow some water from you, and maybe some healing potions? I'll compensate you with other things. He explained, though we're quite close to the city, some injuries can't afford further delay. Of course. And he didn't forcefully take it from me, truly a breath of fresh air. Meng Yi immediately nodded. Sure, but I think I only have 2 healing potions left. We're probably short on water too. By the way, is water condensed from elemental magic drinkable? Luan Shan's eyes lit up. It's drinkable. That's pure water. Then he praised, I never expected someone like you among the weavers. Qin Shiyun spoke with displeasure. We are not weavers, we are apostles. Apostles redeemed by our Lord. Luan Shan's eyes gleamed even brighter. Apologies, the apostle of redemption, was it? I'll remember that. Meng Yi turned back, intending to rummage through the bags and check the corpses of the 2 men from earlier. But, Meng Yi frowned deeply. The materials from those 2 mutated creatures he just killed, where were they? Where did my 2 big chunks of materials go? He stared at the 2 corpse puppets standing motionless after gathering the supplies and cleaning up the battlefield, utterly baffled. The corpse puppets and supplies were fine, so why were the supernatural materials missing? This doesn't seem like the work of either aberrations or divine blessings. It's utterly baffling. Never mind, there's a whole crowd of people behind him, and right now he can't afford to dwell on it. Luan Shan showed no particular curiosity about the corpse puppets. Salvation, it wasn't strange for an unheard of new god to have such methods. Meng Yi collected the items from both corpse puppets and the 3 bundles. Something disc-shaped, not sure what it was. Could ask Luan Shan and the others later. 7 potion vials. 3 packages of dry rations and other supplies. Then he stood up and walked over to Luanshan, handing him the 2 healing potions he'd originally brought along while producing the 9 additional vials collected from the 3 corpse puppets. I don't understand what these things are either. Don't you have an apothecary? Let him take a look. Luanshan called out across the crowd. Wang Shuo. The crowd maintained some distance from the area, and from within it emerged a man wearing a thick hat. With his grizzled goatee and bruises of blue and purple on his face, he otherwise looked like a spirited little old man. So not all apothecaries are as perpetually sleepy as Su Yuanji. The little old man Wang Shuo carefully examined 9 potion bottles, identifying 3 healing potions, 2 strength potions, and 3 spiritual recovery potions. They're all low-grade potions, but they'll suffice for treating ordinary folk. Meng Yi handed 5 healing potions to Luanshan, who pushed 2 bottles back in return. You should leave behind a necessary reserve of potions. Luanshan handed the potion to Wang Shuo. The old man nodded at Meng Yi and the others before returning to the crowd with the medicine in hand. Meng Yi watched the bustling crowd and, though aware his question might sound impolite, couldn't resist asking, why would these blessed ones be willing to help ordinary people? He looked at Luanshan. It's not surprising for the followers of justice to do this, but why would the others act this way too? Luanshan wore a complicated expression. There will always be some grace-bearers who are not normal. Meng Yi didn't know what expression to wear in this world. Normality and abnormality seemed completely reversed. Sin Shiyun parted her lips slightly. Then, would you like to learn about salvation? Meng Yi turned back to cover her mouth, but Sin Shiyun said with utmost seriousness, if they continue like this, they'll likely lose divine favor. Meng Yi's outstretched hand froze mid-air. One must never let personal preferences override the will of the gods. Sin Shiyun turned to inquire from Luanshan, how far is Hong'an City from here? About 240 kilometers. How long did you walk? Close to 2 months. Meng Yi fell silent. Over 240 kilometers in 2 months meant they could barely manage 4 or 5 kilometers a day. Protecting a group of ordinary people in the wilderness seems incredibly difficult when you think about it. Sin Shiyun nodded. For both the god-touched and these ordinary people, these 2 grueling months of travel will be a spiritual baptism. She looked at Meng Yi and said, remember what we discussed before? Gods thrive on intense emotions. But now, their most fervent passions are no longer directed toward the gods' preferences. Having been forsaken by the divine before, she spoke with the grim authority of experience. Moreover, Meng Yi grasped her implication clearly and turned around with equal solemnity to propose this suggestion to Luanshan. I suppose, you wouldn't need it, but the other blessing bearers should learn about our Lord, including those ordinary people. Chapter 71. Do you understand the meaning of childhood sweethearts? Luanshan listened quietly to Sin Shiyun's explanation, then asked in confusion, how do you know all these things? He turned to the 5 blessed ones he had summoned and asked doubtfully, have any of you heard of this theory before? The mechanist, who appeared quite elderly with mechanical constructs replacing his right hand and half his face, had red lights flickering constantly in his electronic eyes. Finally he stated, I've cross-referenced the database of stored texts. This theory does indeed exist. It comes from The Joys of Divinity, a book compiled by devotees of wisdom. He looked at Sin Shiyun with evident admiration. I didn't expect you to have read such obscure books. Nodding, he introduced himself, my name is Tian Mo. Yet Sin Shiyun felt nothing but sorrow for him. If Tian Mo were to lose the divine blessing, with his partially mechanized brain structure, he would probably die instantly. Sin Shiyun took a deep breath. I used to be a mechanic too. The flesh on her right hand receded, revealing a rusted mechanical hand. After losing divine favor, I consulted numerous documents regarding this matter. The others exchanged glances. The druid, a graceful middle-aged woman adorned with blooming flowers, verdant leaves, and coiling vines, suddenly rose to her feet. The merciful nature goddess would never abandon me. She was the first to turn and leave, trailing a fresh, delicate fragrance reminiscent of the forest. Luanshan apologized to Meng Yi and the other, Yi Linglan. She's always been conflicted. On one hand, she believes we should revere the goddess of nature. On the other, she dislikes those extremists in Hong'an City. Among the 5 ascetics, one was bald, clad in a gray robe, gaunt, and quite elderly, yet bore no trace of thorns or marks of self-mortification. His body was clean, untouched by dust. With a serene expression, he spoke. This journey is my penance, and I do not fear the scorn of the thorn-withered lord. He gazed at the headless ascetic corpse puppet controlled by Meng Yi, his eyes tracing the barbed wire coiled around its entire body, then shook his head with a sigh. This fellow believer fails to comprehend the true essence of asceticism. Thorns ought to entangle the heart. He nodded towards Meng Yi and the other. I'm Mu Zhishang. Thank you both for your assistance. Mu Zhishang was the second to turn and leave, his bare feet treading the ground as dust scattered of its own accord. 3 individuals remained on the spot, their faces middle-aged but their bodies resembling elders. The light chaser coughed twice. I care not for life or death. My body burns with the light's radiance, and my days are numbered. He spread his arms and arched his back skyward. Praise the light. A sudden, blinding, scorching radiance descended from the heavens. The light engulfed this seeker of illumination. His body gradually dissolved. Praise the light. This scene left Mangi utterly bewildered. He stared at Luan Shan in stunned disbelief. His journey ended long ago. It should have concluded when his wife died along the way. It was only my pleas for assistance that sustained him until now. Wife? Luan Shan watched as the lightseeker dissolved into radiant brilliance, nodding silently. He was 46. His wife and he were. Luan Shan frowned and turned to Mangi. Do you understand the term childhood sweethearts? Mangi felt as though something were lodged in his throat. Of course he understood. It was Qin Shiyun who wore a puzzled expression. He seemed to realize something and looked at Luan Shan and the others. You, all 5 of you, no, 6 blessed ones, have experienced the old era, haven't you? They all looked quite old. Those who remained, Luan Shan, Tian Mo, Wang Shua answered in unison, yes, we come from the old era. Their overlapping voices weren't particularly grand. Only a faint trace of defiance remained. Mangi reached out with a slightly trembling hand, pointing at the ashes left behind by the light seeker, his voice thick with bewilderment. Then why did he thank the light? Damn it! False god! A great part of human suffering comes from the gods. Shouldn't it be so? Luan Shan retorted. He took out a small metal container from his bosom, carefully gathering those ashes into it. The light has kept him and his wife alive until now. He gently shook the metal container and glanced back at Meng Yi. This contains his wife's ashes. He wanted a burial. Oh, I mean, to bury the ashes in the ground. I know, Meng Yi interrupted. I know what a burial is, what childhood sweethearts are. I know it all. Luan Shan and the others looked at him in surprise. You're so young, yet you understand all this? Meng Yi didn't answer the question. He looked at the group, their expressions devoid of sorrow, likely accustomed to such sights, and spoke softly. Would you like to learn about my lord? He emphasized, I'm not asking you to convert or do anything, but in moments of despair, you may try invoking his name. And what of ordinary people? They may not be abandoned by the gods now, but who knows about the future? Meng Yi turned to look at the group of ordinary people. They had not yet lost their protection. Otherwise, given the pollution level of the wilderness, these people should have already mutated. Luan Shan shook his head. The justiciars would approve of what I've done. Sorry. Only Tian Mo and Wang Shua remained where they were. The two exchanged a glance before turning to Meng Yi and his companion, saying, we'd like to hear the details. Qin Shiyun began eagerly recounting the events. Then she went to preach to those ordinary people. Whether these divine favor believers believed her rhetoric or not, they didn't stop Qin Shiyun. As for those ordinary people, they had nowhere else to go. Whether willing or not, they had no choice but to listen to every single word. Night was about to fall. Luan Shan and his group didn't force everyone to travel through the night despite being relatively close to Jing'an City. The wilderness at night is more dangerous than in daylight. After Qin Shiyun left, Meng Yi took out the disc and consulted Tian Mo, the mechanist. The other party's mechanical eye performed some kind of scan. It appears to be a ritual magic sealed inside, single use, with power estimated at 7th tier level. Tian Mo handed the disc to Meng Yi, pointing at a disconnected pattern on its surface. See here? When using it, just connect this part with your spiritual energy. I'm not entirely sure about its exact effect, but it should be a ritual magic meant to create delay. He added with a hint of apology. I'm just a mechanic. You should have this examined by devotees of the God of Wisdom or spell weavers specializing in ritual magic. They're the real experts. Meng Yi nodded in gratitude. Ritual magic, he would have access to it in the future. In time, he himself would become an expert, and a versatile one at that. He gazed at Luan Shan in the distance, who was setting up their nighttime camp, and asked with some curiosity, are you all high-tier divine favor wielders? To be able to lead ordinary people this far? Tian Mo chuckled. Not that high tier. Luan Shan's at tier 5. The rest of us are just tier 6 or 7. Alright, he bid farewell. I should also arrange the security measures for tonight. By the way, the two of you can stay in our camp tonight, it's safer there. This didn't require any prompting. Meng Yi had already intended to do so. He watched as 2 nimble drones flew out from Tian Mo's chest, silently hovering in the air above. Yilinglan erected a fence woven from plants and branches, quite picturesque, if one ignored the occasional blinking eyes and groping little hands poking through. Qin Shiyun trotted over and whispered to Meng Yi, they all know our Lord's sacred name now. When the day comes that they're forsaken by the gods, praise the salvation. Meng Yi gave a slight nod. He noticed the avoidance in those ordinary people's mannerisms, perfectly normal in this world where trust wasn't casually given to strangers. All they could do was try to give these people a chance. Luan Shan waved to Meng Yi from afar. You're not leaving tonight, are you? No. Then stay at our camp for now. Carrying his bundle, Meng Yi walked toward the camp with Qin Shiyun, then paused in thought before moving farther away with the corpse puppets. Time to make 2 corpse puppet bombs. After completing these preparations, he said to Luan Shan, we can also have these 2 corpse puppets help keep watch. Thank you. However, Luan Shan thrust his massive sword forcefully into the ground behind him. Tonight, I'll be keeping watch. Meng Yi felt even more at ease now. He could safely retreat to the red mist tonight to take stock of his gains. He turned and went back to the camp, first helping these people condense some water spheres. Chapter 72: A New Discovery. After much bustling about, a strange campsite had been erected in the wilderness. Meng Yi asked Tian Mo with puzzlement, won't gathering so many people attract the aberrations? Yi Linglan and the others aren't just wasting their efforts. Those fences can effectively mask our presence. Besides, he gestured toward Luan Shan's direction, his massive sword can block the disturbances we cause, the tremors on the nearby ground won't spread beyond here. Meng Yi nodded and gathered the final orb of water. To avoid raising suspicion, he had just downed a bottle of spiritual recovery tonic. 40,000 wasted, 40,000. He walked toward the 2 tents Qin Yun had set up, where she had already sorted through the contents of those 5 packages. Leaving behind 2 weeks' worth of provisions, they generously distributed all the remaining dry rations, including unnecessary tents, empty bags, and such, to these ordinary folk. Meng Yi gently patted her shoulder, taking this moment to ask, did you put away the materials from those 2 aberrations earlier? Not at all. Sin Shiyun was utterly confused. Meng Yi pulled out the transcendent material, resembling a glass marble, that Luanshan had handed to him. Looks like this. Not at all. Meng Yi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought, so he could only duck into the tent in complete confusion. Though the sky hadn't fully darkened yet, most people in the camp had already retreated into their tents. Any later invisibility would be completely gone. Moreover, no lights were allowed outside tents at night. No one would stubbornly wait until full darkness to enter their tents. Lying inside, Meng Yi felt relatively at ease knowing 5th-tier Divine Blessed were keeping watch outside. He closed his eyes and suddenly found himself above the crimson mist. 1 portion of 8th-tier blessing power successfully seized. Obtained 1 portion of 9th-tier blessing power. Obtained 2 portions of 9th-tier transcendent power. Meng Yi leaned back against the stone chair, remaining silent for a long while. Had those 2 lost transcendent materials come here instead? The years of that canine aberration hadn't disappeared, and there was no corresponding notification about obtaining 8th-tier transcendent power. But why didn't the canine aberration's materials transform into transcendent power? Could it be that aberrations actually have distinctions among themselves? Moreover, these are distinctions humanity hasn't yet discovered. His gaze lowered. Optional. 1. Promote 1/8 tier blessed. 2. Bestow 9th tier blessing. Current quota, 1/8 tier, 1 1/3 9th tier. 3. Increase the number of devotees. Can increase by 91 people. It seems that extraordinary power can, to some extent, be equated with divine grace. This set Meng Yi's imagination racing. Is the power of the gods derived from extraordinary abilities? Unlike the deeply ingrained reverence that beings of this world hold toward deities, Meng Yi's first thought now was, the gods are powerful aberrations, but there seemed to be something slightly different about them. Well, he'd ponder it more carefully after getting out. Right now, improving his strength took priority. Promoting an 8th rank Divine Blessed would elevate one's strength to roughly match that of a 7th rank. Of course, the current promotion should go to Tsin Shiyun of the Wilderness. With a single thought from him, the following 2 blessings are available for promotion. I. Flesh Magic. 2. Necromancy. Meng Yi took a deep breath. This was completely different from what he'd previously imagined. The 8th tier wasn't about redrawing at all, but to elevate the existing divine blessings. He had initially wanted to steer the Judicature's assumptions about the Scarlet King toward the concept of countless authorities, thinking that each tier of abilities granted to devotees was randomly selected. But now, Meng Yi felt a headache coming on. Could it be that from now on, he'd have to arrange multiple paths for his own blessed ones? With only one path available, wouldn't that look unmistakably like the ways of an evil deity in the eyes of others? How similar the apostles of the Crimson King are to necromancers / spellweavers / Although this could loosely symbolize the myriad powers, it was never going to be easy to deceive anyone this way. Big head or not, there's still work to be done. Let's go with flesh and blood magic. Resilient and versatile, it's far more effective than manipulating corpses. The star representing Tsin Shiyun descended onto the 8th tier of the altar. 8th tier flesh magic. Further enhances control over one's own flesh. With the exception of a few internal organs, you can manipulate nearly all parts of your body's flesh and blood. Flesh and blood magic potency enhanced, with several new blood magic spells added, such as blood shackles, bloodburn, etc. Meng Yi felt the surge in his power. His physical abilities had undergone further enhancement. The crucial point was, he looked down at the blood coagulating in his palm and couldn't help but grin. This aesthetic, it really does resemble an evil god. He examined his remaining quota. A full 9th tier portion remained, with 1/3 still available for designation. The original plan was to first increase his number of ordinary believers, but now, I've misjudged the promotion plans for my Divine Blessed. Now what he urgently needed to know was the Judgment Division's stance toward him. As for increasing ordinary believers, Mang Yi's gaze fell below the podium. There were no new prayer light spots from non-believers. Evidently this matter wasn't pressing for now. Since supernatural power could be seized in the wilderness, this could be postponed slightly. Since I'm going to hunt aberrations anyway, it shouldn't cause any delays. So, Li Wenwei comes first. The sooner he receives divine grace and joins the judicature, the better. Having been a veteran Tier 7 gracebearer before, he should have ample experience. Mang Yi feels relatively at ease with him. Extract. The star representing Li Wenwei suddenly descended upon the 9th tier altar. You may extract the gift of divine power for your disciples in one of the following 3 ways. 1. Transformation through suffering. 2. Pupil arts. 3. Shadow mastery. Without the ritual magic he most desired, truth be told, the blood primordial cultist possessed 3 exceptionally practical spells. This time, Mang Yi could be certain these 3 options were randomly drawn from the pool of stolen blessings he had plundered. The first one was likely a blessing from the Lady of Pain. TSK the aesthetics were too intense, better pass on that one. The second one should be the all-seeing eye, but it collided with Li Hao's choice, feels unsettling. The third belongs to the Shadow Sovereign. Those evil deities aren't worth considering. None of these seems satisfactory. Can we try again? Nothing before my eyes showed any change. Mang Yi snorted coldly and waved his hand to dismiss the light screen. Try again. Yet when he tried again, the same 3 choices reappeared. Holy shit! This made Mang Yi curse aloud. Though he could bestow new blessings upon Li Wenwei later, right now it seemed he had no choice left. I can only choose pupil technique. With this, his reservoir of divine gifts is instantly emptied. 9th grade pupil technique notably enhances intuition, making it easier to perceive truths overlooked by ordinary people. Your observational skills will become extraordinary, greatly enhancing your spirituality while slightly boosting your physical constitution. No wonder that guy in the tavern died after just one glance at me, discovering the truth. Sounds badass, but dying comes just as quick. Mang Yi decided to exit the Crimson Mist space first. If his guess was correct, Xin Shiyun should be coming to find him soon. Showing off, though a new prompt appeared before him. The current number of blessed ones has reached its limit. Please quickly increase the number of sheltered believers. Current number of believers, 322/329. Mang Yi's eyes narrowed sharply. What's this? A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Is the Crimson Mist realm forcing itself, in this manner, to shelter more ordinary people? He suddenly recalled the question he had asked Xin Shiyun on his very first day here. Where is this place? Answer. This is the Sanctuary of Redemption. Chapter 73, I'll have your back from now on. Night fell as Li Wenwei returned home early, arranging the pile of materials he had purchased at a steep price from the Divine Favor Market. 3 days had passed since Mang Yi last sought him out, and of course, he hadn't been idle. Before him lay portable sacrificial ritual array discs, along with various supplementary materials only enough for one person to commune with the divine. Exorbitantly expensive, worth 1.4 million. But this was a necessary expense. Since I had to disguise myself as a follower of another deity, I needed to prepare a plausible explanation. For example, I didn't participate in group sacrifices, I spent a fortune to use a single-person ritual array instead. He was heading to the Judiciary Department, he couldn't afford such an obvious slip-up. As for the low success rate of solo ritual arrays, what a joke, wasn't he exceptionally fortunate? Li Wenwei sighed softly and murmured to himself, I wonder what divine grace our Lord will bestow. Suddenly, he felt the gaze of the Great Presence once more, followed by divine blessing. The sensation of power flooding his body was fleeting, yet Li Wenwei was overcome with uncontrollable excitement. His Lord had demanded no price from him. Praise the salvation. Mang Yi was right, the Crimson King, no, my Lord. Benevolent and generous. Li Wenwei lit the candles and began to devoutly pray and praise. Then he began to sense his newly granted divine blessings. As a former veteran gracebearer, he quickly grasped the nature of his divine gift. He gazed at his pure white eyes in the mirror. The path of truth breakers. This is, from the domain of the all-seeing eye. His gaze shifted elsewhere, able to precisely estimate the distance between any object and himself. For instance, the sofa was exactly 4.21 meters away. Moreover, he could constantly perceive the omnipresent pollution in the air, without even needing to activate spiritual vision. This was a passive effect, one that could only be turned off with intense concentration. This pathway was notoriously known as the suicidal route. Li Wenwei shook his head and ran to the innermost bedroom, opening the safe. Ever since he suspected he might lose divine favor, he had withdrawn all the money from his bank account. After deducting 1.4 million in essential expenses, he now had roughly 2.1 million left. Li Wenwei took out his extraordinary weapon again. Back when he had lost his status as a blessed one, he wouldn't have dared to carry this thing around with him. The urgent task now was to visit the Blessed One's market to buy some extraordinary items specifically for his eyes. Now that he was a blessed one again, he also had the confidence to go out at night. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back. He should first deal with those ritual discs and extraordinary materials he had purchased. Leave no trace behind. Even though he's currently unnoticed, he must adhere to one principle: better safe than sorry. He first activated all the spiritual energy contained within these objects, making no attempt to guide it, allowing it to dissipate completely, just as if they had been used. He tossed these things into the corner. Perhaps later he could let his colleagues stumble upon them by accident to corroborate his story. Li Wenwei pushed the door open and stepped out. Above the crimson mist, Mangi silently stared at the prompt before him, countless thoughts swirling through his mind. He began to sense someone approaching him and immediately withdrew from that space. Someone was gently patting his tent. It had to be Qin Shiyun. Mangi got up, unzipped the tent flap, and found Qin Shiyun squatting in front of it, that gleaming bald head unmistakably visible. His originally solemn expression couldn't help but burst into laughter at this sight. Qin Shiyun looked at him strangely. "What are you laughing at?" Then she stopped paying attention to him, her eyes darting left and right. That once glamorous face now bore an indescribably furtive, shifty expression. Seeing no one was watching them, Qin Shiyun leaned in conspiratorially and said, "Look here." By the faint moonlight, Mangi could see a sphere of blood forming in the palm of her hand. "I've advanced a rank." Qin Shiyun's lips curled into a smile, brimming with delight. Almost as if realizing this might provoke Mangi, she hastily added an explanation. "It must be because my sermon just now pleased our Lord. Next time, it's your turn." "Ahem, mainly, she said with complete seriousness, "I've gotten stronger. We'll be safer in the wilderness from now on. Don't worry, I've got you covered." Mangi remained expressionless. Qin Shiyun let out two loud laughs and comforted, "Ahem, well, don't lose heart, our Lord will eventually." "Back when you were in the Divine Kingdom, why did you tell our Lord it was a place of salvation?" "What?" Mangi's sudden question caught Qin Shiyun off guard. She had still been gathering words to console him. Mangi repeated himself. Qin Shiyun frowned and thought for a moment before hesitantly saying, "I'm not sure either." At that moment, while prostrate before our Lord, my mind was in complete turmoil. It was probably an instinctive response. Qin Shiyun looked troubled. "I only knew it was the divine realm and wanted to answer promptly. There simply wasn't time to think." She then stared oddly at Mangi. "Why are you asking about this?" Mangi brushed it off. "It's nothing, just a sudden thought." He was now beginning to believe he was the salvation. The Crimson Mist dimension was clearly pushing him to become this salvation. Qin Shiyun was brimming with excitement now, free of any worries. The blood in her hands danced and swirled at her will, morphing into gossamer nets, sharp blades. She suddenly asked a question. "Tell me, if I keep using this blood magic, could I lose too much blood and harm myself?" Mangi snapped out of his thoughts and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, just don't exceed 400 cubic centimeters and you'll be fine." Though her concern wasn't entirely unreasonable. Previously it was called flesh and blood magic, but it mostly used flesh. Can this expended blood even be replenished? We'll find out tomorrow when we give it a try. Mangi glanced at Qin Shiyun and pointed at the sky, indicating how late it had gotten. "Aren't you going to get some rest?" "Oh, showing off, cough." Having shared her joy with her companions, Qin Shiyun was now thoroughly satisfied and naturally wouldn't continue bothering Mangi. "Good night." She stood up, turned around, and started walking away. Then she squatted back down and pointed at Mangi. "Were you laughing at my hair earlier? What hair do you even have? Did you do that on purpose? Why didn't you burn your own?" "You only burned mine." Mangi tumbled back into the tent as a fleshy tentacle extended from his foot, zipping up the flap with a swift flick. "Good night." Qin Shiyun angrily kicked the tent in frustration. By the second morning, Mangi had risen early. One couldn't afford to laze around in the wilderness, not to mention sleeping uncomfortably. Luan Shan still appeared in high spirits, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. The 5 chosen ones began organizing the crowd to pack up their belongings. "Today we will reach Jing'an City. Rest assured, the Grand Arbiter of Jing'an is a devout follower of order. This city is completely safe." Mangi and his companion ate their dried rations while watching the lively scene. After Yilinglan put away the fence, Mangi noticed 2 dried bloodstains outside last night's campsite. It seemed mutated creatures had attacked during the night, yet he hadn't detected anything. As Luan Shan strode towards Mangi and his companion, it was time to bid farewell. Chapter 74. The Favored of the Old Era and the New. Luan Shan held out something resembling a plant vine to Mangi. "This is an extraordinary material I obtained on my journey, 7th tier. Thank you both for your generous assistance. Nowadays, God-blessed individuals like you are becoming increasingly rare." Mangi was no longer clueless. A 7th tier transcendent material was roughly worth around 1.6 million, far exceeding what he'd expended yesterday. He intended to decline, but Luan Shan seemed to foresee his reaction and spoke with a smile. "We've gathered quite a few extraordinary materials along the way, so we're not short of these things now." Mangi quietly nodded as he stored away the material. Luanshan bid farewell to the two of them, saying, "See you in Jing'an City another day." Meng Yi and the others stood in place, watching as these several hundred people slowly made their way toward Jing'an City. They seemed to have regained some of their vitality. Sin Shiyun sighed faintly, most of them will be abandoned by the gods someday soon. 2 months. It shouldn't be long now. Meng Yi murmured, "Our Lord will save them. Praise salvation." He tilted his head to look at the other person. What was the reason you lost divine favor back then? Sin Shiyun simply shook her head, unwilling to elaborate. Meng Yi didn't press further but pondered thoughtfully. Sin Shiyun had once said that those abandoned by gods are easily discarded by new deities too. Hesitantly, he spoke again. So when you organized everyone to hold that ritual in the park, you were doing it with a sort of nothing left to lose mentality? Sort of. Everyone in the park at that time was someone who had broken their promises. Meng Yi laughed mockingly to himself. It seemed all his believers were rejects other gods didn't want. But this was only natural. Where could he possibly find pure believers? In this world, people were organized by the authorities to perform rites in commune with the divine the moment they graduated from school. Unless he can cooperate with the authorities in the future. Redemption. Meng Yi waved his hand, summoning 2 corpse puppets, one headless, the other faceless. Distinctive in their own way. Let's go. He motioned for Sin Shiyun to follow. Let's go deeper, he said. On the way, he tested his new ability, the eye technique. He soon discovered it was an incredibly powerful support skill. Now he could perceive numerous details he'd previously overlooked, make precise judgments about subtle changes, and when he focused, everything appeared as if in slow motion. This would dramatically enhance his combat capabilities. Moreover, he could turn this ability on and off at will. And this was only the 9th tier. He couldn't wait to see what the higher levels had in store. He began looking around curiously from side to side. Sin Shiyun clearly noticed his unusual behavior. After giving him a glance, she leaned closer with curiosity. "What's wrong with your eyes?" A strange contraption appeared before Meng Yi's eyes. Pores, grease, fine hairs, flecks of saliva spraying during speech, and the discomfort caused by the audio being out of sync with the visuals. No wonder Li Hao wears sunglasses every day. It took him a moment to compose himself and shake off this sensation. Turns out this thing was a round-the-clock passive ability. Sin Shiyun was startled and uncertain. "Why have your eyes turned white?" Meng Yi blinked his purely white eyes and chuckled. "Our Lord has also bestowed upon me new divine grace." Sin Shiyun paused in surprise, so she wasn't the only one who'd received it? Still, she congratulated him with a smile. "I knew it, you played your part yesterday too. Our Lord doesn't favor one over the other, ha." Meng Yi chimed in as well. Indeed, ha ha ha. Then he deactivated his ocular technique. Keeping it active for too long was exhausting. Save it for when it's really needed. He looked up, surveying the wilderness, and began making small talk. "Tell me, with Pure City being so exclusionary, are there really enough followers of the nature goddess to keep an entire fortress city running? How should I know? Why didn't you ask Luanshan and the others earlier? Now that they're gone, you're asking me? I forgot." Meng Yi sighed. "There were too many new developments before. I completely forgot to ask about this matter. Yesterday, first meeting Luanshan and the others, then receiving one new clue after another in the Crimson Mist space, that so-called Pure City had been completely pushed to the back of his mind. He'd just have to ask about it when he saw them next." Sin Shiyun glanced at him and snorted disdainfully. "What new developments could you possibly have, and too many at that?" Meng Yi mocked himself inwardly. What would a mere believer know of a god's distress? Casually adjusting the headless corpse puppet's path forward, he continued speaking. "How many gods favored have survived since the old era?" Sin Shiyun pondered for a moment before speaking. "As far as I know, all the god-blessed who survived from the old era seem to have trouble accepting the new age. They consider all the deities' preferences as twisted and sinister, so, given the same baseline, their overall ranks aren't that high in this regard. They're inferior to the newborns. But given their large numbers, they've produced quite a few high-ranked blessed ones. Over half of the leadership in major fortress cities consists of blessed ones from the old era." Meng Yi nodded. This wasn't hard to understand. For instance, if he were asked to worship those deities, he probably wouldn't be able to conceal the disgust in his heart. This is so damn eerie. Still, it's not all bad news either. At least, if there were many mutated beings in the wilderness capable of providing supernatural power, his sources of strength would expand significantly. There's no need to focus all attention on the cultists of the evil god anymore. Previously, sending Li Wen away to monitor the cultists was precisely due to these considerations. There's no helping it, one can't go around slaughtering followers of righteous gods, acting as if the Inquisition doesn't exist. Meng Yi let out a soft sigh. With this, his motivation to roam the wilderness grew even stronger. Right now, he simply couldn't distinguish which mutated beings contained supernatural power. Though perhaps there was no need to distinguish, just kill them all. Now that both felt their abilities had significantly improved after advancement, their traveling speed had unconsciously increased as well. By mid-afternoon, the two of them made a new discovery. and it was an old acquaintance, Zhu Hongyu. When they saw each other, Zhu Hongyu happened to be dismembering an aberrant creature. To be precise, it was her little darling that was dismembering the aberrant creature. Two enormous spiders tore apart a duck that looked strikingly like a spinning top, splitting it in two from either side. Amid its frantic quacks, Zhu Hongyu seized a single white feather from the duck's back. Her spidery right hand shot out a silk thread to reel it in. Then, with sharp reflexes, she whipped her head around. Zhu Hongyu, who had always been composed, now had an extremely sharp gaze. Her two little darlings swiftly blocked the path between them, hissing loudly as they lowered their bodies to continuously intimidate Meng Yi and his companion. Meng Yi's raised hand froze mid-wave. Hey now, we're old acquaintances, what's all this about? Zhu Hongyu remained completely vigilant, her gaze swiftly sweeping over Meng Yi and his companion, as well as the two corpse puppets known as Brainless and Shameless. She maintained a guarded stance and nodded coldly. What a coincidence. Meng Yi followed her gaze to the two corpse puppets and sighed helplessly. These two. Then he abruptly fell silent. Why bother explaining? Zhang Yao had repeatedly warned that in the wilderness, one should never trust anything that moves. Not everyone is Luan Shan, nor does every divine-blessed individual hail from the old era. Sorry, we're not familiar. This is the norm. Xin Shiyan had said before that relationships without divine blessings wouldn't be like theirs, and that truly was the case. This is a new kind of relationship unique to the new era. Meng Yi therefore stopped and nodded at Zhu Hongyu with a smile. What a delightful coincidence indeed. He began signaling Xin Shiyan to retreat. When meeting in the wilderness, it's wisest for each to go their separate way. Ga. A sound resembling a large flock of ducks came through. Meng Yi and his companions all abruptly changed expression. Chapter 75, Comrades. Quack quack quack. The chaotic cacophony of duck noises approached rapidly from the distance. Now Meng Yi's group and Zhu Hongyu no longer had time to regard each other warily, they all turned toward the source of the sound in stunned unison. A massive mutated monstrosity. It looked as if thousands upon thousands of ducks had been arbitrarily kneaded together by an invisible hand, merged into one grotesque whole without any regard for aesthetics or reason. Meng Yi immediately used his psychic vision to observe. This was an amalgamation formed from countless mutated creatures. The glow of extraordinary materials dotted their entire bodies like stars. Initially appearing as four-limbed animal forms, their shapes continuously transformed as they advanced. Snake-like, humanoid, spherical, chaotic tentacled forms. They remained in a perpetual state of metamorphosis. All other parts were hidden inside the body, leaving only the quacking duck heads protruding outside. Slender necks stretched upright, countless duck heads opened their mouths in chaotic cries, forming various shapes. In humanoid form, taking a step revealed sawls lined with rows of hard duck beaks, quack quack quack. The moment the sawls touched the ground, they melted into bubbling blobs of flesh covered with elongated necks, duck heads stretching skyward, screaming quack quack quack. The gurgling flesh ball had barely rolled a few meters before melting into a serpentine form like flowing water, its body covered with duck heads that twisted their necks, opening and closing their beaks to gnaw their way forward. Their feathers were flawlessly white, their forms grotesquely misshapen. Run! This was an aberration swarm formed from countless low-tier mutated bodies, something only a high-tier divine blessed could handle. What's the point of staying alert now? Damn it all! Zhu Hongyu leaped backward just like she had done at the market before, letting the giant spider behind her carry her as they fled desperately. Her two little pets kept pace with her, and the eight-legged spider ran surprisingly fast. They quickly overtook Meng Yi and the other person. This made Meng Yi curse inwardly. What's so great about 8 legs? Just because you're faster than me doesn't mean you're safe, does it? What's even worse, that mutated creature behind them was faster than they were. He yanked the package off the backs of the two corpse puppets. Goodbye, no brain and no face. He ordered the two corpse puppets to split up left and right, hoping to slightly divert the attention of the mutated creature closing in. Then he infused himself and Xin Shiyun with the elemental power of wind, pushing their speed to the limit. He then swallowed a swiftness potion in one gulp. Following his lead, Xin Shiyan did the same, and soon they caught up to Zhu Hongyu. Tell me, Meng Yi asked while racing forward effortlessly, are they chasing because you killed one of their kind? Zhu Hongyu hugged her knees, curled up on the spider's back, and tilted her head slightly to look at him. Maybe, the one I killed was probably a foraging unit separated from this swarm of aberrations. Unlike Meng Yi and Xin Shiyun, who were running with their heads down, she could still slightly tilt her head to look backward. They split into two groups, they're chasing after your corpse puppet now. In a flash, Meng Yi activated his pupil technique and glanced back over his shoulder. That fleeting glance revealed so much to him. That mutated mass clearly lacked a unified consciousness. Faced with the two corpse puppets, one brainless, the other faceless, it had chaotically split apart, spawning far more than just two separate masses. It split into uneven chunks of various sizes. This suddenly slowed down the screechers who were still hot on Meng Yi and his companions' heels. It seemed the slower-moving corpse puppets looked easier to catch, causing internal discord among the pursuers. Mangi couldn't help but sigh. Even mutated creatures weren't willing to do free labor for others of their kind. Scatter and run. Mangi pointed at Zhu Hongyu's two adorable little companions. Let them be the bait to split up the mutated creatures behind us. Those things will divide among themselves when they see prey they can actually catch. I won't. Zhu Hongyu stiffened her neck. They're my partners. Mangi blurted out, are you crazy, two pet? The word pets never left his lips. Zhu Hongyu genuinely treated these two spiders as companions. Just like Zhang Yao, she served under the insect mother. To her, the spiders were comrades, not mere pets. Mangi kept silent. He took out the supernatural materials from the concealed layer of the bag, withdrew the clean flesh packets he had brought along, kept a few for himself, and tossed several to Qin Shiyun. Then he threw the bag aside. Escaping was the priority now. Why bother carrying a damn bag? While replenishing his supplies, he tore chunks of flesh from his own body and swiftly crafted flesh bombs, hoping to buy as much time as possible. Qin Shiyun endured the pain as she tore off several pieces of her own flesh. She glanced back, then gritted her teeth. Her pace slowed. Damn it! This made Mangi halt, turn around, and pull her along as he kept running. It's not hopeless yet. Qin Shiyun, however, said earnestly, we're not as fast as them, we can't outrun them. I'll be the decoy, you run. Mangi was a bit annoyed. Are you an idiot? We can just split up and run. Who needs anyone to be the decoy? For a moment, he couldn't discern whether the other party acted due to the god's fraternal decree or through some imperceptible influence from the crimson mist space. Split up and run, those aberrations might divide too, slowing them down. That way, we all stand a chance to survive. Mangi gritted his teeth. Being alone in the wilderness was dangerous. He truly didn't want to part ways with Qin Shiyun at this moment. Tilting his head, he shouted instructions loudly. After we separate, don't wander around in the wilderness, head straight back to town. Qin Shiyun merely nodded absent-mindedly. Yet the situation took another turn. The two little creatures seemed to understand the conversation between Mangi and Qin Shiyun. They squeaked twice at Zhu Hongyu, who was riding on the spider's back. Zhu Hongyu seemed to understand. Her face turned pale. Don't. Those two little darlings steadfastly remained in place, then deliberately slowed their pace as they spread out to either side. Zhu Hongyu screamed in despair, you two, come back. Her curled-up body suddenly straightened as she desperately patted the giant spider beneath her. Go back! Go back! The giant spider paid no heed, continuing its headlong rush. Zhu Hongyu's emotions were in turmoil. She frantically pounded the spider's back like a madwoman. Even you won't listen to me? Go back! Go! She struggled desperately to rise, and where her back was connected to the spider's, the flesh began to tear, dripping blood in a steady patter. Half was the red of human blood. Half was something like the viscous fluid inside an insect's body. Mangi stared at this scene, his mouth agape. She treated the spider as a companion. Did this perhaps work both ways? But what if she treated the spider as food? How would that count? How can experimenting on spiders with drugs be justified? This kind of contradictory behavior seemed entirely insignificant to her. Damn, she's really insane. The enormous spider carrying Zhu Hongyu on its back endured the pain, hissed twice, and continued sprinting wildly. Two distant explosions sounded. Those were no brain and no face. Followed by some horrific squealing sounds. Those were Zhu Honyu's two little darlings. Amidst a cacophony of quack quack quack, these two voices seemed to be distinctly picked up by Zhu Hongyu. She began to weep bitterly. Mangi turned to look back. That grotesque mass formed by clustering ducks started falling apart. The portion chasing them had slowed to a speed that no longer posed any threat. They were safe now. They had escaped death. Yet, Mangi looked at Zhu Hongyu, who was weeping bitterly. Chapter 76, This far exceeds our friendship. The three of them fled all the way, and by dusk, they had finally shaken off that squawking mass of ducks. Mangi took advantage of the remaining daylight to hastily roast some vacuum-sealed meat he had prepared earlier to replenish his consumption of flesh magic. He and Qin Shiyun managed a few quick bites to sustain themselves. Now all the tents, provisions, and such were left behind. Fortunately, Mangi felt for the extraordinary materials tucked inside his clothes. They were still there. Zhu Hongyu sat hugging her knees, her eyes rimmed red as she stared blankly into space. The giant spider behind her had long since retreated. Those two had told her to stick with Mangi and the others. It was safer that way in the wilderness. Seeing this, Qin Shiyun cautiously moved closer. She felt it necessary to comfort the other. After all, she and Mangi had essentially been saved by those two little creatures. Otherwise, if they had truly scattered and fled separately, she wouldn't have had the confidence to survive alone in the wilderness. Are you okay? Zhu Hongyu simply shook her head slowly in response. Numerous thumb-sized spiders crawled out from her clothes, making their way to her lips, where they raised their forelimbs and gently tapped. Zhu Hongyu snapped irritably, I'm not hungry, stop bothering me. The automated feeding spiders froze momentarily at mealtime, then retreated reluctantly. Meng Yi, watching from nearby, drew a sharp breath. This was far more harmonious than the believers under his command. Sin Shiyun witnessed the scene and swallowed back her intended words of comfort, emitting a vague, unreadable humph. Shu Hongyu glanced at her and sighed lightly. You think I'm crazy, don't you? No, not at all. Sin Shiyun quickly shook her head. Isn't that what everyone does? Shu Hongyu chuckled softly. Making friends with spiders? No. Sin Shiyun's expression turned deadly serious. Everyone's gone mad like this. She paused. Yesterday I met a knight who dug out his own heart, and a druid who voluntarily left the pure city. She began changing the subject, rambling about everything under the sun. Meng Yi stood in the distance, keeping a wary eye on his surroundings. After a long pause, Shu Hongyu said softly, Thank you. God-blessed ones like you are rare these days. Sin Shiyun cautiously glanced at Meng Yi, making sure he wasn't paying attention, then whispered, That's because our Lord K is salvation, who reigns in the Crimson Divine Kingdom. She rambled on about various things. Shu Hongyu smiled. Sounds quite nice. Clearly, this was just perfunctory. Her gaze shifted to Sin Shiyun's brow and head, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. What's wrong with your hair? Sin Shiyun's bright little face fell in an instant. It got burned away. I'll just buy a wig when we get back. Shu Hongyu tilted her head and said, I can help you. Ha! From her sleeve emerged tiny black spiders, each no larger than a grain of rice, crawling down her spider-like right hand and linking together to form strands, two, then more. See, they can perch on your head, and we can even customize hairstyles. The little spiders began nimbly transforming into ponytails, loose waves, straight bangs. Sin Shiyun rubbed her head. I think in July's weather, keeping my head bare is quite refreshing. Oh, Shu Hongyu looked regretful. As the sky gradually darkened, Meng Yi spoke up. The three of us should take turns keeping watch. 4. Shu Hongyu pointed at her own back. It can count as 1 too. Meng Yi hesitated and said, Then, you sleep lying down? Isn't that uncomfortable? Mainly, this ground is so dusty, wouldn't you end up ingesting a lot of dirt? Who said I was going to sleep lying down? Shu Hongyu's back began to bulge outward, emitting a series of tearing sounds. The spider crawled out completely. Shu Hongyu's upper body seemed to have lost all support. Her head drooped limply onto her knees. The spider walked over to help her up. I can sleep lying down, she said. Meng Yi's gaze darted between her and the spider. So you have no spine? Mum. Unable to nod, she blinked in response. So those two little darlings who died should be able to replace this one at any time. After some thought, Meng Yi still rejected her proposal. We need to stay mobile at all times. If you do this, you won't be able to react in emergencies, it's too dangerous. No wonder he'd commented earlier that Shu Hongyu was like a normal person even keeping watch overnight. She was this dutiful. In the end, the three of them took turns keeping watch through the night. Several times during Meng Yi's night watch, he felt as if mutated beings had passed by, yet none of them launched any attacks. He was utterly puzzled and could only attribute it to illusion. Morning came, and Meng Yi was awakened by a crisp crunching sound. Shu Hongyu was having breakfast. She seemed to have regained her cheerful mood. Not surprisingly, Meng Yi thought as he watched her puffed cheeks. Countless companions died every day anyway. One would get used to it, eventually, right? He and Sin Shiyun took stock of the remaining edible meat, which would last them about 4 more days. There was no need to worry about drinking water. His elemental magic could condense water spheres. Should we return to the city, or continue hunting in the wilderness? Truthfully, he preferred to keep hunting, to seize even more extraordinary power. As for the materials, Meng Yi then did a quick mental tally. So far, they had only acquired 3 supernatural materials. One was an 8th-ranked dog's ear, and another a 9th-ranked bead. And the most valuable of them all was the gift of gratitude sent by Luan Shan. For 2 days in a row, we've encountered mutated creatures we couldn't possibly defeat. No wonder the survival rate of the grace-blessed in the wilderness remains so low. And then there are conflicts like with that disciple of the Lady of Pain. Even among grace-blessed, there's no peace. Sin Shiyun hesitated before saying, during our escape yesterday, we had to abandon most of our supplies. We only have food for 4 days now. Let's hunt for 2 days first, then use the remaining 2 days to return. Meng Yi nodded and turned to Shu Hongyu. What do you plan to do? Her 2 companions were gone. In the wilderness, those who weren't supremely confident in their divine gifts wouldn't choose to act alone. Shu Hongyu hesitated slightly, but considering that Meng Yi and the other were relatively decent and rare company, she ultimately decided to travel with them. She was also stepping into the wilderness for the first time. How could she dare return to the city alone? I'll go with you, and we'll turn back in 2 days. Meng Yi wasn't surprised by this. Alright. The 3 of them had little to pack. Sin Shiyun glanced at the positioning indicator she had opened. We're currently about 17 kilometers southeast of Gingan City. Meng Yi said gravely, our food supplies are limited, and considering possible mishaps on the return journey, let's not venture more than 40 kilometers from the city. The 3 continued southward. Over the next 2 days, they found nothing. but he received Li Wenwei's prayer. The man had joined the tribunal. To be honest, the other party's efficiency wasn't surprising, but Meng Yi hadn't expected joining the judgment department to be this straightforward. When the scheduled return day arrived, Meng Yi couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and squinted at the rising sun in the east, completely baffled. Not encountering any aberrant entities for 2 straight days, is this normal? Zhu Hongyu was bending her head, playing with her right hand using her left, sticking out her tongue teasingly, Naya. Without looking up, she replied, normal, nothing strange when you're out in the wild. Those wandering mutants aren't exactly territorial animals. Xin Shiyun rubbed the freshly grown hair stubble on her head. It was a bit prickly, and remarked casually, it doesn't matter, we're heading back anyway. She turned on the location indicator, 36 kilometers. Meng Yi activated his pupil technique to scan the surroundings but found nothing. Alright, let's turn back first. He frowned, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Chapter 77, The Grand Arbitration. The return journey yielded no additional discoveries either, giving Meng Yi the illusion that he was merely on a picnic. The three of them walked slowly, maintaining their guarded stance the entire way, as if their efforts were entirely futile. By the next morning, the three of them were only about 10 kilometers away from Jing'an City. Meng Yi couldn't help but sigh as they walked, and here I thought we might make some big gains this time. Sin Shiyun tried to console him, it's not bad, we didn't lose out. Generally speaking, even for God-favored ones, it's not like every foray into the wilderness yields results. Meng Yi didn't respond. He couldn't shake the feeling that things shouldn't have been this easy. He couldn't explain why, unless you counted gut instinct. Strange, when did the wilderness become so safe? He frowned incessantly, turning to look at Sin Shiyun and the other, you two. Forget it, these two are first-timers in the wilderness too. Asking them would be pointless. He recalled Zhang Yao's introductions about the wilderness. There's no such thing as safe, the wilderness is always fraught with danger. Nor is there any notion of powerful aberrations marking territory and driving others away, they're not animals. 1 or 2 days of safety might be written off as coincidence, but this is the 4th day now. Isn't this just too much of a coincidence? And was it really just an illusion when I sensed an aberrant passing by 4 nights ago? Something is definitely wrong here. My 5 senses were already sharper than most divine-blessed individuals, maybe the 6th sense is real too. With this thought in mind, Meng Yi spoke aloud. Let's speed up. Zhu Hongyu was puzzled. The spider on her right hand was still perched on her shoulder, constantly surveying their surroundings. She objected. Blindly increasing speed might make us overlook certain dangers, no? It's better to stay vigilant in the wilderness. Meng Yi waved his hand dismissively, activating his ocular technique. His eyes turned completely white. Something feels off. Stay close, I'll keep watch. Sin Shiyun didn't ask further questions, simply jogging to keep up with Meng Yi's pace. Seeing this, Zhu Hongyu had no choice but to follow as well, though reluctantly. Frowning at Meng Yi, she said, aren't you being overly suspicious? Soon she'd be rendered speechless. Several divine favor users ran up from behind the group, swiftly overtaking them with incredible speed. Judging by their pace, these individuals were clearly stronger than the 3 of them. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and growled, take the pills. This wasn't the time to investigate the reasons, they just needed to follow and run. Zhu Hongyu stopped questioning. With all their methods unleashed, the group began accelerating at full speed. Not long after those few blessed ones passed them, new blessed ones began catching up one after another. Without a word, they kept their heads down and sprinted onward. Around Meng Yi and the others, beneath their feet, above their heads in midair, figures of blessed ones overtook them in increasingly bizarre and varied ways. Everyone was running like mad. Gradually, an inexplicable pressure began emanating from behind him, a terrifying sensation as if a mountain were about to crush him. Something was catching up from behind. Yet Jing'an City was still far from them. Though that magnificent city wall was visible, the actual distance remained considerable. Behind them began to rise a tidal wave of shrill cries and roars, interspersed with faint, anguished screams. Cold sweat beaded on Meng Yi's forehead. What in the world was causing this commotion? He swiveled his head for a quick glance. Sky-obscuring aberrant entities. Hordes upon hordes of mutated creatures, filling his entire vision. They crowded together frenziedly, tearing at each other while still rumbling forward. They surged forth like a tidal wave. Among them were aberrant forms as large as mountains, extending countless dense heads to swallow smaller creatures one bite at a time. There was a viscous black liquid, so dark it seemed capable of devouring all things, and every mutated creature it spread across dissolved into its depths. There were mutated creatures as small as fleas, burrowing into the shells of other mutated beings. Some flew, some walked, some hopped, some flowed, others rolled, slithered, or tunneled through the earth. Some bit, some swallowed, some chewed, some sucked, some clawed, some tore, some melted, and some enveloped. Poisonous, sturdy, soft, paralyzed, rigid, fiery, icy, parasitic. They attacked each other, devoured, howled, yet their purpose was strikingly unified, surging relentlessly in the same direction. Layer upon layer. like heaven and earth pressing against each other, squeezing out a festering abscess. Mangi just turned his head for a glance, and instantly no fewer than 10 malicious gazes locked onto him. All sorts of bizarre sounds and images began flooding his mind. The powerful entities among those aberrant creatures traced his line of sight from earlier, unleashing corruption and contamination. And then, there was no then left. A few sharp screams echoed in Mangi's mind. Among the countless mutated beings behind him, several inexplicable fluctuations erupted. Even that colossal, mountain-like mutated being had over 100 of its extended heads burst apart with loud pops. Muror hissa heard he hiao. It let out a shriek, laden with countless syllables yet instantly comprehensible. With such turmoil nearby, the fortress city couldn't possibly remain unmoved. In the distance, Jing'an City began to glow with light. A solitary blue radiance connecting heaven and earth. Gathering into a thick beam of brilliant lightning, it carried fierce winds and searing flames within its grasp. Sweeping across with unstoppable force. From several kilometers away, it violently struck the horde of aberrant creatures. In an instant, the impact was earth-shaking and mountain-toppling. At the same time, a figure soared into the sky above Jing'an City. This figure was incredibly distant from everyone, yet paradoxically visible with perfect clarity to all. The concepts of near and far became indistinct, distance itself seemed inverted, where far was near and near was far. In Mangi's ears echoed the illusory clanking of chains. From the sky above and the depths below emerged countless densely packed chains radiating a silver glow. These chains exuded an aura that could be viscerally sensed, majestic, aloof, and utterly chilling in their power to imprison all things. The figure hovering above Jing'an City uttered a cold, rigid yet indistinct voice. Here lies the domain of order. The silver chains spanning between heaven and earth seemed to obey some command. With a metallic clamor, they surged toward those mutated creatures, forming a web of divine law that, when viewed from afar, resembled a shimmering silver curtain engulfing the entire horizon. No matter how ferociously the aberrations howled or attacked, their struggles proved utterly futile. The chains of order swept across heaven and earth, sending up swirling debris of aberrant forms. With a single strike, the Grand Arbiter carved out a vacuum zone spanning dozens of kilometers in width. Whether mountain-sized or flea-sized, flying or burrowing, fluid or rigid aberrant forms, all were utterly pulverized. Mangi's eyes widened in astonishment. A large crowd of fleeing blessed ones stopped in their tracks upon reaching the city gates, their faces filled with the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. Mangi turned to Zhu Hongyu and asked, "Who is he?" Zhu Hongyu took a deep breath and said, "The Grand Arbitrator of Jing'an City. A member of the Supreme Arbitration Committee of Humanity. Devotee of Order. First Order Keeper." Mangi looked up to see this Grand Arbitrator. His perfect symmetry was nothing extraordinary. He was symmetrical from top to bottom, which inexplicably reminded Mangi of the JQK face cards in a deck of playing cards. He was symmetrical from front to back. He was perfectly symmetrical from every 360-degree angle without a single flaw. Utterly symmetrical. But he absolutely wasn't a ball. It was a person. His eyes couldn't rotate to maintain symmetry, his neck couldn't turn to maintain symmetry, his tongue wouldn't bend when speaking, his legs absolutely couldn't take a step. Mangi was horrified. Where did he get legs? Where did his perfectly symmetrical human form get legs? Yet he has legs. How can a person achieve such perfect symmetry? Would that even be human? I can see it, but can't comprehend. Chaotic symmetry. This disorienting sense of disorder made Mangi's head spin, forcing him to clutch his forehead. What impeccable order! Chapter 78, The Calamity. The gates of Jing'an City swung open. Get inside the city now. Hurry up, there are too many anomalies closing in. Mangi and his companions followed the crowd into the city, after which the gates swung shut behind them. The personnel of the Defense Department were now on high alert, visibly bustling with tense activity at the Southern Gates defense base. All electrical power was diverted to the city's grand defensive array, forcing every factory to temporarily halt operations. Chaos reigned everywhere. The Grand Arbiter, radiating a silver glow, slowly descended from the sky toward the city center. The city's defensive formation, capable of distinguishing friend from foe, did not hinder his passage. Outside the city walls, the mutated creatures surged forward, crashing against the defenses with continuous, thunderous impacts. Open fire! Open fire! The heavily armed city walls began their counterattack. A gentle voice began echoing in everyone's minds. Citizens need not worry. This is just a minor wasteland calamity. There are no particularly powerful aberrations, nor is citywide mobilization necessary. Rest assured. The voice carried a peculiar, soothing quality that brought comfort. The restless crowd that had initially stirred upon seeing factory shutdowns and the activation of the city's defensive arrays gradually calmed. What might have erupted into turmoil was effortlessly pacified by a single voice. Above the southern gate, a tangled mass of crackling electricity suddenly appeared, followed by a thunderous boom as a towering giant landed in the open space, with the big-headed heart prison arbiter perched on his shoulder. Don't worry, it's just a minor incident. Meng Yi's heart stirred. This voice was identical to the one he'd just heard. The sky began to darken. He looked up. Swarms of winged aberrations flew over the city, drawing across the heavens like a slowly pulled curtain, gradually blotting out the sky. Night fell. Yet the magical glow in the sky never dimmed for a moment, with bright blue lightning ceaselessly flickering, bathing the entire Jing'an city in an eerie daytime blue. The thunderous pounding outside the southern gates continued without end. Yet Meng Yi didn't feel the slightest tremor in the ground. The 19 fortress cities, built with the collective might of human civilization, naturally possess formidable strength. Against the surging tide of aberrations, Jing'an city stood firm like an unyielding rock in a raging stream. The Heart's Cage Arbiter, already hovering mid-air, observed the outskirts for a few moments before issuing an order. Cease the attacks. Their target isn't Jing'an city, they're merely passing through. The Defense Department's counterattack ceased. Meng Yi turned his head toward Sin Shiyun and asked, "What is a wasteland disaster?" "It's a collective riot of aberrant creatures in the wilderness. They form flood-like swarms that rampage unchecked," she explained. "The exact cause is unknown. Does it happen often?" "Very rare," Sin Shiyun explained. "The 19 fortress cities of humanity occupy barely over 1,500 square kilometers of land. The vast continents and even broader oceans all belong to the paradise of aberration creatures. When calamities erupt, they rarely affect the fortress cities, because humankind claims only the tiniest sliver of territory in this world." Sin Shiyun paused for a moment before adding, "In the past, most blight disasters were accidentally encountered by high-ranking gods favored during their wilderness expeditions. There are only 3 recorded instances where they reached the fortress cities. Oh, today marks the 4th. Meng Yi asked doubtfully, "So from what you're saying, blight disasters should start small and gradually escalate into waves of aberrant creature uprisings?" Sin Shiyun replied uncertainly, "I think so." Meng Yi looked up at the mutated creatures continuously flying across the sky with a complicated expression. This so-called barren disaster feels very abnormal. There hadn't been any mutated creatures spotted for 4 or 5 consecutive days before this. If what I noticed during my first night watch wasn't just an illusion. For nights ago, the aberrations had already begun viewing living humans as nothing more than air. This was no slowly rising tide of disaster. This was an uprising where aberrations first gathered before unleashing chaos. Meng Yi turned his head toward Sin Shiyun to ask, "Of the 3 recorded instances when the calamity attacked Stronghold City, were there early signs discovered beforehand? Or was it sudden like today?" He pointed around them. Clearly everyone was caught off guard. Sin Shiyun looked at him with confusion. "What are you?" "I'm not sure, I'd need to check." "No need to check, there were warning signs each time." Shu Hongyu gave Meng Yi a nod. "The emergence of disaster of the wild doesn't happen overnight. Warning signs should be detectable from far away." After a moment's thought, she added, "The Defense Division is responsible for monitoring the wilderness around the city. Something like a disaster of the wild should trigger warnings several days in advance. A disaster of the wild has a progression, like streams gathering to form a mighty river. First come scattered disturbances, then they grow more and more numerous until the Defense Division couldn't possibly have missed this." Meng Yi looked up at the judgment of the heart in midair. That meant, such an obvious issue would certainly be noticed by the upper echelons of Jing'an City as well. This withering disaster had no precursors or warning signs. It had formed abruptly and without warning. It practically screamed at everyone that something was wrong. Meng Yi cursed inwardly. He had become an innocent victim caught in the crossfire. If not for their earlier bad luck of losing all their supplies, forcing them to cut short their wilderness expedition, they might have walked headlong into this sudden cataclysm. Not far away, a figure shoved through the crowd, darting toward them like the wind. It was Su Qingsong. When he spotted Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun, he let out a long sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." They said all the blessed in the wildlands were finished. "I was terrified." "What happened to your hair?" Sin Shiyun's smiling face instantly turned cold as she retorted irritably, "The Grand Arbitrator blocked it." Meng Yi replied calmly, "We're doing fine." He pointed northward. The blessed ones up north had it much worse. With aberrations swarming from the city direction, where could they possibly hide? The casualties must be horrifying. Their expressions changed upon hearing his words. "This has been a devastating loss for Jing'an City." Su Qingsong asked doubtfully, "Won't the Grand Arbiters go to rescue people?" As soon as he finished speaking, the magical defensive barrier in the high sky suddenly caved inward. It emitted a sizzling, crackling electric sound. 5 distinct claw marks protruded across the blue barrier, trailing crimson flames, as if someone were desperately puncturing a balloon's skin. The city-encompassing magical formation intensified, its intricate pattern lines blazing with dazzling radiance. The ritual array was operating at full capacity. For the first time, the city shook as if struck by an earthquake. This was a high-tier mutated entity, the kind that couldn't be stopped by the array alone. Thus, the perfectly symmetrical Grand Arbiter soared up from the city center. Meng Yi looked at Su Qingsong and asked, "Do you know why the Grand Arbiter and the others aren't going to rescue them?" "I understand now." Mangi examined the residential buildings throughout the city. These crucial components of the formation hadn't been activated. It seems the judgment of the Hearts prison was right. This was a minor desolation. The city wasn't operating at full capacity. Though most likely, there's some conspiracy behind this desolation. Another high-tier aberrant has appeared.